Emochan lifted his head and looked around. He was in a dim interior space lit only by 4 yellow lamps overhead whose scattered glow was far from bright. The surrounding walls were made of some kind of metal, and with a single glance, he could see all 4 sides of the room and the main door. There were no obvious traces of danger and no other people at all. The excessive silence made him uneasy, yet he forced the anxiety down. He had appeared here without warning, holding only a book that seemed to have come from nowhere. Another transmigration. Indeed, this was not his first. He had originally been from Earth, later transmigrated to Launching, and lived there for nearly 20 years, and now it seemed he had crossed over yet again. At least his transmigration to Launching had been a proper reincarnation from birth. Why was it direct Soulware this time? Was he about to embark on a grand adventure in another world? Would he become a hero at Demon King, or merely remain utterly unknown? Before his doubts could be resolved, a new change arrived. Game initializing. Scanning civilization compatibility connecting system. Connection complete. The initial batch of launching players will be between the ages of 15 and 54. The total number of players deployed this time is 465461732. The area will be divided into 470 polluted planets, 4700 regions, and 4700 sectors. A total of 3424483511 individuals outside the age range will be deployed next month to their relatives' bases. Those without relatives will be assigned randomly. The code of the base you are currently in is 104911487. The emotionless mechanical voice sounded by his ear, its source impossible to pinpoint. Survival is the primary objective. Please allocate and obtain resources rationally and find a way to stay alive on the polluted planet. The base is equipped with multiple functions. Rely on it to survive, and at the very least ensure the air purification unit is not damaged unless you can endure the outside environment. Beyond the base, danger and opportunity coexist. Randomly appearing chests may contain food resources, weapons, vehicles, blueprints, lucky items, and other supplies. Certain areas will also harbor special opportunities, but equally unknown dangers. The player panel can be opened via brainwaves, allowing access to player functions. While ensuring your own survival, communicate with other players, gather supplies, and develop rebuilding order and civilization. Yet remain wary of potential conflicts. Every 7 days, the polluted planet will experience a tide. All players are advised to prepare in advance for the coming threats. All players receive novice protection. On polluted planets, the activity of dangerous species will be reduced, or they will enter dormancy for the first month. For 3 months, pollution will be greatly suppressed and will not spread. Dominant species will also reduce activity or hibernate. Until a player leaves the planet, the world will not be detected by conventional technology. Survive, rebuild, order, construct cities, develop civilization, step into the starry sea. Good luck to you all. The mechanical voice spoke only once, yet it was simultaneously the content of the first page of the survival manual in his hand. Without lingering on the book, he lifted his gaze. A translucent panel appeared before his eyes. Panel, chat, and friends. Only 3 functions. With nothing more than a thought, he could control it. Emochan focused his mind and opened the chat. World channel, planet channel, region channel, sector channel. Sector channel. The sector channel offers 10 free messages per day. Further messages cost 10 trade points. Each fees increase each version. Each message may contain up to 60 characters with a 5 increase on the base cost for each additional character. Zhongwei, anyone here? Anyone here? Lu Ruyan, what's going on? Where's this? Ji Jinghui. I finally don't have to go to work anymore. I'm taking off. Gu Yunkuan, what the hell? I just won the lottery. I haven't even started enjoying my wonderful life yet. Linghua, I knew there had to be aliens in the universe. Chen Gaolong, damn it, I was just lying on a hospital bed and now the doctor's gone. Who's going to stop my bleeding? Fang Zheng, Fang Yuan, can you see this? Li Quan, this has to be a dream. I've finally managed to have a lucid dream. Ignoring the calls and curses he deemed useless, Emo Chun noted that the sector channel was already quite lively. Dozens of constantly updating messages effectively eased the unease of being in an unfamiliar environment. Every message was preceded by a real name. The sensation of browsing the net under a strict real name system felt strangely novel. There were no avatars and no numbers trailing the names, but tapping one brought up a string of base codes. Judging from the top few messages, a single sector seemed to contain roughly 1,000 people. As for the other channels, the region channel allowed 1 free message per day. Subsequent messages cost 100 trade points each. The planet and world channels had no free messages at all, each message costing 100 and 100 trade points respectively, along with the corresponding planet speech item and world speech item. Names could be changed, but a rename cost 10 trade points, with the fee increasing tenfold each time. Emochan glanced at the information, then stopped reading. For now, he had no surge of emotion that needed venting through the chat window. Based on the information so far, was this place's base? Emochan carefully examined his surroundings. There was not much clutter, yet several large pieces of equipment stood out. Against the back wall of the base sat a massive unknown device, and beside it a computer on a table. Along the right wall stood a giant mechanical platform with a distinctly futuristic feel, next to which was parked a half-mental machine. On the left wall was only a single device resembling a medical pod, leaving that side relatively spacious. These items essentially made up the interior of the room. Their technological design lent the place the air of a shelter straight out of a science fiction story. Aside from these 5 major installations, there was also a storage chest within the base. Emochan did not recklessly fiddle with anything, hardly daring even to move from his spot for fear of triggering some mechanism. Once he confirmed there was no immediate danger, he decided to keep reading the survival manual for more information. Players begin with the following basic items. Base system item: non-tradable, overall length 12 m, width 12 m, height 4 m, titanium alloy, defensive walls, interior area 100 square meters, built-in power network, air purification unit, insulation system, drainage system, and more. Current remaining energy 300. Personal terminal system item manages network functions within the room. The personal terminal can use player permissions, including communicating with other players and researching personal technology and doctrines. Trade station system item: items placed on the trading platform can be traded with other players or directly pulverized and recycled to obtain trade points and research points amounts depending on the value of the materials. Workbench system item: a multifunction mechanical workbench capable of manufacturing and processing using current technology, consuming raw materials and energy. Survival manual system item: a novice gift for players whose contents teach basic survival skills. Cloning pod 3-star item can perform human cloning, consuming clone sequence combinations, and basic transport robot 3-star item: a robot without combat capability, able to perform transport tasks even in complex terrain. Storage chest contains 1 protective suit, 1 day's worth of food and water, 1 revolver, and 12 rounds of ammunition. Emochan read through the list carefully. It described every device and resource inside the base, not a single decorative item more, yet overall the quantity was not small. He drew a deep breath, committing each term to memory. This game was surprisingly generous. Robots, cloning pods. Just hearing the names gave an impression of high-end technology. Even if such technology existed on launching, it certainly was not something the average person could access. After all, there were 6 billion players, 6 billion bases, 6 billion cloning pods. Of course, anyone with even a basic understanding of the universe would know that compared to 470 planets capable of sustaining humans, these things were still insignificant. A game. Was it truly a god that had created all this? As a materialist, he did not believe in gods without cause. If such a being had a purpose, what would it be? A hint of confusion flickered in Emochan's gaze. Since I'm here, I might as well settle in, he murmured to himself. Whatever the truth, he would first find a way to stay alive. With a quiet sigh, Emochan began leafing through the survival manual, while at the same time exploring the items inside the base. 100 square meters of space, moderate for a dwelling, and the entire base consisted of just this single room. The installations took up quite a lot of area. The trade station and workbench were both large machines, each taller than Emochan and occupying roughly 10 square meters, equipment one would usually only see in a factory. If one looked closely, the base walls also had air channels resembling filters. Placing a hand over them, he could feel a faint current of air. This was likely the air purification system, though he saw no moving parts. The mechanisms were probably embedded within the walls. The personal terminal was that computer, though this computer did not even have a Windows system. Only a few limited programs could be run. The chat channels could be opened even without the personal terminal, but certain features could only be accessed, for example the forum and technology research functions. Technology research: currently only basic technologies can be researched. Basic casting allows the workbench to cast materials into shape and manufacture wood, brick, stone bricks, wooden floors, stone floors, wooden tables, stone tables, and so on. Basic cutting allows the workbench to cut materials. Plant cultivation techniques unlocks techniques for herbs, farming, irrigation, and fertilizer production. Basic smelting unlocks furnace construction and the smelting of basic metals such as iron and copper. There were 7 basic technologies in total, some arranged in a prerequisite chain, requiring earlier research to unlock later ones. Though labeled as the lowest level of technology, they still felt almost primitive. Basic cutting allows the workbench to cut materials. Research requirements: none. Research cost 10 research points. Research time 10 minutes. He understood at once. At the moment, he had not a single research point, making further study moot. The same applied to doctrines. He had no doctrine points either. Personal terminal trade platform. He spent a full 2 hours inside the base before he more or less figured everything out. The storage chest contained 6 plastic-wrapped sandwiches and a bottle of mineral water labeled 3L. This bottle of water was already extra large. Even big bottles of fine liquor were usually only 1 liter. A glance at the personal terminal's clock told him it was now 3 in the afternoon. Anyone accustomed to breakfast would be hungry by now, assuming the time zone was accurate. After a brief hesitation, Mo Chun took out 1 sandwich. Regardless of future shortages, letting his stamina decline now, by going hungry, would be sacrificing the essential for the trivial. The sound of tearing plastic was unusually loud in the quiet room. The sandwich held a sausage, a slice of cheese, and vegetables such as lettuce and tomato. Balanced in nutrition and pleasing in taste, the food together with the rolling messages in the chat channel eased much of the anxiety in Mo Chen's heart. Though he wanted a second sandwich after finishing, he restrained himself. This was a new beginning. Should he go outside? After reading the survival manual, Mo Chun understood the rules of this game. Exploration was clearly the first priority. The book explicitly stated that there was only 1 day's worth of food inside the base. Even stretching it out over several days would be pointless. This was no longer launching. The previous society had completely vanished. No one would be delivering meals. Food would be a major problem in the future. To survive, he would have to venture out into this new world. Yet he also knew that stepping outside meant danger, some of which was explicitly recorded in the manual. If he waited a bit longer, perhaps he could obtain more detailed information from other players and improve his chances of survival. Thus, whether he should go out now was a choice he had to make himself. I wonder how they're doing, he murmured. Mo Chun thought of his friends on launching. There he had been an orphan, and for 20 years he had always gone his own way. Thanks to a life experience far longer than most, Mo Chun rarely truly connected with his peers. For social reasons, he could call many classmates and acquaintances by name, yet if he carefully counted, there were very few he genuinely worried about, few he would call true friends whose lives and deaths mattered to him. Regardless of distance or closeness, he still hoped they were safe, though he himself was far from secure. After one last glance at his own panel, a few new ideas began to take shape in his mind. Player Mo Chun. Codename Mo Chun can be renamed. Player traits: ether conversion, colorless resonant, wool silver. Trade points 0. Research points 0. Personal rating. Physical strength defective represents absolute power, explosive strength, muscular endurance, core stability. Battlefield mobility defective represents movement, efficiency, agility, terrain adaptation, endurance, mobility, stealth mobility, etc. Physiological endurance defective represents overall stamina, impact resistance, environmental endurance, recovery ability, etc. Psionic affinity unawakened. Ether conversion colorless. When the game version is iterated, you can gain the following 2 effects once each. You currently have 1 free use. You may enhance a single item, increasing its star rating. The lower the item's star rating, the stronger the enhancement. Remaining uses 0. You may analyze a single item to obtain its manufacturing technology, allowing the workbench to ignore tech level and prerequisites to produce that item. The lower the item's star rating, the higher the success rate of analysis. Remaining uses 0. A single effect cannot be used repeatedly on the same type of item. Resonant will silver. The sense of identification based personnel feel toward the base can significantly enhance their abilities in all aspects and strengthens their capacity to endure adversity, trauma, or psychological pressure. Ether conversion. Resonant will. He carefully read every word on the panel. Player traits were without a doubt the crux. The manual mentioned them, something akin to initial talents. Player traits were divided into 4 types: white, blue, silver, and colorless. Their rarity increased in that order, yet colorless did not necessarily mean it was superior to silver, only that it was more peculiar. Only 2 player traits. Was this because Mo Chun had crossed worlds twice, or simply a matter of probability? Did others share such a situation? Setting aside resonant will for the moment. This ether conversion, its uses were granted when the game version was iterated. Although it could be used more than once, the iterations of the game version. Mo Chun estimated the number of uses would definitely not be so many that he could squander them recklessly. He might even have to treat it as a one-time opportunity. He could not help feeling a little disappointed. With his experience reading online novels, if this were fiction, it ought to have been unlimited uses. Whether this was truly good or bad still depended on how it compared to others. Curious, Mo Chun looked toward the chat channel. Guys, have you seen the player traits on your panels? Why are all my attributes defective? I work out regularly. I'm construction worker white. Is everyone the same? No, I've got mighty strength blue. My physical strength attribute is moderately increased. I'm firearms mastery white meow. We finally restarted on the same starting line, so why are our starting points still different? It's so unfair. Any game that gives initial talents is trash. By the way, can we re-roll accounts? Sure. Bro, go run naked outside right now. Maybe some monster will swallow you whole, and you can restart quickly. You think that's bad? My trait is setting sail white. It slightly increases the sailing speed of whatever ship I pilot. The problem is, where am I supposed to get a ship? Completely useless. I'm planning to head out and take a look. Hope I don't step out the door and run into a monster blocking the way. Good luck. Remember to report on what it's like outside. TCH, these compressed biscuits taste awful. Where did you get compressed biscuits? From the crate, obviously. My crate only has fried chicken. What? They're different for everyone. Then why did they give me compressed biscuits? The strong never complain about their environment. But I'm weak. I not only complain about the environment, I complain about the strong too. After watching what everyone was discussing for a while, Emo-chan shifted his gaze away. No one had mentioned having a second player trait yet, and he was not foolish enough to ask outright. A colorless deer trait should be rarer than silver, but that did not mean it was necessarily stronger. If he failed to make good use of the few, perhaps even single, uses of ether conversion, it might end up worse than others' white or blue traits. He could only choose one of the two effects. Analysis was useless for now. Enhancement, however, he could use. Emo-chan glanced around the room. Most items were system-owned and could not be enhanced. He found only 3 possible targets: the cloning pod, the basic work robot, and the revolver. He could hardly enhance a sandwich or revolver bullets. A classic one-off 3 choice. Emo-chan took the revolver from the crate. The weighty feel of the weapon in his hand brought him a tangible sense of security. A metal frame, a wooden grip, an ordinary old-fashioned revolver. Yet being a real firearm, holding it still stirred a certain excitement. After fiddling with the cylinder for a while, he set it down. Enhancing the revolver had been Emo-chan's first thought. In an unknown environment, what offers more security than a weapon? Without question, an even stronger weapon. Yet Emo-chan still hesitated. If he enhanced the revolver, and it turned into, say, a rifle, without ammunition, what then? Even if he enhanced it together with the bullets, there would still be unknown variables. On his first enhancement, he had not even figured out the mechanism behind it. If enhancement only upgraded the item, but altered its type, was there not a possibility he might obtain a high-star non-weapon? In that case, he would lose his only weapon. Extremely dangerous. That was only one of the considerations running through Emo-chan's mind. More importantly, he did not urgently need a stronger weapon because everyone had a revolver. Clearly, the challenges players faced at the start were designed to be solvable with that single firearm. From the manual, Emo-chan already knew this game had no setting where you gained experience and leveled up by killing monsters. The importance of weapons could, for the time being, be ranked a bit lower. Next, he eliminated the cloning pod. What could it become after enhancement? A cloned biohuman. A medical pod. In any case, he had nothing right now. Even if it could clone a great sage, he would not have the means to activate it. After weighing everything, Emo-chan concluded that targeting the basic work robot was the optimal choice. If the robot were upgraded, it would most likely gain both combat and production capabilities, making it far more versatile than the other 2 options. Moreover, the basic work robot currently only had a hauling function. Even if the outcome did not meet his expectations, it probably would not cause serious problems. Having made his choice, Emo-chan watched as a stream of light surged from his forehead and flowed into the half-height mechanical body nearby. He felt no discomfort, yet the phenomenon was undeniably marvelous. The glow blocked the robot's transformation from view, preventing Emo-chan from seeing what happened inside. The radiance lasted a full 10 minutes, and in an instant a streak of orange flickered within it. Enhancing basic work robot 3-star obtained advanced. Unnamed new human, an unknown branch of humanity possessing an ether core organ within the body, requiring no food, with extremely fast stamina recovery and strong regenerative ability, capable of handling most tasks. Physical strength normal. Battlefield mobility normal. Physiological endurance excellent. Psionic affinity unawakened. When the light fully dissipated, the half-height machine was gone. In its place lay a girl curled up on the ground. She wore a simple white work uniform adorned with black lines and patterns. The thin fabric only further accentuated her slightly slender frame. The girl slowly opened her eyes under Emo-chan's gaze. When she lifted her head, Emo-chan finally saw the delicate features beneath her short brown-black hair. Only the pale blue eyes carried a trace of confusion, lending her a slightly dazed, adorable air. That big machine really turned into a human. He was genuinely astonished. "Commander, hello." The girl spoke softly, her voice reaching Emo-chan's ears. She was no different from an ordinary person with none of the original machine's traits, aside from an exterior that was almost too flawless. "Hello, how should I address you?" Emo-chan hesitated a moment before asking. "Commander, I currently do not possess a designation. Could you give me a name? Let's call you Nora, how about that?" A name suddenly came to his mind, though he could not recall its exact origin. "It's a very good name. Thank you, Commander." Her voice was gentle and pleasant. Coupled with that pretty cute face, talking to her felt entirely pressure-free for Emo-chan. Moreover, he instinctively felt a kind of intimacy toward her, as though there were some inexplicable connection. "Do you have any tasks for me now?" Nora asked. "Any task at all?" Emo-chan gazed at the girl's refined features and slowly spoke. "Yes," Nora answered without the slightest hesitation. "I don't understand this place yet, but I plan to go outside and take a look." After pondering for a moment, Emo-chan said, "If we run into danger, can you protect me?" Though Nora's frame was even smaller than his, she did not look particularly strong. I will do my utmost to protect you, Commander, but I do not possess much combat capability. You may send me out alone to scout the surroundings. Nora offered a suggestion. Better not. Imo-chun did not agree. Their conversation had gone so smoothly that he already felt an unusual fondness and trust toward her. Perhaps he really was a face connoisseur. In the chat channel, quite a few people had already left their bases. Imo-chun could not afford to be too timid. He looked at the single protective suit lying in the crate. Connecting protective suit to network. Connection complete. Initiating protective suit function diagnostics. Main system operating normally. Radiation protection operating normally. Air purification operating normally. Network navigation operating normally. Vital signs monitoring operating normally. Scanning current environment. Atmospheric composition suitable. Atmospheric pressure 1 atm. Gravity index 0. 9G. Air quality moderate. Air temperature 22°C. Scanning current vital signs. No anomalies. Scan complete. Current environment is highly suitable. A series of mechanical synthetic announcements sounded. It all carried a distinctly high-grade sci-fi feel. Imo-chun moved around a bit. The suit weighed only about 10 kilograms, far lighter than he had expected, barely affecting his movements, and his field of vision remained exceptionally clear. After climbing several upward steps, he saw the iron door at the end of the corridor. The door used a fingerprint lock. He unlocked it and pulled the iron door open. Beyond was still a small empty room with another door at the far end. This was not a pointless nested design. The room served a role akin to an airlock, preventing direct connection between the outside and the base, thus keeping the base's internal environment suitable. If both doors were opened simultaneously, the external environment would invade the base, altering pressure, oxygen levels, temperature, and so on. Though the base could recover, it would consume considerable time and a large amount of power. Imo-chun walked straight ahead and opened the second door. Thud. Light poured in from outside, but due to the suit's full enclosure, he felt almost nothing. Once he stepped outside, another prompt sounded by his ear. Rescanning environment. Atmospheric composition scan. Still habitable. Atmospheric pressure changed to 0. 8 atm. Gravity index unchanged. Air quality changed to unhealthy. Air temperature changed to 13°C. Notice the current environment is slightly unsuitable with no major immediate threat, but long-term exposure will damage individuals with defective level physiological endurance. Sensitive persons are advised to keep wearing protective suits and to avoid damage to the suit's physical protection. The new prompts were within his expectations. He had already seen similar reports in the chat channel. An atmospheric pressure of 0. 8 atm was equivalent to standing on a plateau at about 2,000 meters altitude. Long-term exposure could be fatal. 13 degrees Celsius was a bit cold, but still tolerable. As for the unhealthy air quality, Imo-chun had no way to judge it. He certainly would not remove his protective suit to take a breath. That would be suicidal. Judged by cosmic standards, this planet was already an excellent habitable world for humans. Beyond Earth, blue star, no known planet could match it. Yet for fragile humans, it was still hard to endure. Imo-chun had no idea how long he could last with. Conditions were roughly the same across this cluster zone. He did not know whether other regions differed. Imo-chun's eyes eagerly took in the surroundings. His curiosity about this new world was already burning. Towering trees, lush forests. The natural ecology here was astonishingly rich. Yet all the colors of this world seemed a shade dimmer and blurrier than on Blue Star, as though he were wearing a barely noticeable pair of tinted glasses, subtly suppressing one's mood. It was not the suit. Everything had looked normal inside the base. Was it the light? Or the planet's atmosphere? Setting aside this filter, this place did not seem too different from forests on Blue Star. The only issue was the absence of any visible animals. Imo-chun turned back to look at where he had come from. The base lay about 2 to 3 meters underground, connected by a passage leading to the surface. From above ground, the visible structure was not very large. Thud. The iron door opened once more. He looked over in puzzlement to see Nora stepping out of the base. What is it? I must protect the commander. You're fine without a protective suit. The air quality here cannot harm me. Nora shook her head. Imo-chun did not press the issue. Nora's physiological endurance was at least 2 levels higher than his, so she should be fine. If you start feeling unwell, tell me immediately. Understood. Standing together, they no longer faced the world alone, and the sense of unease diminished significantly. Commander, what shall we do next? Let me think. Imo-chun began to ponder. Should they search for food? Food would not be easy to find. He did not know what species these trees were. They were generally thick and tall, at least over 10 meters high, but not particularly dense with gaps between trunks. Short shrubs and weeds grew at their bases, but not high enough to block a person. Thus, at a glance, the view remained fairly open, allowing them to see dozens of meters away. Within that range, he found nothing but trees. Drawing on his experience playing sandbox games, he figured the first step should be logging, since gathering nearby resources was the simplest. But if he wanted to chop trees, he had no axe, and he certainly lacked the ability to punch wood barehanded. Besides, he had no idea whether the wood would even be useful. Could he really feed it into the workbench to make planks? Mo-chun decided to first circle around the base. After all, he would likely have to live here for quite some time. The manual also stated that exploring the wilderness offered a chance to discover treasure chests, though danger might accompany them. With that in mind, he tightened his grip on the revolver. Though the manual described many terrifying creatures, during the novice protection period, the probability of encountering danger remained quite low. On his first outing, Mo-chun did not encounter a treasure chest first. From a distance, he saw several alien creatures that looked somewhat familiar, about the size of a football with a bluish-purple color. Their shape resembled that of a turtle, except that the shell on their backs was not as thick and their heads seemed to consist only of a mouth. The large mouth that occupied half their bodies made it seem as if they were mere mouths with 4 small feet below. As for eyes and noses, Mo-chun did not see any. They might lack sight, smell, or even hearing. Such peculiar creatures should not exist on Blue Star. Many bizarre creatures in the ocean seemed to be more acceptable than these. Although these alien beings were not particularly attractive, they were not terrifying either. When Mo-chun saw them, they were busy gnawing on a tree, completely ignoring him and Nora. Had they not noticed them, or were they? Mo-chun's finger was already resting on the trigger of his revolver. But why did they seem familiar? He recalled seeing these creatures in the biological section of the manual. Biological name: Hachi. From tropics to polar regions, from caves to seashores, Hachi are very common omnivores, as they can detect and absorb nutrients from most substances, resulting in a broad diet that includes most plants and even rocks and soil. They possess strong adaptability, and different environments and foods can lead to the emergence of new species or even subspecies of Hachi, with hundreds of varieties and subspecies discovered to date. Threat level low. Hachi are creatures at the bottom of the food chain, and their ability to receive external information is poor. They can only sense weak light changes, with a few light-sensitive spots on their heads. Most subspecies do not exhibit proactive aggression, but if provoked, Hachi may retaliate with their mouths. Biological value: medium. Hachi are animals that can be domesticated and consumed, although their meat yield is low. Their primary excretion is an excellent combustible material that can replace coal. If they consume metallic ores, they will also excrete highly pure metals and other waste at different times, making them an inefficient biological refining device. Main subspecies: grass Hachi, cave Hachi, icefield Hachi, scavenging Hachi, large Hachi. The manual provided a fairly comprehensive introduction about them, occupying an entire page, but I couldn't recall the more detailed parts. No danger. As a biological refining device, Hachi are one of the few creatures that can be domesticated and consumed, making them very suitable for farming, especially these grass Hachi in front of me. Their diet includes trees, fungal mud, algae, and even soil. They are not picky eaters at all. Being non-picky means the farming costs are extremely low. Although the meat yield is also low, they still serve a biological refining purpose. Thinking of this, Mo-chun's gaze softened a lot when looking at them. Imagining them as puppies was actually not— Commander. Nora's puzzled voice interrupted Mo-chun's thoughts. He came back to his senses and glanced at the Hachi again, a total of 4 common grass Hachi, unsure if there were any nearby. Mo-chun did not approach them, but marked their location. Whether for farming or hunting, it was not time to make a decision. Since they posed no threat, he hoped they would stay put and not run off. Let's go. Mo-chun set off again. This forest was truly lacking in discernibility, but fortunately the protective suit had a navigation function, so he did not have to worry about getting lost. After walking for nearly an hour, Mo-chun finally found the first treasure chest. The wooden box was half buried in the grass and was somewhat smaller than the storage box at the base. However, the wooden box was not very conspicuous, leading him to wonder if he had missed it on the way here. He focused his gaze on it. Inside the protective suit, Mo-chun could see words floating above the treasure chest. 1-star treasure chest, I finally found it. A glimmer of joy flashed in Mo-chun's eyes, but he remained cautious. After observing his surroundings and confirming there was no danger, he approached it. However, opening the wooden box instantly disappointed him. Inside the box were stacked many stone axes with nothing else. What was he supposed to do with so many axes? Even if they were stone axes, it would have been nice to find at least an iron one. Mo-chun was somewhat speechless. But at least they were tools, and their craftsmanship didn't seem too bad. After counting, there were a total of 8. The box did not disappear after being opened like in games, so adhering to the principle of not wasting, Mo-chun planned to carry the box away. However, the box weighed about 40 pounds, a little heavier than a 5-gallon jug of water. Although Mo-chun's physique was not such that he couldn't lift it, the combined weight of the box and the protective suit was clearly affecting his movement. In case of an emergency escape, Commander, let me handle it. Nora offered, naturally taking the wooden box from Mo-chun. She lifted the box effortlessly as if it were merely a bottle of mineral water. Mo-chun was slightly surprised, but quickly felt relieved. It wasn't that he was weak, it was that Nora was too strong. Then I'll leave it to you. Imo-chun didn't hold back and let Nora lead with the box. While being vigilant of their surroundings, he also opened the chat channel, occasionally glancing at the situations of others. Of course, his main focus remained on the forest around them, ensuring he would notice any movement. Isn't it said that fools have good fortune? I'm so foolish. Where's my fortune? Where's the treasure chest? They say you can't gain without labor. You want something for nothing after you worked for it. How can that be? Can anyone spare some food? Wait, it's only been an hour. Isn't there food in the chest? I was on a diet before and haven't eaten in a long time. I accidentally finished all the food just now. Are you a pig? Eating a day's worth of food in one meal. Is there anyone selling basic transport robots or cloning pods? Who would sell those two treasures? Can you afford the price? Just the transaction tax is so high. Private chat. Guys, I encountered a ghost. I just went out of the base and saw a silhouette by the river. I thought I found another player, but he stood there like a zombie, motionless by the water. When he turned around, I found I couldn't see his face at all, and he emanated black mist. It's hard to describe that feeling. In short, it was terrifying. I shot him 6 times and he didn't die. Thankfully, I was far away and I ran fast, otherwise it would have been game over. Zombie. Could there be a biohazard in this world? It should be a corrupted residual shadow. Page 14 of the manual, the first entry. You're really unlucky. Seems so. It looks like this revolver isn't much use either. You guys are making me afraid to go outside. It's fine. I went for a stroll and saw nothing, but got a treasure chest. Bro, if you're feeling insecure, want to get a steel sword for self-defense. Selling cheap. Get lost. If a revolver is useless, what good is a steel sword? Watching the chat channel, Imo-chan fell into deep thought. There was a river in the distance ahead, and there was also a silhouette by the river. At this distance, he could only see a rough outline. The good news was that it was not a human figure, clearly not a corrupted residual shadow. The bad news was that it appeared to be a large creature, and from a distance, it looked like a big black bear drinking water, definitely not a friendly encounter. Isn't there supposed to be beginner protection? What is that? Shoo. Imo-chan broke out in a cold sweat, quickly retreating with Nora until they were out of sight. Nora, do you know what that is? He couldn't help but ask the person beside him. If it was just a black bear, the revolver could deal with it. But if it were a monster scarier than a corrupted residual shadow? I don't know. Nora shook her head. She had only been in this world for a few hours and knew even less about this planet than Imo-chan. The river blocked their path. Even without the black bear, they couldn't proceed. Thus the two returned to the base, having only found one treasure chest in nearly 2 hours of exploration. The sky had already darkened considerably compared to the beginning. They did not find any fruit trees or mushrooms as food along the way. They did find some distinctly different varieties of grass and flowers, but they were unsure if they were edible. Besides the hachi, they encountered a few other creatures, none of which posed any danger. However, the quantity of these creatures was clearly much lower than that of Blue Star's forest, where insects and reptiles were abundant. Here, not even a single mosquito could be seen, making the ecosystem very strange. The protective suit's mapping system also recorded his exploration data, specifically the static information of the terrain. About 2 kilometers south of the base, there was a river, though apart from that it was all forest. Back at the base, Imo-chan sat at the computer desk to rest. He had been tense the whole time outside, fearing that a monster might suddenly appear. Nora seemed much more relaxed. After putting down a box of stone axes, she appeared completely unfazed. The time displayed on the computer was year 15005, June 28, Monday to 01516. However, since this was standard time, it did not represent the natural time outside or his schedule. He had no idea what time zone he was in. It didn't seem late outside, but who knew if this world even had nights? Not a soul in sight. Danger lurks everywhere. What is the meaning of living here? It's better to end the suffering. Is it possible that the revolver is meant for that? But how do you know if death will bring more pain? You might end up tortured in hell, or perhaps remain in darkness until you collapse. Can't you say something? If you're not afraid to die, why fear anything else? At this point, we can only strive to survive. Since this is a game, it won't lead us to a dead end. Yes, think of your loved ones. We must hold on for at least another month to see them once more. At least we can still chat here. The future will surely improve. Last one is Free Maru Spicy. What you love is your life. Well said. So does anyone have a unit of wood to lend me? I'll pay back double tomorrow. Don't trust that above. Most likely a scammer. Brothers can chop trees, feed them into the shredder, and get the first bucket of gold. You can stuff stones directly, but the efficiency is a bit low. Don't stuff food. The cost effectiveness is very low. Don't ask me how I know. Thanks for the reminder. Help. I've been bitten by a monster. Is there anyone with something to stop the bleeding? Urgent. I remember there's a plan in the manual that can stop bleeding. Not sure if it's sold in the market. Stimulants can also stop bleeding, but they're quite expensive. Bubbling. The chat channel is still lively, skimming over the unimportant messages. Many notifications still pop up. There are those in despair wanting to commit suicide, warm-hearted ones persuading, as well as scammers and advertisements, meaningless insults, and spam for people. Overall, it's not as bad as imagined. The discussion environment is even better than a forum. Mo Chun recalled the first page of the manual about rebuilding civilization. He wondered when he would meet others, and whether the first person he encountered would be good or bad. He roughly calculated the land area of 470 Earths. If distributed evenly, each person would have over 10 square kilometers of area, making the distance between two players quite far, at least half an hour of travel. However, this is just simple math. Mo Chun cannot determine the terrain, the land area of each planet, nor the rules for deploying players. But according to his theoretical distance, it doesn't seem too far. Preparations are still necessary. Given the circumstances, let's chop trees first. He no longer wasted time and focused on himself. With an axe in hand, what was he waiting for? Mo Chun took the stone axe and stepped outside again. Nora, let's go. Mo Chun called out. She naturally had no objections. The two stepped outside, each with a stone axe. Mo Chun looked around and chose a tree with a diameter about the length of his palm. It was the smallest nearby, roughly 10 meters tall. This one will do. He gripped the axe tightly and swung it down with force. Thud, thud, thud. He continued to chop with several vigorous strikes, the recoil causing pain in his palms before he stopped to catch his breath. But upon seeing the markings on the tree, he realized he had only managed to chop off a layer of bark. Chopping trees is not an easy task. Mo Chun took a short break before resuming his efforts. Yet after a few minutes he gave up. Although his protective gear provided some cushioning, his palms were already sore. Moreover, the protective gear was not without its negatives. Engaging in vigorous activity while wearing several kilograms of sealed clothing, he felt fortunate that he wasn't suffering serious discomfort thanks to the sophisticated technology of the gear. The tree he was chopping also showed little progress. He had truly underestimated the difficulty of tree felling. He glanced back at Nora. Her progress was clearly much faster. Her chopping movements were strong, already leaving a noticeable notch on the tree, and the tree she was working on was significantly larger than his. But her progress wasn't excessively rapid. Chopping trees with a stone axe mainly requires patience. Each swing only chips away a bit of wood. Commander, with the efficiency of this tool, I estimate it will take me about 40 to 60 minutes to chop down this tree. Nora suggested. While chopping, you can head back to rest first. She really meant it. Mo Chun didn't hesitate and prepared to return. However, before heading back, he first handed the revolver to Nora. Be careful. Back at the base, Mo Chun didn't just sit idle. After taking a few sips from a large bottle of mineral water, Mo Chun sat down in front of the computer. After browsing through some features, he noticed a friend request. Li Si Meng from Blue Star. Mo Chun initially met her in the game. Both were orphans, and although they lived in different cities and rarely met offline, they chatted daily on QQ and teamed up in the game, making her one of the people Mo Chun was closest to. After accepting, he received a quick message. Li Si Meng, why did it take so long to accept the friend request? Angry. Jig. Li Si Meng, how are things on your side? The reply came swiftly. Mo Chun, it's okay, how about you? Meanwhile, Mo Chun clicked on her avatar to check 104211515 quite far away. Li Si Meng, everything is normal. Then she sent over her player traits. Li Si Meng, share player trait: star energy, awakening mirror, shuttling, colorless, can shuttle between reflective surfaces. Mo Chun saw this and also sent Li Si Meng the description of his player traits, but only in the form of ether conversion. It wasn't that he didn't trust Li Si Meng, but Mo Chun felt there was no need to avoid unnecessary questions. However, Li Si Meng's player trait, what on earth? Mo Chun stared at the description in shock. Unlike him, Li Si Meng not only possessed a colorless player trait, but it also seemed to belong to the category of superpowers. Mo Chun had never seen this kind of thing in the chat channel. Mo Chun 6. Li Si Meng, with our brothers together, how could there be a single general? Mo Chun, if nothing's wrong, I want say more. Contact me if there's anything. Li Si Meng, haha. Mo Chun, do you have any urgent matters? Mo Chun, is there anything we can talk about here? We should find a way to get food. Li Si Meng, of course. I just returned to the country and was about to find you when I landed, and now I'm here. Li Si Meng, the feeling of watching penguins in Antarctica still feels like yesterday. I collected a few particularly beautiful stones to give you, but they're all gone. Mo Chun, no thanks, I want to throw away all those random gifts you gave me, including that lipstick from last time. What do you want me to do with that? Li Si Meng, that was lip balm, okay. I sent you a tube of the brand I use because I saw your lips were chapped. Who told you not to drink more water? Now you want to drink more, but there's no chance. Mo Chun, stop. No more nonsense. Li Si Meng, fine, you're busy. I'll go outside to find treasure. Mo Chun, be careful, stay safe. Li Si Meng, even in difficult times, we must strive forward. Mo Chun, Li Si Meng, no worries, I can teleport back with a cup of water from the base. After chatting casually for a while, Mo Chun checked other functions. Soon he found a post in the forum feature. Must read. The most efficient way to acquire points. A seasoned lumberjack teaches you how to chop trees and take off. This post had an astonishing view count exceeding 5 million and still growing, which is why it was pinned to a position where Mo-chun could see it at a glance. First, I tested the trade station for the cost-effectiveness of various resources. A mature tree can yield several thousand trade points when shredded. In contrast, ordinary stones have a recovery efficiency of about 1 point per 10 kilograms. Thus, one large tree is at least equivalent to picking up dozens of tons of crushed stones, and sand is similar. This is why I say chopping trees is currently the fastest way to earn trade points. Finding the right method is crucial. Chopping trees appears to be merely a simple physical task, but there are some important details to note, especially controlling the direction in which the tree falls. Even on Blue Star, many lumberjacks die each year due to this. I used to be a lumberjack, so I'm willing to share some of my personal tips, hoping that if you find them helpful, you'll encourage me a bit after earning some trade points. First, regarding tools, there are currently only stone axes and iron axes available. If you want to chop trees, don't even consider the stone axe. It's not only less efficient than the iron axe, but it also loses its sharpness quickly. If you must use a stone axe, I suggest chopping branches instead. Don't think that chopping trees is simple. A novice with a stone axe wouldn't be able to fell a big tree in a day. Secondly, choose smaller trees whenever possible. The environment we're in is not favorable, so we need to quickly earn trade points, which will also ease our minds. If it's a large tree, even an experienced user with an iron axe might not be able to chop down 2 big trees in a whole day, and transportation is even more troublesome. It's important to note that heavy physical labor will increase your food intake. Always keep some trade points on hand. Here are specific techniques for chopping trees, especially controlling the direction in which they fall. Before chopping a tree, assess whether it's worth cutting down considering the thickness of the trunk, the tilt direction, and nearby obstacles. Plan the direction of the fall beforehand. There are many key points, including the hardness of the wood, whether it's hollow, the distribution of branches, and the center of gravity. Especially calculate the safe distance. Novices without experience must force themselves to assess a tree for 10 minutes before considering cutting it down. Comment: what if I don't have any trees? I only have a desolate desert here with hardly any grass growing. You're doing better than me. My area seems to be in the polar region. Once I step outside, it's minus 30 degrees, nothing but ice as far as the eye can see. It's freezing. Even being alive is tough. I want to go south. See you in the south, brothers. What if you end up in Antarctica? Haha. At least there are Inuit people surviving on the ice plains. My desert is truly despair. Ooh, I've never heard of anyone surviving in a desert. Actually, there are Arid people and Navajo who can survive in the desert. Surviving in 2 extreme environments is tough, and at least in the desert there's hope of either walking out or finding an oasis. On the ice plains, it's nearly impossible to get out. In the ice plains, at least fresh water isn't lacking. Besides sand, what else can you obtain in the desert? It's hard to even buy water. I have an idea. People in the ice plains can sell ice water to those in the desert to cool off, and desert dwellers can sell hot sand to those in the ice plains for warmth. Genius. But the distance between the desert and the ice plains usually falls under a Tier 3 trade, which incurs a tax equivalent to 40% of the item's value. Buying and selling would mean 80%. But the value of water and sand is quite low, and the trade tax isn't much. I feel that this trading function is our greatest reliance for survival. What if I'm a girl and can't chop trees? Can someone send me a unit of wood? I can send a photo in return. Women lack strength. Let's collect branches and leave transportation to basic hauling robots. They may be cheaper, but their efficiency is still decent. Thanks, big guy. May good people live in peace. Mo-chun browsed the forum for a while. The forum actually had several sections categorized by different languages: English, Chinese, Russian, and so on. Even the Chinese section. Although a user could only post once a day and it required 10 trade points. However, with such a vast number of users, there were already numerous posts, with many having hundreds of thousands of views and the latest comments appearing at a rate of dozens per minute. After all, at least hundreds of millions of Chinese were using this platform simultaneously, something no software on Blue Star could achieve. Mo-chun was actually a bit curious about how the software's streaming algorithm worked, especially regarding likes and views. Was it a program written by humans? His thoughts drifted a bit too far. He closed the forum and opened the trading platform, which had 3 options. Purchase: buying items will incur an additional trade point cost based on a certain percentage of the item's estimated value. 10 for regional trades, 20 for area trades, 40 for planetary trades, and cross-planet trades are not open yet. Sell: you can set a price and list items, current slots available. 33. Exchange: items can be traded for other items, and once the trade is completed, both parties must pay a certain percentage of the item's estimated value in trade points. 15 for regional trades. 30 for area trades, 60 for planetary trades, and cross-planet trades are not open, yet it's not very complicated. Mo-chun glanced at the market. There was a plethora of items for sale: stones, wood, soil, flowers, food, fresh water, various tools, and furniture. Even someone was selling revolvers, cloning pods, and robots. Did they not realize these items must be useful? Moreover, would anyone actually buy them? Regardless of how low the prices were, they still had to pay transaction taxes, especially for the last two items, where the taxes were undoubtedly high. Even if trade points were given away, there would still be corresponding taxes. He checked the prices. Since the purchase price already included transaction taxes, the cheapest revolver cost over $600, which didn't seem too expensive. The minimum purchase price for a cloning pod was over $30,000, and the same for robots. Because the estimated value of cloning pods and robots was 300,000 trade points, even regional trades would require at least 30,000 trade points in taxes. At first glance, it didn't seem particularly high. A single tree costs several thousand, and selling a few trees could exchange for a robot. However, it was understandable. It was precisely because most people were short on money that they hoped to exchange items they didn't need for what they urgently required. If Imo-chan hadn't found the treasure chest, he would probably have to consider selling some important items to exchange for an axe, just to start chopping trees. Some people in certain regions didn't even have trees, making it even more difficult. Some even simply wanted to give up on life, giving away items for a mere dollar, with the remaining 30 to 60,000 being purely transaction taxes. There were definitely such people, but they were few. There was only one robot priced over 30,000, after which the prices jumped sharply, with the lowest being over 60,000. There were 3 cloning pods priced over 30,000, and the next tier at 40 to 50,000 added up to quite a bit, while those over 60,000 were even more numerous. Unlike robots, the price curve for cloning pods was relatively gentle, and there were clearly more sellers. However, even so, who had that much money at this stage? Imo-chan stopped focusing on this and turned to search. Fortunately, there was a categorization and search function. Otherwise, there were at least hundreds of types of wood, making it hard to find what he needed. He searched for a chainsaw, but no results were found. He searched for a stone axe. A bunch of users' old stone axes appeared with prices all over the place. However, he could sort them by the lowest price. The lowest price was 24. Iron axes had a minimum price of 180. Why the huge difference? Imo-chan carefully examined the price curve. Oh, there was only one stone axe priced at 24. After someone picked it up cheap, the minimum price jumped to 34 and then got bought, rising to 36. That was more like it. He saw an invisible hand pushing the price up. Imo-chan immediately listed 7 stone axes on the trading platform, pricing them at 30. The system estimated the value of the stone axe at 50, meaning it would cost 35 to purchase within the same area. Remaining listing slots 1. Remaining trade attempts today, 25. Would you like to list? Yes, after confirming. You sold a stone axe earning 30 trade points. You sold a stone axe earning 30 trade points. In less than a minute, all 7 were sold, making him feel a bit of a loss. Not dwelling on that, he searched for an iron axe. When he first entered sorting by the lowest price, he even saw an iron axe priced at 75. Unfortunately, it quickly returned to 180. He had no idea how much the transaction tax was. Why did watching this thing feel like watching the stock market? Imo-chan waited for a while, observing that the price of iron axes showed no signs of dropping, but he still managed to find one for 165. Opening the trading platform, the stone axes were already gone, replaced by metal iron axes. Is this really space technology? It's truly amazing. Imo-chan stopped his wild thoughts and left the location with the iron axe. Upon exiting, he saw Nora blankly chopping down trees. As he handed over the iron axe, he curiously asked, "Do you need a break?" "Commander, this intensity of work is not enough to tire my body." "Then do you feel tired? Do you need to sleep?" "In theory, my physiological structure is no different from a normal person, but I can work 24 hours without any issue. Only extremely high intensity may be unsustainable. I'm not that heartless." Imo-chan exchanged tools with Nora. He took the stone axe while Nora switched to the iron axe. They both found a tree and swung their axes. "By the way, Nora, can you control the direction the tree falls? Don't miss and hurt anyone." "Of course. And this tool is much more efficient. I can finish cutting down a tree within 20 minutes. "Impressive, but you must pay attention to the direction the tree falls, just like the tutorial I showed you before." Imo-chan praised while emphasizing the point. The mortality rate for lumberjacks was already quite high during peaceful times on Blue Star, let alone for those like them, using primitive tools without experience. Then it may have to be a bit slower. I'm not worried about that, safety comes first. Even if Nora went a bit slower, her speed was still outrageous. After all, even the experienced lumberjack mentioned on the forum would take several hours to chop down a large tree. But if you want to work, there's no helping it. It should be getting dark soon, and we can rest when we can't see anymore. Imo-chan looked at the sky, which was already beginning to darken. Although there were a few lights in the base, they wouldn't reach outside, and the base's door couldn't be kept open for long, or else air would flow in. It seemed like it wasn't impossible. Imo-chan had a sudden thought: if he stayed in his protective suit, could he turn off the base's air purification system? Forget it, no need to engage in dangerous activities. "Commander, I suggest we light a bonfire for a light source. It's completely sufficient for me." Aquila, do you really love working that much? Commander. Fine, can you ensure safety? My perception ability is quite good. Ooh, I can definitely detect if any danger approaches. Then I appreciate your hard work. As they chopped trees, both chatted, though if one were to evaluate their work efficiency, it would be clear Mo-chun was slacking. Moreover, he had agreed to Nora's request for work. After all, time and resources were indeed very important right now. He then returned and bought a fire starter from the trading platform, which wasn't expensive, costing only 6 trade points. Purchasing the fire starter was indeed very convenient, as the cost of starting a fire by oneself far exceeded 6 points. Mo-chan planned to set a fire outside the base first. But before that, he and Nora patrolled the vicinity of the base together to ensure there were no dangers to prevent the flames from attracting anything. Boom! With the last chop, the first large tree crashed to the ground, raising clouds of dust, and the thinner end broke off directly. But afterward, Mo-chun and Nora just stared blankly at the fallen tree. They discovered a new problem. How were they going to transport this tree to the trading station? They had no experience in logging, and now they realized it. Even though they had trimmed the crown and broke off a section, the weight of this tree was nearly 2 tons, far too heavy for 2 people to lift. With a length of over 10 meters, it couldn't even fit inside the base. To transport it back, they would have to chop it into smaller pieces, but that would take an unknown amount of time. Originally thinking that chopping down trees was the greatest challenge, they now found that the difficulty of transportation was only increasing. Thus, Nora began her new task. She divided the tree into 6 sections, each about 2 to 3 meters long, plus the broken piece. Then she began pushing them into the base's trading station one by one. Fortunately, the base only had stairs leading down, and thankfully the trading station had a bottom entrance that allowed direct entry, otherwise it would be impossible to lift them. Bear in mind, although the tree was already divided into 6 sections, each section still weighed over 400 kilograms. This weight of large timber was almost entirely handled by Nora, leaving Mo-chun with little to contribute. Mo-chun was already quite surprised that Nora could push this thing. To be honest, he hadn't expected the system's evaluation of ordinary attributes to be so impressive. This was anything but ordinary. He could only do his best to move some branches and small pieces of wood. It was not until 2 hours later, when the sky had darkened, that Nora and Mo-chun finally completed the transport. With the grinding machine roaring to life, all the wood disappeared into the machine. Recovered wood 12. 6 units, wood value 300 unit. Earned 3,780 trade points, 3 research points. Recovered wood 2. For units, would value 150 unit. Earned 360 trade points, 1 research point. Trade point recovery limit 4,140,100,000 research points. Earned this week 410. Did you know there is a distinction between timber and wood? Their values differ significantly, but I wonder how they are categorized. Perhaps it has to do with size. Timber likely refers to whole logs, while wood refers to small branches and bark. It seems like beavers. A single tree can yield 4,000 trade points, which is good, but is it a bit low with just a 10 to sandpoint cap? Surely there must be a way to reset or increase the recovery limit. Mo-chun was still contemplating whether he could buy a robot, but it seemed like a far-fetched idea now. It appears that reaching 1,000 points would grant an additional research point, making it exactly 10 research points at the cap. Nora hurriedly went out to work again, selecting the small tree that Mo-chun had initially chopped down, which shouldn't take too long. Although Mo-chun's role was merely to assist Nora, the 2 hours of physical activity left him somewhat fatigued. He then turned on his computer. The tree-cutting post had seen its views triple again, reaching 15 million. However, the comments section was no longer as friendly as it had started out. In fact, many users began to harshly criticize the author. The main reason was that many who saw the post intended to go chop trees, but found themselves exhausted after 2 or 3 hours, only to discover the same issue, as Mo-chun transportation was impossible. This problem had been mentioned in the comments early on, but it was only now that it was being acknowledged by those who had Even though the basic transport robot had the capacity to drag items, it could only manage up to 200 kilograms and had requirements for the transported objects. This meant they had to split the fallen trees into dozens of pieces to have any chance of transporting them back to the base. Dividing and transporting a several-ton tree was far too challenging for them. It would take at least a whole day, perhaps even several days. Collecting branches would be more efficient. In an hour, they could reliably gather dozens of kilograms of wood. Regarding this point, the post's author had engaged in a debate with commenters. Since the post was fundamentally an instructional one, despite some misleading aspects, there were still supporters for the author. Thus, a significant argument erupted in the comments section, making Mo-chun feel as if he had returned to certain websites from Blue Star. After reflecting on this, he exited the post. In the Chinese-speaking region, there was a post pinned at the top. It was an official encouragement post from Huagua. To all citizens of Huagua, please maintain the courage to survive, dear comrades, fellow citizens and friends. Despite the sudden upheaval bringing unprecedented changes, do not easily give up. We all may feel fear, confusion, and even loneliness, but remember none of us are alone. People all around the world are facing the same challenges. Even though all official departments have come to a standstill, we are making efforts to reconnect with our nation. Our experts are working diligently to understand the situation and develop strategies. We face an unknown world, but humanity will surely overcome and adapt to it. We must unite using chat channels as basic units to help each other, whether through online resource sharing or offline practical assistance. I call upon all citizens of Huagua to share their experiences and knowledge as much as possible to reduce meaningless internal strife and to maintain a positive mindset. This post contained limited information and was rather formulaic, mainly aimed at boosting morale, but its importance was undeniable. This suggests that the Huagua government has at least not collapsed, and there is a possibility for reconstruction, although it will undoubtedly be very difficult. However, this speed of response exceeded Mo Chen's expectations. I wonder how this post managed to stand out among so many others. Although most of those who saw it would give it a thumbs up, there are just too many posts on the entire forum. Perhaps it was just a matter of posting more. After all, it was not his concern. There are over 4 billion people, and there are certainly plenty of elites and intelligent individuals. Mo Chen did not consider himself special. However, after reading this post, he did feel somewhat reassured. At the very least, the online environment would improve a bit. Within just one day, he had already seen countless scam messages, arguments, and last words. It seemed that at some point people began posting in the same format, titling their posts with their names, hoping someone would see, while the content served as their last words. And this was only the first day. After browsing other posts for a while, it didn't seem like a waste of time. Mo Chen had also gained a general understanding of this world through these posts. Although the environments of various planets differ, they are not excessively exaggerated, but the most consistent observation is the noticeably lower biomass. Some speculate this relates to the polluted planets, while others believe Blue Star is the exception, and some even think these 470 planets are merely toys created by the gods. With over 4 billion players, some started in forests, others in deserts, and even some on islands. Some gained powerful player traits, while others encountered different opportunities. Of course, these are just a minority. More people faced various dangers. These could be categorized into personal issues, natural threats, and monster threats. Personal issues refer to individuals who cannot survive in a non-modern environment. Although there are no elderly or children, the number of sick and disabled adults remains significant. According to related posts, the proportion of this group is between 10 to 15. They can survive in modern society, but it is much more challenging now. Some severely ill or disabled individuals find it hard to last even a day without considering food. These people are the most desperate. Natural threats refer to those whose initial bases are located in uninhabitable or even harsh terrains, facing dangers in extreme heat, cold, or other natural disasters. One post speculated that about 30 or even more people face significant natural threats, with a considerable portion stuck in dire situations, unable to leave their bases. In comparison to the first two, the last threat of monsters is relatively smaller thanks to the gifted revolver. According to the manual, before the tide rises on the 7th day, most beings encountered by individuals are ordinary creatures, which can typically be resolved with a single shot. Only a very few have encountered particularly dangerous monsters that led to trouble. After reading this post, Mo Chen understood who had been posting those last words. Although the so-called game considered the survival abilities of people outside the 1554 age range, this seemed to be the only mercy. With a base of over 4 billion, it is hard to estimate how many fell into despair upon arriving in this world. Overall, Mo Chen's luck was actually quite good. His personal situation and player traits were decent, and being in a forest as the starting base was already better than many. Even in his chat area, not everyone was in a forest. He saw plenty of people even in deserts. This also indicated that the forest borders the desert, but the size of the forest and desert remains undetermined. Additionally, there are all kinds of diverse posts. Some share skill knowledge, others share their encounters and various types of biological monsters. Some even claim to have discovered indigenous people of these planets, though such posts are quite rare. Although it is only the first day and not even 6 hours have passed, the progress has been remarkably swift. For hours had passed, and it was unclear how many pieces of wood Nora had pushed into the trading station. Mo Chen also placed a bundle of branches inside and then activated the trading station. Recycled 5 units of wood value 300 unit. Gained 1050 trade points, research points 1. Recycled 1 unit of wood value 150 unit. Gained 315 trade points, research points 1. Trade point limit 100, 001, 0000. Research points limit for this week, 1020. Continuing to recycle will consume energy, and recycling will only yield 25 of research points. For every additional 10 points, recycled research points will decrease by 75. Do you want to continue recycling? The trading station also refunded a bit of wood. 10,000 trade points have reached the limit. It took less than 12 hours to earn 10,000. I wonder if he is the fastest. Surprisingly, continuing to recycle can still yield research points, but only a quarter of the usual amount. So I would have to sacrifice 4,000 trade points and a significant amount of electricity to gain 1 research point. Who would choose that? Emo-chan casually dismissed the idea. Now that I have money, is there anything to buy? Emo-chan found that the revolver was actually not very expensive with a transaction tax of only 70. Occasionally, there were some being sold at a lower price than an iron axe. Of course, extreme cases do not represent the market. Such low-priced items would be snapped up immediately regardless of whether one needed them or not. Even reselling them could yield a significant profit. Naturally, this kind of scalping behavior is not prohibited. Emo-chan guessed that many people were doing this since it only required staying in front of a computer and refreshing constantly, avoiding the risks of going outside. However, with so many people involved, the profits were minimal, so he decided not to waste time on it. Now, the market price of an iron axe had already exceeded 300, while the revolver was priced over 600. Many items were priced significantly higher than before. Perhaps it was because everyone started looking for ways to make money. The scarcity of trade points was decreasing, and it could be anticipated that prices would rise for some time. Emo-chan realized this a bit too late. If he had acted sooner, he would have bought items immediately after receiving trade points, sold them after appreciating, thus making a small profit. For billion people, operating a market simultaneously without any delay is truly a free market. I wonder what economists think. Many theories could be realized. In short, unable to afford a robot, he planned to stockpile a few revolvers. In fact, the demand for tools like axes was temporarily much higher than that for revolvers, as revealed by the system's value. The iron axe was valued at 150 but sold for over 300, while the revolver was valued at 700 yet sold for less. Other items such as iron swords, compasses, clothes, towels, and mirrors were significantly lower in price due to currency scarcity. Holding trade points won't bear fruit. It is foreseeable that the price of revolvers as weapons will definitely rise, especially when the tide rises, unless the system issues a better weapon to everyone at that time. 620 for 1 revolver, purchasing 3. 30 for 1 round of revolver bullets, purchasing 100 rounds. Total cost 4,860. To be safe, Emo-chan didn't dare to bet everything and only bought a little, deciding whether to resell or use it later. He turned to check the prices of food and drinking water. The price of food varied greatly, with raw meat costing 80 trade points per pound and cooked meat around 100. Finished products like burgers were quite expensive, with a large burger priced at over 60. An adult needed to eat 5 a day to meet energy requirements. Drinking water also had different grades. Pure water was not cheap, costing 100 trade points per liter. This might be because it was challenging to find clean drinking water in this world. Drinking fresh water was also classified into several grades. Grade I, safe for direct consumption, harmless to humans, includes pure water. Grade 2 requires filtering or disinfection. Direct consumption may cause illness. Grade 3 requires flocculation, sedimentation, filtration, disinfection, etc. Otherwise, direct consumption may lead to discomfort with a high likelihood of illness from frequent consumption. Fresh water that is obviously harmful will not fall into the drinking water category. The system's default grading is clearly a good thing, providing both identification functionality and preventing the sale of counterfeit or poor quality products. Of course, if someone manipulates the grading, there's nothing that can be done. For example, whether an iron axe is new or secondhand has no clear impact on functionality. It is impossible to distinguish online. The prices of the 3 grades of water vary. Grade 2 is around 30 per liter, while Grade 3 is even as low as 8 or 9 per liter with no buyers at all. In fact, freshwater is not rare. Many players have rivers near their starting points, and melted ice is also freshwater. However, this water is often classified as Grade 3 with a high likelihood of causing illness, or is even undrinkable wastewater. The natural world in this realm is not friendly to humans. The big container issue was resolved. The trading station is watertight and can be directly filled with water. Those selling water only need to fill it into the trading station, though this incurs labor costs. Emo-chan naturally didn't consider polluted water. He only drank pure water and wasn't willing to skimp on that expense. He calculated that the current prices of food and water were quite high, often exceeding 100, leading to a considerable daily cost. Although most people currently do not lack food, having only a day's supply clearly creates a sense of unease. If most people finish their food supply within a day without a stable source, thereafter prices will surely rise. Food is a necessity for humans. Even without guns, danger may not be direct, but without food, one is doomed. If there are only about 990 portions of food for 1,000 people, the price of food will skyrocket, becoming more valuable than a person's life. No one will know where food prices will stabilize until the market calms down. Some people buy food to prevent price increases, while others sell food to acquire urgently needed tools. Yet more people are still hesitating, burdened by worries and fears, unwilling to go all in. Some are afraid to leave the base, while others venture out earlier than Mo-chun to search for treasure chests. In short, the food issue worrying countless people does not threaten Mo-chun. After all, he has plenty of money on hand. As for others, they will have to find their own solutions. Nora, let's take a break for now. Mo-chun called out. He did not plan to add more firewood. He would deal with it in the morning. In fact, there was no need to add more, as the time on the computer was already 6 o'clock, and according to Mo-chun's observations, the day and night in this area were close to the standard time zone. It was almost dawn, yet Mo-chun was already yawning. Originally, it was shortly after work before his crossing, and now after 10 hours of busyness, if it weren't for the crossing, his morning alarm should be going off soon. Huff. Thinking of this, he sighed once more. This also marked a formal farewell to his previous comfortable life. It was time to rest, but there was no bed. He searched online and found that no beds were for sale, but there were blankets at a low price. He decided to buy 2 large blankets and sleep on the floor in a corner. I'm not tired yet, it's already bright outside. I'll continue chopping trees. All right. Mo-chun didn't argue with Nora about it, because he was truly tired. As soon as he lay down, his eyes couldn't stay open. And that night, countless people were tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Upon opening his eyes once more, the first sound he heard was that of wood being dragged. Mo-chun blinked at the unfamiliar ceiling for a few seconds before regaining his senses. How long has it been? Mo-chun noticed the white light from the eaves illuminating the perfect, serious profile of the girl, her white work uniform shimmering faintly, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. But soon his mind cleared, and he propped himself up to crawl out from under the blanket. He still felt a bit dazed from just waking up. What time is it now? Mo-chun took 2 steps to the computer to check the time. It was already 2 in the afternoon. This was bad. His routine was completely disrupted. Nora was beside him, placing the wood she was holding into the machine. At that moment, the storage space inside the machine, large enough to accommodate several people, was already filled to the brim. There's still a lot I can't bring in. I've stacked it outside. Nora patted her clothes and gathered the wood shavings on the floor to fill the gaps between the wooden pieces inside the machine. In the spacious room, numerous pieces of wood of all sizes were also stacked up. Just the hundreds of kilograms of wood comprised several dozen logs. Mo-chun was exhausted and had no idea if he could move even a tenth of that amount of wood. She even mentioned there was more outside. You haven't been resting at all, have you? Mo-chun exclaimed, wide-eyed. He looked at Nora. Although she appeared clean and was a beautiful girl upon closer inspection, her hair was slightly damp with sweat. Her cracked lips and slightly rapid breathing indicated that she was not in great condition either. During the time he had been sleeping, had Nora been chopping trees and moving them all by herself? He had overslept, but was Nora a robot? She was working so hard. I will do my utmost to fulfill my tasks. Additionally, there is something I need to report to you. What is it? Because the previous axe was somewhat dull and there was no whetstone at the trading station, I bought a new iron axe for 280 trade points. It's all right, let's not talk about that for now. Mo-chun nodded. It seemed that Nora was not as rigid as he thought. She even knew to buy tools, which was a good thing. You've worked hard, come take a break now. Mo-chun hurriedly interrupted Nora's subsequent actions, fearing she really didn't know how to rest and would exhaust herself. He was a bit suspicious that Nora might lack some common sense, like a puppy that didn't know when to stop eating and could end up. He let her sit on the blanket to rest while he put on protective gear to go outside. The sky outside had brightened, though it was still incomparable to the daytime on Blue Star. There were also many logs piled up at the entrance, but even more branches and leaves. The total was not less than what was inside the base. Now only stumps remained of the more than 10 trees that had previously stood, making the area around the base feel distinctly empty. Mo-chun estimated that there was nearly 10 tons of wood inside and outside, not including what he had collected before sleeping. It was hard to imagine that such an amount was accomplished by a girl who seemed even smaller than him. Nora was simply superhuman. It would probably take 10 people to complete her workload. Returning to the base, he found Nora had already laid down on the blanket, but she immediately sat up as soon as he returned. Sleep, Nora. You don't need to treat me like a monster, do you? Do I look that bad? Mo-chun even began to wonder if he resembled a capitalist or a slave master. No, Commander, I just respect you. Nora. Mo-chun fell silent for a moment, unsure of how to start. Forget it, you should sleep. That was his blanket for sleeping. He had forgotten to remind Nora that they should each have one. Oh well, it wasn't worth waking her up to switch blankets. Looking at the serene beauty of the girl with her eyes closed, Mo-chun even considered taking a photo to use as wallpaper. Even with the aesthetic standards spoiled by short videos, he had to admit Nora's looks could score a perfect 10. However, he noticed she was wearing long sleeves and trousers, even gloves. Visible sweat stains made him wonder if she was uncomfortable. Did Nora need to change clothes? No peeking. Mo-chun turned his head away. Time to get back to business. Mo-chun needed to find a way to deal with all this wood. He couldn't recycle it, but he had long thought of how to handle it. It was simple, just sell it to others and let them recycle it. Other people didn't have Nora with them, most couldn't reach the recycling limit in a short time. Imo-chan planned to lower the price a bit from the recycling rate, leaving enough profit for the buyer it should sell. However, before that he would first develop the basic casting processing. While waiting idly, his friend Lee Simming sent him a message. It contained 2 forum sharing links. Distillation device, mass production of level 1 water. Important guide, surviving by collaborating with other players, must read. Lee Simming, check out these 2. The first was a tutorial on a distillation water device requiring only 2 plastic bottles arranged in a character shape to collect distilled water, allowing for mass conversion of level 3 water to level 2, or even level 1. It could also be heated to speed up the process. It was quite interesting, and this was good news. With this guide, the price of drinking water wouldn't skyrocket too much in the future. Once other containers became available, the drinking water issue would likely be greatly resolved. The structure of this post was clear, and the writing was quite good, seeming much more professional than the one about chopping trees. However, there were 2 waves of skepticism in the comments. One criticized the poster for sharing the secret to making money, cutting off others' livelihoods. The other pointed out that plastic bottles might release harmful substances after multiple heatings. Both arguments were quite silly. Having something to drink was already good enough, and many people had already criticized them. Skipping this post, the next one was the focus. It was roughly about the importance of multiplayer bases and alliances in the theories. Notably, both posts were actually from the same person. Mo-chun took note of the post's author named Strategy Old-chun, probably a pseudonym. It seemed he specialized in posting strategy guides, having posted numerous articles, even translated into other languages. One post had data on views, like saves and comments, but this data wouldn't yield any profit for the poster, although there was still a donation feature. Even if donations were very few, mostly just 1 or 2 trade points, these 2 posts had already received tens of thousands in donations. However, donations were considered gifts by the system, leading to a considerable tax deduction of up to 80. Mo-chan casually donated 2 points and then closed the forum. He navigated to the theory interface. Theory research. Every completion of a major technological research grants theory points. Recycling reset. Default research resets the trading station's recycling points to 0 every Monday. Recycling reset 2, 100 merit points resets the trading station's recycling points to 0 and increases the required merit points for every 10 studies. 1 theory point, 100 merit points increases by 1 theory point, can be studied repeatedly, increasing the required merit points with each study. Multiplayer base I0. 5 theory points create a multiplayer base. Each player joining receives a basic treasure chest. Only players from the same district can be recruited. Limit of 2 players. After joining a multiplayer base, that player's original base is destroyed, and they can only bring the initial supplies from the storage box to the main player's base. Retaining points. Joining a multiplayer base cannot be reset. Please consider carefully. Alliance I0. 5 theory points create an alliance with a wider recruitment range and a higher limit on numbers. Joining an alliance allows for unrestricted communication and reduces internal trading taxes. The cooldown for rejoining an alliance after leaving is 4 alliance level. Trade standards I1 theory point 1 trading station slots 10 trade attempts per day. Communication standards I1 theory point 2 friend slots 5 free speaking attempts in the district channel daily. Base expansion I2 theory points upgrades the base, increasing internal area to 200 square meters. Advanced workbench 2 theory points increases workbench efficiency. Enhanced recycling I2 theory points increases the trading station's recycling limit to 3000. Standardized protocol I2 theory points allows contracts to be signed with other players. The party violating the contract will compensate up to 1 trade points. Directed trading I2 theory points allows for a directed trading agreement with a designated player. Trading tax 50, and trading with that player does not consume trade attempts. Second base planning A3 theory points allows for the establishment of a second base. Alliance 2 theory points recruitment range expanded to the same star. Prerequisite Alliance level 5, only the Alliance leader can research. Later on, Mo-chun even saw terms like nation-building, currency issuance, military community, and interstellar colonies. However, those advanced theories required a lot of prerequisite theories, and Mo-chun couldn't even see their effects. After developing a piece of technology, the current research point turned to 1, allowing for the study of the 2 theories that only require 0. 5. The importance of a multi-person base is self-evident. Humans are social animals, and the sense of security and confidence brought by just one more person far exceeds what a solitary individual can provide. Many people with initially poorly located bases can choose to join others' bases. Collaboration among multiple individuals is significantly stronger than solitary efforts, which can be reflected in many aspects. However, once a multi-person base is created or joined, there is no turning back. Once people arrive at the base, they cannot be sent back. Mo-chun was not prepared to welcome a stranger into the base. What if this stranger has malicious intent? The consequences could be severe and detrimental to unity. Loneliness. Nora is already here. Survival. Let's not talk about a two-person base. Even a base of 10 people couldn't possibly have as much wealth as Mo-chun in a short time. Unless the person joining the base is someone he knows, there is no need for Mo-chun to add an unstable factor in exchange for a little benefit. But in this area, the only person Mo-chun knows is Nora. Let's put this on hold for now. However, the alliance. If he doesn't study a multi-person base, the one research point he has available will turn into 3 options. However, Mo-chun has already seen the effects of the alliance in the threads and does not plan to consider communication standard I and trade standard I. So he studied the multi-person base and the alliance. The research on theories requires no time and is completed instantly. 2 options appeared. Establish alliance, join alliance. Mo-chun unhesitatingly chose the former as the leader receives additional benefits. Alliance, unnamed alliance, level LV1 members, 110 alliance theory, none recruitment announcement, none can recruit players within regions 10491. Alliance communication channel, unlimited speaking alliance trade channel transaction tax 40 for allies, additional 10 for leader transactions. Alliance upgrade 0100 all members may trigger experience 1 when completing events such as disaster resistance, technology research, theory research, opening treasure chests, and high-value trades. Mo-chun was particularly interested in the last one, where the leader's alliance trade could reduce the transaction tax by 50. Moreover, as the leader, he could select the most useful alliance theory when upgrading the alliance later. Currently, the market price of timber is 294 per unit and lumber is 146 per unit, both only slightly lower than the recycling price. After all, the efficiency of ordinary people, even after 7 days of chopping trees in the forest, might not be able to recover a full 10,000 trade points, so the upper limit is meaningless and many people don't consider it at all. After pondering for a moment and ensuring nothing was overlooked, Mo-chun went to the district channel for his first. Selling timber and lumber at 10 lower than market price requires joining the alliance and sold in units of 10. Can be resold for trade points. Interested parties, please add me as a friend. After editing the message and reviewing it for errors, he sent it out. Indeed, this was his plan. Since his recycling limit was reached, he had to make use of others. Of course, joining the alliance also requires points in the alliance theory, and acquiring theory points requires technology points. However, Mo-chun had seen corresponding strategies in the threads before. When recycling at the trading station, it actually prices the raw materials of the recycled items to gain trade points, while also pricing the technical aspects of the recycled items to gain research points. Mo-chun used the most straightforward method, earning at least 1 research point for every 1,000 points of trade points recycled. However, the higher the level of processed products recycled, the easier it is to obtain research points. For example, a stone axe can yield 2 research points, while an iron axe can yield 5 research points. However, doing so is certainly not as good as selling them to other players, so he would lose some trade points. But it was worth it. The benefits brought by the alliance and multi-person bases far exceeded those trade points. The poster known as Strategy Old Chin also wrote a recommended method, which is to recycle revolver bullets, earning 2 research points per bullet, and 5 bullets would be enough with 7 bullets left over. Therefore, studying those 2 initial theories is not difficult for most people. Soon several people added him as a friend. Bro, I don't have research points to invest in technology. Could you lend me 2 iron axes? I will return double later. The first person who approached said this. Mo-chun directly deleted him from his friends list. This kind of talk is without a doubt more than 90 likely to be from a scammer. Big brother, could you give me some pointers on how to obtain theory points? Mo-chun directly forwarded the post by Lee Simming to this person without further ado. Although many people had seen the post, it was impossible for everyone to have read it. The next few didn't chat much either. They were either asking questions or trying to borrow from him. Boss, I only have over 300 trade points. Can I buy less or in batches? A reliable one came, but still somewhat unreliable. Over 300 trade points are completely inconsistent with the 10-unit minimum sale Mo-chun mentioned. But Mo-chun agreed. He had already listed it when selling, so it counted as 1 trade. No matter how many times the other party buys, it counts as their trade count. The 10-unit minimum sale was essentially a way to filter customers. After all, the alliance can only have 9 members, and having too many is cumbersome. Alright, Mo-chun pulled him into the alliance. Then he listed timber and lumber in the alliance at 246 per unit for timber and 123 per unit for lumber. After a 5 transaction tax, it was 90 of the market price. There were only a few units in the trading station, and Mo-chun would need to bring more up if there were more. However, the other party was much quicker. They only needed to buy it, and could then directly recycle it at the trading station to get money to continue buying. In just a few seconds, the dozens of units of timber and lumber were gone, and Mo-chun gained over 3,000 trade points. Big brother, do you have any left? The other party was not satisfied. They earned a day's worth of food money in just a few seconds. Although it reduced their recycling limit, they didn't care about that. The trade points were in hand, and the priority was to ensure they could eat. I will list a batch every once in a while. If you wish to leave the alliance, you can do so at any time. If not, then stay here. Okay, big brother, I will wait for you. Emo-chan left. He needed to get to work moving items. He couldn't move the timber at all, and could only carry the lighter lumber. While he was moving, Nora got up to help. Efficiency suddenly increased. Did I disturb you, eh? I had a good sleep. It's only been 10 minutes. Emo-chan looked at Nora. In just a few minutes, she looked revitalized, standing here in her perfect youthful form. If it weren't for the description, Emo-chan would suspect she was a bioengineered robot. Not only had she lost her obvious fatigue, but even her clothes seemed clean. Emo-chan leaned closer to sniff. The sweat that had just emerged no longer had any salty or sour smell, and there was even a faint fragrance. How did she do that? He was curious, but didn't want to press further. After about half an hour, Emo-chan and Nora placed all the timber and lumber into the machine and listed them. Combined with the previous sale, he listed a total of 48. 2 units of timber and 5 units of lumber. This left the original person he was negotiating with unable to buy anymore. Fortunately, the person who had previously posted the strategy also joined the alliance along with another person, bringing the total number of alliance members to 4, successfully consuming the remaining timber and lumber. Emo-chan's trade points also reached over 18,800. Looking at this number, Emo-chan suddenly had a bold idea. The codename Timber Wholesaler has already been taken, please rename it. The codename 5 characters are divine has already been taken, please rename it. The codename Peace Dove has already been taken, please rename it. The codename The Road is Underfoot has not been taken. Would you like to rename the codename to The Road is Underfoot? Yes. Before that, let's give it a codename. No need to use a real name online. However, he was terrible at naming, so he just casually chose a codename. District Channel, anyone interested in basic transport robots, please contact me. Trade in the alliance for 500 trade points. WC Big Boss. Even as the leader of the alliance, the transaction tax would still be at least 15,000. How could you have so much money in such a short time? Is that real? Indeed, heroes of the world are like a flood of fish over a river. Can the big bosses lend me some money? 15,000 transaction tax, and you're giving the seller 500. Isn't that a bit too much? Now that many people are studying multi-person bases, they are planning to join other people's bases. It's better to sell what you can't take with you than to take nothing for free. Exactly, you can wait for it to appreciate in value later. Big boss, would you like a cloning pod? I can sell it for 400. Emo-chan no longer paid attention to other messages in the channel as he had already received more than 10 friend requests. Because if he chose to join someone else's base, he couldn't take the robots or cloning pods with him. It was naturally a fire sale. Selling something for even a little money was worth it. Let alone 500, he could find someone willing to buy it for 100. The 500 was the cost of joining the alliance and the time spent. He initially thought of rounding it up to 1,000, but he decided against it as it would be somewhat wasteful. Adding friends one by one. Buddy, could you give me a little more? Big boss, I beg you. Emo-chan directly deleted such replies and then talked to the remaining people. However, some came specifically to buy timber based on Emo-chan's previous words. Emo-chan brought those willing to join the alliance into it, then negotiated regarding the robots. Soon the number of people in the alliance reached its limit. Sorry, we've already found a buyer here. Big brother, could you sell it to me? I only need 300. 200 would also be fine. It seemed he was really eager to make money. Although the price had dropped, Emo-chan had no intention of retracting his decision. I might collect more later. The price will definitely be several times higher than now. If you're willing to wait, I can contact you later. Okay, big brother, you must contact me. He responded similarly to others. Those who could negotiate were agreed upon, and then he noted down their names and deleted them from his friends list. The last step was due to the initial friends list limit of 10. He certainly couldn't add everyone, so Emo-chan could add at most 9, leaving 1 position for emergencies. Dealing with the friends list issues, Emo-chan also went to the Alliance trade channel and purchased a basic transport robot for 10,500. Previously seen by Emo-chan. A silver-gray metallic robot, half the height of a person, appeared in the trading station. Its design was compact, and although it was only half a person tall, it looked remarkably sturdy. Though it was called a robot, it still differed from a human form. Its lower body was a track-based movement device, and right above Emo-chan could directly see a display screen that served as its operating system. 2 mechanical arms were attached to either side, with adaptive grasping devices at the ends. It had several modes of operation and could carry a maximum weight of over 200 kilograms, equivalent to the weight of several people. After the switch was activated, the LED light on the robot's head lit up. Hello, I am your cargo assistant. The system has been activated and is waiting for your instructions. What items do you need me to carry? Or where do you need me to move to? The robot emitted an emotionless AI voice. Its valuation was 300,000, but 300,000 on Blue Star would certainly not buy this thing. The intelligent system alone was worth more. Can you walk out by yourself? No problem. The robot's tracks made a series of sounds as it automatically walked out of the trading station. Emo-chun found it quite interesting and tried a few commands, but it couldn't comprehend slightly more complex instructions. Do you need to charge? Yes, I need to charge. Current remaining energy 92. I can charge through the base. Does it consume a lot of power? About 3 of the base's energy can fully charge me. When fully charged, I can operate for 6 to 18 hours. Emo-chun first clarified the robot's basic usage. After some calculations with 9 energy, it could operate for at least 6 hours, so there was no need to worry about it for a short time. Considering the base's own energy consumption of about 3 per day, the current electricity could last for over half a month. Emo-chun noticed that he could charge the base. The market was already selling disposable charging batteries that could replenish the base with 50 energy, which was 1/6 of the total, and the current market price was over 1,000. Since there was only a small chance of obtaining these from treasure chests, Emo-chun felt that the current price was certainly high and not worth buying right now. However, even at this price, it was still within his budget, so he didn't need to worry too much about power depletion. Although the robot's functions were limited and could only be used for transporting, it was sufficient to be comparable to a human assistant. Its tracks allowed it to move in and out of the base without any issues, and it was more efficient than a person. Of course, it couldn't compare to Nora, but it was more than enough compared to an average person. How could Emo-chun move 200 kilograms of items? But it could. Nora, shall we get to work? Emo-chun glanced at Nora. It was afternoon, and while the sun hadn't set, yet he wanted to chop down more trees to earn some money. Nora nodded. Emo-chun first put on his protective suit, and the 3 of them walked out of the base. Huff. They worked until dusk when it was almost impossible to see the surroundings. Emo-chun finally returned to the base exhausted and collapsed onto the ground after taking off his protective suit. He was drenched in sweat, and sitting on the blanket made it dirtier, so he preferred to sit on the ground. Breathing heavily, his hands and feet felt a bit weak. Although he was tired, they had earned nearly 20,000 trade points in those 6 hours. The robot docked in the corner and was charging through an interface. Nora also returned to the base and sat beside Emo-chun. Sweat had soaked her skin, which was as fair and delicate as mutton fat jade, and under the light it appeared radiant. A few strands of her damp black hair clung to her slightly blushing cheeks, but her eyes remained bright, although her expression was still adorably naive. She was truly beautiful with a flawless visage that seemed to have been meticulously crafted by a creator. Emo-chun couldn't help but stroke the top of the girl's head. Despite being sweaty, Nora's hair still felt wonderful like silk soaked in water. The girl slightly tilted her head back, squinting her eyes, seemingly enjoying Emo-chun's caress. Seeing that she offered no resistance, he took the liberty to pinch her cheek. You've worked hard. Nora's workload was much heavier than his, and she had hardly rested during their work. It's important to note that even robots would overload if they worked too long without a break, and she had needed to cool down several times. Commander, you've worked hard too, Nora replied. After resting for a while, Emo-chun got up and went to the computer to check some information while also contacting someone he had spoken to before. He earned over 20,000 trade points again, so he spent 15,700 to buy another robot. The price of the revolver exceeded 800, but compared to the revolver, Emo-chun believed that the transport robot was more useful and provided a guaranteed profit. In addition, Emo-chun also bought 2 large portions of hamburgers and cola along with fried chicken legs. The prices had dropped by 2 or 3% compared to yesterday, though although the decrease was minor, it indicated stable food acquisition. Hamburgers and cola were not the most nutritious or cost-effective options, but after a hard day's work, Emo-chun naturally hoped to eat something delicious, and his self-control wasn't that strong yet. Nora, would you like some too? Though I can eat, it serves no purpose. As long as you can eat, you have taste buds, right? Yes. That's good. Emo-chun wasn't short on those few hundred trade points at present. On one hand, having someone to eat with was best, and on the other hand, he hoped Nora could take a break. Nora tentatively took a bite of the hamburger, and her eyes lit up as she quickened her pace. It seemed she was not just an emotionless working machine. Seeing this scene, Emo-chun felt a sense of relief. Honestly, if Nora truly didn't eat, it would have made him feel uneasy. Although he had been clear from the beginning that he should not doubt those he employed, the barriers were thoroughly dispelled at this moment. Is it delicious? Delicious. But you shouldn't eat too much fried food. A slightly disappointed expression appeared on the girl's face. Eating a few days is not a problem. Nora's expression immediately brightened. Thank you, Commander. Emo-chun suddenly felt that she was quite easily fooled. After finishing their meal, he returned to the computer to check the forum. He also learned about the sources of food in the market. The food from the first day was basically all consumed. Most people still obtained food from the market, such as selling items found in treasure chests. Food acquisition often came from treasure chests, with basic treasure chests having a chance to yield 45 kilograms of meat or 6 liters of mineral water. There were also edible fruits and even hunting creatures, but the latter was the least common as there were very few creatures in this world and the number of hunters remained small. However, food acquisition was still possible after all the prices of common foods were stabilizing. For example, roasted hatchie meat was sold by many in the market. Hatchie had a wide distribution and posed little threat. An adult hatchie could provide approximately 2.5 kilograms of edible meat, and even without butchering, selling the carcass could yield over 300. The several hatchie that Mo Chun had seen earlier were worth over 1,000 trade points, which wasn't a lot for him, but for most players, it was a substantial sum. Although he didn't particularly like such one-time profits, it indeed solved the urgent needs of most players, thus sparking a trend among hunters. In the future, the price of food would depend on the edible biomass of this planet, and farming remained a distant prospect. However, correspondingly, with frequent outings, players explored this world more. Although under novice protection, many players still encountered various fierce beasts, even overlords. Some claimed to have seen gigantic shadows soaring through the sky, while others captured photos of massive beast skeletons in endless glaciers, and some gazed from a distance at enormous creatures stirring up storms on islands. However, those overlords wouldn't actively hunt tiny humans, and with novice protection, the threats were not significant. Instead, dangerous species had already caused considerable casualties. Some encountered sawtooth beasts with the size of elephants, but extremely aggressive, battling a group of white monkey-like creatures called white ghosts. The group of white ghosts fled in chaos after leaving behind a dozen corpses, while the sawtooth beast only consumed a few of the white ghost corpses, leaving the rest for the discoverer. Some were chopping trees late at night and nearly dragged into the darkness by an unknown monster. Fortunately, they carried a revolver and had some caution, allowing them to escape back to the base. It was unknown how many had perished without sending messages, but certainly more than those who survived. Commander, I've rested well and am going out to chop trees. Let's skip today, I'll rest for now. Emochin refused. It was already late at night, and having just read that post, he certainly couldn't feel at ease letting Nora go chop trees. We'll see tomorrow morning. Though he said that it was now 9 o'clock in the evening, and Mo Chun had only been up for 7 hours, so naturally, he couldn't sleep. Thus, he still came to the computer desk to check the forum's information or to discuss business with others in advance. In the Alliance channel, Lin Shi admin stated, next, I will perform a magic trick that will leave game men perplexed. Lin Shi. Ji Shirley Liang, what kind of magic trick? Customer Xiao Xiang, why are you silent now? Lin Shi, because the game men are already bewildered. Customer Xiao Xiang. You. Lin Shi, ha. Ji Shirley Liang, how many treasure chests did you find? Customer Xiao Xiang, lucky me, I found 3 and made a few hundred. Enough for meals. Ji Shirley Liang, I found 1 treasure chest today, but caught a few hatchie and sold them for over 1,000. Too bad their one-time use. Chang Yong, see, you all have so much money, I don't dare to go out. Can you lend me a bit? Ji Shirley Liang, the boss, said not to lend money in the Alliance, let's kick him out. Chang Yong, see, wait a moment, I really can't help it. I'm not young anymore, I have health issues and a wife and kids. Customer Xiao Xiang, hey, raise some advice, we are in a new world now. If your mindset doesn't change, even if I lend you money, it won't help. Others can't always assist you, especially in our boss eyes where you can eat but still ask for money. He knows all your thoughts. Lin Shi, alright, I have a few friends waiting to join the Alliance, you should leave for now. Lin Shi has removed Chang Yong Si from the Alliance. Lin Shi has agreed to let I want to go home join the Alliance. I want to go home, finally back. When can I stop coming? Lin Shi, the Alliance can only accommodate 10 people. Many want to join, but we can only take turns. We'll wait for the Alliance to upgrade later. I want to go home. Does the boss have timber shares for tomorrow? My recycling station isn't full yet. Lin Shi, keep an eye on the Alliance trade channel. If I see anything, I'll let you know. I want to go home, thanks. I wonder where the boss gets so much timber. I can't even gather enough with my iron axe for my own fire. Customer Xiao Xiang, I suspect the boss has a cheat for 100 times gathering, a unique trait for golden players. Ji Shirley Liang, golden. Colorful. Lu Zai Jian Jiao Mo Chun, if only I really had that. I want to go home, WC, really, boss. Lu Zai Jian Jiao, is it really necessary? Customer Xiao Xiang, of course it's necessary. Boss, you hardly ever speak in the Alliance. Lu Zai Jian Jiao, am busy chopping trees to make money, only have time in the evening. Ji Shirley Liang, the boss is so rich, yet still works hard, how are we supposed to live? Private message, Lin Shi, boss, you finally showed up. Lin Shi, I contacted someone willing to sell a basic transport robot for 1 trade point. Boss, do you want it? Lu Zai Jian Jiao, no need. If he's willing to wait, he can private message me to Q. Lin Shi, alright, boss. Lin Shi was a buyer he met yesterday, very articulate and pleasant to communicate with. Mo Chun gave him several hundred trade points to help manage the Alliance's joining applications and to contact people with his friend list. As many were contacting him to sell robots, Mo Chun indeed wanted the transport robots, so he discussed According to the queue order, Mo-chun would purchase the basic transport robots they had starting at 15,500 with an additional 200 added each day. Currently 6 people are in line, some of whom are already in the alliance. Mo-chun does not intend to lose his credibility for a little money. On the other hand, he also wants to build good relationships. After all, they are all in the same cluster, they might not be far apart. Of course, if they are like customer Xiao Xiang mentioned, those still holding onto the mindset of the original Blue Star and not having adapted, or those wanting to scam him for money, Mo-chun is too lazy to communicate with them, pure waste of time. After chatting on the computer for a while, he also browsed the forum. Commander, I woke up. So soon, can't you sleep? But my energy has already recovered. You should sleep when it's time. Waking up now has nothing to do. Do you want something to eat? Nora, I noticed you hardly stopped while chopping trees this morning. Don't you feel tired? Having just slept for a short while, Nora got up again. Mo-chun chatted with her about things like which is tastier, hamburgers or fries, or her feelings and experiences while chopping trees. As they chatted together, the feeling of loneliness dissipated. It seemed that such a life was quite good provided it could remain stable. After 2 or 3 hours, Mo-chun forced himself to sleep again. The next morning, Mo-chun struggled to get out of bed, feeling mild soreness all over. He hadn't engaged in such vigorous activity for a long time. It is quite normal to have inflammation after muscle fiber damage. Mo-chun stood up and felt it. It wasn't too painful, but the localized inflammation usually lasts several days and peaks after 48 hours. What a miscalculation, he muttered, as this was something he shouldn't have forgotten. He had planned to explore the area around the base this morning. Plans are hard to change. It might be next week before Mo-chun's soreness completely subsides. He could only act before the soreness peaked. Mo-chun gave himself a simple massage and some activity. During this time, Nora came over to help. Under his guidance, her delicate yet powerful hands worked on various parts of Mo-chun's body, making him feel significantly better. Thank you. Mo-chun took the opportunity to pat her head. Then it was time to depart. Safety first. Mo-chun and Nora each equipped themselves with 3 revolvers, all fully loaded. In addition, 2 basic transport robots followed along, completely venturing out. If they encountered insurmountable danger, even if the robots couldn't fight, they could still provide some cover, buying time for Mo-chun and Nora. Let's go. Fully armed, Mo-chun left the base. Heading south once again, he needed to confirm the threat of the unknown creature to the south. The 2 basic transport robots walked in front, and according to the protective suit's guidance, Mo-chun gradually explored the map. Soon he arrived at the area where he had discovered the hatchie, but there was nothing there. Mo-chun's heart sank. Could they have been eaten? But not long after, he relaxed, spotting those soccer-ball-like hatchie in the distance. There were now 6 of them, 4 large and 2 small, still gnawing on tree bark. Mo-chun only explored another kilometer to the south before expanding sideways. Continuing forward would be somewhat dangerous. He didn't want to provoke them, just intended to confirm whether the unknown creature would approach the base. That unknown creature was likely a dangerous species, but under the beginner's protection, it wasn't too risky as long as it wasn't provoked. Thus, he thoroughly explored within a kilometer to ensure there were no signs of large creatures. Then he began exploring other directions near the base. After 3 hours had passed, Mo-chun planned to return to the base. There had been no danger along the way. The most he encountered was a scavenger bird named four-winged vulture, which did not attack them, but circled nearby before leaving. Bang! While exploring to the north, just as he was preparing to return, Mo-chun heard a series of sounds behind him. Gunfire. He was startled, instinctively turned his head, and raised his revolver. Nora looked over as well. There was no one, only the quiet woods. It seemed the previous sounds were just an auditory hallucination. Mo-chun quickly realized the sound came from far off in the woods, not nearby. However, the sound of a revolver could travel a maximum of 3 kilometers, and the sounds he heard were quite clear. It likely wasn't even 3 kilometers away. Mo-chun frowned slightly, growing cautious. He had no idea who was shooting, nor what was happening. He didn't dare to explore that way, and only quickened his pace to return. To the south, there were unknown creatures. To the north, there were gunshots. The best-case scenario was that the unknown creatures were merely wandering by the river, and Mo-chun happened to see them, while their actual habitat was further south, and the gunfire was just from other players hunting normally. The worst-case scenario was that there were real threats on both sides. Although he had considered this, Mo-chun still felt nervous. There had already been reports of murders on the forum, even of robbery and enslavement. Compared to chopping trees and hunting, this was the real profit. Robbing someone meant a 30,000 credit cloning chamber, 30,000 in robots and other supplies, and even included a human laborer. Although the actual value would be greatly discounted, there would definitely be those who had malicious intentions. However, robbery is a high-risk business. Every player has a gun, and if discovered, although the hit rate, without training, wouldn't be too high, the mortality rate of firing back is certainly higher than that of taking the first shot. Players to the north should better not come close, otherwise Mo-chun would definitely show no mercy. The following days passed normally. Until the night of July 3rd, marking the 6th day since their arrival in this world, they were about to face the first challenge of the rising tide. Emo-chun was organizing his preparations at the base. He had over 20,000 trade points remaining as an emergency fund. His main assets included 6 basic transport robots, 3 of which were on standby in the ventilation room, while the other 3 were charging below. He possessed 40 revolvers and 500 rounds of ammunition. Due to the rising prices of weapons in the market, Emo-chun had temporarily shifted his strategy and invested the remaining funds into arms. As of now, the price of revolvers varied every hour, having soared to 1,600. The price of ammunition was even more outrageous. Many players had used a significant amount of bullets while hunting with handguns these days, and there were no reports of anyone finding bullets in treasure chests, making each bullet count. Naturally, prices surged, reaching over 280 per round, nearly a tenfold increase compared to 6 days ago. The channel was flooded with messages seeking to purchase weapons, and unknown merchants were profiting from this. With 40 revolvers in hand, it meant that 39 players were left without firearms. However, selling the revolvers was their own choice regardless of whether they felt regret afterward. But it was almost time. Emo-chun certainly didn't need so many weapons. He had originally bought them in anticipation of value increase. He decided to keep 5 revolvers and 100 rounds of ammunition for personal use. Alliance 104 Mutual Aid Society Max members 1415. Over these days, Emo-chun not only changed the Alliance name to the 104 Mutual Aid Society, but also leveled it up. The reason for adding numbers at the front was that the name Mutual Aid Society was already too common, thus requiring some digits. In addition, the personnel structure of the Mutual Aid Society was adjusted to become more formal. 3 new requirements were added for joining the society. These included registering basic personal information such as real name, player traits, and basic conditions. The number of spots within the alliance was limited, and members were required to add upper-level management to maintain friendly contact. Those engaged in activities beneficial to the alliance's upgrade could join preferentially. Members must be willing to follow the arrangements of the Mutual Aid Society, not mandatory, and must coexist harmoniously without attacking each other. However, these requirements essentially held little control, but it was unavoidable. At the same time, the number of members in the Mutual Aid Society had also grown to over 40, and 2 sub-alliances were established for easier contact. 104 Mutual Aid Society Alliance Communication Channel 1415. Cheese Power. The rising tide period is at dawn. Do you have any preparations? One shot, one kill. Are you kidding? I'm a level 40 player from Endless Winter, a master who has faced the tribulation period and opened fire on zombies at 30 levels. These mere monsters can be dealt with effortlessly. Customer service. Xiaoxiang, what is your combat power in 10,000? How dare you be so arrogant in front of my Dragon King? Cheese Power, let's talk seriously. Bullets are ridiculously expensive right now. I hesitate to buy them. Hunting doesn't even break even, and I have to resort to cold weapons. One shot, one kill. The beginner's manual states many things cannot be handled with a revolver. Once the base gates close, it's every man for himself. Cheese Power, stop joking. What about the data ghost? One shot, one kill. It's too expensive. Ooh, I can barely afford food. I've blocked a few pieces of wood inside the gate. There's nothing else I can do. At worst, it would cost me my life. Zhang He, why didn't I think of this? I'm going to do it. Ooh, does anyone in the Alliance sell revolvers and bullets? Let's negotiate the price. Road Underfoot Alliance leader Lin, she asked the sub-alliance members to tally those interested in buying revolvers and bullets, including the quantity of bullets, and arrange them into the alliance. Lin, she, alright, I'm going now. Road Underfoot, within the alliance, if anyone is interested in buying, just let me know how many people there are. Cheese Power Boss, are you selling? Can you sell it cheaper? Road Underfoot, first, let's assess the demand. The price might be slightly lower than the market. Let's prioritize supplying weapons internally within the alliance. Soon Lin, she organized a rough list. The alliance's demand was for about 8 revolvers and over 100 rounds of bullets. Most of those who wanted to buy had already done so, and those who didn't couldn't afford it. Aside from his personal use, most of the remaining weapons were listed on the market at a 5 discount. As they were not pursuing the extreme price, the batch sold quite fast. Members of the Mutual Aid Society in need after joining listed the sale to a designated target at a price of 80 of the market price. Most expressed their gratitude to Emo-chun, but one person attempted to haggle, saying he didn't have much money and hoped the price could be lower. When asked how much he had, he replied with just over 200. Emo-chun decisively kicked him out of the alliance for reflection. All transactions completed. A total of 13,000 trade points were sold. Just a few clicks amount to hundreds of thousands. It feels somewhat unreal. Emo-chun sighed. No wonder, it said, that those in finance find it hard to return to industry. 104 Mutual Aid Society Alliance Communication Channel 1515. Lin, Hio, an 80 discount is not low at all. Thank you, Boss Loyal. Sunset's Mark, I can never repay the boss kindness. Ocean Vast Sky, thank you, Alliance Leader. Cheese Power Boss, did you forget to report? Can I still buy bullets now? Road underfoot. No, everyone should prepare. Try not to sleep all day tomorrow or take turns on guard duty. Selling now would just encourage others to take advantage. Selling at an 80 markup can still yield a 10 profit. After all, there are no strict restrictions in the communication channel. With that thought, Emo-chun closed the alliance side and turned to his friends. Friend chat. Road underfoot. Emo-chun, why did you choose this name? Orange flavor storm. Li Si Ming, the wind in the wilderness is too dry. Ooh, I miss my orange flavored moisturizing lip balm. Road underfoot, how are your preparations going? Everything all right. Safety first. Orange flavor storm, are you joking? I've been to the front lines. Can your shooting skills match mine? Moreover, I now have superpowers. Li Si Ming had a similar background to him, but their personalities were different. Emo-chun had always been someone who craved comfort. He had rarely left his city in this life, while Li Si Ming was the opposite. Her dream was to travel the world, and she had been to many places. Outside of China was not safe, so she had applied for visa waivers and gun licenses from many countries, and her shooting skills were quite good, as Emo-chun had witnessed in a shooting range back home. Li Si Ming had also participated in many international humanitarian activities, even volunteering for the Red Cross on the front lines. Sometimes Emo-chun truly admired her not just for her character. Having traveled to so many places and returned safely, her self-defense abilities were indeed exceptional. She possessed numerous skills and could be considered a genius. Do you have guns? Do you want me to send you two? I have some. You'd better keep them for yourself. Don't spend all your hard-earned thousands just to give them to me while you starve at home. Balance sharing. Oh, WC Rich Guy VME 50. Gifted 5,000 trade points. Transaction tax 1,000. Are you serious? Achin, you truly are my best friend. Wasn't it so before? You're even better than before. Less nonsense. Hurry up and prepare. You can't sleep at all tomorrow. I told you to sleep well this morning, did you? I slept. I just woke up not long ago. I can stay awake for a day. Oh, I once went 2.5 days without sleep in Africa. If you need money, come to me. If it doesn't work out, go to someone else's base. Know your limits. I have a nurse sister who used to work for the Red Cross. I've arranged with her that whoever can't hold out will join another person's base. You stay safe too. Emo-chun closed the friend chat. Multiplayer bases were an extremely important project at this moment. Joining a multiplayer base in advance ensured that those two bases could take turns on guard, easily guaranteeing 24-hour wakefulness. If they had not joined a multiplayer base yet, that was also a life-saving option. In times of danger, they could teleport to another person's base. But that was the last resort. Joining someone else's base meant sacrificing a lot of resources, and more importantly, it meant losing autonomy and being dependent on others. Thinking about these things was pointless now. He had Nora, which allowed them to take turns on guard without needing outsiders. Time slowly approached midnight, and the first rising tide period was about to arrive, marking the player's first significant challenge. 5 revolvers were placed on the table within easy reach. Emo-chun sat at the computer desk with Nora, who was slightly further back, watching him and the contents on the screen. The base was very quiet, with only the faint sounds from the computer. Emo-chun browsed the forum and quickly found a live streaming channel. This was a feature that could broadcast without filming equipment, but each hour of broadcasting required 50 trade. The recording feature was the same price, but could only be activated within the base. Although it could continue broadcasting and recording outside the base, it couldn't be initiated. Live streaming in the wild to witness the rising tide period facing disaster directly. The screen displayed a woman holding a revolver, standing a short distance from the base door, vigilantly observing her surroundings. Before arriving in this world, she was a journalist. At 000 on July 4th, 15,005, the tide period begins. Current area pollution level: tidal pollution. Subspace intrusion factor crimson moon. A rare system notification audible to all appeared. Soon Emo-chun noticed a change in the sky of the live broadcast room. An extremely bizarre phenomenon unfolded before their eyes. A crimson moon suddenly appeared in the originally dark sky, without any warning. The moon hung high in the sky, incongruous with its surroundings, its surface flowing with dreamlike colors. It was so high that it was impossible to ascertain whether that red moon truly existed in this world, yet it still cast its eerie colors down upon the ground. The dark world, which should have revealed nothing, was now slightly illuminated, but it only heightened the sense of unease. Where its light and shadow fell, it was as if doors and windows were opening, though they were grotesquely twisted, revealing the forms of unknown creatures emerging from within. However, their limbs, when attempting to reach out, were either rebuffed before entering reality or dissipated the moment they did, as if the fabric of reality rejected their existence. The blood-red doors and windows extended endlessly, the monsters becoming increasingly clear, their flesh feeling more and more substantial. Even further in the sky, shadows of even larger figures broke through the clouds, revealing a glimpse of icebergs. The bizarre scene before them was beyond description. Humanity felt insignificant, as if all prior understanding had collapsed. The host instinctively raised her hand to shield herself, and stepped back, her back pressed against the metallic door of the base, drenched in cold sweat. Her remaining rationality kept her from raising her handgun and firing wildly. Fortunately, this scene did not last long. A few minutes later, pollution suppression initiated. Subspace intrusion factor none. With the system's notification, the crimson eerie light in the sky diminished significantly, and the doors and windows on the ground gradually faded. The world began to restore itself, allowing her mind to slowly regain clarity. The host murmured, reevaluating this new world before her. The horror had not completely dissipated. This world still differed greatly from before, but the terrifying creatures were gone without a trace, as if they had never existed. Uncertain as to what caused the change in light, everything seemed to have lost its color, coated in a pale red film. The giant trees in the forest stood at a distance from one another, the faint light of the red moon allowing her to vaguely discern the scene within the woods. Rustle, the bark of each tree bore strange twisted patterns resembling contorted faces frozen. As the gentle breeze blew, these faces seemed to twitch slightly, as if countless vengeful souls on the trees were crying out in agony. But when she gazed closely at the giant trees, the patterns appeared to be nothing more than old dead skin. Yet the unease in her heart made her once relaxed emotions rise again. Although her body trembled, she managed to suppress her fear. According to the manual, the first tide shouldn't be too difficult. Dangerous collapses or evil beings rarely appeared as long as she didn't encounter. We are now in the most dangerous place. If you all trust me, I hope to receive some support, thank you. The host stuttered as she spoke, her once smooth words now hindered by biological instinct. This had always been her goal. She was a journalist before now, returning to her old profession, albeit in a much more dangerous context. At least before the child arrived in this cursed place a month later, she couldn't afford to do nothing. Fortunately, after she spoke up, there were indeed continuous donations in the live stream, mostly below 10 points, but they added up. Seeing this, the host felt a bit more relaxed and leaned in to see what the audience was saying in the comments. Host, it seems like something is coming. Where? I can't see anything. Next to the third tree on the right, something seems to be moving. Really, host, it's coming. The moment the host saw the comment, her face turned pale as she instinctively glanced to the right. A creature resembling a monkey emerged from the woods, covered in white fur. It was slightly shorter than an average human, but very robust, with arms longer than those of a person and a mouth filled with sharp teeth, clearly unfriendly. A white ghost. The host and many viewers recognized this, being recorded in the manual, but quickly realized it was not an ordinary white ghost. Its shriveled body moved unnaturally, not fast, as if clumsily controlled by something. No one could see its sunken face, as if something obscured its features. Bang! There was little time for thought. The host fired her gun. Hitting its head, the white ghost fell to the ground, a hole punctured in its skull, yet its face remained indistinct. Was it that easy? Although the white ghost lacked the combat prowess of a hatchet, a revolver was certainly sufficient for a lethal shot, especially to the head. But it still felt a bit too easy at such a moment. Before the host could catch her breath, the white ghost suddenly flipped over, scrambling on all fours and rapidly approaching her. Bang, bang, bang. At such close range, there was hardly any reaction time. The host, terrified, fired wildly, emptying the remaining 5 shots in one go. The last 2 shots were deflected due to recoil, but the remaining 3 struck different parts of the white ghost. It fell to the ground once more, struggled a few times, and then lay completely still. Even in death, it let out no sound, appearing devoid of emotion. This time it seemed to be truly dead. The blur covering the white ghost's face vanished, allowing the host to see its sunken, gaunt, and twisted visage, suggesting it had been dead for some time. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that aside from the gunshot wounds, there were many scratch and bite marks on its body. Could there really be zombies? She speculated. A modern person would certainly know about zombie movies. Could this be a zombie white ghost? Yet it felt different. Just as she was about to check the comments again, she looked up and saw several silhouettes moving in the darkness. It seemed like several more white ghosts were approaching. The host's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't care less about the live stream, hurriedly unlocking the base door behind her and slipping inside. After locking the door, the few white ghosts quickly arrived, just one door away, banging frantically on the metal door of the base. Thud, thud, thud. Each knock made the host's heart race, fearing they would break through the door and tear her apart. Only after the comments prompted her did she snap back to reality, quickly reloading her revolver. Fortunately, the metal door of the base was quite sturdy. It hadn't moved an inch for over 10 minutes, and outside the noise gradually subsided. Shouldn't the host go out to take a look? He'll donate 1,000 if you do. No way. Although there were comments urging her to go out, she still maintained her rationality and did not intend to open the door. Besides, it was just a comment. If she really went out, most likely they wouldn't follow through. Sorry everyone, I can only stop here for today. I estimate I won't dare to open the door until tomorrow. The host smiled wryly. She considered her mental fortitude to be stronger than most, but at this moment her hands and feet felt weak. She couldn't see the situation outside. Opening the door now might mean she wouldn't return. Since she was one of the few hosts able to stream outside for so long, the viewership had grown significantly, with over 100,000 people watching, leading to a flurry of discussions. Understanding or coward? Various comments flooded in. However, this life and death stream, which garnered much attention, brought her a good amount of income, ensuring she wouldn't have to worry about food and drink in the short term. After the streamer returned to the base, although he continued to try to steer the conversation, the number of people in the live stream rapidly decreased. Emotion also withdrew his attention. Now he understood the situation outside, but his heart felt extremely heavy. He recalled the enormous shadow in the sky. Terrifying. Is the existence of those monsters truly scientific? Emo-chun felt that even if he returned to the modern society of the past, it would be difficult to withstand such a disaster. Although games should not feature unbeatable bosses, one could not use their logic to deduce this game. Emo-chun recalled the records in the manual. After the tide begins to rise, collapse entities and evil spirits will appear. Generally, one must face the collapse entities. These are malevolent monsters produced by the contamination of the real universe by evil spirits or subspace. The evil spirits are true life forms from subspace, but there is no need to worry about the latter, as tidal contamination is the initial stage of subspace invading reality. The characteristic of this phase is that it rises every 7 days, and evil spirits cannot appear during this stage, just like what Emo-chan saw in the livestream. But what about later? The relatively peaceful mood of the past few days was shattered in an instant. Can humanity survive? Nora. A flicker of emotion crossed Nora's eyes as she recalled the earlier scene, but instead of fear, she felt a sense of confusion. However, she quickly regained her composure and looked at Emo-chun. What's wrong? We need to arrange a schedule. The pollution during the rising tide period is divided into 3 stages. Light pollution stage from 600 to 140. Collapse entities and evil spirits are weakest with low aggression. Deep pollution stage from 140 to 220. Collapse entities and evil spirits exhibit strong aggression, and heavy pollution stage from 220 to 620. Collapse entities and evil spirits are most stable and deadly, actively seeking out humans even without any light source or scent. It's important to note that the above can only serve as a reference. The rising tide begins at midnight standard time, but the actual phase is determined by the current area's stellar illumination. Thus, the times for each phase differ from planet to planet and region to region, compounded by the rotation and revolution of the planets, leading to greater discrepancies in pollution levels and durations. Correspondingly, as a reward, if one ventures out to explore during the rising tide, special treasure chests will appear, and the more severe the pollution, the higher the chances and quality of the treasure chests. Of course, not many people had the courage to go out. The environment outside is truly deadly. Everyone's current time zone is unviewable. They can only judge based on the tutorials from the previous 6 days. At least on Emo-chan's side, they were close to the standard time zone with a maximum delay of 1 hour, meaning they were currently in the most dangerous heavy pollution stage. We'll hold out for 6 hours, then I'll rest first. And then you can rest, ensuring at least one person is on duty. The importance of having 2 people during this time is very high. It's difficult for one person to endure the continuous 24 hours of the rising tide period. His plan was that both must be present during the heavy pollution phase, while they could take turns resting during the other 2 phases. Although Nora said she could guard for 24 hours, Emo-chan still refused, reasoning that prolonged lack of rest would diminish focus. After all, Nora is still human, she can get tired too. Alright, Nora agreed. The manual records the types of collapse entities and evil spirits, and the base has specialized defenses against pollution. As long as they stay inside the base, they are safe. Generally, only data phantoms have the opportunity to decrypt the base's doors, and it takes at least 10 minutes. At that time, the base will automatically alert, so Emo-chan need not worry. Of course, there are also exceptional cases where advanced collapse entities or even evil spirits can directly breach the base's iron doors. While such occurrences are rare, they aren't impossible. However, in such cases, resistance would be futile. Weapons and ammunition were prepared. Emo-chan donned protective gear and stood by with Nora, spending most of the time next to the computer, occasionally going to the airlock to listen for sounds at the door. Later, Emo-chan remained by the computer while Nora guarded the door, ensuring that the sound from both sides could pass through the opened iron door. There were several polite knocks on the base's iron door, the frequency of which even made him suspect that someone outside wanted to enter. However, seeing the continuous reports of encounters with data phantoms on the forum, some people successfully resisted, while others could only leave their last words. Emo-chan's intelligence on them was constantly being refined. After 3 to 4 hours, he was feeling a bit bored. Sitting in protective gear for so long was quite uncomfortable, but fortunately the temperature inside the base was relatively pleasant. Base door is being decrypted. Please proceed to eliminate. The sudden prompt made Imo-chan snap back to attention. After 3 to 4 hours, he was feeling a bit bored. Sitting in protective gear for so long was quite uncomfortable, but fortunately the temperature inside the base was relatively pleasant. Base door is being decrypted. Please proceed to eliminate the sudden. When I open the door, you shoot without saving bullets, Imo-chan said in a deep voice. He was also quite nervous. Outside were man-eating monsters, more terrifying than going into battle. But being nervous was useless. To survive, he could not be controlled by anxiety. He let Nora shoot because her marksmanship was better, and she was calmer than Imo-chan. After fingerprint unlocking the door, Imo-chan yanked it open. Bang, bang, bang. Nora gun raised fired 6 shots at the door. Kill Data Phantom Armed Soldier. Alliance Experience 1. Kill Data Phantom Armed Soldier. Merit 10. Before the prompt even arrived, Imo-chan slammed the door shut. He didn't even have time to see what the monster outside looked like. The outside returned to calm, and the base no longer displayed the decryption prompt. This door should be designed with a shooting port, Imo-chan complained. If there were a shooting port, it would be much safer. There would be no need for such trouble, but unfortunately, he lacked the ability to modify it himself. Or perhaps this was intentional in the game. The next few hours passed without incident. No data phantoms. He saw the appearance of data phantoms online. They resembled humanoid beings clad in deep purple armor, wielding long knives with light blue translucent skin beneath the armor. Their faces were indistinct, much like the previous white ghosts, even in photographs. From appearances alone, they seemed like poorly designed aliens from some low-budget film. Data Phantom is a common type of collapse entity. The armed soldier is the basic unit of Data Phantom. To be precise, they are not biological entities and do not exist in reality, but once killed they disappear without leaving a corpse. This is because data phantoms are merely strings of data information that should not exist in reality. However, the contamination-induced rule invasion has caused this data to become a malicious entity towards humans, which is also why they can decrypt the base doors. Compared to white ghosts, armed soldiers are significantly more threatening. Not only can they breach the base doors, but their armored areas also provide a degree of resistance to bullets. Additionally, the knives they wield are very sharp, making their attack and defense capabilities stronger than those of white ghosts. If white ghosts could still be dealt with using cold weapons, armed soldiers are far more challenging. They resemble ancient soldiers in armor without pain perception. However, the only silver lining is that currently armed soldiers appear individually, while white ghosts often come in groups. A revolver holds 6 rounds, which is generally sufficient. But therein lies the problem. Not everyone has a handgun and ammunition. If a data phantom comes knocking and one is unarmed, that would be troublesome. Imo-chan had already seen cases where such individuals existed in their district. Although the base had 2 people, a man and a woman, they had sold their revolver early on and could not afford another as prices rose, ending up with 2 long guns to create a makeshift cover. Their tactical arrangements were fairly good, but although the 2 managed to eliminate an armed soldier, they suffered heavy losses. The woman died outright, and the man lost an arm. His severe injuries brought him close to death, and he barely survived using a stimulant. Basic treasure chests can yield 3 types of lucky items: a disposable energy battery, a repair tool that can fix system items, and another stimulant that can invigorate one's spirits and provide pain relief and hemostasis. Despite this, the losses were still grievous. Such injuries cannot be mitigated by just one stimulant, requiring at least disinfectants and bandages, but it was only through amputation that he survived. Both sets of protective gear were damaged and required repair tools for restoration. It could be said that their chances of survival were almost non-existent. Without firearms being invaded by armed soldiers, it spelled doom. Such examples were gradually appearing in every district, and even those with guns would get injured due to carelessness. These 24 hours were becoming extraordinarily arduous. Following that, Imo-chan's side remained very quiet with no encounters with the data phantom. As time struck 000 again, the tide period ended and the world returned to calm. Everyone felt fortunate to have survived the disaster. Undoubtedly, during the first tide, the death toll was no less than that of those who perished without adapting to the new world. Although no one kept track, according to speculations from some posts, in just 1 week's time, the total death toll had likely exceeded 1 billion, possibly accounting for 1/3 of the total players. What does this number signify? It's far higher than the casualties of a world war. Even in the society of Blue Star, it would be a complete breakdown of order. The survivors had fully recognized a cruel reality in the new world. Only the fittest survive. Even on Imo-chan's side, a base had lost contact. With his assistance and arrangements, surviving the tide was not difficult, yet Imo-chan was unaware of the reason. Was their alliance's death toll only 1 or 2? This was already incredible in the eyes of other alliances. The end of the tide period also meant the recovery limit was restored. A new week began. However, the price of revolvers did not fall much with the tides, and in fact the cost of bullets was rapidly increasing, already surpassing 300. Surviving the first tide did not guarantee survival in the second. In just 6 days, they would again face the same dire circumstances, a weekly calamity of life and death. Everyone had seen the consequences of being unarmed, and bullets were of the utmost importance. At first, the price of revolver bullets was very low, even making it worthwhile for recovering research points. Later, it rose slightly for hunting, and then skyrocketed again with the arrival of the first tide. Now, everyone began to worry about how to survive the next tide without bullets. According to netizens, not only do we need to find food and water, but we also have to prepare guns and bullets. Damn it, how much do I need each week? I didn't even earn that much on Blue Star. Buying bullets in a survival game is rising faster than buying Bitcoin on Blue Star. I was just fantasizing, imagining I had hoarded 1,000 bullets 7 days ago. I would be financially free by now. Where would you get 30,000 as startup capital on day one? Only in dreams would you dare to think that small. I even fantasized about having a divine rich system where I could get unlimited bullets as long as I had beautiful women, even if those women had to sacrifice a photo for me to continue my fantasy. The applications of revolver bullets were numerous, but their quantity was fixed and rapidly depleted, leading many to regret why they had fired so many rounds at an armed warrior. They could have just shot twice and finished him off. Even risking a bit was absolutely worth it. If there were no more sources to replenish revolver bullets, it wouldn't be long before bullets would be worth more than the revolvers themselves, causing the revolvers to depreciate rapidly. Of course, if there were new ways to obtain revolver bullets, that would be a different story. Mo-chun watched everyone boast while buying a batch of copper ingots to toss into the recycling station. At this point, copper ingots were definitely a luxury. The price difference between copper ingots and pure iron ingots was significant. Both weighed 25 kilograms per unit, yet the system valued them at 2,050 respectively. The latter had a broader application, but was priced much lower. The recycling price for copper ingots and transaction tax were not low. The market price was considerably lower than the system's valuation. Mo-chun spent just over 7,000 for 5 copper ingots. His goal was to obtain research points as copper ingots recycled efficiently, with 1 copper ingot yielding over 27 research points. Recycling 5 units of copper ingots at the value of common-grade copper were yielded 1687 trade points and 40 research points. Trade points recovered 168710000 research points obtained this week, 4,050 recycling efficiency at initial 0. 390,625. The trade points obtained from recycling were based on the initial resource value, but the research points were worthwhile. The acquisition of research points increased significantly once it exceeded 40, partly because they were nearing the recovery limit. Beyond that, no more trade points could be recovered. However, more importantly, the demand for every 10 points increased to 4 times, and with a little calculation, stacking a few times would yield an outrageous amount. This mechanism limited the acquisition of research points. While 40 points only required over 5,000 trade points, acquiring 50 points needed over 20,000 trade points, and 60 points would total approximately 150,000 trade points. Most people would be satisfied with earning around 20 points weekly, and even those who were more leisurely would settle for 10 points, because researching technology for research points was not as important as hoarding food. Mo-chun, who exchanged over 5,000 for 40 research points, was already among the very few. After obtaining research points, Mo-chun allocated the remaining 3 basic technologies in research, and along with the 4 points from last week, completed all basic technologies. The 7 basic technologies were basic die casting processing, basic cutting processing, plant cultivation technology, primitive tool development, pottery, firing technology, basic textile technology, basic refining technology. After these technologies were researched, the workbench significantly expanded, with many new mechanical structures appearing, such as cutting machines, small mechanical arms, and small furnaces. These structures could assist players in manufacturing many items. Technological research came with a plethora of blueprints, and with blueprints and materials available, even a novice could operate them. Stone bricks, stone tables, wooden chairs, iron ingots, clothes, and so on could all be produced autonomously. For items like iron axes and iron swords, all that was needed were iron, ore, and wood. Once the technology was researched, going to the market to buy materials to create tools and sell them could also count as a job. However, this income wouldn't last long, as once more people researched the technology, prices would plummet. Theoretically, farming could also be done, but very few would waste their energy on that. Considering the maturation period calculated in months, one would likely starve before it was ready to eat. Meanwhile, the completion of basic technology research also unlocked level 1 technology. Technology research. Current level 1 technology can be researched. Basic living security unlocks food processing stations for brewing, baking, etc. Metal weapon manufacturing unlocks weapon manufacturing stations for creating complex weapons, including shields, bows, armor, and crossbows. Pharmaceutical processing technology unlocks pharmaceutical stations for creating simple medications. Papermaking technology, gunpowder technology, firearms, and artillery research. Level 1 technology had 10 items, but the one that immediately caught Mo Chen's attention was the last one. Firearms. Mo Chen's eyes narrowed. Doesn't this mean it could replace revolvers? He immediately began to calculate. Researching firearms and artillery was the final technology. The other 9 technologies had to be completed. Basic living security. Research requirements none. Research consumption 20 research points. Research time 6 hours. Mo Chen took a look. The 3 technologies available for research were all 20 points and 6 hours. Level 1 technology should all require 20 research points. Thus, completing level 1 technology would need 200 research points, taking 5 weeks at a rate of 40. 5 weeks meant 5 tides, 35 days over a month. If he could acquire 50 points per week, it would expedite the timeline by a week, but the cost would be 30,000 each week for 4 weeks, totaling 120,000 trade points. In reality, it should be higher, as copper ingots would definitely increase in price, and recycling would exceed the limit along with energy costs. At least 120,000 would only buy 1 week of advantage. Was it worth it? Mo Chen pondered that even if he could manufacture firearms, it would likely not recoup the costs. With only a week's lead time and not exclusive deducting the necessary materials, assuming each person earned 1,000, he would need to sell around 140 times to break even. Not to mention the uncertainty of what could actually be produced after researching firearms and artillery, how easily the materials could be gathered, and whether they could be sold. More importantly, the workbench also required substantial time to create items. Even a mature workshop could not produce 140 guns and bullets in a week, let alone that was just the break-even number. However, 120,000 was not something Mo Chen could not accept. He had that amount now, especially since he could pay in 4 weeks. He was even considering ways to obtain copper ingots weekly to earn 60 research points, but 3 weeks plus his remaining 10 points would just hit 190, still needing the last 10 points in the 4th week. If he had managed to gather 10 more research points last week, it would have been just enough, but now making up for those 10 points would cost 480,000. Forget it, there's no such thing as regret in this world. He indeed hadn't considered the importance of technology at that time. 150,000 weekly was asking him to go bankrupt. The risks were too great. Nonetheless, he still needed to stockpile copper ingots. Just thinking about it now, copper ingots had already begun to rise in price. Mo Chen directly took out over 120,000 to buy 78 units of copper ingots. Originally, he could have afforded 80, but he bought up all the copper ingots in the collection area, causing the price to rise, resulting in 2 less. The copper ingots weighing nearly 2 tons remained in the trading station. Mo Chen did not take them out, but instead listed them at a high price. This was a hidden use of the trading position. A 1 listing position was equivalent to 1 storage space. Wait, Mo Chen suddenly remembered something. That's right, copper ore. He hurried to search the market. The market for copper ore is much more complex than that for iron ore, as the copper content in copper ore is mostly quite low. The copper content in open-pit copper mines is 0. 2 is quite normal. Anything above 1 is considered rich ore. The highest quality copper ore may have a copper content that barely meets the lowest standard for iron ore, thus copper ore is classified into several grades with varying prices. Mo Chen found a batch of high-grade copper ore. Copper ore 10 units 0. 4 tons per unit, 5,500 trade points. Main components: silicon dioxide 34, copper 3, sulfur 3, iron 10. This batch of copper ore can yield 8 units of copper ingots priced at 9,600. Even after deducting the 20 tax, 400 per unit, there would still be 7,680. The profit from refining copper is not low, and the workbench for refining copper will also produce waste and sulfuric acid. Although these two have relatively low prices, they still contribute to the overall profit. A copper content of 3% is remarkably outstanding compared to the many ores with just a fraction of a percent. However, Mo Chen decided to abandon his plans for refining copper. The small furnace on the workbench has too low an efficiency for refining copper. It takes 3 days to complete a cycle, occupying the workbench, requiring regular operation and waste cleanup. In the end, it yields very few units, and the gases emitted pollute the indoor environment, necessitating gradual air purification. It can only be considered a labor-intensive job. Even if he built an unlocked furnace to refine copper, the furnace can only produce low-priced rough copper ingots. Rough copper ingots have a purity of 98, while copper ingots are 99, which shows a vast difference. Rough copper ingots are nearly useless and fetch a very low price. Thus, the unlocked furnace is rather useless. Perhaps it is because the foundational refining unlocks a furnace of too low a level. Refining iron is still acceptable. Overall, the average daily profit is still less than 1,000, which is too low for Mo Chen. However, the price of copper ore is bound to rise. Since the current price is not high, the increase is likely to be greater than that of copper ingots. But hoarding copper ore? Imo-chan quickly abandoned that thought. Copper ore is different from copper ingots. In the market, mainstream copper ore with a grade of 0.3 requires 8.33 tons of copper ore to refine a single unit of copper ingot. Hoarding such large quantities of copper ore, which can easily reach dozens of tons, is too labor-intensive. 3 slots combined can only hold so much. 104 Mutual Aid Association chat channel. The road is beneath your feet. Sharing technology screenshots. Copper ingots and copper ore are likely to rise in price. Those in need of money can hoard some. For those refining copper, selling copper ingots can be directly listed in the alliance. I'll buy. Linshi boss is impressive. I have increased my investment. Cheese power. Wow, with level 1 technology, we can make guns. Won't level 2 technology be able to make rockets? I'm going home. Are you hoarding copper ore because you need money? What if I can't even afford copper ore? One shot into the soul. I thought I'd be done when the revolver bullets ran out, but now it seems I need to hold out until the firearms come out. Cheese power. It feels like it's going to take a long time. How can someone calculate when I can buy a firearm with the last technology at level 1? The road is beneath your feet. I probably need 4 weeks of research. Customer service. Xiaoxiang, the boss is still impressive. Even I am struggling to afford food, let alone that much money. One shot into the soul. Boss, do you have wood for sale? The road is beneath your feet. Not for now. He'll start working after I wake up. One shot into the soul. I need to sleep too. I can't take it anymore. Good night. After checking the situation in the alliance, Imo-chan closed the alliance chat. Next, there was another matter. After researching 3 new technologies, he had earned 3 theory points. He had previously only allocated points to alliance multiplayer base trade standards I. Now he had 4 theory points left, and there were quite a few options available. Unfortunately, Alliance 2 requires level 5 in the alliance, and the Mutual Aid Association is only at level 2. Strengthening recycling. It requires an additional 20,000 and can save some electricity. Forget it. Wasting 2 theory points for that little money isn't worth it. Communication standards. I1 theory point base expansion. I2 theory points advanced workbench. 2 theory points strengthened recycling. I2 theory points standardized agreement. I2 theory points directed trading. I2 theory points second base planning. 3 theory points. There are many viable theories available ranging from 1 to 4 points. After considering it, Mo-chun chose base expansion I and advanced workbench. These 2 would definitely be base expansion I. You can make one adjustment to the base, such as adding new rooms or expanding existing ones, increasing ventilation ducts, adding exit doors, etc. Remaining allocable area 100 square meters. It's surprisingly still free expansion. Mo-chun was somewhat surprised and began planning. The main room was temporarily referred to as the control. The control room would include 2 small rooms, increase the ventilation area, widen the stairs, add a lamp to each of the 3 rooms, and add several charging ports, while the control room would additionally have 1 ventilation duct. Modification extent has reached the limit. Confirm. After clicking confirm, in the blink of an eye, changes appeared within the base. The lighting became brighter and 2 additional rooms appeared. Although the ventilation room was not visible, the stairs had indeed widened considerably. All these changes occurred instantaneously, and Mo-chun barely noticed. In addition, after selecting advanced workbench, the size of the workbench expanded further, making the control room feel somewhat cramped. The cloning chamber and robot could be placed together in the new small room, while the sleeping blanket could go in small room B, freeing up space. The area of the small room is 30 square meters, which is more than enough for resting. However, Mo-chun would have to move the items himself, which is not urgent. He was truly exhausted, the drowsiness continuously assaulting his rationality. Although he had rested yesterday, he didn't dare to sleep too deeply. Now that the tide had receded, he needed to rest properly to recover. Nora, let's rest. Commander, I'm not tired. Then you can look at the computer to pass the time. I'll wake me up in the morning. Mo-chun yawned and laid down on the blanket. After a day of idleness, he would have to start working again in the morning. Just thinking about it made him feel a bit tired. Another day passed. Looking at the gap in the trees, after repeatedly confirming the direction of the fall, Mo-chun kicked it down, but couldn't budge it. He kicked several times with all his strength. Boom. The big tree crashed down. Mo-chun put down the axe and rested, supporting his somewhat sore waist. The sweat on his forehead soaked his clothes. He glanced at Nora. She seemed much more motivated, chopping one after another. He only chopped down 1 or 2 trees a day, and they were still relatively thin. Afterward, he would have to cut them up. Compared to Nora, it seemed like his absence wouldn't matter. However, the thought of slacking off was quickly dismissed. What's wrong with working for himself? With no one supervising, he needed to maintain self-discipline. Just think of it as military service, to at least stick it out for a month. Mo-chun leaned against a tree stump, panting. Looking around, there were already many stumps surrounding the base, and the trees were noticeably sparser. This was because he had deliberately left some behind, just enough to prevent the base from being too obvious in the open area, while ensuring good visibility to spot any approaching creatures. Several transport robots were working together, constantly transporting wood back to the base like worker ants. Further away in the forest, everything was running smoothly. Currently, one of players have completed all basic technologies. The game has updated to version 1.0. Treasure chest exploration updated. All players receive clone sequence combination normal 2, and the top one of players receive an additional reward of select 1-star treasure chest 1. Ether conversion effects have been updated, can be strengthened and analyzed for preview. A system prompt interrupted his thoughts. Version updated. The condition is actually this. The selectable treasure chests include options such as 1-star vitality treasure chest, 1-star weapon treasure chest, 1-star tool treasure chest, 1-star consumer goods treasure chest, 1-star material treasure chest, and random 1-star blueprint. After pondering for a moment, Chun decided to set it aside for now and wait to see what others would choose. He glanced at the 2 large black boxes that had appeared in the storage box, unable to decipher the symbols inscribed on them. After a prompt, it stated that the product had automatically corrected the language differences due to being in a novice period. He was now able to understand the words on it. Cautious use. After opening, the boxes contained numerous items of varying sizes, both solid and liquid, labeled with terms such as gene sequence, set, matching catalyst, nutrient solution, a nutrient solution, B instruction manual. This was followed by the new United Empire Cloning Human Law, which was established to regulate the application of cloning technology in interstellar pioneering, ensure the efficiency of imperial colonization, maintain social order, and establish the basic rights of clones. This law applies throughout the territory of the new United Empire and the interstellar colonies under its jurisdiction. If imperial citizens or organizations use the cloning sequence outside the jurisdiction, the extraterritorial provisions of this law apply. Any non-imperial entity using the cloning sequence will be deemed subject to this law and may face accountability. The cloning sequence can only be produced and sold by the Biological Cloning Council licensed by the Empire. Private or domestic and foreign organizations are prohibited from reselling it. Imperial citizens or organizations must submit an application to the Biological Cloning Council specifying the purpose, quantity, and the rights protection plan for the clones, or otherwise they may face penalties ranging from level 3 to level 5 for prohibited actions. The new United Empire reserves the right to pursue responsibility against non-imperial organizations that illegally use cloning sequences. Clones are classified as special biological assets with ownership belonging to the user, but the clones enjoy basic human rights, including the right to basic survival and freedom from torture. Violators will face penalties ranging from level 2 to level 4. Due to the poor adaptation of cloned humans to spiritual energy, they are not allowed to enter high-risk spiritual energy zones, come into contact with spiritual energy fragments, or undergo experiments related to spiritual energy adaptation. If a clone exhibits symptoms of spiritual energy contamination or awakening, it must be addressed or reported immediately. In case of an incident, the highest penalty for the owner can reach level 7. The new United Empire Cloning Sequence User Manual states that users must strictly adhere to the new United Empire Cloning Human Law. The cloning sequence is classified into ordinary, standard, and excellent. The cloning sequence has various types of donors, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. Using a universal cloning pod consumes 1 cloning sequence to complete the cloning. The cloning sequence includes cloning genes, 3 types of culture liquids, high-speed metabolism, liquid matching catalysts, and hematopoiesis. A complete set of cloning essentials only requiring the cloning pod and energy. Clones have significant spiritual energy defects, making it impossible for them to learn or be allowed to learn skills related to spiritual energy, as they are susceptible to spiritual energy pollution. Please refer to the new United Empire Cloning Human Law. Clones may exhibit defective genes, especially when using ordinary-grade cloning sequences with manifestations, including intellectual defects, poor learning ability, emotional instability, fewer or more fingers, hematophobia, allergies to certain substances, intermittent sleep, and physical weakness. Mild symptoms are considered normal. Significant genetic defects will be marked. Clones initially master at least 1 accompanying skill, including, but not limited to, planting, gathering, mining, cooking, crafting, combat, driving, medical care, engineering, shooting, research, socializing, and art. The time required for clones of different levels and donors varies, generally between 72 to 1,140 hours, with lifespans differing. Both manuals contain a wealth of information detailing a regime called the New United Empire and its control over the cloning sequence. But who is the New United Empire? An alien human regime. Could it be that this game is connected to the New United Empire? Is their goal to have the Blue Star people colonize? The information in the manual left Chun in shock. He had to read the manuals 2 or 3 times to gradually recover. Chun noticed a problem. The 2 manuals only mentioned pioneering colonization and did not mention the game or Blue Star-related information. Was it not as he had thought? things were becoming increasingly perplexing. In any case, there were other human civilizations beyond Earth and Blue Star, and this realization was as certain as a nail. Mo-chun was quick to accept this, having already traversed twice. He looked again at the 2 boxes of cloning sequences. Cloning sequence level ordinary body assessment generally reaches ordinary defects are rare, race hippos advantages and disadvantages strong speed and endurance excellent memory developed hearing. Poor body defense timid and easily startled gender male. And cloning sequence level ordinary body assessment generally reaches ordinary defects are rare, race, pulley advantages and disadvantages strong vision and spatial awareness light, and agile with strong balance. Weak strength poor physique fragile bones, gender female. Seeing the races they didn't seem so human after all. In contrast to the worldview of Blue Star, the new United Empire clearly has a broader definition of humanity. From the cloning donors mentioned in the manual, it can be deduced that there are at least a dozen human races in the new United Empire, of which 6 are the main races, with hippos and pulley being 2 of them. I wonder if there will be significant differences in appearance. Blue skin, red skin, and so on are acceptable, but they should at least resemble humans, preferably in the form of cat girls. Mo-chun silently prayed. The cloning pods had long been prepared, clearly waiting for this day. If the manpower issues were resolved, perhaps the current players would shift from survival to colonization. As for the loyalty of clones, there is no absolute loyalty as seen in games or novels, but there are corresponding measures. The manual states that cloning sequences are divided into 2 types, one equipped with a neck explosion control device, but that is military grade, while the game provides a different pioneering version. However, the pioneering version also has restrictive measures. Clones possess 2 suppressor genes responsible for instinctive obedience and emotional suppression, particularly exhibiting a high natural affinity towards the first few individuals they encounter after awakening. Of course, since it is not enforced, if one insists on having clones undertake actions that are clearly fatal or subjects them to inhumane torture, it could lead to refusal to comply. After 2 hours, Mo-chun had reviewed a wealth of information from various forums, including 3 notable guides from this famous strategist. This person's fame was growing, and indeed, he had some skills. Moreover, Mo-chun noticed that this individual was from the same planet as him, with a base code of 10429387. Among these, the central article mentioned the utilization of a basic furnace, effectively countering Mo-chun's previous notion that furnaces were useless. Although the crude copper ingots produced by the basic furnace were of little use, the process of refining crude copper ingots was a necessary stage in the workbench copper refining process. Using a furnace to replace the workbench for refining crude copper ingots, followed by processing those ingots into copper ingots at a workbench, could significantly enhance efficiency and maximize output statistics provided in the main text. However, the downside was that constructing a basic furnace required certain resources and time. But if furnaces became an industry akin to distilled water, with dedicated individuals operating dozens of furnaces to refine crude copper ingots, then purchasing crude copper ingots for refining into copper would also be possible, which would have the added benefit of producing less waste, requiring less time for processing. If well-organized, refining copper might not even interfere with other activities. The method he proposed was indeed excellent, as using crude copper ingots for further processing into copper ingots would enhance yield while drastically reducing the workload of waste disposal. Once the technology was unlocked, everyone could spare some time to process copper ore. Once this method became known to the public, it would surely lead to an infinite compression of the processing costs of copper ingots. Nevertheless, the price of copper ingots had not decreased because the quantity of copper ore extraction was limited, while the output increased, the raw materials could not. Additionally, Mo-chun also paid attention to a very popular area on his planet known as Red Copper Valley. It was a massive canyon located in the 104*28 region, spanning several collection areas. Particularly the 104.2818 collection area received a lot of attention, most notably due to a player who renamed himself Furnace Base. He had released a plethora of photos and information about the canyon, allowing others from different regions to learn about it. Above Red Copper Valley, no vegetation could be seen, only an endless expanse of wasteland. Perhaps due to its proximity to the equator, the light here was exceptionally good, sometimes illuminating the area with sunlight akin to that of Blue Star. However, the temperature here was also very high, reaching above 40 degrees at noon. If that were all, it would be a rather unremarkable, even very poor environment, making survival for players nearby significantly more challenging. But at the center of this wasteland lay a vast canyon stretching endlessly across the desolate ochre-colored. Peering down, it was a bottomless abyss that instilled dread. The canyon's width exceeded a kilometer at its broadest point, with a drop from the valley floor to the cliff top of at least 1,000 meters. Moreover, the canyon walls were not composed of rock, but rather layers of metallic veins stacked up to thousands of meters high, flowing with molten gold and crimson sheen under the brilliance of the star. Before this colossal natural wonder, humanity appeared as insignificant as an insect. At the valley's bottom flowed a red stream about 100 meters wide, not water, but a saturated copper salt solution. When the twilight line bisected Red Copper Valley, the entire gorge would shimmer with a warm red glow in the pale golden sunlight, a sight of extraordinary splendor. This was scenery that absolutely did not exist on Blue Star. No one knew whether this natural wonder was the result of tectonic pressure. Numerous scholars claiming to be from Blue Star had proposed varying explanations. Also, no one knew how long it was, but players from several nearby collection areas could see it. The density of mineral veins in Red Copper Valley could almost be likened to a metallic mountain range. Despite its name, the veins contained far more than just copper and iron. This natural mine was more than just a beautiful sight. All nearby players came here to acquire metal ores. As long as they established a presence here, they could utilize the trading platform to continuously exchange resources with other regions. And Furnace Base, this was both a player's alias and the name of an alliance. This player's multi-person base had already reached level 3 with 4 members within. The commanding player not only promoted Red Copper Valley, but also introduced the concept of the Red Copper Valley Benefit Community to gather all nearby players to collectively mine the veins for profit. This alliance had already begun to take shape, nominally boasting hundreds of members and growing rapidly. Due to the near absence of obstacles in Red Copper Valley, even bases several kilometers apart had that small visible part above ground, making them exceptionally conspicuous against the wasteland. They were able to mobilize several bases to act together, even having specialized prospectors who found high-quality mining areas. Much of the high-quality copper ore on the market originated from here. Of course, this had little impact on copper ore prices, as their numbers were trivial compared to the entire planet, and the efficiency of hand mining was also quite low. Currently, the price of copper ore had risen to the point that buying copper ore to process into copper ingots barely yielded any profit. This did not significantly affect Mo Chun, and in fact the price of copper ingots had risen even higher as a result. However, they were currently limited by the lack of mining machines. Efficiency was too low and profits were not much higher than logging. Nevertheless, Red Copper Valley indeed held great potential, and in the future it would surely be richer than the forests. Mo Chun sighed. Apart from Red Copper Valley, there were still many fascinating anecdotes on the forum, including those from other planets. For example, Planet 114, which had a vast ocean area where most of the players on this planet resided on islands where the ocean was visible, resulting in a noticeably higher player density than other planets. Or Planet 76, which featured an extensive distribution of natural caves on its surface, even interconnected, making it seem as though the entire planet was covered in a network of caves and underground rivers, dividing the world into above-ground and underground realms, presenting quite a peculiar landscape with a fantastical ambience. Or planets with several moons, or those with a very high forest coverage. Although the gravity, air pressure, and atmosphere of various planets remained within a range that humans could adapt to, not drastically deviating, the natural environments and species were still vastly different. Even though the computer had no other entertainment software, scrolling through the forum felt more addictive than watching short. After satisfying his thirst for knowledge for a while, Mo Chun forcibly restrained his hand from clicking on those eye-catching clickbait titles. He needed to focus on the important matters. First, the self-selected treasure chests and cloning sequences provided by the system were not for sale. Now he could make a choice. The 1-star survival treasure chest randomly awarded either 15 days of food or water, which had the lowest cost-effectiveness. Due to concerns about his own safety, the most frequently used self-selected treasure chest was the 1-star weapon chest, which yielded a lot of various items, including crossbows, long-barreled flintlock rifles, 3-barreled guns, Baker flintlock pistols, and M1841 Mississippi rifles. The quantities varied from 1 to over 10, with the most impressive being an Armstrong-style, muzzle-loading rifled cannon complete with 10 shells. However, that was about the extent of it. The summarized patterns indicated that the 1-star weapon chest could only yield muzzle-loading guns or cannons usable, but with limited effectiveness. For instance, although the M1841 Mississippi rifle had a more significant range and power compared to revolvers, as an outdated muzzle-loading rifle, it was challenging to fire a second shot, making it less convenient than a revolver. While artillery had considerable power, it was even less convenient and difficult to operate, making indoor usage even harder. There were exceptions, as the 1-star weapon chest had a chance to yield breech-loading single-shot firearms, but there was not much difference. There were many more tools and consumables that could be obtained, such as paper looms, watches, and so on. While gunpowder might appear in the materials chest, weapons are undoubtedly important, but for Mo Chun, if he can afford a revolver, there is no need to consider a muzzle. Many people likely share this thought. Being in the top 1 means that under the circumstances of researching 30 scientific points last week, one can produce over 5,000 this week. Those who can afford that much money can generally also afford a revolver. Of course, for those who open treasure chests, as soon as the version was updated, it holds little significance, as they have no idea what a one-star treasure chest can yield. The emergence of one-star weapon treasure chests has indeed curbed the rising prices of weapons. This is not only due to the one-star weapon treasure chests provided by the system, but also because following the version update, one-star treasure chests began to appear in outdoor explorations, indicating the emergence of alternatives to revolvers with a steady albeit small supply. This is not particularly good news for Mo-chun. He had originally planned to allocate the parsing times he gained from the version update to the revolver bullets. Given the shortage and rising prices of revolver bullets, Mo-chun could have made a significant profit, but the prices of both revolvers and revolver cartridges have stabilized and even started to decline. The reasons extend beyond the appearance of one-star treasure chests. On the forums, others have discovered that the workbench functions like a foolproof lathe, allowing free operation rather than strictly following blueprints. This means that as long as you have the skills, you can bypass blueprints and techniques. The importance of knowledge has increased, and skilled workers have seen their value skyrocket. Some have shared the process of gun making, and the proportions for gunpowder are widely known. Though not everyone has the ability to make guns and bullets, and acquiring gunpowder is not easy. However, homemade firearms have begun to appear on the market, albeit rarely, which greatly impacts others' confidence and has halted the previously endless price hikes of revolvers. Thus, the cost-effectiveness of parsing revolver bullets is no longer high. Moreover, revolvers are a type of revolver-style handguns which are nearly the most basic kind of breech-loading guns. The technology involved dates back to the first industrial revolution, and Mo-chun is reluctant to waste a parsing opportunity on this, as it might become outdated in just a few weeks. However, there is still another option. Enhancing and parsing can be focused on a single item, creating a significant advantage for himself. What will the revolver enhance into? If players didn't automatically delete friends, Mo-chun would have almost thought something had happened to her. Orange flavor storm, I went out for a look before the surge ended. If players didn't automatically delete friends, Mo-chun would have almost thought something had happened to her. Orange flavor storm, I went out for a look before the surge ended and was chased. It was close to getting me killed. The road is underfoot. Are you okay? Orange flavor storm, just a bit of wear and tear. Guess what I encountered? Orange flavor storm, I found a neutral building called Interstellar Trade Store, and the system indicates that trade beacons can be used for interstellar trade. The road is underfoot. What is a trade beacon? Orange flavor storm, I don't know. The road is underfoot. Orange flavor storm, don't rush, there's one more thing. I opened a 2-star treasure chest and ended up with this piece. Do you want it? Orange flavor storm initiated a personal trade. Mo-chun received a trade request. The trade item was Wild Chainsaw X5, priced at 1 transaction tax 1,000, already paid by the other party. 1 is enough. I want use this, so I don't have many trees here. Am I supposed to use it as a chainsaw sword? Alright then, initiated personal trade. Mo-chun sent 10 copper ingots and paid the transaction tax himself. Recovering 5 copper ingots each week can fill up to 40 scientific points. The way you're doing this makes it seem like you're supporting me. I have money. Is that not okay? Alright, old dang, just drop the gold coins. When can the Alliance let me in? Not for a while. Just reached level 3, need to reach level 5 to research doctrines. Turning off the chat channel, Mo-chun arrived at the trading station. 5 large suitcases made of plastic shells. Opening one, he was surprised to find a chainsaw inside, with a long saw chain rubber handle and a larger engine battery than a typical chainsaw. In addition to the chainsaw itself, there were 2 spare chains, a spare battery, a charger, a bottle of lubricant, small tools like wrenches and screws, and a manual. Mo-chun tried to pick it up, but it was somewhat difficult. After looking at the manual's data, he realized this thing weighed 8 kilograms, designed for enhanced outdoor endurance. The value of these 5 could easily be worth tens of thousands, so it seems he got the better end of the deal with Lee Simming. Could he really handle using it? It might be a bit challenging, but Nora would definitely have no problem. The arrival of the chainsaw also added another option for Mo-chun. Just right to test the effect preview. As Mo-chun pondered, a screen suddenly appeared before him. Ether Conversion Effect Preview I-33. There were only 3 preview attempts left. After hesitating briefly, he decided to throw both the revolver and the chainsaw into the enhancement preview. Revolver pistol 2-star, wield self-propelled howitzer 3-star, wild chainsaw 2-star, multifunctional handheld collector 4-star, wield self-propelled howitzer. Multifunctional handheld collector. Mo-chun's eyes widened in surprise. The enhancement preview truly gave him a huge surprise. Suddenly jumping from a revolver to modern weaponry, even a vehicle-mounted cannon. Isn't the firepower of this thing overwhelming at present? But soon Mo-chun calmed down. It's hard to say if there is any practical environment for such a large device. In contrast, the latter has a higher star rating, and the collector is more suitable for the present. After a moment of hesitation, Mo-chun made his decision. After all, there will be more opportunities. Based on this version update's experience, the next version will be over a month later. He looked at the chainsaw and selected an unopened suitcase. The white light from his forehead flowed towards the suitcase. Moments later, the white light dissipated. It was still a suitcase, but its exterior had changed drastically. A rectangular shape made of an unknown alloy material with all original seams disappeared, only an icon and a fingerprint scanner beside it. Mo-chan pressed his thumb against it, and the suitcase popped open automatically, revealing the object protected by foam inside. Multifunctional handheld collector manual designed for optimized tree cutting and mining scenarios, balancing lightweight, high efficiency, and safety. Modular structure enables rapid function switching capable of tasks such as detection, tree cutting, mining, and self-defense when necessary. Appearance specifications: length 60 cm, width 18 cm, height 12 cm, maximum extension of collecting arm up to 1 m, weight 68 kg, made of titanium alloyed carbon fiber composite shell, built-in gravity balancing system, adaptable to 0.3G to 2G environments, surface covered with adaptive coating, color is deep space gray. Structural diagram: grip module, power core, replaceable tool head, anti-slip rubber, battery, motor, magnetic quick release interface. Key component details: 1. Replaceable tool head, magnetic quick release, curved alloy saw blade, tungsten carbide coating, conical impact pick, titanium alloy reinforced. 2. Detection system: sample collection analysis, internal database, underground sonar detection. 1. Mini brushless motor, tree cutting mode, 2000 revolutions per minute, high frequency vibration, mining mode, pulsed impact 5 times per second. 3. Intelligent shock absorber, built-in gyroscope, hydraulic buffer, reducing stress by 74. Grip module, ergonomically optimized carbon fiber material, anti-slip silicone coating, safety, design, triple insurance. Tool head, magnetic mechanical pin, double locking grip, pressure sensor, power cut on misactuation, debris protection shield, foldable for storage, extreme environment adaptability, IP68 waterproof, diving 5M. Low temperature lithium battery, 40C high temperature coating, 80C usage, scenario demonstration, mining process, cutting trees process, performance parameters, expansion accessories, precautions. It took Mo-chan a fair while to finish reading this rather hefty manual. He had been reading far too many manuals lately. Still, this multifunction collector was far more impressive than he had imagined. The operation was not overly difficult, and safety was also better guaranteed. It was outright beyond the scope of Blue Star technology. Looking back at the iron axe he had been using, he found it utterly contemptible in every way. Besides felling trees, it could also mine ores. Mo-chan reassembled the multifunction handheld collector and cast another analysis preview. Analyze multifunction collector. You may choose to acquire its blueprint technology. Currently auto-selected multifunction handheld collector. Analysis success rate 95. Selectable blueprint technologies: electric motor, insulating varnish. Mo-chan checked the subsequent technologies, and the success rate dropped from 95 to 93. A success rate of 93%, while not a perfect 100, was regrettable, yet still within acceptable bounds. Mo-chan chose to proceed with the analysis. Just like with enhancement, a radiance flowed from the crown of his head, seeping into the briefcase before him. Confirm analysis, analyzing. However, unlike before, this was not a one-way street. Mo-chan felt a powerful sensation as well. Humph. Multifunction handheld collector, power unit, iron components, copper parts, overall structure, surface. An incalculable amount of information flooded into Mo-chan's mind, causing a distinct swelling pain in his head, as if his brain were rattling within a vast cavernous space. Mo-chan instinctively pressed a hand to his forehead. "Commander, what's wrong?" Nora was startled and quickly asked. "It's nothing." Mo-chan forced the words out through gritted teeth. This swelling pain was merely a minor side effect. After enduring it for a few seconds, it began to subside, and he soon adapted. Once he adapted, it actually felt rather pleasant. The knowledge seemed to be rapidly organizing itself within his mind, strands of information being comprehended by him. This body of knowledge could likely not be fully recorded, even in a tome as thick as the Xinhua dictionary. Analysis successful. It was just a simple prompt, utterly failing to capture Mo-chan's attention. Whoosh. Mo-chan shook his head, his thoughts clearing once more. Multifunction handheld collector plan 1. Manufacture multifunction collector handheld, professional factory materials, electric motor, iron ingot, copper ingot, rubber, efficiency, low. Plan 2. Manufacture multifunction collector handheld, professional factory materials, electric motor, steel ingot, copper ingot, aluminum ingot, rubber, various electronic components. Efficiency medium. Plan 3. Manufacture power equipment factory materials, electric motor, steel ingot, copper ingot, aluminum ingot, rubber, ceramics, epoxy resin, gold ingot, various mechanical parts, various electronic components. Efficiency medium. Plan 4. Manufacture general equipment factory materials. Plan 5. Manufacture equipment printer materials. Mo-chan briefly organized the plans for manufacturing the multifunction collector. This knowledge did not make him an erudite scholar, but his understanding of this multi-function handheld collector likely far surpassed its creator and in certain areas even exceeded the foremost scholars of Blue Star. With this comprehension, he could use a workbench to replace the factories needed for manufacturing, crafting the multi-function collector on the workbench itself. Moreover, these plans were far from exhaustive. Chun could freely design and adjust the schemes. For instance, the electric motor, a crucial raw material, still could not be manufactured. Electric Motor Plan 1 Manufacture electric motor fabrication station materials: copper ingot, steel ingot, silicon ingot, insulating varnish, lubricating grease. Efficiency Low Plan 2 Manufacture electric motor factory materials: copper ingot, insulating varnish, rubber, various mechanical structural parts, various electronic components. Efficiency Medium Plan 3 Manufacture electrical machinery and equipment factory materials: silicon, steel sheet, copper wire, insulating varnish, lubricating grease, rubber, epoxy resin, various mechanical structural parts, various electronic components. Efficiency Medium Tree Resin Insulating Varnish Plan 1 Manufacture insulating varnish factory materials: natural resin. Efficiency Low Plan 2 Manufacture fine chemical plant materials: shellac flakes, anhydrous, ethanol, mica powder, rosin. Efficiency Medium Plan 2 Manufacture fine chemical plant materials: alkyd resin, xylene, and butanol. He could go no further. This knowledge stopped there. He could not handcraft high-purity copper or iron, nor could he truly whip up something from nothing. That was unrealistic. Nevertheless, this analytical ability still exceeded Mo Chin's expectations. Just this knowledge alone would take him some time to digest. As for the self-selection chest, there was no need to hesitate. The gains were negligible anyway, and Mo Chin was quite interested in the random blueprint. Select random 1-star blueprint. Acquired compass blueprint. Of all things, this. But it was rather useless. Even if compass blueprints were scarce, anyone who could handcraft a firearm could certainly make a compass. The principle was not complex. Used compass blueprint. Acquired 2 research points. The blueprint even granted research points. However, upon checking, Mo Chin found that the points obtained from blueprints and those recovered from recycling were pooled together, counted towards the weekly acquisition limit, meaning they were subject to the decay mechanic. Forget about earning extra research points from blueprints. The amount given was too small. This blueprint would save him around 4,000 or so, which was somewhat useful. To be precise, it was fortunate that it was only somewhat useful. If it had been highly useful, the value of copper ingots would have plummeted drastically. The stockpile of copper ingots he had hoarded would have shrunk by an unknown amount, which would have been a significant loss for him. Market category system items: medieval style, wood carving furniture blueprint 10,000, soap blueprint 6,000, bronze mirror blueprint 18,000, perfume blueprint 14,000, mini rifle blueprint 2,000, new United Empire common language skill book 51,000, trade beacon 9,100. Mo Chin checked the market. Since blueprints could only be obtained from 1-star chests, there were very few available. Their prices were erratic, but generally high. In terms of volume or cost-effectiveness, they were unlikely to replace copper ingots. There was even a rifle blueprint priced at 200,000. But that thing, could anyone actually come up with 2? Only those who didn't understand would be fooled into buying it at such a high price. After all, even after learning the blueprint, one still needed the corresponding technology to manufacture it. Aside from the blueprints, the last 2 items were somewhat interesting. New United Empire Common Language Skill Book. Wasn't that the regime formed by the Clone Sequence Alliance? There was even a language skill book. It would certainly be useful, though, when exactly was unknown. 50,000 was still a bit steep. Mo Chin planned to buy one if he had some spare cash. As for the trade beacon, it seemed no one knew its function. Even on the forums, information about interstellar trade stations was nowhere to be found, highlighting the rarity of this knowledge. The fact that Lee Simming managed to obtain a 2-star chest in version 1.0 was an impressive feat in itself. One could only wonder where she had ventured to discover that neutral building. As for its use, interstar trade. Useful, but not particularly so. Not only did it require an interstellar trade station and a trade beacon, but the transaction tax for cross-star trades was as high as 100 of the item's value. The price was far too steep. It was completely unusable at present. Whether any fool would buy it was anyone's guess. Regardless, its price was purely driven by its extreme rarity and its name. As an item of unknown function, even if no one could use it, its value was inflated. It was worth noting that system items like blueprints, trade beacons, and skill books were classified as special items. The system had no valuation for them, so during transactions a percentage of the selling price was charged directly as the transaction tax. In other words, for private transactions, a very low transaction tax could be achieved, provided both parties had a foundation of trust. Having processed or reviewed all of this, Mo Chin leaned back in his chair, shifting his gaze away from the computer screen. Next, Mo Chin murmured, looking towards the cloning pod. He was well aware of what 2 people represented. The attribute ratings of clones were mostly average with an occasional deficient trait. This meant their bodies were far superior to those of Blue Star humans. The average rating alone was already the peak limit for a blue star human attainable only by top-tier professional athletes. Yet this was merely the average for a clone. Nora's physical strength rating was average, and she was several times stronger than Imo-chan. Of course, there were differences even within the average rating. Nora's extraordinary physique was likely not something an ordinary clone could match. Although having 2 more people meant 2 more mouths to feed, it was worth it. Even if he just handed them an axe to chop, their efficiency would certainly be high. The risks were not significant either. The manual stated that most clones were very obedient, though some might have troublesome genetic defects. Moreover, having clones meant an increase in base personnel. Most multi-person bases had 2 blue star humans and 2 clones. With 4 hands, it finally felt like a real base rather than the previous wilderness survival. More people meant higher potential, greater resilience against risks, and the core issue of security absolutely required manpower. Of course, a minority of pessimistic players tried to argue the drawbacks, ethics, or even conspiracies surrounding clones. But this couldn't stop the majority. If you didn't use them, others would have 2 extra hands. This was not just a labor issue, it was a security issue. Imo-chan had already decided to activate the cloning pod. Each set of base sequence groups required 72 hours for the cloning pod to complete the process. This was already incredibly fast. In the realm of blue star biology, it was nothing short of miraculous. To create a complete human from scratch, defying nature in a mere 3 days. Moreover, he was already slightly behind many others. So if any accidents occurred, he could gain some reaction time by observing the situations of others. Imo-chan opened a box of clone sequence combinations. Glass vials of genomes, white biogel, red hematopoietic gel, green liquid, which was high-speed metabolic fluid, and many opaque containers. There was no need to open these containers. Imo-chan simply followed the instructions, filling each compartment of the cloning pod and sealing it shut. 5 minutes later, as a row of indicator lights on the cloning pod all lit up, signifying that everything was ready. He pressed the final confirmation button, and the instrument began to work. Imo-chan chose to clone a female of the Pori race first. The clone sequence combination only listed the general pros and cons of this race, while the manual contained a more detailed introduction to racial distinctions. Pori people. Most Pori have distinct racial characteristics. They possess feather tufts where their ears would be, and their hair and eye colors are more diverse. Their skin metabolizes frequently and requires regular cleaning. Pori people are generally lighter in weight, weaker in strength, have poorer physiques, and their skeletal structure is the pupils of Pori people are often vertical diamonds. They can voluntarily control their pupils for far and near vision, granting them exceptional eyesight and spatial awareness, allowing them to maintain balance while moving at high speeds. The reason for his choice was simple. The purest average physique ranked last among the 6 major races, tied with another. Compared to the Zypos people, who ranked second in average physique among the 6 major races, and were male at that. Imo-chan decided to first see the situation with this Pori woman. A countdown appeared on the cloning pod's identification screen. Currently normal 715959, checking the time. The sky outside had already darkened. Time to rest. Tomorrow morning, he would test out the multifunction collector. Zizila. The high-speed friction between the metal saw teeth and the wood produced a deep sound. But it ended quickly as the stout tree came crashing down. The device at the top of the harvester even lifted the tree, precisely controlling the direction in which it fell. This all happened in just a matter of seconds. This speed left Imo-chan dumbfounded. Imo-chan could only chop down 1 or 2 trees in a day, while Nora's speed was dozens of times faster, yet it still took over 20 minutes. Although segmenting the trees was easier since it didn't require controlling their fall, it was still not far off. And now, just a few seconds. It's not just dozens of times faster. For Imo-chan, it felt like 1,000 times faster. This is the power of machines. Who would still care about the performance of manual teams? Imo-chan instantly thought that this chainsaw was incredibly. The multifunctional harvester utilized a modular design, allowing different modules to be attached and detached for various functions, including logging, mining, and even detecting underground minerals or charging different energy modules. In short, it was comprehensive and convenient to use simultaneously. Nora also felt much more relaxed holding the harvester equipped with the logging module. She felled several large trees in just a few minutes, spending most of her time deciding which tree to chop. The heavy trunk crashed to the ground with a whistling sound accompanied by a rumbling noise as dust and dry branches were suddenly kicked up, forming a light yellow mist. The branches continued to shake incessantly due to inertia. This sound was always so pleasant, as it symbolized that long hours of hard work had paid off, and now the delightful sound was continuous. The air was filled with the scent of wood shavings. Imo-chan felt quite good. Previously, Imo-chan and Nora could only handle 8 or 9 trees in a day, but now the speed was a qualitative leap, reducing the time needed for felling and segmenting trees to a minimum, leaving only the task of transporting the wood back to the base. The wood could be freely transported, but he began to worry about the limit on trade occurrences. Mo-chun calculated again that the trading station could accommodate at most half a tree per transaction, and with a maximum of 35 trades a day, they could only list just over half a tree. Moreover, he couldn't use all his trade occurrences just for selling wood, as he always needed to buy or sell it. While he was calculating the numbers, Sha-sha, the sound was very faint, but it was immediately noticed by Nora. She sensed something was off and suddenly looked up in a direction. After a tree had fallen, it seemed a figure in the forest was startled and ran deeper into the woods. By the time Mo-chun reacted, he could only vaguely see a shadow. Before he could reach for the pistol at his waist, it had already vanished from his sight in an instant. It's not a monster, it's a person. Nora confirmed Mo-chun's guess. Mo-chun furrowed his brows. How could someone have come so close? Though they were still over 100 meters away, that person must have seen the location of his base. And they should have been scared off directly by Nora's chainsaw. This direction, to the north. Was that the person? Mo-chun didn't pursue, nor dared to. Who knew if that person would turn around and pull out a gun? We need to be careful these days. We must leave the base together and always pay attention to our surroundings, he advised. Nora nodded. She had been vigilant without Mo-chun needing to say anything. It was clear that the person had stealthily approached after noticing the logging or fire-making traces left by them. In this forest where visibility wasn't great, she couldn't possibly detect an intruder from that far away. The key point was that she had work to do and couldn't maintain high vigilance to observe her surroundings. However, the safety issue wasn't too serious, as the trees near the base had been mostly cut down. If someone did approach within 100 meters, she would certainly notice immediately. With the harvester, the workload had greatly reduced. Previously, they transported 20 tons of timber or lumber back to the base in a day, but now it had increased exponentially, bringing nearly 50 tons back daily. This was mainly due to the limit on trade occurrences, otherwise they could have easily transported even more. Mo-chun was also troubled by this. With several robots constantly transporting, both he and Nora had significantly reduced their logging workload, but the upper limit on trade points gained had also been locked. Nora's total workload each day added up to less than an hour, and when she wanted to help the robots move trees, Mo-chun stopped her. There was no need at all. The current limitation was the upper limit on trade occurrences at the trading station. Even if she did help, it would merely allow the robots to finish work earlier and return to recharge sooner. It was better to conserve her energy for guarding their surroundings. To earn more trade points, he tried to reduce transporting tree crowns and bark, which were worth less, increasing the proportion of higher value wood. But this only delayed the unloading time for the transport robots by a few minutes. Now the main task was to command the robots to transport without any issues and then return to the base to sell. Were there any downsides to this approach? Yes, indeed. One small issue was the significant power consumption. Both the robots and the harvester consumed a lot of power, so Mo-chun had increased the frequency of purchasing batteries. However, the batteries were only around 1,000, which could last several days. Compared to the nearly 80,000 trade points earned daily, it was negligible. He bought 5 at once, enough to last 2 weeks. Moreover, purchasing food would consume 1 trade occurrence each time, so he switched his diet to options like self-heating rice and bought several large bottles of drinking water at once. In terms of food, Mo-chun usually didn't skimp on himself. But now the trade occurrences were really too scarce, and sometimes the base needed other essentials as well. Of course, even the compromised meals at the base were far better than those of other players. When choosing self-heating rice, he always picked the best flavors, and these better flavors did come with a bit of an additional cost. For Mo-chun, the extra cost of dozens or hundreds was negligible. Using 1 more trade occurrence meant losing over 2,000 trade points. Since he wanted to both save and earn, he was also looking for ways to increase income. Currently, there were 2 theories available to increase the trade occurrence limit. Directed trade. I2 theory points allows a directed trade agreement with a designated player trading tax 50, and trading with that player does not consume trade occurrences. Trade standard 2 theory points adds 2 slots at the trading station. Daily trade occurrences 20. Both theories have their advantages. Directed trade. I requires Mo-chun to find an intermediary, but trade occurrences would no longer be limited. Trade standard 2 simply increases the daily trade occurrences along with 2 additional slots. Mo-chun was more inclined towards the latter. The former required finding someone trustworthy. The problem was that even if the trade tax was halved, it was still a direct cost. The other party would transfer the money from the sale to him and still have to pay the trade tax, and then there would be some compensation for this intermediary. In the end, he would gain at most 35 more trade occurrences, and the profit wouldn't even compare to the 20 trade occurrences directly increased by trade standard 2. But the theory points needed for theories required waiting until next week. Since he now completed his work quickly every day, Mo-chun had basically freed himself from physical labor. His daily tasks had become helping Nora keep watch while she logged, trading the wood, and then exploring outside together during the best visibility times in the morning and noon. confirming the person to the north, then cautiously finding them bit by bit. 8 transport robots spread out into 2 teams at the front. Mo-chan's instructions to them were, advance 500 meters and identify biological life. Sound an alarm upon identifying a life form. Stop advancing and return upon hearing the alarm, which happened to hit the limit of his commands. This way they could proceed most securely. Once any life form was detected, they would know preventing any ambush. Although limited by the slow speed of the transport robots, Mo-chan wasn't in a hurry to find the other party's base in one day. He planned to explore for 4 hours and then return. After returning around 2 in the afternoon, Mo-chan used the professional knowledge in his mind to design a low-spec version of the logging harvester at the workbench. Because if he directly used a first-level technology workbench to create a 4-star multifunctional harvester, the efficiency would be terrifyingly low. Thus, Mo-chan decided to design one himself, just like those craftsmen who made their own guns. With the physical labor of logging eliminated, he had plenty of rest time, and time was quite free. If he ran out of ideas, he could chat with Nora in front of the computer or simply take a break. On the morning of the 3rd day, shortly after 10, Mo-chan prepared to set off as he had on the previous 2 days. Due to the planetary environment and protective suits, it wasn't hot at this time. Rather, the light improved their visibility significantly. Nora and Mo-chan double-checked their 3 revolvers to avoid any mistakes. Today, they had bought 2 more transport robots, bringing the total number to 10. As usual, the 8 robots in 2 teams advanced in front, while the new 2 were placed behind, acting as rear. They advanced at full speed for the first 3 kilometers, slowing down as they neared unexplored areas, exploring gradually in regions they had never visited before. Before long, they found a treasure chest. A delightful surprise. They had discovered several treasure chests in recent days, but the rewards weren't very high. Mo-chan opened it to find 5 stimulants inside. Not bad, just leave them at home. He was pondering. Dee. Suddenly, one of the transport robots, all the robots activated the 3rd command, returning towards Mo-chan, who then arranged them in front of him. They cautiously approached the source of the alarm. The revolver in his hand was already raised, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Wait, I surrender. Don't kill me. Before Mo-chan could approach, he heard a loud shout. He didn't let his guard down immediately, instead deliberately making the robots create noise as they advanced in that direction. Mo-chan and Nora crept closer, trying to make as little sound as possible. When they drew near, they finally saw the person. Despite the protective suit, they could still make out the face beneath the helmet. A young man around 20 years old looked around in panic at the several transport robots surrounding him. Whoosh. Mo-chan took a few deep breaths, mentally preparing himself. Drop your weapon, he shouted from behind a tree. Okay. The young man, flustered and terrified, threw the iron axe to the ground. Are there any others here? Mo-chan continued questioning. My girlfriend is at my base. The young man hesitated before answering. Mo-chan confirmed once more that no one else was around before stepping out, though. He kept his gun trained on the man. Where is your base? The young man, upon seeing Mo-chan's face, showed a hint of surprise, then visibly relaxed. Boss, my base is over there. My girlfriend is still recovering from her injuries. What happened? Yesterday, 2 people came and took everything. Our supplies and trade points, and nearly shot my girlfriend dead. He also said I had to chop wood and hand over the trade points and clones I made in a few days, or else they'd kill us. The young man sobbed as he spoke. Just 2 weeks ago, he was still in university. Now faced with such a harsh reality, he could barely cope. His hands ached from chopping wood, but the thought of the quota those 2 demanded kept him from stopping. Seeing another person now felt like clutching at a lifeline. Regardless of whether Mo-chan was good or bad, he poured out all his grievances to the man before him. What about your guns? We sold one. The other was taken by them. Caught off guard and threatened, even the gun that had once saved his life was snatched away. Not just the pistol, but also his transport robots. Except for things that couldn't be moved or were too heavy, he had lost all his assets. They originally had 2 guns too. Yeah, and those 2 are vicious. They felt like real bandits. As they spoke, Mo-chan confirmed that the only weapon on him was the iron axe on the ground. His voice didn't sound like an act. That meant there were 2 more major threats with at least 3 guns in total. Mo-chan waved his hand, and Nora stepped out as well. He had kept Nora hidden because her marksmanship was precise. From the shadows, she could immediately open fire if she spotted a threat. Now that there was no danger, she could come out. The young man was even more startled when he saw Nora. Why wasn't she wearing a protective suit? And she was stunningly beautiful. Even scrolling through short videos, he had never seen such a gorgeous woman. But he quickly came to his senses, lowering his head and averting his gaze. Did you fire a shot last week? Mo-chan pressed on. Yes, I was just testing it out. The young man took a moment to recall. Which way did those 2 go? That direction. The young man pointed, and Mo-chan checked the map. It was east. That meant the base of those 2 bandits might not be far from Mo-chan's. The threat had just grown. Take me to your base. This. The young man hesitated. Hurry up. We won't rob you, but I need to confirm you're not lying. Mo Chen's voice turned cold as he aimed the gun at the man's head. He'll lead the way. The young man shuddered and quickly complied. In truth, it wasn't far. Just a few steps past 2 trees revealed the above-ground part of the base. Even without guidance, it would only take a minute to find. What's your name? Fong Zihan. Soon they arrived at the base's entrance, which opened with a fingerprint scan. Throughout the process, Mo Chen kept the 2 robots trailing behind Fong Zihan, while he and Nora stayed hidden behind them. Boss, how do you have so many robots? Bought them, of course. What else? Fong Zihan gave an awkward smile. What if they were all stolen? Though it seemed unlikely, buying that many didn't seem possible either, did it? Entering the base, they saw a young woman lying on the ground with her eyes closed. A strip of blood-stained torn cloth was wrapped around her thigh, and she looked listless from blood loss. Hearing the commotion, she struggled to open her eyes and saw the people entering. Xiaoxia, Fong Zihan called out with concern. Zihan, Lin Jixiao whispered weakly. As they spoke, Mo Chen surveyed the room. Boxes, robots. Everything movable had been taken. There wasn't even a second protective suit in sight. However, the 2 boxes of clone sequence sets awarded by the system were bound and unusable by others. In theory, clones could be stolen, and the cloning pod could be traded provided one could move it. What remained in the base were the immovable workbench, personal terminal computer, and the running cloning pod. The first 2 were integrated with the base, while the pod was too heavy to carry off. The young woman had been shot in the thigh, yet the wound was merely wrapped with torn cloth ripped from clothing, and the bandaging was unprofessional. Due to blood loss, she was on the verge of death. Nora, give her an injection. Mo Chen gestured. Nora nodded and administered a stimulant. As one of the lucky finds, the stimulant could quickly stop bleeding, relieve pain, and suppress negative emotions. Though not a strong healing agent, it was still a lifesaver. Mo Chen had naturally brought a few along. After the injection, the woman's complexion improved instantly. This didn't mean she was healed. It was just the analgesic and stimulant effects kicking in, but it did halt the rapid deterioration of her condition. Thank you. Thank you, boss. Fong Zihan and Lin Jixiao quickly expressed their gratitude. Did you remove the bullet? If not, it'll be trouble. Mo Chen asked bluntly. It went through. The bullet fell out. Fong Zihan answered hastily. It was precisely because it was a rough hand-throw wound that the bleeding was so severe. If there's an issue, consult doctors online. Ask several. Mo Chen nodded and turned to leave with Nora. Boss, can I work for you? Fong Zihan quickly asked as he saw Mo Chen about to leave. Are you sure? Though this was what Mo Chen had in mind, he didn't agree immediately. I can do anything, Fong Zihan said through gritted teeth. Zihan. Lin Jixia, who had just sat up, watched with mixed emotions. All right, but first we need to deal with those 2 bandits. Mo Chen pretended to ponder for a few seconds before nodding. Do you have those 2 bandits as friends on your contact list? He first asked Fong Zihan if he had their contact information. If so, it would be easy. No, they barely spoke. Fong Zihan shook his head. As expected. Mo Chen then began to devise a plan. Since they said they'd come back in a few days, should we ambush them here? As long as they don't notice, we can shoot from the shadows. But that's not right either. Those 2 are ruthless and have already made enemies of us. Their word might not mean much. Since they've already taken everything, who knows when they'll actually return? We can't just wait here for days. We need to find a way to lure them out. Using gunfire would create the most noise, but it would definitely alert them. What about starting a fire? They should be able to see the smoke. We'll see if they come. But if they're cautious enough, they probably won't. Assuming they're cautious, there's no way to draw them out, and we can't set up an ambush. Let's try it. Wait 6 hours. If it doesn't work, we'll think of something else. Mo Chen quickly made up his mind. If he could eliminate them, good. If not, they weren't too great a threat. As long as he stayed vigilant, they couldn't bypass the patrol of 10 robots to sneak up and take a shot at them. But exactly how to proceed required careful discussion with Fong Zihan. Mo Chen certainly wasn't about to take any risks himself. In an unknown base, 2 men leaned against an iron wall. They both wore blue shirts with reflective black and white stripes on the collar, which stood out even in the dimly lit ventilation room. Their hair was disheveled, clearly neglected for a long time, and they seemed indifferent to their appearance. One of them was slightly smaller in stature with a haggard face and a tense expression clearly overshadowed by the other. The other man was not particularly tall, but had a solid build and a cold, hard, square face. His eye sockets were deep-set, and his murky brown pupils, when half-closed, revealed red veins in the whites of his eyes, exuding a ruthless intensity that could penetrate to the bone. 2 horizontal scars across his nose and chin, covered with dark scabs, added a touch of ferocity. The smaller man eagerly offered his lighter to the other, lighting his cigarette. Brother Wong, it's time to scout that place in the west today, right? That place with the 2 men. No need. There's a woman in the north. She should be dead. We can confirm the scouting today and move directly. Just by their appearance, it was clear that the 2 of them were definitely criminals, not to mention they were wearing prison uniforms. Before coming to this world, they were cellmates. A woman. Is she pretty? What do you want to do something? Hee brother Wong, don't you wanna? Let's get it done first, get dressed, we're heading out. The two quickly donned protective gear and armed themselves before stepping outside. Wait brother Wong, there's smoke over there, it seems someone is making a fire. As usual, remember the location, I'll well scout it later. Wait, isn't that the place we robbed yesterday? Should we go check it out? The smoke is too thick, it doesn't just look like a fire. Could it be an ambush? What does a college student have to fear? I think he must be desperate. If he sets the forest on fire, it would be troublesome for us. Then let's go take a look, but be careful. After some discussion, they made their decision. They moved cautiously one behind the other towards that direction. Soon they spotted a figure. The college student was standing next to a burning tree with a box piled at his feet. What are you doing here, you brat? Brother Wong yelled sharply from a distance, his gun pointed at Fong Zihan, scanning the surroundings for any anomalies. Boss, you finally came. Fong Zihan gritted his teeth and spoke up, I want to join you. I found a one-star box today, and I haven't even opened it. You think a student like you is worthy? The smaller man scoffed. Boss, an extra person means more strength. This one-star treasure box is my contribution to you as a token of loyalty. Fong Zihan pointed at the wooden box at his feet. Open the box first, let us see what's inside. Of course, Brother Wong was not foolish enough to go open the box himself. They shouted at each other from a distance, keeping their guns trained on Fong Zihan, remaining alert. Fong Zihan opened the box and tilted it to show them the contents. Inside were 3 long guns and several boxes of ammunition. Brother Wong. It's really true. The smaller man shot a glance at Brother Wong. A one-star treasure box yielded weapons which could sell for several thousand, not a small amount. You go get it. Brother Wong nodded in agreement. Okay. The smaller man cautiously approached. Wait a second. Fong Zihan suddenly said, his voice low and tinged with obvious nervousness. He raised his hands in surrender, showing them his palms. Could you give me some trade points? I haven't eaten anything, and this was true. He had gone almost 2 days without food. Is your girlfriend okay? Not dead. Hee. The smaller man had a smooth return with the box. When the box was placed in front of them, their attention was inevitably drawn to the long guns inside. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, several bullets shot out from between 2 trees, hitting their marks precisely. The 2 robbers fell to the ground. How dare you? Bang. Shocked and furious, Brother Wong instinctively pulled the trigger one last time, but due to his uncontrolled muscles, the recoil only made his hand twitch, and the bullet flew who knows where. Finish them. Emochin shouted. Bang, bang. Nora fired 2 more shots, hitting both robbers in the forehead, adding 2 more holes. Killed player Wong Honga. Since the opponent was a red-named player, you will not be penalized. You have killed a red-named player and gained all their trade points and base permissions. The opponent's base will be destroyed in 72 hours. After confirming that their life signs were completely extinguished, the 2 finally stepped out. B brother. Fong Zihan suppressed the urge to look at the corpses. You promised 5,000 trade points. Emochin transferred the agreed reward. Thank you. Receiving the hefty reward, Fong Zihan let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. With that much money, he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for a while. Go back and take care of your girlfriend. If anything comes up, contact me. Thanks brother Emo. Wang Zihan thanked him again before returning to the base. He was extremely thirsty right now and wanted to buy water as soon as he got the money. After he left, Emochin finally turned his attention to the 2 corpses. Having killed 2 despicable individuals, he felt no significant psychological burden, but he still felt somewhat nauseated. The protective gear had to be stripped off as it was quite valuable. Though it had a few holes, it could still be repaired with maintenance. They also had 4 guns on them, 3 belonging to Brother Wong and 1 to the other man. His trade points increased by 3,000. Just these items added up to over 10,000. Of course, for Emo-chun, it was still pocket change. What mattered most was eliminating 2 individuals who could threaten the base. After stripping off the protective gear, he saw their prison uniforms clearly. His psychological burden was lifted. They could kill with illegal firearms, so it was equally justified to eliminate them, hence, they must not be spared. The location of the opponent's base. This wasn't urgent. He had 3 days, and he was the only one with the opponent's base permissions. He could go tomorrow. Nora, come help me dig a hole. Emochin planned to bury them first, otherwise it would be unpleasant to look at. Okay. With Nora's help, digging the hole was completed quickly. They disposed of the 2 bodies and buried them, marking the end of this conflict with other players. With their belongings, 10 transport robots carried the items back to the base. Because they had been ambushed for quite a while, it was already nearing evening. Friend message Lin Shi, Vice Leader Boss, there's someone here, the leader of another alliance. He said he couldn't contact you, so he came to me wanting to integrate our area and add you as a friend. The road is underfoot. Emochin, what's the name? Lin Shi, his name is Huakai Fugue. The road is underfoot. Okay. After the reminder, Emochin glanced at the friend request. Due to the large number of friend requests he received, it was impossible for him to notice everyone. Emochin flipped through a few pages before finding that name. Hello, it is as follows. Currently, our district has experienced several incidents of robbery and even murder. Do you have any thoughts on the integration of our district? What kind of integration are you referring to? I would like to first inquire about the status of your mutual aid association. Currently, you are the only level 4 alliance in our district, and do you have 2 vice alliances within the district? Yes. The officials posted a message, so I plan to follow the guidelines provided in the post to roughly integrate the district, establish some rules to reduce conflicts, and develop together. Share link to all citizens of Huawood District Alliance Plan guidelines. He glanced through it briefly. The post mainly discusses the hope that various districts in Huagua will spontaneously establish district committees to maintain peace and mutual development among all players in the district. The main content revolves around 3 key points. It is hoped that all players in the community will coexist peacefully, especially in cases where individuals engage in robbery, threats, or murder. Everyone should confirm and share information to raise awareness or take proactive measures against such behavior. Everyone should share information, including the terrain they are in, such as rivers, forests, or dangerous areas, and appoint dedicated personnel for mapping. Additionally, they should try to add neighbors as friends and report their safety to each other daily. Reduce spamming, harassment, and scams, and compile a blacklist for such individuals to be publicly criticized in the community channel. There are also other details, such as countering slander, reporting issues upwards, and the budget of the community committee. In summary, this is a management entity with little coercive power, but it is still quite useful and can stabilize community order to some extent. It cannot consolidate resources for action or coordinate multiple bases effectively, making it easier to implement a community committee without coercive power. However, establishing the community committee remains challenging as it is unclear who will lead. Supervision and evidence collection are difficult to prove. Most players cannot continuously stream or record outside as the costs are prohibitive. Without recordings, the statements of those involved hold little persuasive power. Moreover, this world is not a true game. There are no air walls between communities, which further increases management costs. The community committee cannot collect funds from below, which is impossible. Thus, funding entirely relies on voluntary donations from the alliance leader and honorary support. Contributors can be registered and commended by the community committee. Mapping is a distant goal. Even Mo Chun has only seen one player's base. Given the player density and lack of landmarks in the natural world, mapping is extremely challenging. The entire community committee relies almost entirely on voluntary participation. All staff, including those working on the massive mapping project, must sacrifice a significant amount of time without salaries, receiving only reputation and sponsorship. These aspects are recorded in a post that spans thousands of words, thoughtfully addressing the obvious difficulties, while noting that implementation must consider the actual situation of the community and the cooperation of all individuals. It is even mentioned that follow-up articles will be published for further elaboration. Mo Chun does not have any aversion to this, and even supports it. Is the road beneath your feet? Have you formed a group? Huakai Fu Gui, yes, I added you. Huakai Fu Gui, do you have any plans to become an administrator? Is the road beneath your feet? I have no time. Huakai Fu Gui, do you mind if I add the 2 alliance leaders who serve as your vice leaders? Is the road beneath your feet? That's fine. Huakai Fu Gui, feel free to express any demands regarding the community committee. Huakai Fu Gui is very courteous. Mo Chun checked his profile and found that he is a leader of a level 3 alliance, but nothing more could be discerned. The chat channel can create groups with a maximum of 50 members, which is not free and requires a weekly expenditure of 100 trade points to maintain. Mo Chun confirmed the group chat invitation and was added to a group. Upon entering, he discovered that the group already had quite a few members, around 30 individuals, each with various names, all of whom were leaders of alliances with at least 5 base members. They estimated about 1,000 people in the community, with 700 currently alive. Including the 300 who joined other groups, there are still 400 bases, which is enough to represent more than half of their community. Huakai Fu Gui, that should be enough. Everyone should have read the post. My suggestion is to establish the community committee for our 104-9114 area within this group, which will facilitate mutual development. We will draft a charter, and if the number of people increases, I will communicate it. Anyone with objections can raise them, but we should avoid discussing irrelevant matters, otherwise I will mute you. As soon as Mo Chun joined, Huakai Fu Gui began clearly waiting for him. Although he had not promoted himself much, many people knew some of his strength through various means. Despite the absence of a leaderboard, those in the Mutual Assistance Alliance were aware that this community had a level 4 alliance. After waiting for a while, no one raised any objections. Huakai Fu Gui, since there are no objections, we will draft the announcement and send it several times in the community channel. Each leader should also post it in their alliance. Huakai Fu Gui, I have organized the general content of the announcement. Everyone can see if any modifications are needed. Gradually, people in the group began to discuss and finalize the announcement, which declared the establishment of the community committee, simplifying some content from the post. Huakaifu Goe. Next, I want to discuss the staff and budget of the community committee. Huakaifu Goe. Regarding the community committee staff, at least 5 positions are needed, including 3 administrators, 4 information recorders, 2 statisticians, 2 mappers, and 1 announcer. The administrators must be alliance leaders, while the others are not restricted. Each leader should ask in their alliance later if there are any volunteers. All positions will require supervision from those present, and reports can be sent to me privately. However, I may not have enough friends, so it might take some time. Those who cannot wait can directly post in the group. Huakaifu Goe. Regarding the budget for the community committee, the main expenses will be for staff, maintaining the 2 chat groups for communication and information recording, and any future activities. Are there any leaders willing to sponsor? Huakaifu Goe. I will personally contribute 1,000 trade points. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. In this world, who would complain about having too much money? How many days of provisions can that buy? After a moment, Imo-chan typed. Is the road beneath your feet? I will add 3,000. Anyone in need of what can find me. I'm anonymous. Huakaifu Goe. Leader Lu is generous. 3,000 will be enough for the community committee for a long time. AAA distilled water wholesale. Li, if I sponsor, can I advertise through the community committee? Huakaifu Goe. You can leave a section in the announcement, but it cannot be too large. AAA distilled water wholesale. Li, then I will contribute 300. Please help me with an advertisement. I will message you privately. In the chat channel, one person quipped, if my hands and feet were to fight, I would fight for my hands to win. Hello stranger, sorry to take up your time. Today is not my birthday, and I am not sick, it's just pure waste. Help. I was bitten by a white ghost and bled a lot. What should I do? In this situation, you should first buy some konjac jelly. It may not be useful, but it's quite enjoyable to eat. Quickly buy some stimulants. They can stop the bleeding and relieve pain. My prices are low. Contact me privately. Everyone please pause for a moment. The 104-9114 district committee has been established, and most of the leaders in the district have joined. Those who have not joined can apply to me. Once again, the 104-9114 district committee has been established. Leaders who have not joined can apply to me. What is this? What is a district committee? Did you not see the official post? I saw nothing new. I can hardly eat, let alone look at a computer. The path to redemption lies within. How can you not look? Not collecting information will only make you poor. On what basis did you select the committee without telling me? Who acknowledged this? The 104-9114 district committee will issue announcements and notifications daily. Currently, I am the only official presence, so please remember my code. Next announcements will be made. Please refrain from disturbing the process. All detailed notifications and announcements from the committee will be sent to the Alliance channel and the designated forum due to word count limitations. I will disturb. So what? First, all players in this district must maintain peaceful coexistence. Anyone engaging in robbery, threats, or murder will be sanctioned upon confirmation. Second, everyone must share information within the Alliance, including the terrain they are in. The committee will initiate a map-making plan. If you can add neighbors as friends, please report daily updates to each other. Third, reduce spamming, harassment, and scams. The committee will compile a blacklist of such individuals and publicly criticize them in the district channel with severe offenders facing sanctions. What are the sanctions? The committee currently requires some individuals to repeatedly send 5 valid messages in the district channel every hour. The reward is minimal, 10 trade points per person each time. If there are volunteers, thank you. Only 10 points. Who would do that? Do you know how much a loaf of bread costs? A full 50. This is a good thing. The official is finally taking action. No charge is right. I definitely won't pay anything. Can you send some food? I'm starving. Please do not spam me out. Imo-chan glanced at the chat channel for a while. Although there were still some spammers, their numbers had decreased compared to before. After so many days in the district, he had formed some impressions of many active IDs. People always find their way. Now more than a week has passed, and surviving until now surely meant earning enough to eat. Most people's survival status and mentality were no longer as frantic as at the beginning, and there were fewer troublemakers. There were some who were starving, but not many. After all, even without chopping trees, just by getting rid of junk, if one ventured out for exploration and took on a little risk, finding a treasure chest or 2 would provide enough food money, and anything extra would be pure profit. If lucky enough to find a 1-star treasure chest, it could be worth a week's worth of meals. If worst comes to worst, selling the base's supplies would prevent starvation for a while. Just the revolvers and bullets would last for several weeks. The partitioning of this world and its relation to the original location of Blue Star is undoubtedly linked, otherwise it wouldn't be that the district and the entire planet are mostly populated by people from Huagua. Although the specifics cannot be confirmed now, those who were in the same room on Blue Star most likely ended up in the same district. Thus, many multi-person bases consist of friends, colleagues, or even family members, especially the latter. Although children under 15 and the elderly over 54 are excluded, the middle age group is sufficient to cover 3 generations, and the reformation of families further enhances stability. Of course, it is precisely because treasure chests require exploration and are not given out daily that their randomness is significant. Weapons are also essential for ensuring safety, so some people do face difficulties, such as those particularly unlucky individuals who cannot find a single treasure chest in a few days. Objectively, there are differences such as the fact that women's physical condition is generally not as strong as men's. Those carrying illnesses are at a disadvantage compared to the healthy, and age can lead to immaturity or physical decline. Additionally, environments like snowy deserts or proximity to dangerous nests can exacerbate challenges. There is no absolute fairness. Many people have their own struggles, from disabilities to social anxiety. In this world, difficulties are amplified and no one will help them. Mo Chun turned off the chat channel. He returned to the workstation where Nora was busy operating it, crafting. It was the new chainsaw he designed, having saved the blueprint at the workstation yesterday. It removed most of the functions of the collector, keeping only the tree-cutting feature, reducing various aspects to control costs and production difficulty. The final product transformed from a 4-star multifunctional handheld collector to a 3-star advanced lumber. Despite this, due to the incomplete research on first-level technologies, the production efficiency remained. The workstation is manufacturing an advanced lumberjack, but due to the significant technological gap, production time has increased and output has drastically decreased. After Mo Chun created and edited the work blueprint, no technical skills were required. As long as one was a normal person, they could follow the prompts to operate the workstation and produce advanced lumberjacks. However, due to the workstation's low level, the efficiency was slow and time-consuming, nearly half the speed of manual production. Furthermore, it was a monotonous task. Physical labor had turned into tedious assembly line work, which was even less appealing to Mo Chun than chopping trees. It would take about 48 hours to build a lumberjack, still, thanks to not needing to produce motors. Mo Chun dismantled the 4 leftover chainsaws to extract 4 motors. Clone body code B3276. Race, prilly woman, gender female, physical strength defective, representing absolute power, explosive force, muscle endurance, core stability. Battlefield mobility ordinary, representing movement, efficiency, agility, terrain, adaptability, endurance, mobility, stealth, mobility, etc. Physiological tolerance ordinary, representing overall endurance, impact resistance, environmental tolerance, recovery ability, etc. Genetic defect none. Physical strength is defective 2 ordinary traits, much stronger than Mo Chun. As a member of the prilly race, these are normal values. Moreover, there are no genetic defects. Mo Chun checked the chat channel. The probability of clones having genetic defects is not low, but most issues are minor. For instance, mild hemophobia. Of course, it's best to have none. Alina, are you hungry? Do you need something to eat? Sir, I am not hungry. All right, then let's arrange some work. Alina behaved quite normally, and Mo Chun also breathed a sigh of relief, taking his hand off the revolver grip at his waist. Now that there are 3 people available, workstations can rotate in shifts. However, daytime external operations are still a full-scale effort. Safety is paramount, and the workstation schedule must maintain continuous operation during other times. Let's rest today, and tomorrow we'll check out the bases of those 2 bandits. After Mo Chun made arrangements, several hours later Nora and Alina took turns crafting advanced lumber machines. He then proceeded to install another box of clone sequences into the cloning pod. Tomorrow is Saturday, and the second tide will arrive the day after. This hypo clone won't be seen until next Monday. In addition, he still needs to contact a few people to secure buyers for the timber collected in the past few days. The price of revolvers is also gradually trending upwards. Moreover, Mo Chun discovered on the forum that as more player traits are exposed, many patterns of player trait, white, blue, and silver player traits, are all of one type, typically enhancing a certain attribute, though the level may bring slight, moderate, or significant differences. Most players have white traits, blue traits are already rare, and silver ones may not even appear in several dishes. However, the actual utility of these player traits largely depends on luck. Not all players with silver traits are guaranteed to be ahead. For example, some players' silver trait is mechanical blessing. Silver significantly increases mechanical affinity, greatly enhances mechanical modification success rate, and can exert 150 power, or shipbuilding master. Silver significantly increases construction speed when building ships in your base. They seem powerful, but in reality they are useless, with effects inferior to some white traits. Other silver traits include super soldier, moderate boosts to physical strength, battlefield mobility, and physiological tolerance. The plain yet practical values are quite useful. It is said that a British man with this trait, calling himself Arthur, defeated many dangerous species with cold weapons, even slaying a 3-meter creature resembling a giant bear, claiming to rebuild the Knights of the Round Table, gaining considerable influence among the British. However, this person often opposes the British government, creating significant heat and controversy on English forums, with many believing he tarnishes Arthur's name. Of course, the attention is merely considerable, not overwhelming. In contrast, the focus has shifted more towards colorless player traits. Colorless player traits, which are even rarer than silver ones, are entirely different from the other three. Unlike the enhancement of other player traits, colorless player traits generally equate to an additional ability, with these abilities being varied and diverse in strength. Some possess the nonsensical trait of causing an explosion equivalent to 3 kilograms of TNT upon death, while others are prefixed with star energy awakening or psychic awakening, referred to as chosen ones online, akin to a superpower recognized as above silver. Telekinesis, fire manipulation, flying. These are all manifestations created by some chosen ones. Even a few continental chosen ones aim to replace the original governments of various countries to form a new Rome, gaining immense support. Many national governments collaborate with chosen ones, even taking on high-level positions, especially the former major powers that, although lacking foundational strength now, have still begun to establish themselves and showcase their strength on forums. Their goal is straightforward: to rebuild their nations, enhance credibility, and issue national bonds to raise funds. Unlike the national bonds of Blue Star, here the bonds use the system's trade points. Players purchasing national bonds from the state concentrate funds for significant endeavors. The interest rate is announced weekly and interest is also settled weekly. However, the risk of buying such bonds is formidable. Issuing bonds while using currency that the state cannot issue means that the risk remains high. No one can clearly tell if investing money will yield profits or if the money will vanish in a few weeks. Since interplanetary transfers of trade points incur an additional 100 transaction tax and involve significant losses, each planet will set up one base to serve as a financial account. The collected national bonds must also be distributed among over 400 people, which further complicates ensuring those collecting the money will not abscond. Of course, if funds can truly be consolidated through this means, then a nascent nation spanning over 100 planets, after all, reaching level 20 in the Alliance, allows access to the nation-building doctrine. Although the effects of the doctrine remain unknown, it is certain that nations will re-emerge. Purchasing the initial stock of the nation remains quite appealing to some. Holding on to trade points without action is certainly the safest approach, yet they cannot reproduce. Those with spare cash mostly choose to stockpile items in preparation for the future. Stockpiling national bonds, weapons, copper ingots, transport robots, canned goods. Various items are collected. No one can guarantee which will yield the most profit or provide more security for the future. The next day, Mo Chun visited the 2 bandit bases and, upon gaining access, was able to unlock the base door with his fingerprint. Their supplies were considerable. They had 3 transport robots alone, indicating that aside from Fong Zihan, another victim had already met a misfortune, as Nora was marked red when she killed them. One of the transport robots belonged to Fong Zihan, but he had already compensated with 5,000, so naturally, it wouldn't be returned. Now the price of transport robots has gradually risen as others have begun to demand them. Those who previously sold them cheaply were looking to join others' multi-person bases. Now that most have joined, there are few sellers left. Even within the Alliance, the price of transport robots is over 16,000. Even without the transaction tax, they are still less expensive than revolvers. Both items are increasing in price rapidly. Additionally, Mo Chun took the cloning pod with him, as the others could not move it, but he could. Nora had significant strength, and with so many transport robots, he could easily take this heavy item as well. However, despite the clear increase in value, cloning pods still hold little market value. For Mo Chun, 3 transport robots saved him nearly 50,000. He now has a total of 13 transport robots, which is a considerable asset, causing Mo Chun to begin worrying about how to accommodate them. With another cloning pod added, the base is getting a bit cramped, especially since there will be 4 people at the base next Monday and space is becoming tight. Base expansion 2 requires 2 doctrine points, but whether it is worth it is a significant question. There is only one way to acquire doctrine points, and most doctrines cannot be accessed, making it somewhat wasteful to allocate limited doctrine points here. Therefore, Mo Chun sought out Fong Zihan. His presence was crucial. If he could completely follow Mo Chun, not only could he help Mo Chun sell timber and increase trade frequency, but he could also serve as a warehouse, greatly accelerating Mo Chun's development. Thus, Mo Chun also lent him a revolver and several rounds of ammunition to ensure safety during the tide. Additionally, he considered safety concerns. Even though Fong Zihan currently had no intentions of backstabbing him, not taking precautions is unwise. His assets are substantial, and killing him would directly make someone the richest person, which cannot be overlooked. He witnessed how Mo Chun dealt with the bandits. Fong Zihan had seen everything clearly. With a revolver in hand, human life is fragile, and one merely needs to pull the trigger. Moreover, it is difficult to guard against. He already has some ideas on how to proceed, but they cannot be implemented. Today's work gradually came to completion with trade points from timber sales credited, while Mo Chun sold some revolvers and bullets within the alliance priced slightly higher than the cost price from a few days ago, yet clearly lower than the current price. Buying a little when weapon prices are low and selling them to allies during the tide is not something Mo Chun minds. Even selling at cost would be fine. He refrains from doing so purely out of a desire not to appear as a philanthropist, as this would raise others' expectations. Now this is Mo Chun using spare cash to offer allies a bit of interest-free loans, allowing them to buy at the prices from a few days ago. Having completed these tasks, they could only wait for the second tide. That evening, they also finished the final progress on the first advanced lumber machine. Mo Chun did not compromise on tree-cutting efficiency in the design of the advanced lumber machine. It is no different from the multifunctional harvester, just with slightly less endurance and durability. However, specific experiments will have to wait until the day after tomorrow. At this moment, no matter whether the players' planets are in the dark of night or the brightness of day, all players returned home and tightly closed the base doors. Time 000 year 15005, July 11 Sunday tide period begins current area pollution, level tidal pollution subspace, intrusion factor none. Bang bang. A rhythmic knocking sound came from the base door distinctly clear in the silent night. Mo Chun instinctively looked over. It seemed he also heard a familiar voice outside. Mo Chun opened the door quickly. It's urgent. Is that Lee Siming's voice? But how could it be? Clearly something is off, but Mo Chun immediately messaged her through friends. What are you doing? Watching a live stream at home, what's up? Nothing. If someone knocks, don't open the door. Do you think I'm a little rabbit? Mo Chun closed the chat box and asked Nora and Alina. I heard a voice, but I can't make it out. Me too. Nora and Alina replied, similarly confirming to Mo Chun that the sound outside was some sort of illusion. What kind of monster is this? It doesn't seem to be recorded in the manual. District chat channel. Why does someone outside sound like my grandmother? I just heard my wife's voice too. Can we open the door? Are you stupid? It's the tide period. Obviously it's a monster. Why is there no surveillance? What if it really is my grandmother outside? The manual didn't mention any such monster. Who exactly is out there? Many people heard the calls of friends and family. Although most would not be fooled, a few curious ones opened the door. Before they could even draw their weapons, claws instantly pierced through their bodies, dragging their forms into the darkness. Even more alarmingly, the base door's information recognition began to be decrypted step by step. Inside the house, alarms blared, and several people warily stared at the door. Dozens of armed warriors surged into the base. Gunfire and screams echoed. And that day had only just begun. Inside the unknown base of Star 104, a girl with short red hair stood at the door nibbling on a slice of apple pie. Although her favorite dessert was in her mouth, a persistent gloom hung on her face. Having waited for nearly an hour at the door, her mood grew increasingly anxious. But soon she heard a knock. Listening to the familiar voice outside, the girl suddenly turned her sorrow into joy. Sister. She eagerly opened the door, but what came through was a sharp claw. Zhang Yinla reacted swiftly, dodging the attack by stepping aside and instinctively drawing her gun, pointing it towards the entrance. A tall, slender black creature stood at the door, towering over 4 meters. Indeed, if her sister were returning, there would be no need to knock. While Zhang Yinla was sorting out her thoughts, she pulled it. As the revolver fired its bullets, another semi-transparent revolver appeared behind the girl, almost simultaneously firing bullets. Bang bang. 2 bullets struck the monster's chest, exploding into 2 clouds of black mist, but it merely let out a pained howl as its massive claw swept towards the person inside the door. Zhang Yinla could only lean back and fall to the ground, suppressing the pain in her back while emptying the magazine. Bang 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 bang. The 2 guns continuously fired at the monster, with bullets piercing through it, causing the areas around the hits to explode into black mist, making one doubt whether it was even a physical entity. With 10 successful hits, they had brutally torn apart most of the monster's body, leaving only half of its head, yet it still stood firm, wanting to launch another attack with its remaining hand. The threat posed by this creature was on an entirely different level compared to the previous White Ghost and Data Phantom armed warrior enemies. Zhang Yinla felt a sense of despair, but her survival instincts compelled her to raise her hands in preparation to withstand the attack. Bang! Another bullet from behind struck the monster's collarbone, the immense force snapping its head off. As if the injury had reached a critical limit, the monster could no longer maintain its form, collapsing into a cloud of black mist that gradually faded away. A woman with long pink hair quickly stepped inside, shutting the base's main door with clean and swift movements. Xiaolu, didn't I tell you not to open the door? I would have opened it myself when I got back. Zhang Yanan, usually smiling, couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Her worries from outside had indeed come to pass, but thankfully, she made it in time. It was just a short absence, yet it nearly cost her sister's life. I was just too anxious you were outside for so long. Jiang Yinla finally sighed in relief upon seeing her sister. I encountered a big guy and had to hide for a while, Jiang Yanan explained helplessly. In any case, you have to take care of yourself while I'm not around. You're my real sister. If you didn't come back soon, I would have gone out to look for you. If I hadn't made it back, just now think about the consequences, Jiang Yanan warned. Hee, then you should take me with you next time you go out. The two sisters had been exposed to firearms early on due to their parents' professions. Even the younger Jiang Yinla possessed considerable talent in shooting, including dynamic vision and spatial awareness, making her an excellent sharpshooter far beyond her peers. However, her on-site reactions clearly needed practice. Even if you were in a hurry to find me, wouldn't you message me first? Besides, didn't I send you a message? Did you not receive it? Huh, did I? Jiang Yinla appeared puzzled. Didn't you? Jiang Yanan was equally confused. Could it have gone to the wrong person? She glanced at Jiang Yinla's code, which had somehow changed to 104-30028. Why is there a 0? Current area is a high-risk zone. Code has been hidden. More dangerous collapsing entities or evil beings may appear, potentially affecting system functions. Treasure chest appearance probability 100. Rare items drop rate significantly increased. Huh. The two exchanged glances, instantly understanding. A high-risk zone. Although they enjoyed shooting, it didn't mean they were fond of fighting. Jiang Yinla physical strength deficient, battlefield mobility deficient, physiological endurance deficient, spiritual affinity average, player trait spiritual, awakening guardian gun colorless. When using firearms to attack, an additional firearm is called upon to assist in the attack with effects enhanced by spiritual affinity. Jiang Yanan physical strength deficient, battlefield mobility deficient, physiological endurance deficient, spiritual affinity average, player trait spiritual, awakening sharpshooter colorless. When using firearms to attack, damage increases based on the charge time of the locked target up to 300 with effects enhanced by spiritual affinity. Almost all players stayed in the base, but there were exceptions. Some hadn't returned in time, while others deliberately sought fortune and danger, aiming for treasure chests during the tide. Marcus was one of them, a businessman from Europe conducting trade in China, one of the few non-Chinese individuals, and however, he was not someone who took risks for wealth. He had enough confidence. A few corrupted white ghosts caught the scent of emotion and excitedly lunged at Marcus. Marcus' eyes glimmered in the darkness and a massive figure emerged behind him. Boom. It was a metal giant standing 3 meters tall, its eyes glowing similarly to Marcus. It raised its fist and crushed one of the white ghosts' torsos. The other two white ghosts counterattacked, hitting the metal, but causing no pain or damage. The metal giant retaliated by crushing the remaining 2 white ghosts. This was Marcus' trump card. After killing the 3 white ghosts, he scoured the mountainous area and unexpectedly spotted a 2-star treasure chest on a steep slope in the distance. It excited him immensely. The value of a 2-star treasure chest was exceptionally high. However, upon seeing the treasure chest, the tall black monster beside it also sensed the presence of a human. It turned around, its massive body lunging at Marcus. But the metal giant behind Marcus stepped forward, and the 2 giants instantly engaged in combat. The ground was kicked up slightly, reducing visibility around them. Although the black monster was slightly taller, the metal giant was much heavier. The black monster's attacks rang against the metal giant, but inflicted little real damage. The metal giant, however, delivered powerful punches that, while not lethal to the black monster, created large clouds of black mist, continuously weakening it. This fierce battle lasted 3 minutes, and the clearly weakened black monster was brutally torn apart by the metal giant. The metal giant bore many scratches, but its achievements were undeniable. The black monster posed a threat that ordinary players found difficult to contend with. Though it could not break in like the data phantoms, it was a substantial threat to players daring enough to remain outside during the tide. The metal giant was a product of his player trait, and it was not without cost. Marcus spent tens of thousands and considerable time to create it. Through previous relationships, Marcus had persuaded countless people and promised many benefits to gather. The alliance he established, Steel World, was a highly centralized alliance composed of those who lent him money, waiting for Marcus to rise and establish a power. Whether those people genuinely trusted him or merely sought to invest in a future, it mattered not. Marcus firmly believed in one phrase: those who support you with money are the ones who recognize you the most. Now, the metal giant did not disappoint his expectations, boasting power strong enough to crush most players at this stage, even allowing him to act during the tide. However, this was far from enough. For the first metal giant, he purchased a large quantity of low-quality metal ores to reduce costs, resulting in a 12-day production time. He needed higher quality metals. He wanted to manufacture the second, third, or even more metal giants in a shorter time. To build a metal army. How far is the Red Copper Valley? Marcus glanced at a place name in a forum. If he could reach that location, he would rise completely. He believed that day was not far off. He had already completed the most challenging stage of initial accumulation. Jiang Yinla physical strength deficient, battlefield mobility deficient, physiological endurance deficient, spiritual affinity average. Player trait spiritual, awakening steel seed colorless, consuming large amounts of metal, allows the creation of metal puppets with effects enhanced by spiritual affinity. Unknown base of star 99. It was a rare single-player base. Most players huddled together for warmth, and the leading bases had already reached level 4 accommodating for players. There were very few who still lived alone. Inside the base was a tall female player dressed in protective gear and a female clone. The female player was pondering something in her chair when a voice called from outside the base. "Commander." The tone startled her, causing her to stand up. But she quickly realized it was merely a collapsing entity called Ghost Shadow outside. Nonetheless, the voice still made her a bit anxious. Lord Luo, the nearby female clone, cautiously inquired. "It's fine, Shao Ka, stay here while I step out," Luo replied calmly, picking up the long gun from the table. It was not a firearm, but a cold weapon. "Lord Luo, this is too dangerous." The female clone hadn't finished speaking before Luo had already opened the door to the airlock. Several prepared spell circuits coalesced in the air, and a flame erupted. Roar! Bang! The slender black monster outside was knocked down by the flames, and the tip of a spear followed, piercing its twisted head before it could react. The spiritual energy was channeled through her long gun to the tip, causing the ghost's head to explode. The violent surge of spiritual energy caused the ghost to instantly collapse and dissipate. Ghost Shadow killed Alliance experience 10. Ghost Shadow killed merit 100. Ghost Shadow killed trade beacon 1 dropped. The kill notification appeared in less than half a second. These complex maneuvers flowed seamlessly, requiring combat techniques that many formal spiritual sorcerers could not accomplish. Luo glanced around, finding no other collapsing entities nearby. A trade beacon dropped, which could be useful. Plus, since she was already out, she might as well look for a 2-star treasure. Even though her strength hadn't recovered much, the collapsing entities caused by tidal pollution posed little threat to her. However, the matters she had been contemplating earlier still troubled her. With the commander not on her planet, she couldn't add him as a friend, leaving her unable to contact anyone at this stage. Everyone. Recalling information from her mind, she thought of another person on the same planet as her. Although her relationship with him was average in her memory, he was indeed one of the most trustworthy individuals. She decided to try contacting him. She couldn't repeat past mistakes. "Shao Ka, keep the door closed and don't come out." She turned back to remind the base. Then she stepped into the dark wasteland. Luo physical strength average, battlefield mobility average, physiological endurance average, spiritual affinity standard, player trait warrior blue. Your physical strength, battlefield mobility, and physiological endurance attributes are all slightly increased. The second tide, accompanied by death, saw the emergence of many characters. 470 stars, billions of players, all stepped into a sudden change never experienced since the emergence of the blue star human civilization. A new era means new survival rules. Bases devoid of life were wiped out. This great era destined some to perish in the current while others would be remembered. This time Mo Chun was quite fortunate. He didn't encounter any data phantoms throughout the entire day and passed it without incident. When the sun rose, they could leave the base. To be honest, Mo Chun had considered equipping himself and venturing out during the tide period, as his strength had surpassed that of most people, and it was indeed the time to roll the snowball. However, he ultimately decided against it. Even a 10% risk felt a bit too significant. On Monday morning, Mo Chun glanced at the cloning pod, and the countdown was about to reach 0. He let Nora and Alina go outside while he stayed here alone. After all, there were differences between men and women. 000 times up. He pressed the activation button, and the cloning pod slowly opened. A tall man crawled out of the cloning pod. The hippocampus people's hair was black and their appearance was no different from ordinary people, but their stature was obviously tall. Mo Chun estimated he was at least 2 meters. Of course, he also had a special racial trait, a tail covered in thick fur. Hippocampus horse possesses strong speed and endurance, excellent memory, and developed hearing. Poor physical defense. Hippocampus people have a long and dense tail, and their average physical qualities rank just below the Arcturus people among the main races, possessing both strength and speed and greater endurance, but their body structure is prone to injury from attacks and has poor recovery abilities. Their leg muscles are quite developed, but their digestive system is less efficient, making them susceptible to illness. They are highly coordinated, patient, but easily startled, and have a strong group dependency. Hello, Commander number F368-115-338641 reports to you. The hippocampus lowered his head, seemingly waiting for Mo Chun's instructions. First, put on some clothes. Mo Chun tossed a set of clothes to him. He quickly got dressed. Do you have a name you would like to take? No. Then how about I call you Wang Ming from now on? Thank you, Commander. Cloning code F3681. Species hippocampus, gender male, physical strength average, battlefield mobility average, physiological tolerance average, genetic defect mild hypersomnia. Wang Ming has a genetic defect, but mild hypersomnia is not troublesome. As long as it isn't severe hypersomnia, it's fine. Welcome, Wang Ming. Do you need something to eat? Commander, I have no needs at the moment. All right, you can rest for now. Oh, I will inform you of what to do later. With another person in the base, the manpower was significantly sufficient. The tasks had not changed much from last week. During the day, the tasks remained logging exploration. However, this week, Mo Chun planned to fully coordinate the two bases. For Fang Zihan's base, Mo Chun provided him with some copper ingots to gain research points. He could choose any technology. The focus was on researching Trade Standard I and Trade Standard II, which Mo Chun also invested in. Trade Standard 3 required a Level 3 multi-person base and a Level 3 alliance costing 30 research points. Fang Zihan's side couldn't achieve this. Mo Chun could, but he didn't have enough research points. This week he planned to invest in Alliance 2. However, the trading opportunities for the two bases had already reached 2525101020201110 times a day, significantly increasing the demand for timber. With 110 trade opportunities and reserving 5 for purchasing other supplies, they could sell about 144,145 tons of lumber daily, equivalent to about 5,253 mature trees. This is not a small number. Even on Blue Star, it could be considered the output of a medium-sized mechanical logging site. Thus, Mo Chun continued to do some calculations while considering the personnel coordination between the two bases, planning daily tasks and targets anew. They would find a logging site each day, setting the daily target at 65 trees, with any excess being stored and piled near the base to serve as cover. In terms of personnel, with Nora 3 players and 4 clones, there were a total of 8 people. The work efficiency varied. Players had the worst physical strength, clones performed much better, and Nora was far ahead, but some had to stay at the workbench. In terms of tools, there was 1 harvester, 1 advanced lumberjack, and 13 transport robots. Although they lacked large machinery, the harvester, advanced lumberjack, and transport robots were all advanced technologies, even futuristic technologies on Blue Star. The overall level of mechanization was quite high, making it not difficult to meet the targets. Nora, what do you think? Mo Chun asked. This was just a simple rough plan, so he wanted to see if there was anything he hadn't considered. If we only log in one place, transporting to the two bases might be difficult. Nora pondered before speaking. It seems that way. Logging trees is simple. Based on their previous efficiency, they could complete logging these 65 trees in just over an hour. The troublesome part was the transport capacity. They had no transport vehicles, and the two bases were 34 kilometers apart, which was a significant distance. Mo Chun's original plan was to set a location, daily log the trees, and transport them back to the two bases. But upon calculation, he realized it was impossible. The transport robots had too limited capacity. Even with 14 transport robots, if they crossed this distance to transport, each trip would likely take an hour, moving less than 3 tons each time, not counting the 2 trips required for the round trip. Even if they set the location in between the two bases to reduce the distance by half, the actual transport volume would only reach about 3 tons per hour, and with a daily target of 55 trees, it would take over 60 hours to transport. It would be great to have a truck. For such large-scale long-distance transport, the transport robots have no advantages, and as for manual labor, that would be even lower. We need to revise this. Mo Chun immediately made changes. They could only set 2 logging points near the bases. This way, they only needed personnel to shuttle back and forth, taking just over an hour, which would be quicker on foot. They could also optimize a bit, alternating every 2 days. Today, they would complete the logging target at Mo Chun's base, and tomorrow at Fang Zihan's base, requiring only 1 round trip every 2 days. In that case, they would need to add some details. Since the base A would only go to base B every other day, during the intervening day, base B would have to complete the wood storage by itself. Furthermore, they could use the trade opportunities during the Sunday tide period to buy supplies. They couldn't waste that day either, which would free up a few more trade opportunities. They should try to sell higher-priced timber rather than lumber, which would allow them to earn more trade points. They also planned the logging areas, deciding which places to keep and which to clear first. Mo Chun recorded all these aspects. Finally, it was about the revenue. Selling a tree could net 3,600 within the alliance, but the current volume of timber definitely wouldn't be consumed within the alliance. They had to sell it on the collective area channel, where they would earn slightly less at 3,400 per tree. Daily income could approach 200,000 on the expenditure side. The 8 people spent 5,000 trade points daily on food and drink, and the base and robots batteries required 5,000 each day, while other daily expenses in the base also amounted to 1 or 2,000. Additionally, Mo Chun planned to pay each person a salary, who everyone would receive 500 each day. This seemed somewhat incredible for the current base. Even the most respectful players would not pay clone salaries, at most providing better food. Moreover, where it was safer, the workload of clones would be greater, because in dangerous areas their work could lead to death. Only in safe areas could they be assigned to work over 14 hours. In Mo Chen's case, not only was the workload low, but he also paid salaries. On one hand, he had received modern education. The values shaped by Earth and Blue Star made him not want to be a bad person. On the other hand, Mo Chen didn't pay much. He didn't lack this little money, but he needed cohesion, especially for the two clones at Fang Zihan's base. Moreover, although the salary was nominally for everyone in practice, it would only be distributed to the two players Fang Zihan and the other, because trade points were virtual currency and could not be actually dispensed. The clones' salaries remained with Mo Chen, and they had no other demands beyond survival. This money might not be used for a long time, only existing nominally. Even for Fang Zihan and the other, they needed to inform Mo Chen in advance to buy anything, as they couldn't occupy regular trade opportunities. In summary, Mo Chen still had at least 18,000 trade points available daily, which was quite ample. In terms of actual work, the personnel of the two bases spent about 3 hours daily on logging tasks with a relatively low work intensity, requiring only 2 people to alternate logging while others assisted with other tasks. Although there appeared to be 8 people, the 14 transport robots could also be counted as manpower, and they were capable of moving 200 kilograms of quality labor. They could free up another 4 hours for exploratory activities. They needed to search a certain area daily. The daytime workload amounted to 7 hours, while there was only one workstation's manufacturing work at night. Mo Chen's plan was to conduct business and gather information, excluding himself, with a 4-person rotation, so the actual work time for the people at Mo Chen's base was 11.25 hours. It was still a bit lengthy. They hadn't achieved the 8th-hour work system, indicating that manpower was still somewhat tight. The current week's plan would remain as is. Next week, Mo Chen would see if he could reduce some working hours. If the exploratory tasks went smoothly, they could reduce the number of people and time for exploration next week. Moreover, they could also manufacture 2 new advanced lumberjacks this week, which should help reduce some logging time. Let's start working. Mo Chen noted down all the plans, understanding that plans were merely plans and would likely need adjustments after today's practice. Time to get to work. After 2 days of work, on Wednesday, Mo Chen called Fang Zihan and his girlfriend to talk privately. How have you both been feeling these past few days? Mo Chen asked. I am inviting you again to join my base, but for now you will still reside at your original base. From now on you will work for me. The daily working hours will not exceed 8 hours, and I will add 500 trade points to your daily wage, including meals. I will not assign you dangerous or strenuous tasks, and as long as you do not violate the rules, I will continue to employ you with wages calculated daily and increased based on performance. However, as a condition, I hope you will follow my arrangements in your daily tasks. Mo Chen said slowly. He had thought of this matter a few days ago, and was now bringing it up with Fang Zihan. No problem, I'll listen to you, boss. Fang Zihan felt relieved after hearing this. He had no complaints. Finding an 8th-hour job on Blue Star is not easy, and the provided meals are quite good. With a daily wage of 1,000, the only downside is not being able to use a phone, leaving too much free time. If it comes to it, he can still watch how others survive in the wild or spend time with his girlfriend. Life has been quite good, much better than working in a factory. Well, let me outline the new arrangements. The planning for your original base, including research, trade, and recycling, will be handed over to me. I will have Wang Ming stay with you and supervise, but he won't interfere with your daily activities. If you have any needs, you can apply to me. Since we are short on personnel, I will also mobilize some clones. For security, the weapons from your base will be given to Wang Ming, and I will reimburse you for the purchase price. I will arrange for more personnel to come to your side during high tide, but you are not allowed to carry weapons on a regular basis. Mo Chen explained further. He arranged for 2 clones to be sent to Fang Zihan's base in exchange for sending Wang Ming over, allowing Mo Chen to have an additional hand and maintain control over the situation. There is no need to worry about loyalty. Clones do not possess complex emotions or desires. Currently, the apparent leader is Mo Chen, and as long as he does not mistreat them or lead them to their demise, they will not betray him. Moreover, Mo Chen has a good understanding of Fang Zihan and his girlfriend's personalities. Both players exhibit a lack of ambition, seeking only stability. After Fang Zihan and his girlfriend left, Mo Chen stared blankly at the computer for a while, contemplating whether to spend resources on technology at any cost. With a significant increase in income, he now feels that the previous 50 research points per week is insufficient. Gaining 50 research points weekly amounts to just over 30,000, while 60 points barely reach 150,000, which can be earned in a day. 70 points would require around 620,000 trade points. He can just manage that. Mo Chen has a new idea, originally needing 4 weeks to collect 200 research points at a rate of 50 per week. Now in the 3rd week, if he gains 60 research points this week and 70 in the 4th and 5th weeks, he will exactly reach 200 points in 3 weeks, speeding through the 2nd-level technology tree. However, that would cost an additional 140,000 trade points. Mo Chen pondered for a moment and decided against it. 60 points can be acquired for 15,000, while 70 points are not worth it, as that much money could buy him plenty in the market. Let's set off. Mo-chun called out to everyone. This exploration team consisted of 8 people and 16 transport robots, an unprecedented scale. 2 days ago, during exploration on the southern side, Mo-chun discovered the remains of an unknown creature, nearly consumed, leaving only bones and a pool of blood. This made Mo-chun alert, and today he planned to organize a team to cross the river at the base and conduct a thorough exploration. As a result, today's work schedule was adjusted. Additionally, they were equipped with brand new weapons. The weapons in hand were no longer revolvers, but several long rifles. Not cold weapons, but real long rifles. These were quality items that could only be opened from 2-star treasure chests. Everyone was equipped with them, and the revolvers were retained as secondary weapons. Mo-chun held the famous Kar-98K, officially known as the Kar-98K Mauser short carbine. Everyone else was also armed with long guns, which cost Mo-chun quite a bit of money. They included 2 Lebel M1886 rifles with 160 rounds of 8x50mm Lebel ammunition, total cost 6,000, 2 Winchester M1897 pump-action shotguns with 36 rounds of 16 lead shot, total cost 7,000, 1 Kar-98K Mauser short carbine with 72 rounds of 7.92x57mm Mauser ammunition, total cost 4,200. The total expenditure was 1,72000. If a weapon is obtained from a 2-star treasure chest, the ammunition provided is quite generous, but as the bullets are not universal, they can only be sold in bundles. If possible, Mo-chun would like to buy more, but 2-star treasure chests are scarce. The only Lebel M1886 rifle was bought from the market. The remaining 3 were acquired through several hours of searching on the forum, finding sellers for the M1897 shotgun and the Kar-98K, both secondhand, which he purchased at a markup. The seller of the Lebel M1886 rifle revealed that 5 rifles were obtained from the treasure chest, but the whereabouts of the remaining 3 are unknown. Out of 3 transactions, only 1 was through the regional channel, while the other 2 were through the planetary channel, incurring trade taxes of 20, 40, and 40 respectively. For Mo-chun, this expenditure is acceptable, but for other players it is an astronomical price. Yet even at this price, weapons are hard to come by. Many players have encountered 1-star treasure chests, but the chances of obtaining a gun from a 1-star treasure chest are low, and those guns are inferior to revolvers. 2-star treasure chests have a slightly higher chance of appearing during high tide, but there have been no reports of encountering them during regular times. Even though they do not have a full set of 8 guns, Mo-chun's firepower is already quite formidable, with 5 long guns, 2 of which are shotguns, and everyone has a revolver providing ample firepower. 16 transport robots formed 2 groups for close defense and long-range reconnaissance, ensuring that there would be no breakthroughs. More importantly, Mo-chun also acquired a powerful weapon, a Maxim MG-08 heavy machine gun, which is mounted on one of the transport robots following him. This formed the backbone of their strength for this expedition. What carbon-based life form could withstand such firepower? Mo-chun and the others soon arrived at the riverbank. This small river was not deep, about 50 centimeters, barely reaching the thighs of an adult. The robots crossed with ease as they were completely waterproof. Moreover, the protective suits worn by the humans were only non-waterproof at the heads, so there was no worry about getting their clothes wet. The constitution of the clones allowed them to fully adapt to this planet. Even Alina, with slightly poorer constitution, could stay outside for more than 8 hours without discomfort. However, to be safe, Mo-chun had everyone wear protective suits, which were quite useful, providing some physical protection. Not long after crossing the river to the opposite shore, a rough roar echoed from afar. In the low canopy of the forest, a massive shadow suddenly flitted by like a specter. It was a gigantic creature resembling a vulture, stretching 4 wings, its wingspan exceeding 3 meters. Nora was the first to fire with an M1897 pump-action shotgun. Bang! 9 lead pellets streaked through the air like meteors. One struck the fast-moving shadow, followed by a scream as it plummeted to the ground on the other side. 4-wing vulture, Mo-chun called out. Everyone raised their guns to aim, but it had already fled. The 4-winged vulture is considered one of the more troublesome monsters in this forest. It not only preys on humans, but also consumes the corpses of other creatures. This was not the first time Mo-chun encountered it, but it was always too quick to be caught. Its 4 wings are designed for soaring through the skies, and the lower wings serve as agile steering tools, allowing it to navigate the forest easily. Its claws can easily shred flesh. Not only Mo-chun, but many others in the same area have encountered this creature, making it a nightmare for many. Just spotting it could lead to serious injury, or even death in the blink of an eye. Its threat level is not comparable to smaller monsters, at least there is some reaction time when encountering a white ghost. The same goes for Mo-chun, as the 4-winged vulture could fly at high speed and get close without being detected by the transport robots. Sure enough, that silhouette rose into the air again. That bullet did not take its life. However, this time it did not dare to recklessly charge again, instead perching on a distant treetop, looking down at them. This commotion finally triggered the robot's commands, and alarms sounded as the outer robots quickly converged inward. However, it seemed the four-winged vulture was not surprised. Could it be the one that attacked them before? That needs to be dealt with. Alina, can you hit it? Imogen quickly handed the Kar 98K to Alina. Among them, Nora and Alina had the highest shooting skills with extremely high accuracy at 200 to 300 meters. Although the various races in this world do not differ much in appearance from Blue Star humans, there are considerable differences between the races, each with its own characteristics. Alina is of the Prilly race, which has natural advantages in professions like marksman, gunners, pilots, and Nora is the one Imogen trusts the most. In the forest terrain, he feels most assured with her handling the shotgun for close encounters. The other shotgun is with Wang Ming, who can easily handle the recoil, but is a bit slower in reaction. I should be able to. Alina nearly just glanced at the four-winged vulture, instantly estimating the distance. Alina took the 98K, quickly aimed and fired before the four-winged griffin could take off again. A hole appeared in the forehead of the distant giant bird, its body instantly stiffened, brain function ceased, and without any struggle it fell straight to the ground. Confirm it. Imogen issued commands to the robots again, instructing them to reorganize the defensive line. Then he moved closer to that direction. From a distance, he could see the motionless corpse. Fire another shot, then change direction. The four-winged griffin is a scavenger, and its corpse generally harbors a large number of deadly pathogens for humans, which can cause acute poisoning and infections, posing a threat to life if consumed. Of course, the manual also mentioned that it could be eaten if properly processed, but the cost is very high, far exceeding the value of that small amount of meat, as an adult four-winged griffin weighs only about 20 kilograms. Additionally, it was noted that the four-winged griffin could provide samples for researching antitoxin bacteria and genes for strong immunity, but that was not something Imogen should consider at the moment. Alina cleanly fired another shot to ensure its death. Imogen also glanced at the map and made a mark. If they couldn't find that creature today, they could come back tomorrow to see if the corpse of the four-winged griffin had been eaten. If it hadn't. Beep beep. Suddenly, the transport robot in the distance emitted an alarm, catching Imogen's attention. Caution. Imogen quickly led the team to redirect their focus towards that direction and approached slowly. The outer transport robots quickly gathered back, and Imogen also moved closer to the direction of the alarm. In front of a tree, a transport robot had its mechanical torso severely damaged, paralyzed on the spot, with only a flicker of electricity visible on its surface. The culprit was a large creature about 5 meters tall, resembling a black bear. To be precise, it looked more like a ground sloth from history, with a flat and long head, huge forelimbs, and large claws, but it appeared more ferocious, bearing its mouth filled with sharp fangs. Roar. It let out a roar towards Imogen and his group, but did not launch an immediate attack. With more than 20 individuals combined, they posed some intimidation to it, but it was equally unwilling to retreat easily. The Earth Beast. Imogen secretly thought to himself, confirming his suspicion. Before setting off, he had guessed several possibilities, with this creature being the one he felt most likely. It resembled a ground sloth in appearance, but its behavior had some bear-like traits. It was an omnivorous creature, typically eating grass and even tree bark, but it wouldn't hesitate to eat meat when encountering other organisms. Moreover, this creature posed a significant threat. Both sides stood off, and Nora and the others looked at Imogen, awaiting his orders. Prepare to fire. Fire together, Nora. Give me your gun. Imogen whispered. Nora instantly understood his intention, handing over her M1897 shotgun to Imogen while she moved behind a transport robot to set up a Maxim machine gun. Fire. Once everything was ready, Imogen immediately spoke, pulling the trigger of the shotgun in his hand. Bang bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. 5 long rifles and 2 revolvers fired together, flames bursting forth. But all of this combined was no match for that machine gun, a deadly weapon that Imogen had purchased for 150,000. The water-cooled set gleaming coldly, beginning to roar the moment the trigger was pulled. The gun body trembled violently, the dense gunfire like thunder rolling past, and the flames at the muzzle tore through the air in a continuous arc. Bullets struck the ground, sending up clouds of dust. Stop. After firing 3 rounds with the bolt-action rifle, Imogen ordered a ceasefire. In just a few seconds, the ground under heavy fire was left in utter disarray, with hundreds of bullets turning the soil into a mess, stray shots shredding the bark of the trees behind. Surprisingly, the Earth Beast did not die immediately amidst the flames. Instead, it struggled for a while, attempting to shield itself from the invisible assault with its arms. But it was all in vain. By the time the gunfire ceased, the Earth Beast was motionless, utterly lifeless. This torrent of steel was indeed quite shocking, and Imogen found himself awestruck by the scene before him. The Earth Beast and the Earth Sloth differ by just one character, yet in that ancient era the Earth Beast could easily have torn apart a larger Earth Sloth. Even many dinosaurs from the Jurassic period would have been no match for it. This is a dangerous species that players currently struggle to contend with as it is in a dormant state, and rarely ventures out. Otherwise, it would have actively sought them out, leaving Emo-chun no chance to strike first. Its fur can effectively withstand handgun attacks, and even a bolt-action rifle like the 98K would struggle to inflict fatal damage. Its claw strikes can reach a peak impact force of 3 to 5 tons, capable of shattering a 10 mm thick low-carbon steel plate. The damage inflicted by 2 revolvers with a muzzle energy of 900 joules was negligible, while 5 rifles with a muzzle energy of 2,000 to 4,000 joules dealt significant harm. However, the real output came from that Maxim machine gun, which alone dealt more damage than the combined total of the other 7 guns. Even without the assistance of the other firearms, those few seconds were enough to slay the Earth Beast. Yet the Earth Beast managed to endure amidst the hail of bullets for a while. If Emo-chun hadn't prepared that Maxim, relying only on those few long guns might have truly led to trouble. The Earth Beast has been dealt with, but what if they encounter an even more dangerous creature? Reflecting on the manual's entries, the Earth Beast is merely a dangerous species. There are even more perilous overlord species outlined, and the Maxim might not suffice, so they must not be complacent and should seek stronger firepower when possible. At present, this heavy machine gun is already the limit of what can be obtained, though there may be some artillery available, but they are not practical. Let's check if it's truly dead. Emo-chun routinely instructed Nora to fire another shot to ensure it wouldn't resurrect. He then approached to examine the awe-inspiring black giant. Even its carcass towered significantly above Emo-chun, with one of its claws being much larger than his head. The massive body sprawled on the ground could easily accommodate several people if stepped upon. In the past few decades, he had never seen such a giant beast with his own eyes. On the entire blue star, only elephants were of comparable size. Can this be eaten? Fong Zihan curiously inquired. The Earth Beast was a creature that no one on Blue Star had ever encountered, let alone consumed. No, we used machine guns on it. The lead pellets are contaminated, and its internal organs must be ruined by now. Emo-chun shook his head. The Earth Beast could theoretically be edible, but not in the current situation. There are at least dozens of lead pellets lodged within this Earth Beast, causing severe contamination, and after the internal organs rupture, bacteria would quickly invade the body, leading to probable poisoning if consumed. Fortunately, they were quite a distance from the water source, otherwise they would have to move it. What about the limbs? I see that the legs are quite intact. Fong Zihan couldn't help but interject. It should be noted that while food prices have dropped significantly since last week, they are still rather expensive. Alright, let's replan and see if there are any nests of Earth Beasts nearby. Emo-chun interrupted Fong Zihan's fantasies. This Earth Beast weighs at least 3.5 tons, the edible portions, conservatively estimated at 1.5 tons. Even with the current price of raw meat dropping to 95 per kg, it could still fetch over 100,000. It's a pity, though, that 100,000 would vanish just like that. Even the skin and bones have some value, but it's not worth spending time processing them. Emo-chun contemplated chopping off some meat for bait or something, but then remembered he hadn't brought a knife. Going back and forth would be a waste of time, so he decided against it. Next time he should pay attention and try to aim for the head. For now, Emo-chun planned to conduct a thorough search around the area to see if there were other Earth Beasts or to locate this one's nest. Earth Beasts mostly live solitary lives, but during the breeding season there might be multiple ones. There could be another adult or juvenile Earth Beast nearby. Any threats must be eliminated. If there's another one cannot guard against thieves for 1,000 days. After searching along the river for about 10 minutes, they discovered the Earth Beast's nest beneath a giant tree. On one side of the tree there were 2 shallow pits. One small pit contained some water, while the larger one was likely the nest dug out by the Earth Beast for sleeping. Inside this nest were scattered black hairs, and besides that there was a treasure chest. A 2-star treasure chest. Is it not during the tide period? What luck! Emo-chun was seeing a 2-star treasure chest for the first time. Such a large one, he wondered. He stepped forward to open it, discovering it contained white boxes, each labeled light bulb. What the hell? Emo-chun felt a vein throb on his forehead. A 2-star treasure chest yields this item. Judging by the arrangement of the boxes in a 101,010 specification, that would be 1,000 of them, but light bulbs are utterly useless at this moment. The value of the cardboard boxes and plastic packaging might even be higher. His luck was a bit poor. Emo-chun had no choice but to let the robot carry them and see if he could sell them on the market later. After searching for a while, confirming that there was indeed no second Earth Beast, he prepared to return. Emo-chun also marked the position of the Earth Beast's corpse. He could come back to check in a few days. If it wasn't eaten, it would indicate there were no other ferocious beasts nearby. This expedition turned out to be a bit of a loss, as one transport robot was smashed beyond repair. This robot valued at 300,000 cost nearly 20,000, yet Emochin still had another robot drag it back. It couldn't be repaired lacking the skills, and who knows how long it would take to fix it. But at the very least dismantling it would provide a substantial amount of mechanical parts. The casing is made of high-purity steel and must be taken. If he could obtain the mechanical parts required for a high-level lumberjack, it would speed up the former's production. What a great idea, why hadn't he thought of this before? After returning, Chun casually gave the 98K and bullets to Li Simon while he went online to see if there were long guns for sale. 7 people gathered in a corner of the forest. Among them were 3 players and 4 clones. The clones were chopping trees on one side, while the 3 players huddled together discussing something. Things don't look good on old third's side. Let's send him 10 more rounds today to help him last through this week. I wonder if we can upgrade to a level 3 multiplayer base next week. That way our dormitory will be complete. That's tough. Just a few days after reaching level 2, the experience required is increasing. Upgrading to a level 3 multiplayer base will take at least 2 to 3 weeks. The 3 of them discussed this. Before the transition, they were all in the same dormitory and were quite close, but one base couldn't accommodate so many people, hence the need to upgrade to a multiplayer base. Old Third was left behind for some reasons and had to survive alone outside, unable to enter others' bases since a multiplayer base could only accommodate 1 additional player per level. To enter a multiplayer base, 2 levels needed to be upgraded. Old Fourth, how are your parents doing? Do they need help? The leader paused for a moment before inquiring about Old Fourth's family. Old Second and Old Third had all lost their parents, leaving only Old Fourth's parents still alive. For now it's fine. Old Leader, I remember you have a sister, right? She went to find her boyfriend, so I don't need to worry. Old Second, what about your brother? The leader asked another. The bespectacled boy merely lowered his head, not answering the question. How much do you need? Can we gather 600 to help your brother? The leader, seeing his silence, spoke directly. 600 is quite a lot, anything more would leave them starving. That's enough, thank you. Old Second finally managed to speak, looking gratefully at the 2. His parents had passed away, leaving only this younger brother, otherwise he wouldn't. It will be fine after these weeks. The death rate is decreasing. The leader sighed. After the second tide period, each base had at least 2 clones, coupled with the occasional discovery of 1-star treasure chests. Food prices had slightly decreased, making survival pressure much lighter. The most obvious sign was that they were able to save up money. However, during the first and second tides, there were many people who had bad luck. Countless had lost their lives. In contrast, the 4 of them from the dormitory were incredibly fortunate to survive. Yet, his family, he couldn't even say goodbye properly. The debt of life cannot be repaid in this lifetime. Enough talk, let's chop trees and hurry to make money. The leader called out to the 2. They couldn't just let the clones do the work while they sat idle. Old Leader, there's a robot over there. The keen-eyed Old Fourth noticed the transport robot quietly appearing in the beep beep. An ear-piercing alarm sounded. The leader's expression changed. He was unsure of the situation, but it was evident someone was approaching them. Be on guard. He drew his revolver, aiming it at the robot, but the retreating robot did not dare to pull the trigger. Let's wait and see. What if it isn't an enemy? Firing now could lead to trouble. Their group of 7 wasn't small, and some players still had a level 1 multiplayer base consisting of just 2 players and 2 clones. But they only had 2 revolvers. The others had no choice but to wield machetes or axes. There was no alternative. Tomorrow marked the 3rd tide, and revolvers were too costly, with bullets being even more unaffordable. Old Leader, what should we do? Both Old Second and Old Fourth looked nervously at the leader. Return to the base. Regardless, staying inside the base would certainly be safer than outside. The leader's palm grew sweaty around the grip of the gun. Just as he was about to open the base's gate, he caught a glimpse of several transport robots approaching, and around 40 meters away behind a tree, several dark gun muzzles were aimed at them. What kind of formation is this? His eyes widened in shock, clearly frightened. His fingers tightened, but he dared not pull the trigger. Friends, we mean no harm. Would you lower your weapons? A voice came from the other side, and at the same time the gun muzzles behind the tree were lowered, no longer aimed at them. All right, don't shoot. The leader paused for a second before agreeing, lowering his revolver, while also pressing down Old Second's gun. These transport robots and multiple long guns were beyond their capability to combat. The effective range of the revolver was only about 30 meters. They were still hiding behind trees, and even if he fired, it would be futile. I am Lou from our gathering district. Please tell me your names so we can add each other as friends and chat. Lou. The leader, Old Second, and Old Fourth exchanged glances, and their fear noticeably diminished. They naturally recognized this name. Lou is at our feet was the title of a prominent player in their district, also informally known as Lord Lou, with a decent reputation, so he probably wasn't here to rob them. Right? They couldn't be certain. Our base is called the Temptation of Going Home. The leader shouted out this name, his face slightly reddening. Soon he received a friend request. To avoid being scammed due to similar names, he clicked in to check the profile, the leader of the Mutual Aid Association, all clear. The temptation of going home, Lou, we are part of the same group. We have even been in the Mutual Aid Association before. After adding as friends, the leader immediately typed to chat. Lou is at our feet. Can one of you come over to explain the situation here? The temptation of going home, sure, I'll go over. Can Lou let the others return to the base first? They haven't eaten yet. Lou is at our feet, that's fine. The time was just past 2 in the afternoon, clearly not mealtime. However, seeing this reply, the leader breathed a sigh. The base's defenses were still quite effective. Currently, only the data specter could open it, allowing them to return, which was enough to indicate there was no malice. You all go back first. How can that be? Listen, if you all return, it shows I won't be in any trouble either. All right. The leader then handed the revolver to Old Fourth. Once the others returned to the base, he mustered his courage and walked forward while still raising his hands to avoid misunderstandings. Thank you for your cooperation. A man stepped forward, patting him down to ensure he had no second gun. Hello. Imo-chan stepped forward, extending his hand for a shake. Sorry for the offense earlier. I understand. In this world where most people have firearms, suspicion is inevitable. Encountering gunfire upon first meeting is normal. Can you answer a few questions for me? Sure. Have there been any deaths on your side? None. None at all. Imo-chan's tone grew heavier, seemingly questioning him. Truly none. We haven't seen any other players. We've just been chopping trees nearby. What were you doing before? We are students. The three of us are in the same dormitory, Jiang University 210. The leader immediately listed his identity like a menu. University students. Imo-chan noticed he didn't seem to be lying, which eased his tension somewhat. How have you been these past few days? Not bad. The leader spoke with uncertainty, wondering if he was about to experience a financial disaster. No other intentions, Zihan. Imo-chan called out, bringing Fong Zihan forward. Fong Zihan and we are from different bases. They have currently joined us. Would you like to join as well? It should be better than being on your own. Currently, I'm exploring the surroundings to ensure there are no people within a safe range. It's fine if you refuse. He spoke slowly. The leader swallowed hard. Refuse. Do you provide meals? 8 hours of work a day, 500 in pay, food and drink included, and I take full responsibility for safety. All right, we join. This week's exploration tasks have successfully covered a vast area around the Imo-chan base, extending as far as 5 kilometers to the north, 4 kilometers to the west, and approximately 3 kilometers to the southeast. Since Fong Zihan's base is located to the north and the dormitory of the 3 members is to the west, these 2 directions have been explored more extensively, while the remaining western map sections are still based on the information provided by the dormitory leader. Despite such a vast distance, only 3 player bases have been barely discovered. Counting the destroyed ones, there are 4. Weapons have been fully updated, with each person now equipped with a spear, and the total number of transport robots has increased to 30, with Imo-chan having a substantial reserve of copper ingots. With the tide rising, Imo-chan hurriedly armed the personnel at the 3 bases. At the main base, there are Imo-chan, Nora, and 2 newly joined clones. At Fong Zihan's base, there are 2 players, Lin Shi, and 2 newly added clones. At the dormitory base, the 3 players remain unchanged, while all 4 original clones have been replaced with 3 clones from other bases, including Alina. 2 revolvers have been confiscated, and the 3 newly joined players and 4 clones do not hold firearms and are not responsible for security. That duty falls entirely to the veterans, who are equipped with 1 spear each. 2 revolvers have been confiscated, and the 3 newly joined players and 4 clones do not hold firearms and are not responsible for security. That duty, except for the main base, each of the other bases is equipped with at least 3 spears and several robots, while Imo-chan's main base has a Maxim machine gun mounted directly facing the door and has constructed a simple defensive structure in the ventilation chamber. Saturday is the day with the least player activity. Everyone is conserving their strength. After 4 in the afternoon, Imo-chan arranged for everyone to go to sleep to ensure they have enough energy by midnight on Sunday. On Sunday this week, Imo-chan maintained contact with the other 2 bases throughout the day. Although they encountered data phantoms twice, both encounters were without major incidents. However, there was an unfortunate member in the Alliance who encountered over a dozen data phantoms, armed warriors charging into their base, asking Imo-chan for bullets. Imo-chan provided some, but in the end they were unable to hold out. Their base had 7 people and 5 guns, making them quite formidable, and they managed to eliminate all the over a dozen data phantoms, armed warriors. However, they failed to secure the door, and after finally defeating the data phantoms, several red, skinless humanoid monsters entered before they could close the door, followed by an unknown gigantic black monster, after which they lost all contact. After giving them bullets, Imo-chan instructed them to live stream the fight, allowing him to witness their battle. In the span of 10 minutes after defeating the first 2 waves of monsters, they were all severely injured and exhausted, with 2 losing limbs and becoming unable to fight. The black monster, though towering, moved swiftly and killed one person in a single encounter, while the remaining members were counter-killed after firing a few shots. Mo-chun heard their voices of relief after surviving the Data Phantom encounter and their desperate cries upon sighting the towering black monster, followed by the end of the recording. The outside world is indeed perilous. Only Data Phantoms can break through the door. While armed warriors are not difficult to deal with once the door is breached, other collapsing entities might also take advantage of the situation. This is evident as this base, which is quite powerful within the Alliance, could not survive despite withstanding 3 waves of monsters. Besides armed warriors, there are 2 other types of collapsing entities, one called Whaler, while the other is not documented in the manual. A forum search revealed a post by a strategist named Lao Chun describing a type of collapsing entity known as Shadow Phantom. Each of the 3 is more challenging to deal with than the last, and the number of armed phantoms seems to be increasing. It started with just 1, and now there are generally several at once. Mo-chun has also seen this on the forum. During the 3 tide periods, the enhancement of monsters has been very apparent, with many stating that no mercy is shown. This time, although the dozens of bullets borrowed were not returned, the footage obtained was well worth it. Mo-chun watched this recording repeatedly, gleaning invaluable insights from it. It seems that collapsing entities do not come in groups. To be precise, different types of collapsing entities do not come together, which is good news. In their 3 rounds of battle, there were actually gaps in between. Monsters appeared just 1 or 2 minutes after each round, and although they were all collapsing entities, they did not cooperate. The most significant lesson learned is to close the door. This is of utmost importance. After their 2 rounds of fighting, they neglected to immediately secure the entrance to the base. Their tactics were severely lacking. While their firepower was acceptable, there was no proper command. There was even an incident where they fired on each other, exhausting 6 rounds without firepower coordination. If they had alternated their fire, immediately securing the door after eliminating the collapsing entities, perhaps some could have survived. This is reasonable. How many people in Blue Star can quickly react to handle such emergencies without any prior experience? Moreover, their luck was indeed too poor. After battling Data Phantoms, collapsing entities followed, which Mo-chun had seen on the forum, but it was his first time witnessing 3 continuous waves. This made him ponder how he would react if he faced such a situation himself. As long as they maintain machine gun fire and eliminate the Shadow Phantom, it should not be difficult. But what if a 4th or 5th wave comes with even more formidable monsters? A slightly heavy sentiment accompanied Mo-chun throughout the day. He also went to the workbench to craft advanced lumber machines to shift his focus. It was not until the next day that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This tide period is truly tormenting. Mo-chun glanced at the advanced lumber machine he had just completed. This one is noticeably different from the previous one. The exterior is much smoother, and the saw chain is very clean. Many mechanical parts can be obtained by dismantling robots, so their base already has 4 advanced lumber machines along with 2 engines, one from the disassembled chainsaw and the other from dismantled robots. The efficiency of the 2 types of generators varies greatly, affecting the manufacturing of advanced lumber machines. Not only the engines, but Mo-chun also discovered that he could dismantle transport robots to salvage various parts, electronic components, and engines for manufacturing advanced lumber machines, greatly enhancing production efficiency, while the new advanced lumber machines far surpassed the original version. Thus, he redesignated the new version of the advanced lumber machine as Type 2, which is the one he just completed. Although they are all advanced lumber machines, the original version was made under conditions of compromise, resulting in a version that could only operate for 30 minutes and had a relatively high failure rate. Issues like slow response, sudden shutdowns, black smoke emissions, and high power consumption. In contrast, the Type 2 advanced lumber machine, because of the significantly increased choice of materials, has a maximum running time of 12 hours, a weight reduction of 30, and a power consumption reduction of over 50, with almost no faults, making it noticeably more convenient and comfortable to use, rivaling multifunctional gatherers. Most importantly, manufacturing one original advanced lumber machine takes 48 hours, while the Type 2 only requires around 24 hours. Therefore, Mo-chun decisively abandoned using chainsaw engines to manufacture advanced lumber machines and instead began utilizing transport robots for production. If necessary, he can dismantle them. The engines and parts can be used to create advanced lumber machines, and what does it matter if one costs 1/800? In Mo-chun's view, the value is far outweighed by the advanced lumber machines, which can recoup the investment in less than a day. The current advanced lumber machines are akin to money printing machines. He sold the remaining chainsaw engine for several thousand in the market. Now he possesses 3 original advanced lumber machines, 1 Type 2 advanced lumber machine, and 1 multifunctional gatherer. With the increase in personnel and the addition of another base, this means an increase in the trade volume limit, and this week's logging scale is set to expand. Although there are many people, not everyone can go logging. Tasks must be divided to determine which trees to cut down, and there must be personnel to direct the transport robots. They will also need to rotate when they get tired. Mo-chan evaluated everyone's usual workload, leaving 2 people at the workbench to create while the remaining 13, including himself, joined the logging team, which should be sufficient with 5 or 6 lumber machines. Subsequent production of Type 2 advanced lumber machines will replace the original version, which can also be attempted to sell, but certainly not through direct sales. Advanced lumber machines have already appeared on the market, but most chainsaws obtained from 2-star treasure chests run on fuel, with a few being electric, generally requiring 2 people to operate, making them much less user-friendly than the original advanced lumber machines. Due to their extreme rarity, however, their prices are sky-high. Mo-chan has only heard of someone selling one for 50,000, with some even reaching 100,000. Mo-chan was seated in front of the computer. Alliance 104 Mutual Aid Society. Alliance level LV5. Members 3,349. Alliance doctrine optional. Recruitment announcement: if you are interested in purchasing timber long-term and selling transport robots, please private message the deputy leader. Can recruit players within the 10491 region. Alliance communication channel unrestricted speech. Alliance trade channel trading tax 40 for allies, additional 10 for trades by the leader. Not long ago, the Alliance level rose to level 5. Mo-chan first spent 2 doctrine points to unlock Alliance 2. The recruitment range for members expanded to include all players on the entire planet of 104. At the same time, a level 5 alliance could choose an alliance doctrine. Player positioning can locate the positions of all alliance members' bases. Remote alliance: the recruitment range for alliance members is increased to the planet. If Alliance 2 has been researched, it changes to no longer being restricted by recruitment distance. Commercialization: trade station consumption points decrease by an additional 10, 60-50 to 50-40. Research Center: all alliance members gain 10 research points, and technology research speed increases by 10. General Technology: 1 technology can be designated as an Alliance Universal Technology, reducing the consumption and research time for all members researching that technology by 30. Reward: active cooldown 14 days after activation. Killing disasters grants 30 merit, and merits can be used to purchase treasure chests for 1 day. Nation building requires Alliance level 20. The Alliance upgrades to a nation affecting Alliance effects. Some Alliance effects become invalid, while certain Alliance traits are enhanced. Various Alliance doctrines have different effects, but he can only choose one. Some of these doctrines can also be researched under normal doctrines, and the 2 doctrines can interconnect. Mo-chan browsed through them, excluding those with prerequisites, and ultimately focused on the first one. Player positioning. This is incredibly important. Other doctrines, while mostly useful, only provide values of 10 or 20, failing to trigger a qualitative change. However, player positioning is enough to alter the nature of the Alliance. Having selected the Alliance doctrine, Mo-chan then invited Lee Simong into the Alliance. Cheese Power: welcome new boss. Orange Flavor Storm: everyone shallow. Customer Service: Xiaoxiang Yuzu Chef: the second dimension is really disgusting. Linshi: this is something you can't say, right? Customer Service: Xiaoxiang: this person isn't even from our region. Did the leader just upgrade and apply to join the Alliance? Deputy Leader: your speed is quite fast. Cheese Power: our Alliance is truly thriving. Linshi: don't say such ominous things. Linshi: moreover, it wasn't my agreement, it was the boss who brought them in. Orange Flavor Storm: haha, I've been an old friend of your boss. Customer Service: Xiaoxiang: is that true? Is the boss handsome? Orange Flavor Storm: the most handsome. The road is underfoot. While Lee Siming chatted with them, she also sent a message to Mo-chan. Orange Flavor Storm: I just found something good. Hey, race 1 for you. Orange Flavor Storm initiated a personal trade. Mo-chan received a trade request. The item for trade is Disaster Detector 1, priced at 1, no trade tax for special items. Disaster detector capable of detecting the approximate strength and location of collapses within a 3-kilometer radius. The closer, the higher the accuracy. As soon as Mo-chan saw the description, he knew it was a good item. The road is underfoot. Where did this come from? Orange Flavor Storm: I got it yesterday. While out, I have another one. The road is underfoot. You're really bold. Have you encountered any ghost shadows? Orange Flavor Storm: I killed 2 ghost shadows and got these 2 detectors. The road is underfoot. Impressive. Orange Flavor Storm: thanks to your 98k. But unfortunately, I didn't find any 2-star treasure chests all day yesterday, just a few 1-star ones, not making much money. The road is underfoot. Did you stay outside all night? Orange Flavor Storm: yes, to be precise, it was a whole day. I need to catch up on sleep later. The road is underfoot. You really aren't afraid of death. Orange Flavor Storm: what you said makes it sound like I'm not afraid of death, but I'm really scared. However, taking some risks now is better than dying later. How could a beautiful girl like me leave this world at a young age unless a goddess reincarnates me? Orange flavor storm. The last time during the tide, I saw a ghost shadow from a distance. This time I encountered a few, and once I almost got killed. The road is underfoot. You weren't injured, right? Orange flavor storm. No. The road is underfoot. Can you tell me about it? Orange flavor storm. Sure. Having spent an entire day outside experiencing those monsters, Lee Simming also went through various emotions of unease, tension, and even fear. Although she returned to rest a few times in between, she was still very tired and had used 2 stimulants during the day. The reason she persisted was that she wanted to find a 2-star treasure chest, but unfortunately, she didn't see one in the end, leaving her quite disappointed. All her thoughts and experiences from that day were shared with Emo-chun. Emo-chun listened while also comforting her with a few words. To be able to kill 2 ghost shadows with a 98K in such a dangerous environment during the tide, Lee Simming was indeed exceptional. The road is underfoot. Get some rest early. We'll chat again when you wake up. Remember to tell me if anything happens. Orange flavor storm. Good night. Good morning. I'm off to sleep. Watching her stop messaging, Emo-chun also closed the chat box. The disaster detector is a great item. He searched the market and found it indeed available, but the price was also quite high, starting from over 20,000. On the other side, a girl, seeing that no more messages were popping up, let out a breath and shifted her gaze. This girl's appearance was flawless, as radiant and striking as flowers blooming in summer. Her eyes were clear, transparent, and bright, resembling 2 brilliant gems on her exquisitely beautiful face. With the conclusion of the 3rd high tide period, both alliances and multiplayer bases gained some experience, gradually leading to a divergence in player strength. Currently, most players possess level 2 or level 3 multiplayer bases. On the forums, one could even find level 4 multiplayer bases. A level 2 multiplayer base accommodates 3 players and 26 clones. A level 3 base houses 4 players and 48 clones. A level 4 base supports 5 players and 410 clones. The top-tier level 4 multiplayer bases already have at least a squad's worth of personnel. Since the experience required to upgrade a multiplayer base is equivalent to that of an alliance, reaching level 4 indicates a distinct expertise. The gap between them and ordinary players is not merely numerical. This disparity will only widen over time. As the gap between bases expands, the chasm between alliances grows even more pronounced, especially with the emergence of certain level 5 alliances. The strategy of a main alliance supplemented by numerous sub-alliances allows major powers to control a vast number of alliances, exerting considerable influence over a significant portion of the player base. On the forums, the issuance of national bonds has not fully established state authority. The very foundations of authority have been thoroughly dismantled, and social structures have suffered fundamental destruction. The traditional great powers Hua and the United States still retain some influence, but it is vastly diminished. Many small and medium-sized nations have become nominal, while numerous other forces have ascended onto the world stage. The Blue Star Federation, an entity akin to the United Nations, has garnered membership from many Old World nations, such as Hua, the United States, Tianzhu, and Prussia. It remains a loose pan-alliance with little substantive cohesion, yet its influence remains considerable. The Universal Apocalyptic Faith is a religious force that claims to await the return of the prophet Abraham to save the world. It aims to unify the former followers of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. On Blue Star, the 3 Abrahamic religions boasted over 4.3 billion adherents, more than half the planet's population. Therefore, despite many believers abandoning their faith or rejecting this organization, it still possesses a vast foundation. With bishops and numerous churches established on many planets, it is expanding rapidly and can be considered the largest current force, surpassing any single nation. With the advent of this paradigm-shattering game, many theists on Blue Star experienced a collapse of faith, while others became more steadfast. The Universal Apocalyptic Faith is merely the most prominent religious faction. Despite its grand claims, it cannot truly unify Blue Star's 3 Abrahamic religions and is far from the only religious force. Other groups, such as the Sunni Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox, Shia, Jewish, and even Buddhist sects, along with more subdivided factions, have also emerged, propagating new churches. However, the Universal Apocalyptic Faith undoubtedly possesses the greatest ambition and power. The peak players is a unique force. Only players with exceptional personal prowess can join, and its recruitment channels appear undisclosed. It is known that many renowned powerful players have claimed membership, primarily consisting of chosen ones. The Roman Commonwealth, the Han Order Alliance, the New Greece, the Free League, the Third Rome, the Hammurabi, and the Knightly Alliance are all emerging forces. Their scale is far smaller than the aforementioned ones, confined to a single planet or region. They are formed by one or several powerful players dissatisfied with the old national hierarchies, using symbols like Rome and Greece to build new entities. There are also smaller regional or district-based forces, such as those in Red Copper Valley, or groups composed of technical personnel like engineers and doctors. Although these forces are modest in scale, they are numerous and possess substantial cohesive strength. These emerging forces are clearly more suited to this new world. Backed by many powerful players, their actual cohesion is significantly higher than that of the old nations. For now, chaos still reigns. It will take another month or two to see which forces survive. Browsing the forums, even the renowned guidemaker Old Chun the Guide has joined the peak players and even promoted it. Only players with the prefix Stellar Awakening or Psychic Awakening in their player traits can apply to join. Oh well, he's cashing in too. But this has nothing to do with Mo Chun. He's just here to look up guides. Maintaining this habit of reading guides helps him effectively gather information and avoid falling out of touch. After browsing some guides to get a general understanding of the situation, he shifted his attention elsewhere. Over the past couple of days, Mo Chun had been working on a map. He had all the members from the sub-alliances within the district join the main alliance. If there weren't enough slots, he had people leave. Those who were inactive, neither speaking nor trading, were directly kicked out. For normal players, Mo Chun offered a compensation of 500 each, which they readily accepted. He also paid people to join the alliance, register their information, and then leave again, offering 500 per person. He had Lin Shi help him organize the information of most alliance members. Combined with location data, Mo Chun eventually produced a map pinpointing over 80 bases within the district, each linked to a player's name and details. If not for the Tendui cooldown, Mo Chun wouldn't have hesitated to spend 100,000 or so to create a precise map covering at least half the players in the district. But even this current map is sufficient. First of all, their district is already vast. The nearest ally is 8 kilometers away, while the farthest is over 70 kilometers. This indicates that the district's diameter is at least over 70 kilometers. If calculated as a circle, the district's area would be at least 4,000 square kilometers, possibly reaching nearly 20,000 square kilometers. At minimum, it's the size of several large towns, or even a prefecture-level city. This enormous district is not entirely located within a larger forest. There are players to the south and north, indicating that he is not on the edge of the district, nor likely at its center. The entire district basically consists of 2 types of terrain: forest to the north and desert to the south. Mo Chun is not far from the boundary between forest and desert. The nearest ally to the south is 14 kilometers away. According to his intelligence, that area is a desert, and he can see the edge of the forest. Thus, he can infer that the desert begins 5 to 10 kilometers to the south, a very short distance. There's even a small river to the south, yet the desert is not far beyond it. The desert is too close to the forest. Typically, there should be a buffer zone between these two terrains, and there are no mountain ranges blocking air currents. Mo Chun tries to interpret this based on his geographical knowledge. Volcanic rock zones could create localized deserts within a forest, but there are many players to the south, and no volcanoes are visible. Moreover, the desert is vast, so this is unlikely the cause. That leaves only one possibility: groundwater. There is abundant groundwater beneath this forest. Mo Chun's interest in this geographical puzzle isn't purely academic. He has a concern. The forest he currently inhabits might be an oasis within a vast desert. How could a desert compare to even if oil were discovered, it would be useless now. Of course, this is merely a worry. Applying Blue Star's geographical knowledge to an alien world's geography may not yield correct answers. For now, the forest in their district is large enough to sustain his development for a considerable time. The third tide has receded, marking the 4th week since the players from Blue Star arrived in this world. This is the last complete week of the month, and the 5th week will soon lead into next month. A post appeared on the forum. Why is the trade beacon so expensive? Posted by economic analyst Lao Zhang. The content of the post is quite simple. Currently, the price of trade beacons remains around 10,000 because the function of the trade beacon is to allow for a transaction across stars without incurring trade taxes. For instance, buying a large amount of water on a water planet and selling it at an exorbitant price on a desert planet can yield a profit of several tens of thousands. The reason this function hasn't been made public is that the drop rate of trade beacons is very low and certain bosses use them secretly, not disclosing this to the public. This strange post made Mo Chun chuckle as he scrolled past it. Doesn't he know the usefulness of trade? Moreover, there is not a shred of logic in what is said here. Yet the news is written in a standard format, stirring emotions and ending with conspiracy theories. Clearly, this is just a post made by someone to attract attention. Surprisingly, it has garnered quite a few views, and some people took it seriously, causing the price of trade beacons to rise slightly. Looking at the comments, some were asking the poster how to use it, while many others were outright cursing because they had been tricked into buying it. As expected, the 3 major elements of journalism were twisted to create conflict. Mo Chun closed the forum and prepared to focus on his tasks. Base expansion 2 base area increased to 400 square meters. Standard contract I2 theory points. You can sign contracts with other players. The violating party will compensate up to 1 0 trade points. These are the 2 theories Mo Chun has allocated this week. Base Expansion 2. You can make one adjustment to the base, such as adding new rooms or expanding existing ones, adding bathrooms, kitchens, etc. Remaining allocatable area 200 square meters. Base Expansion 2 offers greater freedom, allowing for the addition of kitchens and, most importantly, bathrooms. With an area of 400 square meters, Mutant directly expanded 4 dormitories, 40 square meters, each a manufacturing room, with a workbench, a 30 square meters, a storage room, 30 square meters, and a kitchen, 10 square meters, leaving the remaining space for a control room, 80 square meters. Each dormitory is equipped with a private bathroom expected to accommodate 24 people, allowing the entire base to house up to 16 residents without feeling cramped. Mo-chun initially wanted 16 single rooms, but that would consume a significant portion of the modifiable area of Base Expansion 2, making it impossible to modify other rooms later, and the bathrooms would be a hassle. Currently 400 square meters is quite sufficient, with the remaining 90 square meters allocated entirely to a ventilation room, which along with its inherent space brings the total to nearly 100 square meters. It's worth noting that the ventilation room is on the ground level, which means the surface area of the building has increased exponentially. Fortunately, aside from the main entrance, the base's defenses are quite reliable, and there is no need to deliberately reduce surface targets. Mo-chun redesigned the ventilation room. Initially, he was considering defense, wanting to design a fortress that is easy to defend but hard to attack. However, after some thought, he realized that it would be impossible, as he also needed to focus on transport issues. The harder it is to attack, the lower the efficiency of robotic transport, and the higher the transport costs. To give up on profitable development for an uncertain defense would be a case of losing sight of the bigger picture. Therefore, he shortened the distance of the steps between the ventilation room and the hall, while increasing the width for easier passage. He does not expect the hall to serve as a second line of defense. If the ventilation room is truly lost, the lower levels will similarly be undefendable. Additionally, the original function of the ventilation room is to isolate the influence of outside air from entering the base, so it shouldn't be too large, as that would reduce ventilation efficiency. Mo-chun designed the ventilation room into 2 parts, a smaller moat town for ventilation, while the remaining 90 square meters also considered defense and transport. Upon entering, there is a 3M corridor that allows 3 transport robots to pass simultaneously. He also moved the trading station to one side at the end of the corridor so that trade can be conducted within the ventilation room without needing to go down to the main base. Surrounding the corridor are defensive facilities. He referred to the blueprints of a military architect from the forum and directly set up 4 gun positions, the type that only exposes the gun barrels, as well as some rifle positions for defensive shooting and even artillery positions. Once the artillery is installed, he believes it could blow the door off. In some respects, this is even stronger than the underground fortifications of Sulphur Island. If it still cannot defend, then there's nothing more he can do. After completing the design, Mo-chun pressed confirm. This time it seemed that the extent of the modifications was too great, causing him to feel a momentary dizziness in the room. When he opened his eyes again, everything in front of him was vastly different. The space had expanded significantly, making the base quite spacious for up to 20 people. Nora, please lead everyone to move some things according to this plan. Mo-chun called Nora and showed her the planning diagram on the computer. All right, you should rest early and not stay up half the night again. Nora agreed, also reminding Mo-chun. Rest? What a joke, it's only 9 at night now. How many people are sleeping at this hour on Blue Star? This is the peak time for activity. Standard contract. Mo-chun naturally found this theory useful. He contacted 3 players from his alliance. Customer service, Xiao Xiang Cat demolition expert, Ire Poison Blast. Mo-chun published a recruitment message in the alliance, and many signed up. These 3 were the selected ones. He drafted a contract to send to the 3. It was simple. Mo-chun would provide these 3 players with advanced lumber machines. There are 2 conditions. First, they must be in a forest terrain, and second, they will transfer 50% of the lumber profits to Mo-chun. The 3 advanced lumber machines are all the old version. Mo-chun just wants to conduct a trial run first. Week 5. This post discusses special items such as blueprint skill books or trade beacons and disaster detectors. The ways to obtain blueprints include opening treasure chests and defeating monsters during the tide. Skill books, trade beacons, and disaster detectors can only be obtained with a small chance after defeating the collapsing bodies during the tide. Chen also revealed that the specific function of the trade beacon is for interstellar trade at a neutral structure called the Interstellar Trading Store, but it requires a 100 transaction tax. He emphasized that the current severe inflation of trade beacons indicates that only a few particularly rare items necessitate interstellar trade, but overall supply exceeds demand, making future drops increasingly common, with current values clearly inflated. The Interstellar Trading Store is a type of neutral structure, and in recent weeks many players have discovered these structures, which appear intermittently and randomly. There is no regularity, and the chance of normal players encountering them is less than 1 in 10,000, rendering trade beacons practically useless. However, the evaluation of the disaster detector is extremely high, claiming it can undoubtedly change the behavior of players during the tide, turning passive defense into active offense, making it an essential item for every base in the future. Regarding the drop rates, the trade beacon has a very low drop rate, but any collapsing body can drop it. In contrast, the disaster detector has a high drop rate, but must be obtained from the difficult Toadfiat Ghost Shadow collapsing body. Overall, the production capacity of the trade beacon is significantly higher than that of the latter. This well-known strategist's negative outlook on trade beacons has considerable influence, and shortly after the post was made, it attracted millions of views. At the same time, more and more people are following suit and expressing pessimism. The price of trade beacons has started to decline. Although a contract was signed, Mo-chun had no way of knowing how many trees were cut down on the other side. The contract did not monitor what the other party was doing. Essentially, it was an agreement to monitor the trade information of the other party, requiring them to give half of the trade points obtained from selling and recovering wood to Mo-chun with a minimum of 2 settlements per week. Specifically, Party B, based on the efficiency of 2 players, 2 clones, and 1 transport robot, is expected to transport back about 8 tons of wood and timber daily over a distance of 100 meters, valued at over 12,000. After deducting the transaction tax, Mo-chun considers their share to be 10,000. Each week amounts to 60,000, so if the total price of the wood and timber sold by Party B is between 3,000 and 60,000, Party A, Mo-chun will collect 50%. If it exceeds 60,000, Party A, it will collect 25% on the excess. The contract lasts until Party B returns the tool Advanced Lumberjack, and if the Advanced Lumberjack is severely damaged upon return, Party A has the right to claim compensation within 10,000. An Advanced Lumberjack can increase the efficiency of a group of people by 4 to 8 times compared to cutting trees by hand, and even higher once they become skilled. Therefore, even if Mo-chun takes 50%, their income would at least double. Moreover, for amounts exceeding 60,000, only 25% is taken. If they add more personnel and transport robots, they can easily exceed 60,000. In case of violations, the system will freeze 100,000 trade points from the other party for compensation. The first signatories are 3 players. After Mo-chun sent the contract, the 3 were naturally excited to agree. They anticipated that their future income would completely cover their daily needs and allow them to save up enough to buy weapons for self-defense. He estimated that these 3 contracts would not yield more than 100,000 per week, which is not high for him, but what Mo-chun cares about is whether this model is feasible. On the other hand, Mo-chun's side was expanding their logging team once again. A total of 13 people, 1 multifunctional harvester, 40 transport robots, and 4 Type 2 advanced lumberjacks, with the latter 2 increasing daily. Work hours were adjusted to 5 hours daily, and the time spent on exploration tasks was slightly reduced to about 2 hours. Additionally, after consideration, Mo-chun also added an option for overtime, allowing everyone to work 3 extra hours for an additional 400 in wages. Since there are less than 8 hours of daylight, the 2 hours of overtime can only involve lightweight work done with lights, which is less efficient, such as preparation work before and after logging, building with storage points, etc. The light Mo-chun chose is the large tactical xenon lighting, which is very bright and heavy, typically used for positions in the market, but he can afford it. 4 large tactical xenon lights are directly mounted on top of the transport robots for easy mobility, illuminating the forest at night as brightly as during the day. However, even he generally only operates 2 of them, keeping 2 as spare since the batteries are very expensive and cannot be easily replaced. Others are even less likely to be as extravagant as him for daily operations. Overtime is not mandatory, but everyone participated because the work intensity is already low and it's boring to just stay back. After overtime, they can all have a meal together and chat before returning. The activity hours of the 3 bases have already been extended by several hours compared to a few days ago, with movement still occurring around 7 or 8 in the evening. The main reason for being able to do this is that there are more people, and Mo-chun arranges patrols daily, ensuring that no outsiders enter within several kilometers, making it acceptable to stay out later. Counting the transport robots as independent units, his setup has become a super large logging site, with a massive flow of people logging nearly 400 tons daily. Boom! Rumble! Leave these few trees, don't cut them all down. Be careful, this tree is about to fall. Fong Zihan, don't stand there, stay back. Only take a break and get some water. Amidst the sound of sawing wood, Mo-chun's shouts mix in. From above, one can clearly see the large trees in the forest falling. A long line formed by transport robots connects the bases like a conveyor belt, transporting batches of wood back to the steel fortress. If other players were to arrive here, they would surely be amazed, as most players have only just graduated from the wilderness survival phase. those teams cutting trees for money log less than 1% of what is done here, a vast difference. The price of trade beacons has plummeted by 500 due to the collapse of the market. Many unscrupulous speculators had inflated the prices attempting to replicate the Bitcoin phenomenon from Blue Star and boasting about fictitious features. However, their schemes have been exposed, and the trade beacons possess none of those features. Over the course of a week, the price of trade beacons dropped from over 10,000 to just over 2,000. Despite the significant decrease, they still remain unsold, with the order volume on our planet rising from a few thousand to several hundred thousand, yet no one is buying. This shows how greatly those speculators have suffered losses, which is quite satisfying. Now for some advertising. Comment: are you not referring to yourself, you wicked speculator? How shameless to advertise. Authors reply: I merely studied journalism. Where would I find the money to speculate? If I don't advertise, how can you support me? You really don't care about being human, do you? Who was it that recklessly claimed the trade beacons had certain features, and now they turn around and deny it, leaving the original post untouched? Authors reply: it's the age of internet traffic. What's wrong with that? Then let me ask you, I am from the same planet as you. How come the order volume for trade beacons is several hundred thousand? It's just over 30,000. Authors reply: isn't it normal for a journalism student to exaggerate a number? I lost 10,000 because of this. People like you should be buried alive and turned into terracotta warriors. Authors reply: being a terracotta warrior is fine, as guarding Ying Zheng is quite thrilling. Inside a base, a middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman are working together to lift a piece of wood. The middle-aged man, named Li Jianjun, is in his 40s with a dark face marked by several shallow scars. However, after years of working on construction sites, he possesses considerable strength, carrying most of the weight in front. The middle-aged woman is his wife, Zhao Xiulan. She used to run a small convenience store, and now, as a woman of advancing age, she struggles a bit to lift the smaller piece of wood behind him. Behind them are 4 clones and a transport robot, each carrying a piece of wood. Once all the wood has been moved into the trade station, a girl sitting in front of a computer initiates the listing. Dad, Mom, the wood from yesterday has sold out, totaling over 16,000. We'll need to sell today's for a while longer. You are the clever one, Xiao Xiang. Customer service. Xiao Xiang is a girl named Li Xiaoxiang, around 20 years old. A traffic accident in her childhood fractured her legs, leaving her unable to stand for life and resulting in her disability. After that accident, she could not attend school normally, leading to some depression, and she eventually dropped out, becoming a shootin who watched a certain famous anime and created an online alias for herself. Her family is not particularly wealthy, but with the compensation from the accident and her parents' jobs, life is not too difficult. Her parents fear that if they leave, Li Xiaoxiang won't be able to survive on her own, so they work hard to save more money. However, the upheaval 3 weeks ago disrupted everything. Fortunately, their family happened to be together at that time, so they ended up in the same district in this world. Luckily, they managed to regroup without any casualties. This was a rare stroke of luck amid misfortunes. Li Xiaoxiang is now responsible for operating the computer, buying and selling goods, while also securing a customer service job at the district committee to earn some extra money for household expenses. This is also the reason she can remain active online. Having a chainsaw makes a difference of over 18,000 in a day. Her father felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Li Xiaoxiang's words. According to that contract, we have to pay half. Her mother interrupted. I know, but that's still quite a lot. We won't go. You all have worked hard. It's already evening. Let's eat first. Her father glanced at the time and called everyone. At this hour, they really shouldn't go out. They discovered a neighbor last week, and there hasn't been much interaction. They are currently in a Cold War state, so they are genuinely afraid of being shot at if they go out at night. Tonight's dinner consists of some fruits and roasted hachi meat. It's not expensive, but it's also not unpleasant, but offers good value for money. Items like rice and bread are scarce due to the lack of agriculture. Xiao Xiang's mother portioned some food onto her table so she could reach it easily. If this continues, we should be able to save at least 40 to 50,000 in a week. Let's plan what to buy. If we buy a transport robot, we could expand production. If we buy guns and weapons to ensure safety during the surge, we could also have good talks with the neighbors. Buying everything is possible, but we are short on weaponry and ammunition. Let's buy weapons first. Safety is the priority, and that robot is too expensive. Let's wait another week. Primarily, it is Xiao Xiang's parents discussing, while the clones hardly offer any opinions. What if we cooperate with the neighboring base and let them sell wood? Wouldn't that eliminate the fees we need to pay? Xiao Xiang's mother suddenly had an idea. Since the fees are based on the information from the trade station, wouldn't it work if they bypass their own trade station? Stop thinking about those random ideas. Xiao Xiang's father shot her a glare. They don't even know their neighbors. How could they dare to do that? The risk is too high. Plus, it would offend that boss. Xiao Xiang's mother also recognized it as a bad idea and ceased discussing that matter. Earning so much money in a week is already something they wouldn't have dared to imagine a few weeks ago, and they no longer need to worry about food and clothing like before. This is a family workshop, also a reflection of many players' experiences. A week has passed, and the 3 contract workers have submitted their results, 35,000 and 40,000. Why are there only 2 reports? Because the last player who sold timber did not reach 3,000, so no payment was made. Imo-chan did not care much about the 30,000 to him. It was merely a small sum, but there must be some reason behind it. The player who didn't make the payment is named Lee-won. Imo-chan did not have a strong impression of him, as he only occasionally spoke in the alliance, mostly asking questions. What happened? Lee-won, I have been busy these past few days and haven't been able to chop trees, sorry. Imo-chan, how about I take back the advanced lumberjack and terminate the contract? Lee-won, master, the contract did not specify how many trees I must chop, did it? Imo-chan, but my advanced lumberjack is worth at least several 100,000. Ew, I can't just let it sit there gathering dust. Lee-won, I will definitely chop more trees this week. Imo-chan, if you can guarantee that you will sell timber worth at least 70,000 every week, then we can sign a contract. Lee-won, master, that seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Imo-chan, how is that excessive? You must have gone around me to your don't want to pay. Lee-won, you can't slander me, master. Imo-chan, then return the advanced lumberjack to me first. If you genuinely haven't used it, I will apologize to you. The 2 talked intermittently for a while, and Imo-chan was growing impatient, while the other party stopped responding. After waiting for another 2 minutes, this person removed Imo-chan from their friends list, and even directly exited the alliance, leaving without any hesitation. At this moment, Imo-chan was puzzled about the other party's situation. TSK. They directly took that advanced lumberjack without any qualms. Imo-chan found a document called Personnel and located the name Lee-won within it. His ID number, base location, player traits, and basic information were all recorded. Although the latter 2 points are somewhat dubious now, it was still noted that Lee-won had indeed interacted with his neighbors and that they worked for the same company back on Blue Star. This matter should be true. Imo-chan felt he had been scammed, losing an advanced lumberjack for nothing. But he must have had his reasons for allowing the advanced lumberjack to be used. The advanced lumberjack would definitely degrade over time, and only Imo-chan could handle its parts and repairs. Especially since the older models still had a certain failure rate, it was not a simple tool like an axe where minor issues could arise after just a few days of use. The design of the advanced lumberjack was conceived by Imo-chan himself based on cutting-edge technology. Unless the other party had an exceptionally skilled mechanical engineer, only he could repair it. Although the advanced lumberjack was designed with long-term use in mind, the saw chain would wear out under high-intensity work within 2 weeks, let alone other potential issues. Without his maintenance components, it would not last long. Moreover, those 3 contracts were merely experimental. Exposing any problems would be a good thing. However, he couldn't just let the situation slide after being taken advantage of. As the largest financial backer of their district committee, he directly sent a message to Huakai Fugaway. On the other side, Oldly, is it really okay to go this far? What are you worried about? Do you know what at least several 100,000 means? And if something goes wrong, won't I bear the responsibility? Lee-won reassured his neighbor and friend, who was a subordinate back in their previous company. Together with his neighbors, they had more than 10 people. If they used the advanced lumberjack for logging, they could earn over 200,000 each week, while they would only need to pay over 70,000 according to the contract. However, if they sold the logged trees to the neighbors and split the profits, he could bypass the contract without facing any penalties. Ordinary chainsaws could sell for 100,000. He was essentially getting an advanced chainsaw worth at least several 100,000 for free. He could earn more than 10,000 extra each week compared to before, and even 7 or 8,000 more than under the contract. This amount of money is truly substantial nowadays. His entry into the Mutual Aid Association was purely for profit. He was a very pragmatic person. As for offending the alliance leader, named Road Underfoot, if it happens, so be it. The leader doesn't even know his position. How could he possibly come looking for him? Besides, he was not afraid with more than 10 people on his side. Due to his professional experience working at the previous company, he subconsciously considered the public opinion aspect, such as taking the initiative online, but he didn't have any compelling information and lacked connections and prestige, so he quickly gave up. In a few days, he could change his name to make it harder for others to find him. But just to be safe, it would be good to bring in some more people to share the burden. Lee-won recalled the names of the other 2 players who had signed contracts, and then sent them a message. Xiaoxiang, I have a profitable idea to secretly share with you. Imo-chan assessed the advanced logging machines at the base. Currently, there are a total of 11 Type 2 advanced logging machines. Keeping 5 would be more than sufficient. The remaining 6 are surplus. Imo-chan had attempted to sell them, but after listing them for 300,000, no one showed interest after a day. So he decided against selling them. Imo-chan's psychological price point would only be higher than this. He drafted a second contract, making many adjustments and improvements. Firstly, the fees collected were previously estimated at 60,000, which was too conservative. Multiplayer bases at level 2 are now quite common. It would be unreasonable to base it on the minimum efficiency of 4 players. many bases have 7 or more, meaning 3 players and 4 clones. Imo-chan didn't need to solely consider those outdated players. He wasn't conducting charity. Since advanced logging machines aren't abundant, priority would be given to those with better conditions, ensuring much higher efficiency. Therefore, he changed the fee structure to collect 50 for the portion from 10,000 to 110,000 and 25 for amounts exceeding 110,000, requiring the applicant's base to have more than 6 players. For unintentional damage to the Type 2 advanced logging machines, Imo-chan would provide maintenance and replacement tools. Otherwise, appropriate fees would apply for repairs. He also added some clauses. Firstly, he reserves the right to unilaterally request the return of the advanced logging machines. Upon request, the other party must return them within 3 days and terminate the contract. As compensation, if the contract lasts for 10 weeks, the Type 2 advanced logging machine will be gifted to the other party and the contract will automatically become void. However, they can still purchase maintenance and replacement tools at a low price afterward. This contract is voluntary. Imo-chan does not pressure the other 2 players in the first batch, but the Type 2 advanced logging machine will definitely be much better than the old version. The terms of the contract placed on Blue Star could be described as oppressive. However, only Imo-chan possesses the advanced logging machines, which allows him to operate this way. Moreover, he isn't being unreasonable. As long as the other party works normally, using the advanced logging machines will yield at least 4 times the efficiency of chopping trees with an axe. Signing the contract would still allow the other party to gain over 50% profit, more than double the original, making it a win-win situation. Those who lose are the players using ordinary axes to chop trees. Imo-chan himself is already terrifying, chopping hundreds of tons of wood daily. Even if all players in the entire collection area used wood for their recycling stations, the market is still limited. The efficiency of advanced logging machines and the influx of wood into the market will inevitably lead to a slight decrease in lumber prices. Mo-chan and his contract workers will be fine. Even with a price drop, they can still eat well. However, players still using axes may find it challenging. It's like how weaving machines replaced weavers. If Imo-chan continues to promote such contracts, the income of nearby players chopping trees will likely decrease. However, now is not the time to consider these matters. If they can't chop trees, they can look for treasure chests, hunt animals, or pursue other activities. Imo-chan will not show mercy in the lumber trade, even if he monopolizes it. At least he needs to become stronger to create a more stable environment, which will also benefit others. Additionally, he has started designing a drilling machine, separating another part of the collector's functionality, which should help open up some markets. Furthermore, due to the existence of the contracts, some preliminary lending services have emerged outside. Imo-chan with substantial funds could also act as Mo's bank, drafting 2 loan contracts temporarily, named Loan A and Loan B. Loan A allows borrowing of 20,000 with a repayment of 25,000 after 2 weeks. Once repaid, it can be signed again. Loan B allows borrowing of 20,000 with a repayment of 32,000 after 2 weeks. Once repaid, it can also be signed again. The weekly interest rates are quite high, especially the latter, which can be considered usury on Blue Star, yet here it is still below market rates. Currently, loan contracts in the market generally require a repayment of 150 after 1 week and 190 after 2 weeks, and most can only lend 1 or 2,000. This is partly due to the significant changes in player conditions. A few weeks ago, hundreds of bucks were a lifesaver. Additionally, the transactional flow incurs at least a 20 transaction tax, meaning even repaying 120 might not break even. Subtracting this, the risk of lending becomes quite high. Thus, not all players can obtain Imo-chan's loans. Loan A incurs a transaction tax, resulting in a cost of 4,005, earning only 500. Considering the time and risk involved, it would result in a loss. Therefore, this is treated as an investment favor, prioritizing those who signed the logging contract. The contract's purpose is to encourage them to expand production autonomously, and others that Imo-chan values can also sign. Loan B is simply a commercial loan requiring a repayment of 160 after 2 weeks, allowing for a profit of 6,008 after deducting transaction fees, with a weekly interest rate of over 15. In fact, loan contracts are more reassuring than logging contracts because the latter's complex terms may be circumvented while loan contracts are straightforward. Failure to repay on time constitutes a violation, automatically triggering compensation, which players certainly cannot afford, making it a deadly situation. The repayment of 160 after 2 weeks is already low in the market, and the maximum loan limit of 20,000 is even rarer, making it hard to find a second lender. However, the compensation amount for contract violations can only be set below 40,000. The logging contract can set a maximum of 100,000 due to its nature and the high value of advanced logging machines. That should be sufficient. A player cannot operate without a trade station right. Even if they join other players' multiplayer bases, the debts will follow. That's not quite correct. Imo-chan recalled the earlier incident with Lee Won. If players from two bases interact, then having one trade station unavailable doesn't seem entirely unacceptable. Therefore, he needed to be cautious with Loan B. It can be signed after ally verification with minimal trials outside the alliance. At least that player named Li Wen definitely cannot sign. With these thoughts in mind, Mo Chun began sending messages within the alliance. Recruiting 6 players requiring a base population of over 7 expected weekly income of 5,000 to 1,000. Details in the contract. Interested parties please DM. 100,000. Is that for real? The leader is indeed the protagonist. I'm still worrying about a few hundred to nearly $1,000, while the leader casually offers jobs with a weekly salary of 100,000. Can 4 players in a base work? Many bases are already level 2, yet I can't find any willing solo players to join. Then hurry and upgrade to level 3. My base just leveled up to 3 and now has 8 players. I must sign up. While discussing within the alliance, someone sent Mo Chun a private message. Customer service, Xiao Xiang, that guy named Li Wen contacted me earlier, he said. After hearing her words, Mo Chun felt a surge of anger. He still wanted to come up with ideas to trick the 2 other contract workers into sabotaging his advanced logging machines, thinking to evade responsibility. Haha, it seems his previous thoughts were too lenient. The road is beneath your feet, don't worry about him, he'll handle it. Customer service, Xiao Xiang, by the way that Li Wen has changed his name. He's now called Wood Wholesale, AA Li. The road is beneath your feet, got it, thanks. After finishing with Xiao Xiang, Mo Chun went to find another contract worker. Did that Li Wen contact you? Yes, I was just about to tell you about it. He'll handle it and no need to pay him any mind. After both had inquired, Mo Chun sat at his computer desk, fingers interlocked deep in thought. Another matter at hand was a clear robbery and murder case that had emerged in their collection area. After discussions, the district committee decided to impose sanctions by daily announcing the name of the base and issuing a wanted notice. It's impossible to do this in reality, no one knows where they are. The bounty was originally set at 10,000. However, Mo Chun had a private discussion with Hua Kai-Fu Gui. The targets of the wanted notice were adjusted to a bounty of 200,000 for the murderer and 150,000 for Li Wen. Other players in the collection area are permitted to use violent means against those on the wanted list. Since Li Wen hasn't committed murder, his crime doesn't warrant death. Mo Chun's request is for him to be captured alive, but if he dares to retaliate with a gun, that would be another matter. Both are allowed to surrender, and the method of surrendering is to contact the district committee, then go live complying with all commands from the committee. 350,000 is not a small number for Mo Chun. It exceeds the value of the advanced logging machines themselves. However, this is definitely not a loss. Firstly, although the bounty is 350,000, Mo Chun does not need to pay immediately. He only needs to pay when both bounties are fulfilled. Moreover, if these 2 bounties are completed, it can establish the authority of the district committee, enhancing the stability of the collection area to prevent situations where the area devolves into a lawless chaos. Currently, the stability of the collection area is very important to him. He even cares more about it than the district committee. In addition to concerns for overall safety, having one less base means a smaller market for their collection area. Mo Chun values the number of players, especially in sparsely populated bases. As multiplayer bases upgrade, the number of bases in their collection area is decreasing. The primary function of wood is in recycling stations, and fewer bases means significantly reduced demand for wood. Mo Chun must bear higher taxes when trading with other collection areas. By the time everyone's average multiplayer base level reaches 5 with 5 players per base, the entire collection area may only have about 100, if not less than 100 bases combined, with a recycling limit of only 1 million. Although wood and timber have other uses such as making wooden boards and furniture, the demand is still too small. Furthermore, the recycling stations cannot be entirely monopolized by him, as each base will also recycle some other waste. There are also theories about enhanced recycling that can increase recycling limits, but the benefits are merely a few $100 per week, so very few people invest in this theory. Though there is still some time before that period, Mo Chun has to consider future matters. On July 28, 15,005, Wednesday, at 1500, the first month of the game has ended with a remaining number of 344483511 Blue Star players participating in deployment, prioritizing deployment to family bases. If there are multiple options, both parties will confirm their choices before deployment. If there are no family members or no one is willing to accept, deployment will be random. If no choice is made within 24 hours, that will be considered a default abandonment. Every player base that receives a new player can earn 100 merit points, and receiving 4 new players grants 1 clone sequence combination ordinary. Note an increase in numbers may attract more collapsed bodies or evil entities during high tide. Since there was prior notice, many players began waiting from dawn on this day. Some speculated that the second month would start at midnight, waiting all night. They didn't expect the game to be so rigorous, insisting on waiting until 3 o'clock in the afternoon to enter the new world. The chat channel on this day was exceptionally lively. Mo-chun received no notifications. It seemed that there truly were no family members. He even wondered if he might have been abandoned. However, Mo-chun noticed that the number of remaining Blue Star players was surprisingly consistent with the initial count. Initially, there were speculations that all adults had disappeared, causing chaos in Blue Star, and that many people would inevitably die within a month. But now it seemed that everyone was alive, and there were not even any natural deaths, which contradicted that speculation. Was time halted? Was some advanced technology maintaining the life signs of all Blue Star inhabitants? Mo-chun had no way of knowing. In this month, the number of deaths in the New World was considerable, especially after the fourth high tide 3 days ago, which resulted in many casualties. It was now estimated that at least 2 billion players had died, and with over 3 billion new players joining each existing player base, had to accommodate more than 3 new players on average. It should be noted that all new players were either under 15 or over 54 years old. They were not quality laborers, and in fact, they could be a burden. Finally, I can see my parents. I hope my son is okay. So I am struggling to feed myself. How can I support my parents? Just being alive is good enough. Even after a month, the old players aren't providing any rations. That's not just a little. I have 7 people at home to take care of, and now there's no stable job and no pension, and food is expensive. Receiving 4 new players only grants 1 clone sequence combination. How can one person support 4 mouths? The base commander won't let me receive family members. What can I do? Just get rid of them. Discuss with your family to see how many people you can take in and act within your means. Let my brother take them. I'm still dependent on others. My parents from my original family treated me poorly. Why would I take them in? In the gathering area channel and forums, discussions about this matter were rampant. Acceptable relatives included parents, children, grandparents, grandchildren, siblings. This included direct relatives and some collateral relatives. Some were overjoyed to finally see their loved ones, while others were worried, as most player bases were not affluent. Although accepting new players would provide rewards, the rewards clearly could not cover the risks. Bases with surplus would do best to carefully manage accepting 4 or 8 people for rewards, but accepting 4 would just mean 5 more mouths to feed. Some also expressed various reasons for not accepting others, or made more dangerous statements to justify their actions. It was evident that there were people unwilling to accept relatives, even in a restrained chat channel. Mo-chun observed the chat and forums, as well as the market. The massive increase in the number of bases worldwide initially led to a rise in the prices of food and water. The price of meat soared from 91 per kg to 200 per kg, and other food prices at least doubled, with a terrifying trend. This was before the new players had even arrived, and it was foreseeable that this price increase would not stop anytime soon, leaving one to wonder where it would stabilize in the future. Players realizing this situation began to complain and panic in the chat channels and forums. Many bases re-entered a state of famine, and players with any money started buying food, further driving up prices. Major factions rushed to post statements encouraging the acceptance of new players, but also advising caution, urging not to accept so many that they starve, while also pointing out the dangers of panic buying leading to uncontrollable food prices. The sudden increase in costs for food and drink also calmed many bases. After all, an extra person truly means 1 more mouth to feed, and currently many bases were partnerships with the base commander holding the most power, and other players had to consider the commander's wishes. At around 18 years old, it is generally uncommon to have children. At most, there would be 4 grandparents. However, for families in the middle age bracket with children, it becomes difficult. It truly is a case of having both elderly and young ones to care for. Many middle-aged individuals may have 6 or 7 relatives to look after, which translates to 6 or 7 mouths to feed. If we factor in additional clones, an ordinary base cannot sustain such food consumption. Although Mo-chun had stockpiled a considerable amount of canned goods, smoked meat, bread, and purified water in advance, the actual situation still exceeded expectations. To be on the safe side, he bought some more at the market. Even though prices have more than doubled now, he estimated that the food price surge would continue for 1 to 3 days. Even when it stabilizes, the prices will still be quite high due to the substantial increase in the number of mouths to feed. He sent a message to the logging team outside. Everyone come back for a discussion. 10 minutes later, the other 6 players had gathered in Mo-chun's room, among them a new face, one of the old 3rd members from the dormitory base. After the dormitory base was upgraded, Mo-chun agreed to their reunion, and the 4 roommates from Blue Star came together again. Although Feng Zihan and the others looked somewhat anxious, they remained silent, waiting for Mo-chun to speak. You all have thoughts about bringing people over, right? Mo-chun inquired. Yes, boss, I want to bring my grandparents over. Me too. The crowd nervously looked at Mo-chun, fearing he would disagree. You should be aware that this is not an amusement park. All work for today is suspended. You will stay here and discuss with your families. Within 2 hours, each of you must provide me with a form detailing how many people you can bring, their willingness, names, ages, and all relevant basic information for each person. I can tell you up front that providing food, drink, and shelter is not a problem. However, if there are elderly individuals carrying illnesses, there are no treatment conditions here. Mo-chun scanned the group and slowly spoke. The youngest of the 6 players from the 2 bases was 18 and the oldest was only 24, with most of their parents being under 55. Therefore, the new players they would be bringing over would be mainly elderly grandparents. Mo-chun would not demand that they not bring anyone over, as that would be too inhumane. Moreover, the 4 new players offered 400 merit points and a clone sequence combination, which was also quite attractive to him. Mo-chun would not demand that they not bring anyone over, as that would be too inhumane. Moreover, the 4 new players offered 400 merit points and a clone sequence combination. Mo-chun let them go discuss while he contacted others. In recent days, the levels of the 3 multi-person bases have been upgraded. Among them, 2 have reached level 3, while Mo-chun's has even reached level 4, allowing for a maximum capacity of 13 players. Currently, there were only 7. Previously, he had not recruited anyone, but now Mo-chun planned to look for suitable candidates to carry out a major expansion, taking advantage of the rewards offered by the system to rapidly enhance the base's strength. The primary condition was obedience. He did not want anyone to create internal strife over command issues in his base. Prioritizing females or students would make them easier to manage. As for labor, clones would be the main workforce, and Mo-chun's secondary condition for recruitment was the number of clones at the base. Their physical condition was significantly better than that of adult males from Blue Star. While the number of bases that met the criteria was not many, the conditions on Mo-chun's side were sufficient to entice most players. First and foremost, the current priority was the family issue. As long as they joined him, Mo-chun promised to accommodate however many family members they had and arrange for their food and lodging. Mo-chun's strength was formidable, a fact known throughout the entire district. His side was also the safest. Additionally, he promised an 8th-hour workday, a decent work environment, as well as overtime pay and other benefits. By the end of 3 points, the allure was still significant. Mo-chun spent some money to have flower blossoms and wealth directly advertised at the district committee, and then he also made a mention in the alliance. As the most formidable roadman in the entire district, news of Mo-chun recruiting spread rapidly. People began to add him as a friend, and he started handling various messages. To be honest, there were already very few bases in the district, with only around 150 left. On one hand, many bases could not sustain themselves. On the other hand, the levels of multi-person bases had risen, leading to many bases merging. The number of alliances had also decreased significantly from the beginning, leaving only about 10 alliances, many of which were not fully staffed. Perfectly matching his criteria was even rarer, but after chatting with a dozen people, he still found some suit. For example, there was a woman surnamed Xia. There were only 2 female players in their base, both in their 30s. They had been close friends back on Blue Star, working as a doctor and a teacher respectively. Both were eager to join Mo-chun's base and would absolutely follow orders, but their condition was that they had to be allowed to bring their children and elderly family members. Mo-chun and Fang Zihan's multi-person bases both had 2 slots available. After some hesitation, Mo-chun chose 2 families with the same condition of bringing their family members. Although 2 families meant 2 middle-aged men, the willingness to relocate with their entire family was still relatively reliable. To be on the safe side, Mo-chun required these individuals to livestream, providing a rough understanding of their appearances and the situation of their base, ensuring that they had not lied in their previous statements. After 2 hours, Fang Zihan and the others had also made their discussions and submitted their own relative lists, which Mo-chun briefly organized. As expected, the age column was filled with elderly individuals, primarily concentrated between 64 and 70, with the oldest being 90. It is worth mentioning that although new players are regarded as a vulnerable group, there are distinctions among them, with a recognized standard among various parties. Individuals aged 15 and below or 54 and above are considered relatively vulnerable groups. Meanwhile, those over 77 and under 7 are classified as extremely vulnerable groups. The former accounts for about 66% of new players. They still possess a certain level of survival capability, being able to gather firewood, perform some miscellaneous tasks, and assist with some tasks. On the other hand, the extremely vulnerable groups make up about 33% of new players. These age groups have no independent survival capabilities and burden the team. Although their daily caloric needs are half that of adults, their requirements for food variety are significantly higher, and they need care. Mo-chun was relatively fine, with only 2 elderly individuals over 77. However, it was uncertain how long they could endure in this new world at their age. After reviewing their relative lists, Mo-chun set them aside. Then he looked into the situation of the 3 newly recruited bases. The 3 dual family bases had 6 players along with 6 clones with similar personnel configurations. Mo-chun needed their relative lists to be compiled together, determining who would go to Fong Zihan's base based on the numbers. After all, he wanted to ensure that every 4 individuals qualified for the rewards. Chun did not want to end up with 7 new players missing one for the rewards. Ultimately, by around 6 o'clock in the evening, everything was thoroughly organized. I approve of everyone's applications. After dinner tonight, you can return to your respective bases to meet your families. Mo-chun announced in front of everyone. Fong Zihan, you can go back now. Apply to let this person join your multi-person base, and then bring them to see me. Mo-chun instructed Fong Zihan and arranged a team for them to return to their base. All right. Fong Zihan nodded immediately. He quickly set off with the team, returning an hour later with 4 additional people. Mo-chun's base also increased by 8 individuals. 13 players, 16 clones. Counting Nora, there were 30 individuals present, half of whom were new faces. Compared to last week's 14, it was a full doubling, and soon it would double again. With so many people in the base, it was becoming a bit crowded. Everyone, it is not easy to gather here in this world. I won't waste time. Let's eat and chat. Mo-chun. The base had already begun preparing a feast, having roasted 4 hachi with rice, beer, and side dishes, all quite delicious. During the meal and conversation, the distance between them was significantly narrowed. Feeling that some were eager to meet their families, Mo-chun quickly concluded the dinner. After you return, you can meet your families. The commanders of the 2 bases should also start the expansion training and buy beds for the newcomers to settle in. Be careful tonight on your way back. I will arrange a team to escort you. The forest can be quite dangerous at night. Mo-chun personally sent them off, mobilizing the entire base. With the tree-cutting tasks interrupted, all the transport robots were present. Over 30 transport robots scattered around, with the elderly holding firearms on guard, several large lights illuminating the surroundings, forming a massive team that left quite an impression on the newcomers, but also provided a sense of security. 2 old clones were left at each base, while 12 new and old clones accompanied Mo-chun back to the main base. I will arrange the dormitories. With 18 people now in the main base, it was inevitably a bit cramped. Mo-chun utilized 3 points to study the base expansion 3 technique, allowing the base area to expand once more. He designed 12 4-person dormitories, as well as manufacturing rooms, a hall, warehouses, and a kitchen. Furthermore, the most crucial aspect of base expansion 3 is the ability to increase the number of floors above ground. Thus, Mo-chun spent some time designing the new base, referencing the experiences of predecessors. Primarily focusing on the above-ground sections, he created a second floor, placed several shooting platforms at the edges of the second floor, and designed a watchtower on the 3rd floor. It was evident that the above-ground part resembled a steel fortress. In the future, they would no longer be confined to fighting a guerrilla war within the base gates, but would truly become a fortress capable of launching outward attacks, directly shooting and killing any approaching enemies from outside the base. Planet 99, an unknown base. Knock knock. Please come in. Is it over? Yes, miss, we have acquired a total of 28112 trade beacons. A maid entered the room, speaking softly. Thank you for your hard work. Please send my regards to Xiao Meng. Yes, miss. The maid exited the room. Only a woman sat before the computer. These relationships had existed before the game. As a member of the Qin family, although her family's influence had nearly collapsed in this new world, the maid who had been by her side since childhood still chose to follow her. That's enough. It should come to an end. The delicate profile stared at the computer, whispering in a low voice. It's hard to believe that the name Strategy Old Chun on the forum belonged to an exceedingly beautiful woman. Some players' conspiracy theories were partly correct. Indeed, there were hidden hands behind the drop in trade beacon. Economic analyst Old Zhang, trade beacon merchant Old Wang. These experts were publishing her articles, which garnered over 1 billion views in total. She was not the only driving force, but she was the most significant one. Nowadays, everyone was frantically engaging in the food market. The once hot topic of trade beacons was hardly discussed anymore, which was rather unexpected. However, this suited her well. The turbulence in the food market forced some to hastily liquidate trade beacons, further driving down their prices. With 13 million trade points, she acquired 280 trade beacons, averaging just over 4. This meant she had captured a significant portion of the trade beacons in the market of Planet 99. Based on the order volume across various planetary markets, the total number of trade beacons held by all players on a single planet was only about 500 to 100. This was a successful financial harvest completed through the exploitation of information gaps and public opinion, but the results would require some time to unfold, as currently no one understood the true value of trade beacons. If that information were to be leaked to certain powers, it could even yield benefits far greater than what she currently had. However, Chen would not do that. After all, a scythe can become uncontrollable, and profiting in such a manner would inevitably offend many, a mess she did not wish to get caught up in. Making such a large profit in trade beacons was already sufficient, and next she needed to find that building. New players' essential strategies and suggestions. She pressed the send button. As the top strategist, her posts consistently attracted hundreds of millions of views. At the end of the post, she added a small piece of information. Unknown functions of trade beacons, expected price rebound. No specific information was disclosed, merely a gentle reminder. This post allowed strategy old Chun to shed her identity. As for why there were so many fewer trade beacons on planet 99, who knows? Mingchu. Physical strength deficient. Battlefield mobility deficient. Physiological endurance deficient. Psychic affinity deficient. Player trait forum veteran colorless. You receive 5 trade points for every 1 views, 100 likes, and 10 saves on the first post issued daily by your base, increases during version updates. Yen. Physical strength deficient. Battlefield mobility deficient. Physiological endurance deficient. Psychic affinity average. Player trait profit colorless, a person who can foresee the future. Regarding the turmoil over trade beacons, Mo Chun was not well informed. However, he had read the latest post from strategy old Chun. A large-scale drop of a system item must have its purpose. The current price is clearly too low, and it is highly likely to increase in the future. This was the last segment of the post. Below there were numerous comments responding to it. I seriously suspect old Chun took money. Those who hoarded trade beacons couldn't sit still, seeing they couldn't sell them, and couldn't find anyone to take over, so they bribed old Chun. No one has the capital. The previous prices of trade beacons weren't low either. Even if someone hoarded them, it would only be a few dozen at most. How could they afford to bribe a strategist with over 100 million views? What the author said makes a lot of sense. As a rare system item with low drop rates, the price of just over 400 is dramatically low among system items. I missed the Titan stickers in 2014 and Bitcoin in 2015, and now I want to take a chance. That's enough. You're comparing stickers to Bitcoin. Let's focus on having enough to eat first. Do you know how much a loaf of bread costs now? If prices keep rising, my whole family will starve. Food prices are rising too fast now. As long as everyone doesn't panic, just buy enough for a day or two and stop. The prices for food shouldn't rise that dramatically. You're joking. Are you telling everyone in the world to gamble on whether there's enough food for everyone? What if prices skyrocket in a few days? If you can't afford to buy, don't stop others. Sorry to disturb everyone crying. My child is seriously ill, and the doctor says he might not survive the next 2 days. I can't even afford food. I have no money, but if it can save him, I'm willing to do anything. Praying. Jig, I know everyone is having a tough time, but I still want to try for a miracle. Ooh, every blessing from you is the courage I need to keep going. Thank you all for your kindness. Sorry to disturb everyone crying. Jig, I don't even remember who I am, what the doctor said, or what I have at home. I don't even remember where home is or what happened afterward. In short, thank you all for your kindness. Praying. Jig, money, money, crying. Jig, money, 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 praying. Simply put, it is speculated that trade beacons have other hidden functions and will appreciate later, but there is no definitive statement. Mo Chin finished reading and found it quite reasonable. Currently, the price of trade beacons is very low, and there's no transaction tax on trading trade beacons, so keeping them won't result in losses. Mo Chun spent over 200 to buy 500 trade beacons. The appearance of the trade beacon is that of a blue coin. Even such a small item made Mo Chun a bit regretful. Will this really appreciate? Forget it. Mo Chun had other matters to attend to and couldn't afford to delay here. He planned to assign someone specifically for information collection and trading. As these matters were becoming increasingly troublesome, he was a bit overwhelmed handling them alone. On the base side, changes were significant, often requiring his presence. Yesterday there were 13 players. Today, Mo Chun had everyone gather at the main base, and it was a large crowd consisting of both young and old. Without looking, he had a rough idea of how many people there were, as he had previously collected statistics. However, the exact number still needed to be reported. The number of new players reached 32, including 25 relatively weak individuals and 7 absolutely weak. The range included a 90-year-old and 2 infants, with 2 others randomly assigned. Just last weekend, there were only 14 individuals here, and now, in just one short day, the total number of personnel across the 3 bases had reached 62, resembling a small society. Additionally, there were 6 clone sequence combinations ordinary, provided by the system, but it would take 2 cycles to clone them, meaning in 6 days the total number would reach 68. Managing so many people would be a hassle, and just daily provisions would be a big issue. Fong Zihan, Liang, Kong Qian, you 3 come with me. Everyone else can rest and take care of the elderly. Mo Chin first spoke outside, as most people were waiting outside the base. It was daytime, and there were 2 campfires roasting food. Liang was the leader of the 4-person dormitory, also the officer of their base. Kong Xiaoyan was a new addition today, a woman in her 30s with whom Mo Chun had a good impression after their conversation. The 3 followed Mo Chun into the room. Now that we have more people, there are some things I need to clarify. Mo Chun looked at the 3. First of all clones will be managed by me, is that alright? This is the first and most important point. Having so many people at once naturally requires vigilance against others. Even though it seems that his players have no ambitions, what if they have ulterior motives? However, if Mo-chun can manage all the clones, then it wouldn't be a problem, as players' physiques can't compete with clones, so the management rights over clones equate to military power, and they wouldn't harbor any ulterior motives. No problem. No problem. Everyone nodded in agreement. The key was Li Yang. Mo-chun felt that the four of them in the base had a good relationship, and since their families had all come over, their proportion was too high. With so many people, suddenly resources are somewhat tight. I have two ideas. First, the management model is now changed to a rationing system. Personnel, food, and resource distribution will all be managed and supplied by me, fairly distributed, but this also means you won't have salaries for the time being, though you can apply for what you need. Second, to divide by families, assign work to everyone. There will be income and salaries can be self-distributed. I will provide a reasonable wage with prices based on market connections. Which one do you think is more suitable? Mo-chun posed a question. The three fell silent, seemingly contemplating, or perhaps simply hesitant to respond. Public or private? Private or public? Mo-chun had taken a moment to consider before asking this question. Option 2 is certainly private, but under the management of an absolute power like the base officer, personal property still exists. Is it not public? But is option 1's rationing system public? If managed by Mo-chun, isn't it the same as private? This question reveals no clear distinction between public and private. But if one considers a level deeper, is Mo-chun testing their attitudes, seeking opinions, or is it a compliance test? I prefer the first option. I don't have much use for money, and the boss letting me bring my grandparents over is great. He treats us well. Fang Zihan was the first to speak. Although he was 2 years older than Li Yang, he attended a regular undergraduate program and didn't perform well academically. His father had him graduate and follow along, and with a laid-back personality, he had merely drifted through school, so he didn't think much at that moment. Li Yang and Kong Xiaoyun considered it more carefully, especially Kong Xiaoyun, who was in her 30s and had served as a principal, possessing some management experience. I'll follow the boss's decision. Me too. After Fang Zihan provided an answer, the other two did not hesitate to agree. Mo-chun was not surprised by this answer. Asking them was essentially pointless. Mo-chun had brought them into the fold after careful selection, and within the current group, no one would go against Mo-chun, nor would they dare to contradict him. What Mo-chun wanted to ask was essentially himself. Then let's go with the rationing system. I plan to split everyone into 2 teams. Everyone will need to participate. The 2 teams formed by Mo-chun are one for exploration and the other for logistics. The exploration team includes all clones and adult male players. Logging remains the primary source of income, but now that there are enough hands, Mo-chun decided to arrange for personnel to explore and patrol to ensure safety, while also searching for treasure chests to supplement income. There is no strict division between logging and exploration. The timing of their activities does not need to be overly delineated, and patrols in the morning can still involve tree felling in the afternoon. The logistics team consists of adult female players tasked with taking care of the elderly and children who cannot care for themselves, as well as cooking and running workbenches. Due to the logistics team having only 5 adult female players, Mo-chun additionally allowed 3 male adult players to join the logistics team as support, reducing the workload, while some low-age elderly individuals in good health could assist. For example, Fang Zihan's grandparents, who used to farm in the countryside, are quite healthy at their age and can easily help with cooking and caring for other elderly individuals. As for which 3 male adult players, self-volunteering would suffice. Mo-chun assigned Kong Xiaoyun to lead the logistics team. She had previously served as a principal and had worked as a teacher for many years before becoming a middle school principal, so overseeing logistics would be no problem. Mo-chun then discussed the specifics with the 3. The allocation of tasks for exploration and logging, determining how many would explore, how many would train, how many would log the daily workload. The storage of food, how much to eat per day, and what to eat at each meal. Arrangements for living quarters, rest arrangements, and how to handle conflicts. At first it was Mo-chun who spoke, later it became discussions with Kong Xiaoyun, with the other 2 occasionally chiming in, while most just echoed. For instance, they had just received a significant number of merit points which could be exchanged for some learning methods, and after studying them, the trading opportunities were abundant. Currently, the limiting factor for making money was logging and selling, but in terms of trade, Mo-chun still insisted on unified purchases, requiring everyone to apply for their purchases. However, Mo-chun allowed them to purchase some emergency items like medicines when necessary, but it must be agreed upon by at least 2 of the 3. On one hand, this was to avoid running out of trade opportunities. If everyone bought toys, that would surely waste trade chances. On the other hand, it was a management issue. If anyone could buy things, it would lead to chaos. What if someone got into a conflict and in a fit of rage bought a gun? The use of firearms and ammunition was also an issue. All three bases were equipped with weapons, and Imo-chun arranged for two clones from the other two bases to be responsible for them, with no one else allowed to carry weapons during non-task periods. The main base's computer could only be used by Imo-chun, while the computers at the other two bases could be used for entertainment at specific times. Although games couldn't be played, they could watch live streams or forum novels, with most of the time still spent arranging for information collection and communicating with clients. On August 1st, 15,005 Sunday, at 000, the tidal surge period commenced. Current pollution level in the area: tidal pollution. Subspace intrusion factor: data phantom suppressed. Data Phantom, once a best-selling game, its code now operates in reality, perceiving humanity as an enemy. Suppression: the stability of the Data Phantom type collapse entity has significantly decreased. A steel fortress entirely constructed of metal stood firm on this land. On the wall 5 to 6 meters above the ground, a row of neatly drilled shooting holes was visible. 3 white ghosts tainted by collapse pollution followed the emotional scent and arrived before the fortress. They paused in front of the fortress, seemingly searching for traces of humanity. Bang, bang, bang. Several firing points suddenly opened fire, accompanied by the sound of gunshots. Bullets struck the heads of the 3 white ghosts, causing them to all fall to the ground. Inside the fortress, a clone approached Imo-chun to report 3 white ghosts have been killed. Imo-chun's expression grew serious. Indeed, the frequency has increased significantly. Earlier, the system had indicated that more personnel meant attracting more collapse entities. This time, he had arranged everyone in the main base, which meant a certain level of risk. Moreover, this tidal surge had another factor. This was the second occurrence of such a factor, and now they were facing. Currently, the frequency is very high. Previously, they encountered collapse entities only 3 or 4 times in an entire day. Now it had already happened 4 times in just 3 hours. The effects of the factor are not yet apparent. However, having everyone gathered together means all forces are concentrated. During the tidal surge, all adults were combat personnel. Even women were to be mobilized. The main base currently had a total of 33 combat personnel. Imo-chun divided them into 4 groups, with 3 groups assigned to 3 time slots each group, guarding for 8 hours, and 1 group on standby. Among these 4 groups, the numbers were 10,788. The first group had the most members because after midnight was the most dangerous phase of severe pollution, which Imo-chun naturally prioritized. With such firepower, they were definitely among the best among players. They should have no problem smoothly passing through the tidal surge period. Right. Just as Imo-chun was about to rest his eyes, someone called out to him. "Commander, there's a reaction." Nora, who was sitting at the table and monitoring the instruments, suddenly exclaimed. Imo-chun immediately became alert and looked at the disaster detector. He saw several red dots appearing at the edge of the radar range. No, there were more than a dozen. 20 or so. Why are they still increasing? See, red dots were popping up like raindrops, rapidly increasing and closing in on the radar center. Imo-chun stood up, cold sweat breaking out on the back of his neck. Are they white ghosts? It must be a group of white ghosts, right? It was reasonable for a social species to have this many. Everyone be on guard. Have the reserve group put on their gear and prepare for battle, and wake up groups 2 and 3. Imo-chun said immediately. Regardless of whether they were white ghosts or not, a cautious attitude was required. He lifted the detector, which weighed over 10 kilograms, but now he couldn't care less. Yes. Nora immediately went to call the others. The way she called was simple, using the alarm system dismantled from the transport robot. Nora quickly pressed it. It was only used in the most urgent situations. Beep beep. The loud alarm instantly awakened everyone. What's going on? Are there collapse entities coming? Get up, get up. While groups 2 and 3 were still getting dressed, the reserve group of 8 had already assembled. The commander wants you to grab your guns and head up immediately, Nora told them. Understood. Alina, the team leader, responded immediately. Wait, leave one person to take the others up. Nora was also eager to go up, so she made a quick instruction. Okay. Alina chose to let the only girl in the team, Fong Zihan's girlfriend Lin Jixia, stay behind to call the others. The group quickly made their way to the second floor. There was an airtight barrier between the first and second floors. The second floor was entirely designed as a firepower platform directly connected to the outside air. Ordinary players needed to wear protective suits to stay for long. Currently 11 people, including Imo-chun, were on high alert on the second floor. Players wore protective suits while clones did not, but all were armed, resulting in the same efficiency in killing enemies. From the east, about 60 collapse entities are approaching. Focus on defense and leave one person at other directions. Imo-chun said while monitoring the detector. The number had been confirmed not to increase further, and there were no collapse entities in the other directions. Those collapse entities would take at least 30 minutes to arrive, so there was no rush. You several move the cannon over there. While saying this, he directed 2 people to move the current biggest killing weapon, a 300mm caliber howitzer, and two 70mm mortars to the east. The mortar was light, but the howitzer was heavy. It weighed a full 30 tons and required a trade station size increase to trade. A player got this howitzer from a 2-star treasure chest, and it cost him 300,000. In terms of relative value, the worth of the howitzer was even more than that, but how many could afford 300,000? Nora helped to move the howitzer as soon as she arrived. Although it had wheels for movement, it was still an extraordinary feat. With Nora's help, the efficiency of moving it increased significantly, and it quickly reached the designated position. Load the shells. 2 people quickly loaded the shells from behind. Since the shells were precious, Mo-chun had only tested it once after acquiring them, but loading practice did not consume shells, so the speed was acceptable. Accuracy was another matter. Artillery was a technical branch, and none of the people present knew how to operate it. At most, they could find some tutorials on the forum. Alina, you're just in time. I'll leave these 3 cannons to you. Just then the reserve group also arrived. Mo-chun immediately assigned them to Alina, who was a pulley. I can't operate all 3 cannons by myself. Alina said helplessly. Just find someone. Mo-chun nodded. Alina found another pulley female clone and 2 Arcto people. Arcto people strong and physically robust with excellent recovery abilities, but prone to anger and difficulty executing fine operations requiring a large amount of food. Generally, Arcto people are larger in stature, with dense body hair being the main ethnicity of the Holy Conquest Empire. Their average physical fitness is the best among major races, and they are aggressive, able to survive in harsh natural environments. Arcto people can enter a dormant state in extreme conditions, lowering metabolism and consumption, but are relatively vulnerable during that time, and their birth rate is relatively low. Both hippos and Arcto people generally stand over 2 meters tall, but Arcto people are usually more robust than hippos, leading in weight among major races. Alina's choice of Arcto people was obvious, as their strength was sufficient to easily operate these cannons. As time passed, the enemy gradually emerged from the woods, visible through the observation window. Humanoid monsters clad in deep purple armor with pale blue translucent skin. This image was quite clear, revealing a group of data phantoms, armed warriors. Is this due to the factors? Mo-chun speculated. Moreover, the number was close to the total number of personnel in the base. Was it a coincidence? Or, in any case, while they weren't as simple as a group of white ghosts, the data phantoms were not too difficult to deal with, at least much better than those 60 high-threat ghost shadows. At least the data phantoms posed no problem against his firepower. Rifles open fire freely, aim and shoot. Machine guns and cannons await my command. Mo-chun slowly began to issue orders. The distance was about 200 to 300 meters, so the rifles could try firing. However, the ammunition for the machine guns and cannons was limited, so they needed to conserve it. Bang, bang, bang. Data phantoms were constantly hit, either having chunks of their bodies blown off, or simply dissipating. However, as they continued to close in, Mo-chun noticed something was off. These data phantoms seemed a bit different. Some data phantoms weren't wielding knives, but were instead holding large shields. Were those armed guards? A small number of data phantoms were even armed with guns. Armed shooters. Now there were 3 basic types of data phantoms. The other 2 had been rare before. These 2 types posed a greater threat than the armed warriors. Prepare the machine guns and mortars. Mo-chun ordered. The data phantoms were already approaching within 200 meters and had suffered significant casualties. Wait. As the distance closed, Mo-chun spotted a large figure behind the data phantoms. A data phantom about 3 meters tall, clad in heavy purple armor, emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Iron Fist, a type of elite data phantom. Mortar, aim for that big guy, and be ready to call me. Other machine guns and mortars can fire freely. Mo-chun could no longer hold back and immediately spoke. The distance was already less than 200 meters, and the hit rate was very high. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. A torrent of metal mixed with several shells fell into the group of data phantoms, causing a tremor as they struck the ground and raised clouds of dust. The armed guard, which had withstood several rounds of bullets, was instantly torn apart, and with the violent assault, a large number of data phantoms turned into blue light and dissipated. Especially the machine gun controlled by Nora, which managed to reap more than a dozen data phantoms, with just over 30 bullets, ensuring each kill with precision, without wasting shots comparable in accuracy to Alina despite using a weapon with significant recoil. The group of data phantoms was instantly scattered, leaving only the Iron Fist and a few remnants at the edges. Continuous rifle fire harvested the remaining data phantoms, but the damage to the Iron Fist was not very significant, only slowing it down. Aim well. Alina shouted. Okay, fire. Boom. The firepower, dozens of times stronger than that of the mortar, instantly shattered the enormous Iron Fist, its remaining fragments dissipating into blue light. Whether it was due to the sufficiency of the mortar's power or being suppressed, the Iron Fist was taken down in one shot. Data Phantom Armed Warrior killed Alliance Experience 1. Data Phantom Armed Warrior killed Merit 10. Data Phantom Armed Guard killed Alliance Experience 1. 3. Data Phantom Armed Guard killed Merit 13. Data Phantom Armed Shooter killed Alliance Experience 2. 1. Data Phantom Armed Shooter killed Merit 21. Data Phantom Armed Shooter Drop Trade Beacon 1. Data Phantom Iron Fist killed Alliance Experience 29. Data Phantom Iron Fist killed Merit 290. Data Phantom Iron Fist dropped Disaster Detector 1. After the battle ended, Imo-chan finally had time to look at the numerous system notifications. Although the battle took place at his base, the personnel were from 3 different bases, so Imo-chan did not receive all the rewards from the kills of the Data Phantoms. However, it seemed that the rewards were distributed according to contributions, and Imo-chan received most of the merit, totaling over 800 along with 2 items. Huff. Imo-chan also breathed a sigh of relief. Group 1 and Group 3 go back and rest. Group 2 and the reserve team continue to stand guard. Don't sleep before 6 o'clock and be ready to engage at any time. After considering it, he let some people return to rest first. Group 1 was the most exhausted, so he allowed them to rest early, but they were not permitted to sleep until the heavy pollution phase was over to avoid another attack. In fact, the risk during the previous battle wasn't very high. It couldn't be called dangerous. More than 60 Data Phantoms had entered within 100 meters, but there were not many. This week, after completing the 60 research points, he had just enough to develop gunpowder technology. The level 1 technology was missing only the last item, gun and cannon development. However, the gunpowder was sufficient, and on Saturday night he arranged for people to bury several explosives within 100 meters of the base, especially the one 10 meters in front of the main gate, which was quite substantial, but it wasn't used. Even if the enemy breached the main gate, there were sufficient defensive deployments within the first layer. With his preparations, if they couldn't hold, then the other players might as well give up. Even against these more than 60 Data Phantoms and the Iron Fist, he probably wouldn't be able to hold them back. Many ordinary players still had only a few small revolvers. I'm going to rest for a while. I'll leave this to you, Alina, until after 6 when the reserve team comes down. Imo-chan instructed. He had been commanding all day and couldn't maintain his focus continuously. He had also just destroyed a disaster detector, and Imo-chan planned to place one on the 2nd floor and in the command room, so he wouldn't have to carry them back and forth. You all keep an eye on things. If there's any movement, call me. Imo-chan pointed to the just-released disaster detector. All right. Thank you all for your hard work. Imo-chan finally said before going down. After taking off his protective suit, he immediately felt much more comfortable, though he was still quite sweaty all over. This was normal. It always felt like this after taking off the protective suit. Moreover, he had just gone through a battle and was in a heightened emotional state. Commander, do you want to take a shower? Nora asked as she leaned closer. Her light blue eyes stared at him motionlessly, as if they could reflect his image. The dazed look paired with her exquisite features made Imo-chan momentarily dumbfounded, but he quickly reacted and pinched her fair cheek. The texture was nice. What shower at this time? Just wash your face. At least he wouldn't be able to relax until 6 o'clock. From previous experiences during high tide periods, collapsars mostly attacked during heavily polluted time frames. After 6 it was rare for them to appear, and then he could take a shower. The base had bathrooms equipped with water heaters. He had to admit that the base expansion theories were truly wonderful. Besides enlarging the area, they also renovated dormitories, built toilets and bathrooms, all equipped with lights, toilets, and water heaters, significantly improving residents' happiness. For regular players, these upgrades were essential, as even lower-tier substitutes were prohibitively expensive. However, consumables like water for showering and toilet paper needed to be sourced independently, and if the lights or water heaters broke, repairs had to be done personally. Moreover, the upper limit was already base expansion 3, and there was no lower tier left, which left Imo-chan somewhat disappointed. Was this really the best it got? Or perhaps there were other methods? One had to consider that currently accommodating over 60 people was already challenging, and the originally planned 4-person dormitories were temporarily occupied by 6 or 7. If upgrades weren't possible in the future, merely providing housing would be difficult, and the number of people at the base would undoubtedly increase. Until 6 o'clock, no collapsars approached, so Imo-chan let a group of people go to sleep. Sleep early. He needed energy tonight. If he stayed vigilant until everyone was exhausted, it would be counterproductive. While showering, he sent a message to Lee Simming. They had been chatting for days, mostly about their past on Blue Star Games anime and travel destinations, with Lee Simming doing most of the talking. Are you at the base now? No, I'm out looking for treasure. Another person has gone out. What else? There aren't many who can keep up with me. Be careful. I encountered Iron Fist today. Iron Fist? That elite Data Phantom in the manual. Yes. I haven't seen it yet. There are really many Data Phantoms today, everywhere, clustering in groups of 10 or 20, but they are easier to defeat than before. It must be due to the factors. Say something we don't know. Let's not talk. Oh, just stay safe out there, and we can discuss it when you return. Imo-chan closed the chat interface to avoid distractingly simming. She was really bold going alone every day regardless of the tide. However, Imo-chan had also learned about her combat style and the development of her abilities. Her power allowed her to traverse between reflecting surfaces. The simplest method was to move between two reflective surfaces, achieving instantaneous movement. An advanced technique involved using knives made of crystal or glass, allowing her to perform a flying thunder god technique by throwing knives, but she certainly couldn't use the spiral pill technique, and thus dared not adopt that fighting style. Yet going a step further, since 99% of all objects could reflect light, even without mirrors, she could still teleport, for instance, to a nearby rock, though this technique had limited range, allowing only short-distance teleportation. Moreover, after acquiring player traits, her reflexes had significantly improved. Lee Simming relied on this ability to wander outside, one hand holding a lamp and the other wielding a gun. Neither data phantoms, nor ghostly shadows, nor other collapsars could touch her. They could only be struck down by her. If her stamina ran low, she could always teleport back to the mirror at the base, which also gave her the confidence to roam. When facing collapsars that could attack from a distance, Lee Simming would immediately evade, but what about close-range ones? Even ghostly shadows were merely reward monsters. Although ghostly shadows were very fast, and ordinary people couldn't keep up to Lee Simming, they were simply tough meat shields that required time to wear down for rewards. Lee Simming's player traits didn't possess obvious offensive or defensive capabilities, but they were still effective against collapsars, indicating how formidable the chosen ones truly were. Thinking this, Imo-chan browsed the market and the forum to see if he could discover anything valuable. He was surprisingly intrigued to find that the category for trading items had added a new section called relics. Curious, Imo-chan clicked to take a look. Market category: relics. Agitas screw device, white 25000. B1 mechanical parts model, white 35000. High energy coke block, white 50000. Black document, white 75000. All white, all high prices. Relics could be traded without transaction tax, just like system items. Imo-chan clicked to see the capabilities of these relics. Agitas screw device, white relic reduces wear speed of industrial products effective within a 5 m radius. B1 mechanical parts model, white relic slightly increases mechanical processing efficiency effective within a 10 m radius. High energy coke block, white relic slightly increases furnace flame intensity, slightly improves metal quality produced effective within a 10 m radius. Black document, white relic slightly increases damage dealt to first calamity by our side effective within a 15 m radius. So miraculous. However, the system wouldn't deceive him, so Imo-chan searched the forum. Relics started appearing today, dropping when collapsars were killed. In terms of effect, they were somewhat similar to player traits. This meant that players with white player traits would be replaced before they could even manifest. After obtaining several experimental results on relics from the forum, Imo-chan bought one each of the B1 mechanical parts model and black document. Soon 2 figurines appeared in his hands. They looked like 2 models with ordinary exteriors, but an inexplicable aura that made them seem significant. From others' experiments, the B1 mechanical parts model was also effective on workbenches, which was why Imo-chan had bought it, to see if it could speed up the construction of a lumberjack machine. The black document had a more special effect, being a relic effective in combat. The first calamity referred to a type of disaster. There are 4 types of disasters. First calamity, destructive subspace life forms. Second calamity, destructive organisms. Third calamity, destructive inorganic entities. Fourth calamity, destructive composite life forms or others. Both collapsars and evil spirits fall under the category of destructive subspace life forms, which is the first calamity. All allies within 15 meters holding the black document will deal slightly increased damage to collapse. It's not necessary for the collapsars to be within the 15-meter range, as long as the attacker is in range that suffices. Thus, if 15 players are within that radius, each will receive damage boosts. Although specifics are still being tested, this single attribute has driven the price of this relic sky high. After all, it drops very rarely. Currently, during a high tide period, regardless of whether it's overpriced, Imo-chan bought one to place on the second floor. Even a little effect is worth it. After thinking it over, he bought another to send to Lee Simming. Imo-chan stood on the second floor, his expression grave. After the wave of attacks in the morning, the number of collapsing entities had decreased significantly. However, at night, the detector indicated that a large group of collapsing entities was approaching, and their numbers were far greater than in the morning. Red dots clustered together, their quantity impossible to count. How could this be? This number left no room for any players to survive. Imo-chan anxiously waited on the second floor for them to come closer, and indeed they were data phantoms. A vast swarm of data phantoms, densely packed, numbering at least in the thousands, marched like an army. Among them, Imo-chan spotted several unusually tall data phantoms, evidently elite. Some were iron fists, while others belonged to different types. Behind those towering elite data phantoms was an even larger figure, nearly 10 meters tall though not humanoid. It was a massive square structure with several crab-like legs struggling to drag its bulky body forward. Invasion Core, a leader-class data phantom incapable of combat, but continuously generating data phantoms. Is this the boss? Originally, he thought the black credentials he purchased were excessive, but now it seemed they were nowhere near enough. It would be difficult to defeat that many data phantoms, even with all his cards combined. Imo-chan furrowed his brows. He checked the time. It was 2300. 1 hour left. Could they hold on? It seemed difficult. Oh my god, why are there so many? This is outrageous. This is a death sentence for us. Everyone was frightened, even despairing at the sight before them. 33 against 1,000. Everyone prepare. Artillery aim at those big guys. Imo-chan gritted his teeth. Although the enemy was strong, it wasn't yet time to give up. Wait, he still had some money, and there were many items in the warehouse. Even if selling them now would be a loss, he had no time to worry about that. If he could buy a few more cannons with the money, he should still have time. If only he could buy. Just as Imo-chan was racking his brain for strategies, he suddenly noticed that the data phantoms seemed a bit strange. They don't seem to be coming for us. Nora spoke up. Even now she remained calm. In previous attacks, all the collapsing entities had advanced directly towards Imo-chan's base, but these ones seemed different. Their direction of advance was not towards Imo-chan's base. Imo-chan glanced around. It indeed seemed to be the case. On the detector, it was even more apparent if the course of action had a significant deviation. Boss, should we fire? Alina asked softly. No. Imo-chan shook his head and observed the situation. Indeed, at a distance of 500 or 600 meters from the base, this army of data phantoms ignored a nearby metal fortress and headed southeast. They were merely passing by. What was going on? Were there other powerful players? Imo-chan immediately suspected that a player had gathered over 1,000 people at the base, and this army was heading for them not far from Imo-chan. However, that seemed unlikely. How could any base gather over 1,000 people? It would be crowded just standing there. He was quite familiar with the people in this area. If there were truly such a gathering, how could Imo-chan not know? Imo-chan glanced at the map. There was an ally to the southeast, but it was 16 kilometers away. Plus, he hadn't upgraded to base expansion 3 or built a second floor, so he couldn't see anything outside. Unless these data phantoms were heading for him, then he could only hope for the best. Not knowing what was going on, Imo-chan relaxed as he watched the red dots of collapsing entities grow further away on the detector. He arranged for others to keep watch while he went online to ask if anyone else knew anything. Has anyone encountered a data phantom army? What data phantom army? Are you dreaming? I built a second floor and a watchtower at the base. I saw them. It was truly terrifying. There were at least 1,000 data phantoms. And the invasion core too. At that moment, I felt hopeless, waiting to die. What are you talking about? If there really were 1,000 data phantoms, how could you still be alive? They seemed to just be passing through, directly ignoring my base. Now that you mention it, I remember seeing a whole bunch of densely packed red dots passing by on the detector. I thought it was a bug. Everyone began to share their experiences. It turned out that quite a few people had gone through similar situations, and these people weren't concentrated in one area. It seemed every planet and region had. Clearly, this was not something a few data phantoms could accomplish, but rather a widespread phenomenon. Moreover, many people didn't even have disaster detectors, and many hadn't built ground watchtowers. So many bases probably wouldn't even know if a data phantom army passed by. However, it seemed no one had suffered attacks from data phantoms. Although some claimed to have repelled data phantom armies, they couldn't provide evidence. This was quite strange. Were data phantoms staging a protest? Could this be an event where confident high-level players can challenge the boss for top rewards? Don't think about it. The chosen ones wouldn't dare come near this. They'd be turned into mincemeat with this number. You're not a chosen one. How do you know how strong they are? I am a chosen one, but if you don't believe me, I'll show you. Big shot, I was wrong. I forget I said anything. After chatting for a while, there were many speculations, but in the end, no conclusion. Imo-chan searched for a long time, but couldn't find an answer, so he had to let it go. As long as there was no danger, the tide period would soon end, and he could finally breathe easy. Imo-chan had someone move the copper ingots from the warehouse. As soon as it hit 000, he immediately reclaimed a pile of copper ingots, gaining 50 research points, and promptly began researching the final technology of Level 1, gun and artillery development. Researching this technology would take 8 hours, slightly longer than the previous Level 1 technologies. During this time, Imo-chan could comfortably take a shower and sleep, but he still needed to give some instructions to others. Although the tide period had ended, it was still the middle of the night, and returning was impossible. The base remained quite crowded. As the commander, Imo-chan naturally had a private room. Due to a lack of dormitory space, Nora was also sharing a room with him. Upon waking, the research on firearms and artillery development was completed. The primary technology had been fully researched, and the secondary technology tree was automatically unlocked. Technology research currently available for secondary technology development. Steam revolution entering the industrial revolution, unlocking the production of simple steam engines, advanced metal refinement, unlocking tower furnaces, significantly enhancing refinement efficiency and precision, increasing the number of items that can be refined, material processing technology, unlocking various machine tool constructions capable of producing mechanical components. 19. Connecting parts coils. Internal combustion engine research, further development of firearms basic power system, unlocking electronic production tables and power generators capable of producing electronic boards and wires. Electrical energy application, unlocking power stations, lighting facilities. Military vehicle research, tank factories, warship factories, fighter factories are unlocked. Computer technology, personal computer manufacturing unlocked. There are a total of 15 secondary technologies. Imogen glanced through them. These names are all significant technologies post-industrial revolution. However, the radio technology. All players have a chat panel, so the application scenario for this technology is relatively limited. Aside from that, everything else is extremely important. Most projects require 30 research points and 24 hours of research time. However, some projects require more research points and time, such as military vehicle research, which needs a full 50 research points and 48 hours of research time. However, there is a significant change overall. The research platform can now input corresponding knowledge and technology to solve technical problems, thereby reducing the required research points and time. Now the technology from Blue Star can interfere with technological research here. The importance of knowledge has greatly increased. Last week there were originally 10 research points left, but then I received another 50 points. After spending 20 points on research, I still have 40 points remaining. But should I directly proceed with the steam revolution? Imogen hesitated. I need to find a real expert on the forum first. Secondary technologies are all very important, especially the vehicles that Imogen needs the most. If I have vehicles, the efficiency of transporting could increase significantly, and I could also conduct long-distance logging. However, there are many prerequisite technologies for vehicles, and it seems unlikely they can be researched in a short time. However, since Imogen already has secondary technology, the new version is not far off. It will be either this week or next week. That box of light bulbs will indeed be used soon. Looking at the time, it was now 7 in the morning, still before work hours. He wanted to try the new research mechanism. He certainly wouldn't do it himself, but could look for someone online. Steam engines. Is there a dynamics engineer who can help with this? Or should I find some kind of expert? Imogen searched online for a while and also asked within the Alliance. What profession understands steam engines the most in Blue Star? Surprisingly, the Alliance Master. Probably someone in power engineering. A big shot in thermal energy and power engineering must understand steam engines best. The Alliance Master doesn't want to build a steam engine, right? It must be a retro steam machinery restorer. If the Alliance Master wants to build one, he needs to find someone like this. I previously collected a steam engine by finding them. Thanks. Imogen casually asked within the Alliance, and then went back to browse the forum. A retro steam machinery restorer is a profession specifically for repairing antique steam engines, so they are certainly strong in both practical and theoretical aspects. However, after considering it, Imogen realized he wasn't actually trying to build one, and such professionals are definitely hard to find. He might as well look for someone in thermal energy and power engineering. Regarding steam engines and the steam revolution, the depth, breadth, and systematic knowledge of the best are finding a professor or researcher in thermal energy and power engineering requiring complete understanding of steam engines and the steam revolution with a reward of over 100 trade points. Imogen posted a thread. However, after waiting for a while, there weren't many views. Although there are 500 players in the gathering area, only those with computers can access the forum, meaning at most only a little over 100 people can pay attention to him. However, there has been a considerable amount of trade outside the gathering area in recent days, and he also has a certain reputation in this region. He has over 300 followers, but it still feels a bit lacking. In the vast forum, countless threads are posted daily, so this level of attention likely means not many people are reading his post. He still needs to manage his forum reputation. Now he should find someone else, for example, ask Hua, Kai Fugo. Li Simeng took the initiative to message, "Why are you looking for an engineer?" Clearly she noticed Imogen and saw his post. Imogen honestly told her about the secondary technology. Don't spread this around for now. There was nothing to hide. He didn't think he was the only one who had advanced to secondary technology, and there might even be someone who did so a week earlier than him. I actually know a friend. Who? He'll push her friend to you. Her code is. Name. Yi Mechanical Engineering, Materials Science, and Engineering with dual doctorate degrees. They'll give her a heads up. Li Simeng knows such a person. How powerful. Imogen skeptically added that. After waiting for half a minute, he added her. Hello. Imo-chan tentatively asked. Hello, what do you need? I want someone to provide theoretical support on topics related to steam engines. Secondary technology. Did she tell you? No, there are others besides you who have advanced to secondary technology, and we've taken on other contracts. Are many people looking for you? Not really. The number of people who have advanced to secondary technology is currently relatively small. How is the pricing determined? Not decided yet, but depends on your price. 1000. That's fine, but I'm not in thermal energy and power direction. I'll wait a moment while I find a colleague. Okay, all set. It sounds like there are quite a few of them. Soon Imo-chan began his research. Question design diagram. Why is this steam engine's efficiency relatively low? Respond within 30 minutes. Answer. The cylinder dissipates heat quickly, and the condenser does not cool down thoroughly, resulting in a portion of the steam's thermal energy being wasted and unable to be fully converted into mechanical energy. Combined with the friction losses of cast iron components, the efficiency is significantly reduced. Question design diagram. Please attempt to optimize the efficiency of the current steam engine design. Respond within 30 minutes. Answer 1. Reduce thermal energy loss. Optimize the structure of the condenser. Add insulation to the cylinder and minimize heat loss during the steam transmission and expansion process. 2. Reduce mechanical loss. Optimize the sealing material of the piston and polish the contact surfaces of the connecting rod flywheel to reduce power loss caused by component friction. Question image. The current steam engine has malfunctioned. Identify the fault point. Respond within 30 minutes. The system began to ask a multitude of questions, and then Yi and her colleagues typed out answers while Imo-chan continuously copied and pasted. 3 hours later, all questions concluded. Imo-chan leaned back in his chair. He wasn't tired. He only needed to keep pressing Ctrl-C and Ctrl-V. Looking back, this spot can be taken by someone else. The research information collection for the steam revolution is complete. Research points required 50. A research time required 50 has reached the limit. The effect was realized. It reached the limit and reduced by 50. Which means saving 15 research points and 12 hours of research time. However, it can be seen that different players, even if facing the same technological issues, mostly do not ask the same questions. After each question, Yijai and her team had to think for a while rather than just copying the previous person's answers. Thank you. Imo-chan transferred the money to Yijai. He was quite satisfied, although it was a bit troublesome. The other party's professionalism was undeniable, and all questions were answered promptly. Although the research time had been halved, it still required half a day to begin, and then they would have to wait slowly. The next technology was advanced metal refining, and Imo-chan recalled the degree of Yijai that Li Siming had mentioned. Isn't that just perfect? To be precise, most level 2 technologies are related to either mechanical engineering or materials science and engineering. However, Imo-chan did not know her specific area of study. A one person couldn't possibly master so many things. Will you still be involved afterward? Advanced metal refining and the technologies that will follow. Most likely, but what's wrong? The budget is insufficient. Of course, it's 10,000 for each completed order. Already you still have research points. Imo-chan made an agreement with her. Still, it's better to be safe. Kong Xiaoyan, please come to the control room. He first sent a message to Kong Xiaoyan. Since one base couldn't accommodate so many people, there had been prior planning for personnel housing. Imo-chan's base was Base 1, Fong Zihan's base was Base 2, and the dormitory for the 4-person group, with Base 1 served as the main base, Base 2 as the auxiliary accommodating the majority of people, while Base 3 was maintained with only 4 individuals for operation and lumbering work. Kong Xiaoyun was in the main Base 1, and she had clearly been awake for a while as she came to knock on the door in less than 2 minutes. Come in. Boss, did you call for me? There's a task I need your help with. Imo-chan stepped aside and directly showed her the level 2 technologies and new mechanisms on the computer. He believed that Kong Xiaoyun was sensible and wouldn't say anything inappropriate. I will issue a recruitment announcement, and you will be responsible for contacting people. I don't care if they are technicians, engineers, or professors. Find at least 2 individuals for each technology. As for compensation, I will allocate 10,000 as an advance to find people. This 10,000 is a prepayment, and you can distribute it as you see fit. Once the task is completed, the reward starts at 10,000 each time. Imo-chan detailed his thoughts. All right. Kong Xiaoyun immediately agreed. After seeing those technologies, she was profoundly shocked. Level 2 technology already had planes and cannons. What about level 3 technology? And higher. This speed would surpass Blue Star technology in no time. She moved forward, her thoughts of just wanting a full meal being instantly replaced. Perhaps this game was not just about survival on an alien planet, but genuinely about establishing civilization, even reaching for the stars and the sea. What would that scene look like? She was truly looking forward to it. There are many logistical arrangements to make. Oh, I need someone to assist me. You choose and negotiate among the players. I need to take people to work. Imo-chan instructed. Understanding the supply and demand, he was currently in the supply position. Although Yijai was very satisfactory, she and her colleagues couldn't possibly know all level 2 technologies, especially those related to gun and tank manufacturing. It would be prudent to find a few more people in advance. Spending some money to reserve them would save time later. There were only 14 technologies left, and it wouldn't cost more than 200,000 at most. Even if he had to spend more money, it would be worth it. He would be willing to exhaust all his savings to upgrade to level 3 technology. What would level 3 technology entail? Information networks and nuclear power. Mo-chun was already looking forward to it. In any case, the importance of level 2 technology had further increased. However, the most important thing now was to upgrade the level 2 technology so the workstation could be upgraded, increasing the efficiency of manufacturing advanced lumber machines. Previously, they could make 1 per day, now they could make 2. After the development of firearms and artillery, he could invest research points to randomly obtain a design blueprint not for sale. The technology development would also provide an immediately manufacturable design blueprint for a gunfire door cannon. Investing 1 research point would randomly grant a design blueprint 10 chance, for a gunfire door cannon design 40, for a matchlock cannon design 25, for a flintlock cannon design 20, for a percussion cannon design and 5, for a single-shot breech-loading gun design. Other technologies were roughly similar. After research, they would obtain scientific knowledge and 1 or several basic design blueprints. If they wanted to create something else, but lacked the technical skills to draft blueprints, they could invest research points to draw new design blueprints. Of course, Mo-chun looked down on these things. The best he could get was a single-shot breech-loading gun design, a type of gun he couldn't even be bothered to equip. It was far inferior to the 98K or machine guns with only a few styles worth using. It was estimated that further research on level 2 technology firearms would be necessary to develop these, which should be sufficient by next week. Moreover, there was really no need to draw blueprints. He could directly go online, find the design blueprint for the pinnacle of single-shot breech-loading guns, the Mauser M1871, and then import it into the workstation to produce and sell the gun. The price was also quite high. If Mo-chun did not have advanced lumber machines, he could make some money this way, but with advanced lumber machines, he turned a blind eye to that money. It couldn't compare to the advanced lumber machines. If he researched a few more level 2 technologies, once he unlocked material processing technology, he could construct machine tools. At that point, he could directly produce guns with several machine tools, which would be even more efficient. Once the machine tools were available, it would signify the true industrial revolution. The significance of leading technology would be immense. If Mo-chun could build a gun production line producing hundreds of guns daily, he could sell them for tens of thousands, almost catching up to his lumber income. This was just 1 production line. If he could continuously increase production lines, the revenue might surpass that from lumber. However, it seemed there were no skilled workers, and Mo-chun soon realized some of it was unrealistic. He wasn't very knowledgeable in this area and needed to find a professional. Thinking of this, Mo-chun suddenly felt that he should specifically recruit a professional with expertise in industry and planning. Yijai producing the Mauser M1871 requires a production line comprising 17 machine tools, 2 steam-powered rifling lathes, 3 steam-powered thread-cutting lathes, 1 spring coiling machine, 5 general-purpose steam lathes, 3 steam-powered punch presses, and 3 steam-powered drilling machines. Maintaining this line demands approximately 28 workers, including at least 1 technician and no fewer than 8 senior skilled artisans. Daily output is estimated at 70 to 90 Mauser M1871 rifles. Mo-chun reviewed the consultant Yijai's assessment. While he had underestimated the complexity entirely, establishing the production line alone would take 2 weeks. And where precisely was he to find 28 workers and 8 senior artisans? The projected returns were also far less lucrative than anticipated. Though a monthly output of 2,000 rifles sounded impressive, who would wait an entire month for delivery? Who could predict how far technological advancement might progress in that time? Mo-chun would likely have already advanced to Tier 3 technology, rendering single-shot breech-loading rifles obsolete and commercially unsellable. More critically still, this was merely the rifle production line. A separate cartridge production line was also required, demanding yet more machine tools and laborers. Given current player conditions, there is no need to establish fully integrated production lines, except for cutting-edge technologies. Instead, specialized bases should each focus on manufacturing a single component, selling those parts wholesale, while final assembly and distribution are handled by dedicated downstream facilities. Moreover, producing Mauser M1871 rifles without their corresponding ammunition renders standalone sales impractical. Cartridges alone may sell, but rifles will not. Yijai advised. The cartridge production line required slightly fewer machine tools and workers. The Mauser M1871's 1,460 mm rimmed cartridges could achieve a daily output exceeding 6,000 rounds. Under ideal conditions, Both lines operating at peak capacity and weapon prices remaining stable, daily revenue could surpass 1 million trade points. That figure appeared substantial, even staggering, to Mo-chun. Yet such idealism was illusory. As market competition intensified and weaponry rapidly obsolesced, profits would inevitably decline. Not to mention the most fundamental obstacle: actual implementation. Constructing both production lines would require 3 to 4 weeks, nearly 30 steam-powered machine tools, and close to 50 workers, including multiple senior artisans. Forget it. Mo-chun temporarily abandoned the plan. He could not accept a timeline stretching 3 or 4 weeks. In reality, erecting a munitions factory within a month would be astonishingly fast, but this was not reality. Next week, Mo-chun would begin researching internal combustion engines and firearm refinement, enabling him to deploy far more efficient internal combustion machine tools and manufacture superior World War-era firearms. The week after that would likely bring further iteration. As for labor shortages, once production lines were operational, remote expert guidance could train personnel progressively, achieving roughly 70% of peak capacity within half a month. But half a month was even longer. Within 30 days, the Mauser M1871's current market value would certainly collapse. He had assumed this phase was pure capital accumulation, wherein any initial investment promised abundant returns. Instead, he found himself confronting an overwhelming cascade of logistical impossibilities. After hours of contemplation, he concluded that felling trees remained the only truly viable industry. It was not that he lacked the will to lower arms prices for the greater good. It was simply beyond his reach. That's all for now. Please carry on. I appreciate your help. My pleasure. I'm compensated for my services. Mo-chun transferred 500 trade points and closed the chat channel. None of these endeavors were immediately viable. He resolved to wait at least 2 more weeks. By then, electrically powered machine tools might already be feasible, enabling aircraft and artillery production. Even if full-scale arms production remained out of reach, manufacturing machine tools and mechanical components for sale was still profitable, though for Mo-chun such modest gains held little appeal. He now grasped the paramount importance of technological advancement and resolved to accelerate his research schedule accordingly. Today's revenue: 15 million from timber sales, approximately 400 from treasure chests and other sources, 1600 collected from contract laborers. Routine expenditures totaled 5100, primarily for daily necessities, cargo-carrying robots, and weapons and ammunition. Net surplus 84000 trade points. Mo-chun reviewed today's financial summary. All copper ingots had been sold. Though current copper prices stood slightly higher than before, he sensed they had peaked. The reason was straightforward: an increasing number of players had unlocked gunpowder technology, each capable of mass-producing and flooding the market with explosives. As gunpowder supply expanded, weapon prices began declining. Yet Mo-chun looked further ahead. Gunpowder was not merely a weapon component. It was indispensable for mining operations. With gunpowder mining efficiency surged dramatically, increased copper ore yields would inevitably depress future copper ingot prices. Starting this week, he pledged to allocate the full weekly cap of 80 research points. 70 research points cost over 700,000 trade points in copper ingots. 80 points approached 3 million, straining even Mo-chun's liquidity. This implied dedicating over half his weekly working capital solely to RD. He rarely regretted past decisions, but now a flicker of doubt surfaced. Once he had foregone 10 research points to save a mere 100,000 trade points, now recouping that loss might demand tenfold expenditure. Yet with no antidote for regret, this investment remained essential. Having glimpsed the Tier 2 technology tree, he burned to unlock tanks and other advanced systems. Under normal circumstances, his income was not only sufficient, it afforded considerable surplus. 50,000 trade points in liquid reserves would suffice to ensure rapid replenishment of weapons and ammunition. Still, something else warranted attention. Recently, a major incident had shaken their planet in the Hongtong Valley region. A clone had slain its base commander. The trigger was a player-run base ordering 4 clones to relocate underground for mining. 3 consecutive days of relentless subterranean labor. When the base commander arrived to collect the yield, one emotionally overwhelmed Arcthos clone executed the player on the spot. The incident ignited fierce debate across forums, catapulting Hongtong Valley into broader interplanetary discourse. Some argued the exploitative capitalist deserved his fate, subjecting clones to over 14 hours of grueling physical labor daily, denying them adequate food or shelter, making emotional volatility inevitable. Others contended clones were inherently non-human and fundamentally unreliable, daring to assassinate their rightful masters. Notably, most clones, including lumberjacks, rarely worked beyond 10 hours per day. This was not due to widespread moral virtue among players, but rather to the scarcity of high-quality daylight labor hours. Nighttime work risked fatal encounters with wild predators. Clones, after all, were exceptionally valuable assets. In contrast, underground mines posed no such danger. Subterranean fauna was virtually non-existent, especially in Hongtong Valley's terrain. A simple lamp ensured safety, permitting extended shifts without peril. This was no isolated case. The entire Hongtong Valley maintained significantly longer clone work hours than other regions. The incident fractured the valley's dominant coalition, the Hongtong Valley Interest Consortium. Its Grand Alliance leader imposed maximum working hours and improved welfare standards for clones. Whether due to this pro-clone stance or pre-existing grievances, the already fragile consortium splintered, spawning over a dozen competing factions across Hongtong Valley. Human relations grew tense, violent clashes erupted repeatedly over contested high-yield mining sites, claiming numerous lives. Frankly, Hongtong Valley was an exceptional location, rich in mineral deposits, low in danger, flat, and easily consolidated with abundant treasure chests. Its advantages were manifold, the sole drawback being a scarcity of game. Yet this deficiency mattered little. Players' primary food source was not hunting but treasure chests. Barring unforeseen setbacks, Hongtong Valley stood poised to become the fastest developing region on Planet 104 upon entering the Industrial Age. Yet now the earliest embers of war flickered across its landscape. Even amid Hongtong Valley's mineral abundance and sparse population, premium open-pit deposits remained fiercely coveted resources, sparking overt competition among players. It was at this juncture that Mo Chun contacted the Grand Alliance leader of the Hongtong Valley Interest Consortium. Hongtong Valley. Xingren. Physical strength average. Battlefield mobility average. Physiological endurance average. Spiritual energy affinity deficient. Player trait enhanced furnace. Colorless once per week may reinforce a furnace to dramatically increase metal smelting efficiency and significantly elevate output quality. Effects persist until equipment begins aging. Sigh. Why do matters grow increasingly convoluted? A young man massaged his temples and popped several almonds into his mouth. Everything spiraled out of control the moment the clone killed its player master. The Hongtong Valley Interest Consortium had always been a loose coalition of alliance leaders. Though now fractured, it still commanded nominal support from over a dozen alliances and hundreds of bases, yet appearances deceived. Internally, his authority had eroded sharply. The few remaining loyalists stayed only because he retained control over the most lucrative mining sites. His actual command spanned relatively few active players. His core alliance, the Furnace Society, ranked as high as level 6, with most members steadfastly loyal. They were predominantly former construction workers from Blue Planet's engineering teams. Xingren's real name was Liu Erjiao, a peculiar appellation whose origin remained obscure. After completing university studies, he inherited his father's construction crew leadership, expanding its operations considerably, until abruptly he found himself transported mid-work site. Fortunately, familial bonds between foremen and workers remained strong across generations. Moreover, many laborers had also transmigrated to the same district of Hongtong Valley, enabling swift reorganization and recruitment. Fortuitously, his player trait proved highly synergistic with his circumstances. His academic background in mechanical engineering and automation allowed him to modify cargo-carrying robots for optimal mineral transport in mining environments. Mining, smelting, and selling, capturing end-to-end value. He amassed his first fortune. Initially, Xingren sought to restore order swiftly, ensuring a secure environment for his family and fellow survivors, prompting his efforts to unify Hongtong Valley. In that regard, he had achieved partial success. The Furnace Society now operated several dedicated resettlement bases, housing elders and children, strategically positioned at the center and shielded by allied bases, rendering them comparatively secure. Yet the Hongtong Valley Interest Consortium had collapsed utterly, descending into chaos. "I'll consult Father," Xingren murmured resignedly. His father habitually recounted tales of youthful hardship building the engineering team from nothing. Surely, he possessed wisdom worth soliciting. Glancing at pending friend requests, one unfamiliar name caught his eye. As a prominent figure, Xingren received countless friend requests daily. Who was this? The path lies beneath your feet. Friend requests followed an unspoken hierarchy. Alliance leaders or players holding official positions appeared prioritized in the queue, with higher-tier alliances granted greater precedence. Appearing so prominently indicated this was no ordinary player. The request message read, "Need a drill rig." A drill rig. Of course he needed one. Xingren's interest peaked. He accepted the request. Image of drill rig interested in collaboration. Mind it yourself. What's the price? Not for sale, only partnership. How exactly? We'll establish targeted trade agreements under formal contracts. I'll provide the drill rig and offer loans, but repayment must be made in extracted output. What kind of drill rig? Show me first. Certainly. Remarkably, the sender transmitted an advanced drill rig priced at 1 trade point. Could it possibly be counterfeit? Skeptical, yet intrigued, Xing Ren proceeded to the trade station to claim it was a manually operated drill rig, rarely used on Blue Planet where smaller impact drills serve construction needs and larger mining rigs prioritized raw efficiency. A rock drill. Yet it differed. His acute professional expertise quickly revealed structural distinctions from any Blue Planet counterpart. This configuration, something's off. It even incorporates mineral detection. What a waste of capability. Where's its battery compartment? After brief inspection, Xing Ren concluded the device was extraordinary. He powered it on for testing. It functioned, but battery charge stood at only 5%. So that was the catch. Xing Ren continued experimentation. It featured two operational modes: vibrational mining and penetrating boring. Taking it outdoors, he selected the first mode against a boulder, shattering vast sections of rock instantly. The second mode bored a narrow, deep tunnel. Truly exceptional, superior even to Blue Planet's rock drills. The vibrational mining function enabled direct ore extraction, boosting efficiency exponentially over manual labor, though no vibration could rival controlled detonations. However, using the second mode to bore precise holes for explosive charges would allow massive scale blasting. Combined, both functions promised transformative gains in mining productivity. Xing Ren promptly resumed messaging. How many units do you propose? Let me consider whether to accept. I can supply additional units and handle all subsequent maintenance. Furthermore, I can extend a loan of 500,000 to 1 million trade points. And the terms. As stated, I require a share of your mineral output. You may consider this an equity investment. Mo Chun and Xing Ren signed 2 contracts with a penalty of 3 million each. After pointing out this standard contract too, the maximum penalty reached 10 million. As for why there are 2 contracts, the reason is that Mo Chun did not wish to trade directly with Xing Ren. Even with directed transactions, there would be a 20 transaction tax. Therefore, Mo Chun had Xing Ren find a trustworthy neighbor to join his alliance, allowing all transactions to go through this person, thus reducing the transaction tax to only 10. However, having more people also entails risks. Besides hiring a professional lawyer to draft the contracts, Mo Chun had other preparations in place. Last week, Mo Chun redesigned 2 models of advanced logging machines and advanced drilling machines. The version for personal use prioritized efficiency, while the rental version required more maintenance, parts becoming prone to failure if not maintained for over a week. Afterwards, the advanced drilling machines could be confidently put to use. The provided advanced drilling machines were different from the initial prototypes. Lacking productivity, thinking of multifunctional machines was not ideal. The functions of exploration, mining, and drilling were separated to minimize the time required for manufacturing. The essence of the mining electric pickaxe was still manual mining. As a tool for impact crushing, it allowed for direct extraction through vibrations, achieving much higher efficiency than iron pickaxes comparable to efficiency v diamond pickaxes. The drilling machine, on the other hand, was designed to create a blasting whole-place explosives and then blast a large quantity of ore at once, making it easy to move afterward. The speed of explosive mining is thousands or even tens of thousands of times that of manual iron pickaxes and dozens to hundreds of times that of manual electric pickaxes. However, this does not mean that electric pickaxes are no longer needed. The difficulty of explosive mining is quite high and uncontrollable. Underground, it can easily lead to collapses. Many times one cannot fully rely on explosive mining. Small scale and refined extraction still requires electric pickaxes. Both methods are used in conjunction. A workstation can produce 4 electric pickaxes or rock drills in a day, which is half of what an advanced logging machine can do. As for the exploration machines, 2 can be produced in a day, but they require special materials, making large-scale production unnecessary. He was certainly not engaging in charity, though any investment must yield at least several times the return. As more players reach secondary technology levels, the quantity and demand for mineral extraction during the industrial age would undoubtedly increase significantly. Mo Chun sought Xing Ren to assist in promoting their alliance with the aim of getting involved in the resources of the Red Copper Valley. It must be said that being able to pool public funds, the Sanjiang Civil Engineering Society is indeed a very cohesive alliance with more than 90% participation, which is also why Mo Chun approached him. Xing Ren would openly collaborate with Mo Chun within the alliance and on the forum detailing their partnership. Essentially, it was not much different from the logging contract. What Mo Chun valued was Xing Ren's prestige, allowing him to act as the agent for the Red Copper Valley and help promote the contract. With each new base joining, Mo Chun could provide them with a certain number of drilling machines and cash loans. Meanwhile, upon signing the contract, half of the mining profits would belong to him, and the contract included clauses to prevent circumvention. Whether it be drilling machines or cash to purchase transport robots, both would greatly enhance their mining efficiency, far exceeding 1 or 2 times. This is a win-win situation. However, risks certainly existed. Chun remembered how Li Wen had once deceived him, and now the investment included not only drilling machines, but also a considerable amount of cash. If he couldn't recover it, he would be left in a precarious position. Chun had to give Xingren some benefits, and with such a long distance involved, although he had taken measures to guard against them, it did not eliminate the risks. It was unavoidable. He had already arranged for people to explore for minerals nearby, but so far nothing had been found. Some of their clusters had indeed discovered some open-pit mines, but they were merely coal mines and appeared to be quite small. Relying on this was unlikely. Not every place had mines. Coal mines were not out of the question, so Chun planned to have a conversation with the bases that discovered the coal mines to see if a contract could be signed. Suddenly a friend message popped up. Lin Shi, that Li Wen came to find me. He said he wanted to apologize to you, but couldn't reach you, and has been pestering me for a long time. Chun replied that he understood, and then browsed through his friend requests. The road is underfoot. What's up? Wood wholesale. Li, brother, I give up. I'll return the advanced logging machine to you. Can you let me go? I still have family and children. Li Wen, who had deceived him, was now softening, perhaps because his family had also come to his base and were frightened after the bounty was placed. Chun would raise the bounty on him once a week. Chun felt much better. The road is underfoot. It's already broken, right? Are you giving me a heap of scrap metal? Wood wholesale. Li, what do you want then? The road is underfoot. I'm not in a hurry, but if you can only say this, then goodbye. Wood wholesale. Li. How about I give you 100,000? The road is underfoot. All the money earned from the logging machine will go to you, and I'll even pay extra. Is that okay? The road is underfoot. Transfer it over. Wood wholesale. Li transfers money. Is it good now? The road is underfoot. Go apologize in the channel and on the forum. Wood wholesale. Li, you're going too far. You've already accepted the money. Chun ignored him directly and basked in the sun. Within 2 minutes, another message came. Wood wholesale. Li, how do you want me to apologize? The road is underfoot until I am satisfied. Wood wholesale. Li, okay. Soon Chun saw his apology and a little essay in the chat channel and on the forum. There were no ulterior motives. The apology was genuine, without any hidden agenda or personal gains. He certainly wouldn't dare to do otherwise after transferring 100,000 to Chun. If Chun didn't forgive him, that 100,000 would be wasted. The road is underfoot. That's enough. After Chun finished, he deleted him from his friends list and contacted Hua Kai Fu Gui to lower the bounty on him. This was a minor matter for Chun. Meanwhile, on the other side, a player was looking at the forum, wondering where the 500,000 bounty on Li Wen had gone. He had just found him. After tracking him for an entire day, he discovered their base. Damn it, what a waste of time. On August 9th, 15,005, at 13211 of players have completed all level 1 technologies, and the game has been updated to version 2. Exploration treasure chests have been updated, and all players are rewarded with 1 human gene optimization potion. The top 1 of base commanders receive an additional reward of 1 selectable 2-star treasure chest. The base city hub base and planetary capital have appeared. How occupying them allows for the construction of a true gathering place. The interstellar trade store will now appear even outside of peak periods, with all base cities hosting a permanent interstellar trade center. The dungeon system has been activated, allowing players to gain rewards by challenging dungeons. Ether conversion effects have been updated, enabling enhancement and preview analysis. Chun looked up at the sky, where the sun shone warmly for the first time in a while, casting light into the forest. It was the 7th week, and version 2 had finally arrived. Human Gene Optimization Potion, a specialized potion for blue star humans that enhances and optimizes all organs of the body. Please note that energy replenishment is required after use. Bindable, not for sale. The selectable treasure chest allows the choice of 2-star vitality treasure chest, 2-star weapon treasure chest, 2-star equipment treasure chest, 2-star consumer goods treasure chest, 2-star material treasure chest, 2-star common treasure chest, random 2-star blueprint, and a special random white relic and clone sequence combination normal. All players receive the former, while the latter is for select players. The Human Gene Optimization Potion is contained in a rather large box. Regarding the selectable treasure chest, Chun hesitated for a moment. Since it was now version 2, the rarity of the 2-star treasure chests would certainly decrease significantly, making them unnecessary. Among the last 2 options, while the white relic is valuable, it is ultimately something that can be bought, so Chun chose the last option to increase personnel for the base. Another box appeared in his hand. It contained a clone gene of the Gata race. Gata people: agile body, quick reflexes, sharp senses, with certain night vision capabilities. However, they lack strength, have poor constitution, are intolerant to cold, and can be easily agitated. They have distinct racial features such as pointed ears and long tails. While their average physical quality is normal, they possess decent explosive power, making them suitable for most jobs. The Gata race is one of the most widespread races in this universe, and the royal family of the new United Empire is a rare branch of the Gata. Compared to other races, the Gada's racial characteristics are quite evident, with pointed ears and tails resembling cat-like humans, easily identifiable at first glance. Emo-chun first arranged for the clone pod. Then he went to check the human gene optimization potion. The box contained 3 injection vials, each marked with a serial number. The instructions indicated that the 3 vials should be injected in order and that the recipient would faint for at least 2 to 3 hours after injection. He temporarily assigned the lumberjack team's duties to others. Emo-chun calmed the players within the base, asking them to continue as usual. He adjusted the end-of-work time for the day, stating that elderly and children who were not working should wait a while before using the potion. After returning to the base, he arranged for someone to cook. After observing the 3 vials for a while, Emo-chun approached the bedside. "Nora, keep an eye on me," Emo-chun instructed. Then, following the instructions, he injected all 3 vials into his body. As the potions entered his bloodstream, a gentle warmth spread from his chest to his limbs, reminiscent of the soothing feeling one experiences while soaking in a hot spring, yet without the heat. With the increasing warmth came a sense of drowsiness. Having prepared for this, he did not resist, but instead naturally closed his eyes after adjusting his posture. Until, Emo-chun suddenly opened his eyes, turning to meet Nora's gaze. She stared at him blankly, unsure of how long it had been, but upon making eye contact, she quickly regained her senses. "What time is it?" Emo-chun spoke first. It felt to him as though his eyes had merely opened and closed, yet he knew he must have fallen asleep. "It's 4 in the afternoon. Commander, you've been asleep for over 2 hours," Nora immediately replied. A grumbling sound came from his stomach. Emo-chun ignored it and looked at the panel. Player, Emo-chun. Codename The Path lies ahead, renameable. Player traits: ether conversion, colorless resonance, will silver. Personal rating: physical strength defective, represents absolute strength, explosive power, muscle endurance, core stability. Battlefield mobility average represents movement, efficiency, agility, terrain, adaptability, endurance, mobility, stealth, mobility, etc. Physiological endurance average represents overall endurance, impact resistance, environmental adaptability, recovery ability, etc. Spiritual affinity, not awakened. Is the meal ready? Yes, Commander, will bring it in for you. Nora soon brought a bowl of rice with meat and vegetables, thoughtfully accompanied by a glass of warm water. Emo-chun did not like soup or beverages, usually drinking plain water. "Thank you." He began eating. In fact, one of the 3 injections he had just received was a compound energy supplement. That supplement ensured the body had enough energy for optimization without depletion or side effects, but it was only sufficient for that. After the bonus optimization, energy replenishment was still needed, and now Emo-chun felt his stomach empty. The preferred method for subsequent energy replenishment was glucose injection, though ordinary food would also work, albeit slowing the time to reach peak condition. Only after consuming 2 large bowls of rice did Emo-chun stop. His body still needed time to digest. These injections would not take effect immediately, requiring about a day to adjust before reaching peak state. Nevertheless, Emo-chun had already sensed his own changes. Never had it felt so wonderful. It seemed as if the world had become clearer to him. He could hear faint footsteps outside, read small characters from a distance, and even taste the faint sweetness of minerals after drinking a large gulp of water, while the aroma of food filled the air. Standing before the mirror, he appeared slightly taller, but more noticeable was his fairer skin and the disappearance of acne scars. Emo-chun clenched his fist, feeling a newfound power from his taut muscles, a sensation vastly different from before. All these reactions attested to the effects of the 3 injections. Call everyone back. Cook 3 times the usual amount of rice today. The base had a relatively abundant supply of food, with different dishes each day. Rice was the staple, lighting a campfire on the ground and boiling a pot was all it took. Cooking 3 times the amount wouldn't consume much extra effort. 4 dishes today: there were braised pork belly and canned stir-fried cured meat, and 3 kinds of stir-fried greens. The greens were freshly bought since there was no refrigerator for storage. Vegetables were expensive, nearly 200 trade points per caddy now. Although relatively cheap among food items, Emo-chun's canned braised pork was purchased before the price hike, costing just over 100 per caddy. Some players had bases in polar regions where the outdoors served as a natural freezer, allowing longer food storage provided the hatchlings didn't steal it. However, it was worth noting that even when storing vegetables on the ice field, one should remember to collect them before the last tide surge. A polar base forgot to harvest their vegetables. When they went out on Monday, the vegetables had started biting people, truly too fresh. When everyone returned to the base, what pleased Emo-chun was that none of the dozens of players had used the gene optimization agents on their own. Kong Xiaoyan, take the elderly and children to eat first. Emo-chun spoke. The rest returned to your dormitories. He'll arrange for the injection of the agent in 2 rounds. Emo-chun arranged. The 60-plus people were divided into 3 groups. The clones did not need injections and handled cooking, administering injections, and standing guard. The players were split into 2 groups. On one hand, injecting everyone at once would leave the base half empty, on the other there simply weren't enough beds. No objections arose, and the plan was quickly executed. Due to time constraints, the first batch of players received their injections at the base. By the time they woke up, it would be around 8 in the evening. They would then take food back to the base for the second batch's injections. With this arrangement, regardless of age, all players had received the gene optimization agent by the next day. Almost all players experienced tremendous improvements, including the elderly and children. Minor ailments were cured along the way. Even the 70-year-old man with hypertension felt energetic after the injection, able to stand up and run a couple of laps. The enhancement in physique also brought a significant impact. Players could now survive on the surface for extended periods without wearing protective suits. Only after the injections did the players fully adapt to this world. And this was just one of the impacts brought by the version update. With enhanced physiques, players were now generally comparable to clones. The elderly and children also gained much greater autonomy, making everything they did twice as effective with half the effort. For the player community, this was a transformative change. Then came a noticeable drop in weapon prices. As many bases entered Tier 2 technology, firearms were no longer an unattainable technology, especially since basic muskets were only Tier 1 technology. However, the price drop was not significant. Only 1% of bases had completed Tier 1 research, and with just one workbench per multiplayer base, even if the workbench ran continuously, it would take an unknown amount of time to equip everyone in the base with a gun. Mo-chun was unconcerned about such price fluctuations in weapons. What concerned him was the base city. This mechanism was also recorded in the manual. Base city emergence. One base city will appear in each sector. The Guardian will be a dominant creature from Monday to Saturday, and a data phantom during the tide period. After conquering the base city, it can only be occupied by a single alliance. The alliance's member cap increases by 50, and all members can relocate their bases into the base city. The base city has a manufacturing system capable of producing gene sequence sets, food, water, and weapons. It also hosts an interstellar trade center for transactions with various factions. After the base city appears, all collapse entities will converge on it. Upon breaching the base city, the pollution level in that sector will be reduced. Occupying the base city reduces the alliance level requirement for nation building by 5 levels. Additionally, a hub base will appear in each region and a planetary capital will appear on each planet. Over time, the guardian of the base city will grow stronger. Base cities not conquered by humans will gradually spread and increase global pollution levels. Clear them as soon as possible. These few introductions about the base city made it clear how important it was in version 2.0. The Interstellar Trade Shop and the Interstellar Trade Center. Their names were similar, and Mo-chun did not know the difference, only that the former had cross-star trading functions. As for dungeons, he knew nothing. Should there be dungeons? Had it truly become a game? Was that reasonable? Mo-chun searched online. There were many discussions about dungeons, but no confirmed information. He would wait and see. The ether conversion effect refreshed, allowing enhancement and analysis. As for enhancement, enhance weapons. For example, a grenade launcher. Build an electronic lathe first, then enhance it. Perhaps it could directly produce a factory-level production line. Enhancement. Mo-chun had not yet decided where to use it. The effect preview had become 6 times. Mo-chun first tried a previous idea. He previewed enhancement on himself and Nora, but neither took effect. Well, Mo-chun looked for the highest starred items in the base. They were still the transport robot and the cloning pod. Transport robot, 3 stars. Transport and cooking robot, 3 stars. Cloning pod, 3 stars. Military efficient cloning pod, 4 stars. What was a transport and cooking robot? How did those 2 words get mixed together? This, wasn't it wrong? The star rating didn't even change, but didn't even try to pretend. Mo-chun had high hopes for this enhancement. If it could produce a multifunctional robot, then analyze it directly he could. Unfortunately, things were not that good. As for the latter, there were hardly any cloning sequence sets, and no way to obtain them yet. What was the use? Neither was useful. Since the effect preview had only 4 uses left, which had to be split between enhancement and analysis, Mo-chun couldn't bear to use one on the grenade launcher. He would wait and see if he could get something good later. In the base city, the data phantoms. This reminded Mo-chun of the data phantom army he had seen not long ago. Are these 2 the same? This could explain why the data phantom army, which previously did not attack player bases, suddenly appeared. They are the guardians of the base city, just having appeared earlier. Perhaps he could determine the location of the base city by their marching direction. Mo-chun glanced at the map. Unfortunately, there were not many people in their area like him on alert during the tide period, and even fewer had seen the data phantom army, so he could only roughly guess the direction. Southeast direction. A prompt interrupted his thoughts. He had noticed he was close to leveling up, but did not expect to level up now. After reaching a level 5 alliance, the upgrade speed was quite fast due to the increasing number of members, But the upper limit of the number of members allowed with each upgrade was decreasing, and now the level 10 limit was only 70. That's enough. 70 base commanders means 70 bases. If filled to capacity, nearly half of the bases in the entire area would be under his control. In fact, this was true. Although there were some members not from this area, the majority were from within the area. Now, the small alliances in their area had basically been absorbed, leaving only a few members of the local committee. This also led to his personal prestige in the area surpassing that of the nominal committee leader, Hua Kai. This was still acceptable. In some extreme areas, there might not even be 70 bases. If there were a level 10 alliance, it could accommodate the entire area. On one hand, many bases could not hold out against attacks during the tide period, and on the other hand, the upgrading of multi-person bases led to continuous mergers between bases. Finally, the upper limit of bases that could be accommodated after alliance upgrades increased. Combined, these factors caused small alliances to rapidly decrease, and the pressure for survival remained significant. Very few were willing to form small alliances with 2 or 3 bases, as this would mean giving up the benefits of alliance functionalities. If this continues, it is likely that the Mutual Aid Society will unify the entire area before reaching. Of course, the number of members would definitely increase. In the past, a base had just a few people, but now each base had at least a dozen, so in terms of total numbers, it actually had not decreased much. The label of the Mutual Aid Society was becoming increasingly influential, but Imogen only managed it in a simple manner without much guidance or planning, as he was still primarily focused on his 3 real-world bases. The alliance was originally just a tool for making money. However, what Imogen cared about most at the moment was that at level 10, he could learn another alliance doctrine. He took a look. Another new alliance doctrine caught Imogen's attention. Convergence and expedition unlocked at alliance level 10 designate a base as the target for convergence, and up to 10 bases within the alliance can converge to provide military support. The total distance between the converging base and the designated base will affect the portal generation time, while the number of soldiers in the converging army weight and duration of stay will continuously consume trade points each hour, otherwise they will be sent back. This doctrine is very important. Does it mean that people from 11 bases can be concentrated together? Mo Chun thought of the base city again. Perhaps this is how the process goes. A level 10 alliance converges to attack the base city, and then once they reach level 15, they can directly establish a country. However, Mo Chun was unsure if this would work. He did not even know if the base city was easy to conquer. What if the combined strength of the 11 bases could not defeat it? Mo Chun also thought about the battles between players. Having this doctrine might trigger more intense battles. In the past, it was hard to gather people, but now at least they could rally 11 bases to fight together. Perhaps many lives would be lost. However, it was mostly asymmetric warfare because there were still very few level 10 alliances and even fewer who studied this doctrine. Mo Chun considered it, but did not choose a specific doctrine. Convergence and expedition was not something he needed at the moment. There would not be another level 10 alliance threatening him in the short term, so it was unnecessary. Research Center. Although research is indeed important, a 10 bonus is too little. Commercialization is the same, the ratio is too small, and will only result in slightly more profits. After reviewing, Mo Chun realized he wanted each one, but found unnecessary reasons against them. In the end, he still chose convergence and expedition. Compared to the last two, its decisive role is irreplaceable. Just in time, he had a matter that required Alliance 104 Mutual Aid Society Alliance Level LV10 members 6470 Alliance Doctrine Player Positioning Convergence and Expedition Recruitment Announcement. Those interested in long-term purchasing of timber and selling of transport robots can private message the deputy leader. Those interested in joining or other collaborations can also private message the deputy leader recruiting players within the 104 planet. Alliance Communication Channel Unlimited Speech Alliance Trade Channel Transaction Tax 40 for transactions between allies, additional 10 for the leader's transactions. Farmer Mountain Fist, is there anyone who can deal with that white soldier? That group has robbed us several times already. Farmer Mountain Fist, you killed my family. If you have the guts, come again. Let's see who dies first. Don't hide in that turtle shell. Great Black Sky, killing requires paying with one's life. How many people have you killed, white soldier? White soldier, I don't care. If you are willing to pay me protection fees, I won't kill you. And that person named Lou, I already know your location. Oh, just wait. Spade Bomb, wow, so arrogant. Dare to speak to the leader like that. According to forum calculations, the current average base density is such that with bad luck, one might not even see a single base in a day. Blabbering online is even more pointless. Wave, how has this white soldier attacked so many bases? At least 6, right? Bone broth, let's eat first, family. Is anyone interested in buying bone soup? I've been professionally brewing soup for 30 years, it's absolutely fresh. Bone broth, it's made from hachi, it's very fragrant. Mo Chun looked at the arrogant white soldier in the chat channel with a furrowed brow. The white soldier is the wanted criminal who kills. After Mo Chun was made aware of the bounty, he was still unfazed, even growing more arrogant in the chat. So far they have killed no less than 10 people, destroyed 2 bases, and 4 other bases have been attacked by him. Now no one dares to go out. The white soldier claims to know his location. Is he bluffing, or does he really know? Mo Chun wasn't clear on his exact position, but he had basically confirmed his approximate location after the threatened players joined the alliance. Farmer Mountain Fist's location is 32 kilometers southeast, but another threatened base is only 15 kilometers away. The 2 bases are quite far apart, yet both are being threatened, leading Mo Chun to only confirm a rough area of the southeast. In the southeast 30 to 40 kilometers away. It's not far from Mo Chun's base. If the white soldier can cross over 10 kilometers to attack others, can he not cross 30 or 40 kilometers to reach him? Mo Chun was unsure, but even if the odds were slim, it was still a hidden danger which made him more determined. Gathering for the expedition. Gathering base Lu is right underfoot. Fong, Zihan, dormitory 701. Gathering target Farmer Mountain Fist. The other party has agreed. Military support portal generating 00512. Nora, are the people ready? Mo Chun turned and asked. Everyone is ready, but Commander, isn't it safer with more people? Nora said with some concern. Mo Chun had 2 plans for this expedition. One was to mobilize 11 bases, give some money to other players, and have 5 people from each base, while Mo Chun would lead 30 people, thus forming a small army of 70. But the problem was that 80 people is too many. Spending a bit of trade points is no issue, but commanding so many could lead to unexpected accidents, weapons would not be unified, and if they faced a tough battle, some might even break morale. Mo Chun decided it was better to personally lead 25 people. According to existing intelligence, the white soldiers group consisted of only 7. Relying on their brutality and surprise attacks, they dared to cause trouble, and they had even lost 2 people in the process. With a numerical and weapon advantage, it would still be a straightforward battle. Even if Mo Chun was just speculating, he couldn't imagine how he could lose. How about you command from the base, Commander? Nora still felt uneasy. It's fine, nothing will happen. I know what I'm doing. Mo Chun reassured Nora. He wasn't going to be at the front line. Standing up, Mo Chun walked out of the room. Many gazes turned to him. Everyone, we are about to depart. Yes. The crowd replied in unison. An emergency training was conducted today, and since the clones were very obedient, the entire team was in. Is this the portal? Mo Chun curiously glanced around. Although it is called a door, it does not resemble the square doors found on Blue Star. Instead, it is a circular frame made of unknown black metal set upon the ground. From either side, one can see through the center of the circle. Do you wish to activate the portal? Accompanied by the voice, changes slowly began to appear in the center of the circle. The space began to warp, consuming the light until it was unrecognizable. Mo Chun and the others could no longer see the walls behind it. Is this really the portal? He felt a hint of surprise. Let's go. Mo Chun led the way, stepping forward first. However, someone was quicker than him. Nora took a step ahead and entered. Mo Chun followed closely, with others quickly entering behind. Figures continuously vanished from the base. Kong Xiaoyan watched them, leave a flicker of worry passing through her eyes. But he should have a sense of the situation, or it's not something she needs to fret over. Kong Xiaoyan turned and left to arrange tasks for others. After a slight feeling of dizziness, Mo Chun found himself in the hall of another base. 25 individuals in uniform protective gear, armed with weapons, suddenly appeared, startling a few people present. Mo Chun immediately spotted a few individuals waiting for them. Farmer Mountain Fist. Mo Chun was the first to speak. Brother Lu. A middle-aged man cautiously replied. Although Brother Lu's voice sounded soft, he still needed to be addressed as brother promptly. It's me. Mo Chun nodded. You are aware of the situation, right? There are no issues proceeding according to plan. They had already discussed this beforehand. This operation naturally required thorough preparations. No problem, Brother Lu. You've come to save us. We've been waiting for you. The middle-aged man swallowed hard as he looked at the 25 fully armed individuals. Car 98K Mauser carbine Winchester M1897 pump-action shotgun, and a few unfamiliar weapons. How much did all of this cost? He even spotted a machine gun. Is that a mortar? That's quite extravagant. While it was known that Brother Lu was wealthy, the extent of his resources was quite unimaginable. After a brief moment of unease upon the sudden appearance of so many strangers, excitement replaced it. Their base had lost 2 people to the white soldiers, one of whom was even his grandfather. Now they were stuck in the base, too afraid to venture out. Finally, they had a chance for revenge. Brother Lu, can I? Now. The middle-aged man hesitated, glancing at Mo Chun. Not in a hurry. Let's first take a look outside. Mo Chun shook his head. Although Farmer Mountain Fist had informed him, he still needed to investigate personally. Mo Chun instructed him to open the main door and sent a few transport robots out to scout the path. During this time, he turned to Nora and said, Nora, why didn't you follow the formation earlier? Commander, you also said not to lead the front. There was no danger just now. What if there was I? It was impossible for Emo-chun to actually be angry. Who would dislike a beautiful girl so concerned for you? This issue could be discussed later. The immediate priority was the task at hand. After waiting a moment without any reaction from outside, Emo-chun and the others finally exited the base. The base was situated amidst yellow sands coinciding with sunrise as fine winds carried sand particles toward them blocked by their protective gear. As far as the eye could see were rolling sand dunes shimmering under the blazing sun. There were no trees, no birds chirping, and the sky was a muddy brown color, as if this were a forbidden zone of life. It was a completely different world compared to the forest. The light here was too bright, and the sand particles were blown into the air by the heat waves. Without protective gear, it would be quite unbearable. Even though the protective gear blocked most of the heat, it could not last long. If they stayed too long, the gear would still struggle to control the temperature. However, looking in one direction, it was no longer an endless expanse, but rather green encroaching into this. That was the forest. The base of Farmer Mountain Fist was actually nestled within this desert, but looking north one could see the edge of the forest a little over a kilometer away. Emo-chun looked outside again, nodded in satisfaction, and then returned to the base. Mountain Fist, please buy 25 yellow robes and 75 bottles of water. I will transfer you the money. He'll come with you. Emo-chun stated. All right. Farmer Mountain Fist quickly agreed. The two returned to the base's computer and searched the market for a while. Finally, they selected a set of yellow robes. When the outer clothing is sufficient, it provides concealment in the desert and blocks most of the sunlight. This will do. Emo-chun transferred the money and placed the order. Everyone wear the yellow robes. Each person should at least take one transport robot with them carrying water and weapons. Each team should additionally select 5 yellow transport robots for reconnaissance. Emo-chun began issuing orders. Being financially capable, he equipped the team with many transport robots. Not only was there one for each person to lighten the load, but even the reconnaissance ones were in surplus. The yellow transport robots were painted with yellow paint, something Emo-chun had arranged long ago, as the yellow paint was quite noticeable in the forest, and now it was useful in the desert as well. Yes. Fong Zihan and Li Yong immediately replied. The 25 individuals were divided into 2 teams with 10 in each of the first and second teams and 5, including Emo-chun for Team 3 support. The leaders of the first and second teams were Fong Zihan and Li Yong, both players who could contact Emo-chun at any time. Soon preparations were completed. Emo-chun led the group out of the base again. Teams 1 and 2 searched separately. Team 1 head in that direction, Team 2 in that direction, and Team 3 follow me to that spot to familiarize ourselves with the nearby terrain. Emo-chun glanced at the map recorded by Farmer Mountain Fist's protective gear along with the actual scene, ultimately setting 3 target points. The 3 hills, the dunes the first and second teams were heading to were relatively high, while Team 3 was going to the closer and lower one in the middle. Let the reconnaissance robots lead the way. If you see anyone, do not act without permission. I'll report immediately, and remember to use binoculars. Understood. It's important to remember that this is a desert. As long as there are no sand dunes obstructing the view, the theoretical visibility can exceed 5 kilometers. This is also an advantage of the desert. Finding people and treasure is much easier. 20 minutes later. Team 1 is in position. Everything is normal in the vicinity, and the view here is quite open. Team 2 is the same. Share your recordings with me. Emo-chun instructed them to live stream directly to him, allowing him to receive first-hand information without needing a phone. From atop the sand dune looking into the distance, he could see 1 or 2 black houses which were the above-ground portions of the base. He could vaguely see a few blurry figures. However, the primary focus was still on the terrain. Emo-chun instructed them to use binoculars to observe, and they had a rough understanding of the nearby terrain. Team 1, go observe from atop this sand dune. Do not take the black robots to the summit. Stay concealed and do not be discovered. Team 2, return for now. Another 20 minutes passed. This time, Emo-chun confirmed that there was no base in that direction. Alright, Team 1 can return as well. He had already confirmed the ambush location and aimed to avoid lingering so as not to be observed by others. A sand dune backslope that was not easily discovered, turning a corner, would reveal the entrance to Farmer Mountain Fist's base. This place was sufficiently concealed and cooler, suitable for an ambush. According to the original plan, Mountain Fist, you can start now. Okay. White Soldier, if you don't pay this week, then don't come out. If I see you, you're dead. The previous message was from a day ago. Farmer Mountain Fist, pay you. White Soldier, have you gotten bolder? Farmer Mountain Fist, let me tell you, I bought a 98K. If you dare come again, I'll. White Soldier, it seems you really want to fight me. Just wait, this time, I will blow your base open. Farmer Mountain Fist, you better not come. White Soldier, are you backing down now? In the desert, a tall, lean young man with a long face sneered and turned off the chat channel. Stop looking for treasure, go play with that guy. He spoke coldly, addressing the people behind him, and cruelly squeezed the woman beside him. This group consisted of 13 people, half of whom were his own men, while the other half were slaves he had captured. The white soldier had been fighting since childhood, expelled from school several times, and after becoming an adult his parents abandoned him due to their divorce. Later he was tricked into staying in Africa for a few years, and was subsequently deported back home. He found a few jobs, but was fired for fighting. He had been to the police station several times, and was released due to his restraint. Now arriving in this world, he could finally release the repressed emotions within. Aren't those warlords ruling areas through violence and ruthlessness? Why can't he do the same? Snowball. The white soldier was well aware of the importance of manpower. In previous conflicts 2 of his own men had died, but he had captured 6 slaves, which was not a loss. He even brought his parents over during the opportunity to capture relatives, forcing them to become slaves. Family ties. Non-existent, he wouldn't treat anyone as family, merely a matter of utility. Clones could be trained in a few days to become his own people, but it was still far from enough. Weapons, manpower. The fastest way to make money was to rob. Yet in the desert the visibility was too open. Those who saw him would run back to the base afraid to come out, leading to no business conducted in recent days. They could only scavenge for treasure. Now someone actually dared to provoke him. Just the opportunity to test it. Someone on the forum had tested explosives on the base gate and proven it effective. If this works, then he could conquer lands. Earlier he had seen that rather beautiful woman. With that thought in mind the white soldier became impatient. Hurry up. Gather everyone, return to the base, and bring explosives. We must reach that base within an hour. The white soldier commanded harshly. Brother Bing, isn't this timeline too tight? Stop talking nonsense. This time whoever captures one of you can choose a woman first. Thank you, Brother Bing. The white soldier glanced at the 2 players behind him, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eye. He clearly delineated 3 classes within the base. The first class included himself and the other 2 partner players. He found the second class consisted of soldiers qualified to wield guns, and the third class were the other slaves he could use at will. However, for the white soldier, these 2 brothers were merely tools for him to start off with. In his base, there could only be one leader, and the white soldier would naturally take action, but now was not the time. They still had utility. White soldier, physical strength, normal battlefield mobility, normal physiological endurance, normal psychic affinity, unawakened player trait, quick march. Blue, the marching speed of the infantry teams you command is slightly increased, and stamina consumption is slightly reduced. Way, zone way, omitted player trait, physically strong. Blue, your physical strength, physiological endurance, and battlefield mobility attributes are all slightly enhanced. Wang zone high, omitted player trait. Strong. White, your physical strength attribute is slightly enhanced. When the group of soldiers arrived near Farmer Mountain Fist, it was already an hour later. The team of over 10 seemed to have frightened the people from Farmer Mountain Fist as they retreated back to their base after firing 2 shots from hundreds of meters away. Is that all the courage they have? Though Bai Bing stood at the back, he still spoke disdainfully. His earlier victories were mostly due to those players fleeing after just a few shots, lacking the guts to fight. With the enemy retreating into their base, the group relaxed considerably and slowly approached the base, stopping at a certain distance. Watch your step. Oh, what if there are landmines buried? Bai Bing was not foolish. Standard landmines were already for sale on the market, and even makeshift ones weren't expensive. One had to be cautious. The last time they had gone to another base, someone had been blown up, so they also bought a makeshift mine detector. Choose 2 older slaves to clear the mines. Well, set up the tent and wait. Bai Bing tilted his head to signal. All right, Brother Bing. Wang Zonghai immediately agreed and went to call people. Soon they brought out 2 elderly men around 60 years old. With guns pointed at them from behind, the 2 elderly men trembled under the sun as they held the makeshift mine detector to clear the mines. Even the gene optimization serum was taken away, though one person couldn't use 2 vials. But what if it became useful in the future? Bai Bing arranged for someone to keep an eye on the elderly men and the base, preventing any sudden attacks from the base's occupants. Then he sat under the tent drinking water and watching the show. After marching for several hours, even with his player traits, it was quite tiring. 5 minutes passed, and the 2 elderly men were still clearing mines near the base with no movement. Did they really not plant any landmines? Bai Bing's disdain grew. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out from an unknown direction. Just as he was about to curse, he saw a black object falling from the sky, landing about 8 or 9 meters away from him. What is this? Bai Bing's eyes widened, but he had no time to react. Boom. The explosion struck instantly. 3 shells landed not far from Bai Bing's group, with 2 landing among the crowd. Flames engulfed Bai Bing's group. Although he was not at the center of the explosion, shrapnel from the shells pierced through several parts of his body in an instant. Fortunately, none of the fatal areas were hit, and with his enhanced physique from gene optimization, Bai Bing still had some strength to struggle. Wong. The pain in his eyes blurred his vision, but he could vaguely see another shell flying towards him, landing 3 to 4 meters away. Another one. Too close. How can I just die like this? I still have. Boom. Thoughts abruptly ceased. At this distance, the explosion engulfed him entirely in flames, sending him flying several meters away. Even with his enhanced physique, he was instantly charred by the intense heat, and shrapnel tore through large areas of his body, causing him to lose his life in an instant. Bang! The explosion also affected the transport robot carrying the explosives, resulting in a more powerful secondary explosion. The elderly men clearing mines only heard a series of booming explosions, collapsing in fear. Looking back, the once lively group was left with only 2 or 3 slaves standing nearby, who were also terrified. 200 meters away. Cease fire. Emo-chun raised his hand. The 3 gunners also stopped. Although they were not veterans, mortars were still quite accurate at this distance. In total, 6 shells were fired, most landing near the crowd. When the flames dissipated and the dust settled, no one holding a weapon was left standing. The results were even better than expected, and the battle was simpler than imagined. Player by being killed. As the opponent was a red-named player, you will not be penalized. Killing a red-named player grants you all of their trade points and base permissions. The opponent's base will be destroyed in 12 days. Having killed 2 players and not meeting the 1/10th requirement of your base's population, you have gained a level 1 red name status lasting 24 hours. During this time, the chat channel will be marked in red. Killing a red named player. Killing a red named player has removed your level 1 red name status. One team go set up guns on the sand dunes to guard the surroundings. Team 2 clean up the battlefield. If you see anyone with guns, shoot them immediately. Emo-chan commanded. The 2 teams dispersed. One team went up to observe the surroundings to prevent Bai Bing from having any other setups or other base personnel from arriving. Team 2 brought the transport robot closer. Surrender and you won't be harmed. I raise your hands above your head. The 10 members of Team 2 held long guns approaching from behind the transport robot. In reality, there was no one left to resist. Only a few nearby slaves escaped because they were prevented from getting closer. However, they were also stung by the rising sand, and the unluckiest one was hit in the shoulder by shrapnel, bleeding profusely. In total, 8 people lay on the ground. The worst had been completely dismembered, while the best were charred all over and barely clinging to life. Given their labored breathing and groans, it was hard to say whether they were lucky or unfortunate. Give him a quick end. Emo-chun felt a bit nauseous at the bloody scene. Wow! But the nearby Li Yong and several other players had already vomited and were unable to execute his command. The situation of the clones was better. They still held their guns vigilantly. The few survivors raised their hands, not daring to move an inch. After a while, Li Yong managed to compose himself, relaying Emo-chin's command to the clones, then glanced at the battlefield and vomited again. Emo-chin didn't blame him. It was human nature, and he wouldn't be in a better state himself. The process went smoothly. A few gunshots rang out, each downing one of the fallen. This was the only gunfire of this battle. They cleaned up the battlefield, took in the captives, and let Farmer Mountain Fist enter the base. Is it over? Farmer Mountain Fist seemed surprised that they were still clean and hadn't expected it to finish so quickly. Yes. Next, Emo-chun treated the wounds of several captives and began to interrogate them. He confirmed that they were all slaves taken from other bases by Bai Bing, so they didn't need to be killed. In fact, 2 innocent, unfortunate slaves had also died on the battlefield, but such collateral damage was unavoidable. Emo-chun hadn't even known their backgrounds in advance, and without using mortars they would have to employ riskier tactics. Bai Bing's group also held long guns for close quarters combat. If Emo-chin's own people had died, it would have been a loss. They captured 5 individuals whose original bases had been destroyed, leaving them homeless. Thus, Emo-chun directly took them in. One team follow me to retrieve the spoils, and Team 2 stay here to support the base. Emo-chun glanced at Bai Bing's base on the map. It was best to resolve everything today. The longer they stayed here, the more trade points they would consume. Bai Bing's base was 11 kilometers away, not a short distance, and traveling through the desert was even more difficult. The round trip was expected to take about 6 hours. Emo-chun prepared supplies based on a configuration of 20 liters of water and some portable food per person. Additionally, weapons and batteries were also brought along. There shouldn't be any accidents. Emo-chun felt relatively at ease about this trip. There wouldn't be any giant beasts in the desert. Bai Bing had been eliminated. What else could happen? On the road, as Emo-chun and his group walked atop the sand dunes, they glimpsed the outline of a base. Why is this base so large? Emo-chun was somewhat puzzled. The above-ground portion seemed even larger than his own base. Was there such a figure within their collective district? Emo-chun took a telescope to look closer, but was obstructed by the sand dunes. So the group climbed the dunes and soon realized that it was not just a resemblance, it was a massive base. What he had seen earlier was merely its top layer, and upon crossing the dune, he beheld the entire gigantic fortress situated at the intersection of the forest and desert. The towering city walls stretched for hundreds of meters with a construction mainly composed of black metal, making it exceptionally conspicuous in the sea of sand. Even from thousands of meters away, one could sense how insignificant humanity would be beneath its shadow. This was not a base that players could build. It was a base city, the only base city in their collective district. Imo-chan did not expect that this experience would inadvertently lead to the discovery of this version's answer. However, he wondered about the Overlord. While Imo-chan was still pondering, an unexpected event occurred. The ground first transmitted a low-frequency rumble, not a sharp vibration, but more like the resonance of heavy tracks rolling from afar. He could feel the sand grains subtly vibrating beneath his feet, and dust rose from the distance, yet he couldn't discern any unusual movements. An earthquake, a sandstorm. Imo-chan immediately thought of these two. What terrible luck. Let's go back, Imo-chan decisively ordered. Natural disasters are indeed rare, but given the vast number of players, they are not uncommon, especially in some planets or regions that are inherently disaster-prone. Though he had never experienced one himself, he was not overly alarmed. Whether it was an earthquake or a sandstorm, there was no way to cope in the wild. They had to return to the base of the farmer's fist quickly. But Imo-chan quickly realized that this was far beyond what an earthquake or sandstorm could cause. He faintly detected a scorching sulfurous scent mixed with the smell of rusted metal in the air, accompanied by the heat radiating from the underground layers. As time passed, and the ground tremors intensified, the scent became more pronounced, confirming for Imo-chan that this was no illusion. The previously dry wind suddenly turned hot, clinging to his skin like a thin, warm blanket. His ears could catch the low rumble hidden within the wind, akin to the snoring of the earth deep below, intermittent, and as the distance shortened, the sound grew thicker and no longer drifted. What on earth is happening? Imo-chan could no longer contain his curiosity. He scanned the surroundings, hoping to find the source of the anomaly to escape in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Nora quietly approached Imo-chan's side. "Boss, over there." Fong Zihan's voice trembled slightly as Imo-chan looked in the direction he pointed. In the distance, the sandy surface began to show undulating rises like an invisible giant python writhing beneath the ground. A sand ridge half a meter high extended forward at a visible speed, grains of sand continuously rolling off the ridge's peak, producing a soft rustling sound. The trajectory of the rise was over 10 meters wide, stirring up the sand and dust in its wake. Cracks began to explode on both sides of the sand ridge. White-hot gas surged from the gaps, spewing forth black mineral ash with sparks that landed on the surface, scorching small burn marks into the sand. At this point, the sound transformed into the creaking of the sand layers being compressed, and the explosive crackling, as if countless grinding wheels were rapidly rubbing underground, the vibrations growing denser. Imo-chan could even feel his teeth chattering, and when he spoke, he could sense his chest resonating as the ground's tremors became increasingly pronounced. This was neither an earthquake nor a sandstorm. Imo-chan could even see the writhing, thick, chitinous bodies exposed in some of the ground's cracks. Suddenly, the ground's tremors escalated sharply, no longer a dull resonance, but a violent shaking akin to a mountain collapsing. The undulating sand ridge suddenly surged its height, instantly soaring over 10 meters, and the scalding grains of sand cascaded down like a waterfall, revealing the reddish chitinous shell underneath, baked red by the internal heat, covered in layered joint patterns resembling a gigantic heated armor. A massive creature, nearly 10 meters in diameter, burst forth, enveloped in scorching heat, violently breaking through the sand layers. The head that emerged from the ground was grotesque in the sunlight, with its massive mandibles forming the head, surrounded by teeth that resembled coarse tusks, densely packed across the entire mandible, each one measuring 1 to 2 meters, while the inner walls of its oral cavity bore several circles of gigantic chitinous grinding discs capable of grinding down any creature in an instant. After the colossal beast broke through the surface, the swirling heat allowed Imo-chan 100 meters away to distinctly feel its presence. It resembled a super-gigantic sandworm, a colossal beast that should not exist in reality, yet seemed to be restrained by some force, ceasing its advance at this distance, and instead looking down disdainfully at the distant ants. Imo-chan and his group were nearly paralyzed with fear. No one could remain unfazed. They didn't even dare to make a sound. Before this giant beast, humanity felt overwhelmingly insignificant, as if they could be crushed at any moment. The weapons in their hands, even machine guns and mortars, likely wouldn't even scratch the beast's hide. It was hard to imagine that such a creature could truly exist. Even Imo-chan could not maintain his previous calm. The sight before him made it difficult to keep his composure. Except for Nora, even many of the unsophisticated clones were unable to remain calm, with Fong Zihan's eyes appearing vacant. If the creature before them were not constrained by rules, if it advanced just a little further. "Commander." Nora's voice broke the silence, startling Imo-chan back to awareness. She pulled Imo-chan behind her, seemingly prepared to flee, as if nothing could bring her to spare. A giant. Imo-chan's gaze was fixed on the colossal beast as he slowly began to speak. This enormous creature before him was the guardian of the base city, the Overlord-class creature. The Overlord-class creature's guide had merely 2 pages in the manual provided to newcomers where the giant sandworm was mentioned, yet only in a few dozen words, and there were no images. The giant sandworm was merely a nickname. Its scientific name was Abyssal Titan Maw Worm, a type of Overlord-class creature that appeared on multiple planets. What does it mean to be an Overlord? It refers to a creature species possessing absolute dominion on a savage planet, far surpassing the likes of the great white shark or Tyrannosaurus rex of Blue Star. It embodies true supremacy. In fact, Emo-chun and his group had alarmed it with the few mortar shells they had fired earlier, otherwise it wouldn't have cared for the insignificant humans. Emo-chun gazed at the colossal beast before him. Between the mandibles of the sandworm, he could see the swirling crimson heat inside along with the sand, grains being crushed. Creak, creak. The piercing sound was excruciating, mixed with the explosive crackling from its burning chamber, as if even the air was trembling. With every writhing motion of its body, dark, golden, molten mineral salt dripped from its joints, splashing onto the sand's surface and instantly scorching sizzling pits. Outside its head, the dark brown chitinous shell was covered in fist-sized pores, each one expelling sulfurous, white-hot gas, which upon contact with the air ignited into half-meter-high bluish flames accompanied by a soft explosion quickly dissipating into sparks. Not sure if it was constrained by the rules of the base city or indifferent to the insignificant ants before it, the giant sandworm soon burrowed back underground, vanishing from sight amidst another tremor. Is this what we're going to fight in the future? Fang Zihan took a long time to speak. Maybe. You're joking, we're not Ultraman. The victory team is also fine. Emo-chun took one last look at the base city. He didn't dare to go there. The traces of the plowed desert were still clearly visible with the nearby sand deformed by the heat. Just getting close to the giant sandworm would likely leave a person scorched. In the direction of the base city, leaning towards the desert, there was a huge basin seemingly formed by a collapse. Could it be the nest of the giant sandworm? Although the specific limits were unknown, getting closer than 100 meters would likely be within the attack range of the giant sandworm. How to deal with the giant sandworm? Every base city is guarded by a dominant level creature, and to occupy it one must first defeat the dominant level creature. But with the current weapons and equipment, it was impossible to do so. They couldn't even breach its defenses. Moreover, the giant sandworm could only be considered an ordinary dominant among its kind, and this one was still not fully mature. The manual mentioned an important weakness of the giant sandworm. It's afraid of water. The giant sandworm feeds on sand and gravel, using strong acids and high temperatures to decompose silicon dioxide silicates and other inorganic materials. Its internal temperature exceeds 300 degrees, and it can produce oxygen. Its aggression is average, but it has a very strong territorial awareness. Although it is still a carbon-based life form, it differs greatly from the understanding in Blue Star. Furthermore, there is no water inside the giant sandworm. Water would disrupt its physiological balance. Emo-chun pondered silently for a moment, wondering if they would encounter it in the future. In any case, it wouldn't work now. No matter how much the giant sandworm feared water, it wouldn't be killed by just a few buckets of it. Its fear of water is relative. With the giant sandworm's high temperature, any water nearby would likely evaporate instantly. Considering it also consumes other creatures, it isn't that afraid of water. If they really faced it, and it had no effect, a single burrowing maneuver could cost them the lives of dozens. However, the base city is indeed guarded by dominant-level creatures from Monday to Saturday, but on Sunday, it is a data phantom. Data phantoms seem easier to deal with. Even if there are thousands of data phantoms, the difficulty is clearly lower than dealing with this giant beast. Should they attack the base city during the high tide period? And what would happen to this giant sandworm during the high tide period? Would it hibernate, hide, or just with 10,000 clusters on a planet? That means there are 10,000 base cities. If each base city has a similar dominant creature guarding it, where would the resources in nature come from to support so many dominants? It must all be generated by the system. Back on track, hurry up. Emo-chun dismissed the matter. They rushed back to the White Soldier's base to collect. The journey ahead was uneventful. They encountered other player teams on the way, but the other side was very cautious. After a brief glance, they parted ways without any further communication. Upon reaching the White Soldier base, Emo-chun discovered there were 2 people tied up inside. They were from a base that the White Soldier had raided. Emo-chun untied them. The White Soldier is dead. The 2 exchanged glances and shook their heads. Then just follow me for now. Emo-chun and the others began to search the base. All the transport robots had been destroyed along with the White Soldiers, so there wasn't much of value left in his base. There were still some supplies in the base: weapons, ammunition, food, and water, but altogether they were worth only about 10,000, which wasn't enough to cover a day's food for a group. The White Soldier himself had very little money, just a few thousand. Sending the cloning pod back through the trade station, the transaction tax was already more than these goods. What a loss, Imo-chan muttered. Thus the value of the spoils from taking down the white soldier barely amounted to 30,000. The base being idle for a day meant a loss of over 1 million. If it weren't for saving 2 people, it would have been better not to come. The round trip took most of the day, it was exhausting, and it would have been more worthwhile to stay home and rest with emotional value far exceeding this. In any case, his purpose for this trip wasn't money. A surprise gain was several gene optimization potions which surprisingly he hadn't used. Although Imo-chan didn't know their purpose, yet holding on to them might allow for future research. Imo-chan dismantled everything that could be taken from the white soldier base. Lights, water heaters, etc. While he might not use them himself, the materials extracted still had some value. Imo-chan wanted to dismantle the unknown metal used for building the base as well, but unfortunately, he lacked the tools, making it quite troublesome. Heavy items were discarded while he took as many light ones as he could. After clearing everything out, Imo-chan and the others placed all items on the transport robot and charged it briefly before setting off back. After a few more hours, they finally returned to the Farmer Mountain Fist base. The second team also tidied up the battlefield on the way. At the previous battle site, there were 4 transport robots with varying degrees of damage, severely impaired in function. However, for Imo-chan, dismantling them into parts still held some value, at least more than the items from the white soldier base. He could still use a few weapons from the white soldiers which he gave to Farmer Mountain Fist, keeping the unusable ones as scrap. Goodbye, Big Shot. Farmer Mountain Fist waved cheerfully, watching the group walk into the teleportation portal and disappear. He felt very good. Imo-chan not only helped him solve a life-and-death enemy for free, but also gifted him quite a few things. What Imo-chan considered worthless was not a small sum for them. Then there was another wave of dizziness. Imo-chan and the others had returned to their own base. Looking at the people around him, there were 25 when they set off and 31 upon returning, with 6 more added. The teleportation portal could freely bring people without restrictions tied to the base. This greatly increased the operability, or wasn't this another way to increase the population of the base? There was no need to upgrade to a multiplayer base, they just needed to keep opening teleportation portals, and the population within the alliance could flow. If they could sustain it, they could concentrate hundreds or even thousands of people in one base. Would that count as a unique base city? However, it was impossible at present. He couldn't support such a large number of people, nor did he have a place to live. Moreover, after discovering this mechanism, Imo-chan could launch expeditions without occupying 3 base slots, only using his main base for expeditions and gathering everyone at the main base. Assembly expedition task completed. Consumed trade points 31,617. Welcome back. Kong Qiaoyan soon rushed back. Is dinner ready? It's ready. Everyone worked hard. Let's eat first, and then rest after dinner. Imo-chan listened to the report on the base situation from the time he was away, and then made new arrangements. Afterwards, he could rest alone. I took care of the white soldiers. Imo-chan sent a message to Huakai Fugue. Really? Huakai Fugue expressed shock. What happened? Imo-chan sent a picture taken from the battlefield and explained the assembly expedition. This alliance theory had already been posted on the forum, but currently not many people knew about it. However, it was only a matter of time. Thank you, Big Shot, for acting on behalf of the heavens. Should I send you the remaining bounty? Consider it district committee funds. The bounty on the white soldier was mainly funded by Imo-chan, and since Imo-chan took care of the white soldier, he naturally didn't need to pay. Besides his own money, the remaining bounty was the 1,000 from the district committee, which Imo-chan did not take. Thank you, Big Shot. Do you mind if I promote this? Huakai Fugue wouldn't take Imo-chan's money for granted and ensured to express gratitude. I don't mind. Moreover, as the Mutual Aid Association grew, it had to some extent replace the functions of the district committee, but Huakai Fugue had always been very cooperative, even supportive. Imo-chan had discussed with him, if it weren't for the Mutual Aid Association currently not being able to accommodate all players in the cluster, there would indeed still need to be a district committee. Otherwise, he would have joined the Mutual Aid Association. Then he searched the forum for posts about the base cities. Indeed, Imo-chan wasn't the only one to encounter dominant-level creatures. Many players had discovered base cities and even encountered dominant-level creatures. Bonestone Dense Beast, Deep Sea Tanning Black Snow King, Snake, Longhorn Titan Whale. Various colossal beasts measuring tens or even hundreds of meters long. Many players likely encountered them and unfortunately were taken down. However, most of the dominant-level creatures seemed to be smaller than the giant sandworm Imo-chan encountered. As per the dominant creature guide, many were in their juvenile forms. The giant sandworm was not the only one Imo-chan encountered. On the contrary, it was a very common dominant-level creature with a high probability of serving as a guardian in desert-based cities. This doesn't mean Imo-chan was unlucky. On the contrary, Imo-chan had a hypothesis that there are differences among dominant-level creatures. The stronger the species of the guardian dominant creatures of the base city, the smaller their size, to maintain balance. Otherwise, the disparity between the guardians of base cities would be vast. Of course, it is also possible that Mo Chun was wrong, and this is purely random, with the system not expecting fairness, or it never expected players to conquer base cities during non-high tide periods. This point Mo Chun could not discern for the time being. Orange Flavor Storm, I went to the interstellar trade shop again. Guess what? Orange Flavor Storm, Lao Chun was right. The trade beacon really has other functions. Orange Flavor Storm, if you don't reply soon, the trade beacon will increase in price. Hurry and reply. Orange Flavor Storm, the trade beacon can call merchants in the interstellar trade shop to purchase goods. Orange Flavor Storm, hello. 5 messages were spaced a few minutes apart, showing that the other party was quite anxious. The road is underfoot here. The road is underfoot, speak in detail. In the interstellar trade shop, I saw a new feature that allows one to consume a trade beacon to randomly. She had previously visited the interstellar trade shop and went to check it again today, as sure enough, it was still there. The trade beacon, in addition to the old interstellar trade, can also randomly summon merchants to purchase goods. Moreover, purchasing items at the interstellar trade shop prompts a warning that buying items will not increase faction favor. Thus, Lee Simming speculated that the interstellar trade center in the base city should work similarly, but she was unsure of the specific differences. Her first summon was the new United Empire Nine-Tailed Fox Association, which would occupy the interstellar trade shop for a day, during which she could buy their products or spend 100 trade points to send them back early. Lee Simming urged, quickly buy trade beacons, they are still very cheap. After checking the market, Mo Chun confirmed that the price of trade beacons had indeed risen from 400 to 600 in just a few days, and the speed was alarming. He hadn't fully understood the situation yet, but he still trusted Lee Simming's judgment. With a balance of over 2 million, he purchased a total of 4,000 trade beacons and changed the prices of high-priced items in the trading station to be 1 unit lower than the market price. After selling the materials in the 6 listing spots for over 2 million, he continued to buy trade beacons. Mo Chun called 2 people from outside the room, and immediately after the transactions they moved the trade beacons out before making further purchases. In just that short time, the price had actually risen by more than 20. However, Mo Chun had already bought nearly 10,000 trade beacons, so he temporarily stopped. I have bought 9,000 trade beacons, please continue, he said. Lee Simming continued to send messages. According to Lee Simming's description, after summoning the trade shop requires a 1-hour wait before a screen appears. New United Empire Nine-Tailed Fox Association, an academic association under the new United Empire dedicated to research and exchange of spiritual energy, offering high prices for white stones, spiritual energy fragments, and black stones. Current faction favor is cold goods are marked up by 20, and the maximum transaction amount is 3000. Storage USB 600 trade points can store a large number of data files with a capacity of 100 EB, 1 EB, 1 Z4P 48576 dB. Introduction to Spiritual Energy and Spells, 1200 trade points, a foundational textbook for spiritual energy and spells offering an initial understanding of their theories. Fundamentals of 6 categories of spiritual spells, 6,000 trade points, basic knowledge of spiritual spells and foundational spells from 6 categories suitable for beginners. Spiritual Energy Awakening Potion 200 trade points has a slight chance to awaken spiritual energy after consumption, depending on one's talent. Cloning individuals are prohibited from using it. Stabilizing Spiritual Energy Potion 100 trade points stabilizes spiritual energy and reduces the risk of loss of control, suitable for use with training spells. Spiritual Energy Fluctuation Detector requires neutral favor, can detect spiritual energy fluctuations within a certain area. Standard Staff requires neutral favor in ordinary standard staff that spiritual energy sorcerers must manipulate to effectively cast spells. One can buy goods and also sell items to them, but there are limits on both buying and selling. However, the items being sold were unexpected for Mo Chun. The Nine-Tailed Fox Association, dedicated to the research and exchange of spiritual energy, had items closely related to spiritual energy. Spiritual energy. Mo Chun began to pay closer attention to this term. Oh, was it like in science fiction novels? Is this scientific? Never mind, is there anything more unscientific than time travel and systems? I must buy. Everyone move quickly and bring everything from the warehouse over. Mo Chun immediately made the decision, halting all activities of everyone who could in the base. He wanted to convert all those resources into cash. Except for food and weapons, which are necessities, and some personal copper ingots, everything else was brought to sell. These resources were indeed appreciating, but the speed was slow, and Mo Chun saw no reason to continue storing them. Even the 60-year-old man, after taking the gene optimization potion, moved swiftly and joined in moving things. They tirelessly transported resources into the trade station while also moving out trade beacons. They were priced lower than the local market price and were quickly cleared. After liquidating everything that could be converted to cash, Mo Chun bought nearly 10,000 trade beacons, during which the price of trade beacons continued to rise. He left only 500,000 trade points. It had been a long time since he had been this poor. Thank you for your hard work. Tonight we will have an extra meal. After completing all his operations, Mo Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. By the time he stopped, the price of trade beacons had already reached 750. His contribution was significant. The total listing amount of trade beacons on Planet 104 was only 40,000, and he had directly swept up nearly half of them. He searched the forum for posts, and indeed someone had begun to post related information. The rise in the price of trade beacons was inevitable. Those with the courage to invest their entire wealth in trade beacons would surely find a path to wealth. The listing amount was enough to indicate that the global market's trade beacon listings had dropped from 40,000 to below 10,000 in just a few hours, with prices soaring. Even if one didn't know the function of trade beacons, it was easy to sense something was amiss. Planet 104, however, was in an uproar as the tangible hand had driven the price of their trade beacons significantly above the average line. Meanwhile, Mo Chun nonchalantly sought other information about the interstellar trade shop. The strategy expert Lao Chun had actually posted, "Oh, was it that quick?" There are three types of people who create strategies: those who are fast, but not accurate, those who are a bit slower but accurate, and those who are slow and inaccurate. Generally, such large-scale strategists would wait until confirming the news before posting. The interstellar trade shop appears randomly. You might see it anywhere, or it may disappear in a few days. You can summon merchants to buy and sell items. If you occupy the base city, you can use the interstellar trade center, which allows 3 merchants to reside simultaneously, and you can summon even more merchants. If it's your first summon, you can only use a trade beacon to summon randomly, with nearly a 90 chance of summoning Wubong wandering merchants selling various items, and about a 10 chance of summoning other merchants such as New United Empire Commercial Alliance, New United Empire Giant God Security Company, Holy Conquest Empire Putilov Military Industry Planet Salgus Empire, Migia Star Circle Eastern Alliance Daemon Star Circle. The names of these merchants are divided into a national faction and a force faction. The former clearly refers to the name of a country, while the latter pertains to specific trading objects. After calling a merchant, one can spend 10 to 20 trade beacons to specifically call a merchant that has been contacted before, otherwise one can only call randomly. The stateless wanderers are the worst, having no faction favor, setting prices arbitrarily, and if luck is bad they might sell you junk at exorbitant prices, with a high probability of not offering anything good, though occasionally they might present something golden. Other merchants have 2 favor levels, both of which have effects. The specific impact differs for each merchant, but a higher favor surely can lower the price and allow for better products. There are 2 ways to increase faction favor. Buying items raises a small amount of faction favor, while merchants may issue tasks that when completed significantly enhance faction favor. As for these merchants, whether there truly exists an NPC faction behind them is still under speculation, though I personally believe there is, as the system announcement on the first day stated. Before players leave the planet, it will not be detectable by conventional technology, which is quite revealing. Perhaps only by breaking through the surface gravity and venturing among the stars can we find the true. However, they are by no means ordinary game NPCs. Rather, we might have been led to a civilization within an unknown star domain by the game. Appendix: I am currently collecting merchant information and expect to release a detailed post tomorrow. The strategy that Lao Chun knows encompasses more than he had anticipated, including the difference between trade shops and trade centers' faction favor, and the final speculation. The randomly appearing interstellar trade shop. Oh, I wonder when I will encounter it. I can occupy a base city, but recalling the giant beast from not long ago, perhaps it's better to refrain, out of fear. For now I can only check if there are any within the gathering area. He immediately spoke up in the area: if anyone discovers an interstellar trade shop, contact me immediately. The reward starts at 10,000. Then I'll spend a bit to hire someone to send a message every hour. He continued chatting with Li Siming. Are you at the shop now? I'll pay you to buy now. Transfer 300 transaction tax has been paid. When transferring, he initially intended to send 500, but then realized he lacked funds for the transaction tax and changed it to 300. He was left with only 1700. He had never felt so poor. Li Siming made a directed trade with him, and with the 2 allies they both reduced the trading tax buff, but even sending 300 meant the system would take 300. The system is truly a CS. How can there still be transaction taxes when transferring? They must be wary of others pooling funds. What are you buying? Besides the stability potion for spiritual energy, buy one of everything else, then return. I'll give you the trade beacons. Call a few more times and see what comes up. The first 5 items add up to 247812. The main cost is for the spiritual energy awakening potion, while the others are quite cheap. I still don't have enough money. All of Mo Chen's funds have turned into trade beacons. Currently, he has an abundance of trade beacons. Li Siming called a few more times at the shop, typing out all the information for him. Stateless wanderer, a merchant without any identification, origin unknown. Maximum single transaction, limit 10000. Playing cards, 10 trade points, ordinary entertainment cards. Standard nutrient paste, 50 trade points. Nutrient paste stored for 3 years, can quickly replenish the bonus energy needs for a day. Not tasty, but safe, not expired. Communication walkie-talkie, 300 trade points. Change the channel, no satellite needed, can make calls up to 300 kilometers away. Interstellar treasure map, 100 trade points, marks a treasure on a certain asteroid. Leaking oxygen tank, 100 trade points. An oxygen tank is an essential, don't touch it if you don't buy. Personal water purifier, 100 trade points. This purifier has good filtration efficiency, can filter out most impurities in water, making it drinkable. However, using it too much will render it useless. Secondhand medical kit, 300 trade points. This is a life-saving item. 3,000 is truly not expensive. Insulated sleeping bag, 100 trade points, produced by a large enterprise, very useful. The first call was unexpectedly from a stateless wanderer, and the items for sale were also passable. However, after watching for a while, Mo Chen suddenly discovered a business opportunity. You should buy a batch of nutrient paste and try selling it on the market for 100 each. Genius. To note, food prices in the current market are still very high. A day's food requires at least several hundred, causing many people to go hungry. If it can be flipped for profit, isn't that a huge profit? I can only buy a maximum of 500. Buy one of each of the communicator and medical kit and send them to me to take a look. Okay. Mo Chen estimated that only these 3 items hold some value. He quickly received what was sent. A black walkie-talkie, it looked fine, but one needs to pair it with another to use. A red medical kit, it contained many items: sterile gauze bandages, tourniquet, alcohol wipes, scissors. These are all familiar to Mo Chen, though there were also some unknown items. The kit contained some pills and injections, but he couldn't understand the writing on them. What language is this? I can't make sense of it. It doesn't resemble Chinese or English at all, completely unfamiliar. Could it be the language of the NPC faction? He recalled the language skill books sold in the market. Mo Chen did not wish to spend more time learning a new language. He intended to buy one, but Universal Language Skill Book of the New United Empire, Language Skill Book of the Holy Conquest Empire, Language Skill Book of the Sargas Empire, Language Skill Book of the Eastern Alliance, Language Skill Book of the Star Dragon, Language Skill Book of the Anglos. A whole bunch. He currently lacks the money to buy so many. The first one, that included a universal language, cost him 4,000. The skill book is genuine. Once clicked to use, he can learn it and retain the original. However, it cannot be reused, and the obtained skill starts at level 1, requiring practice. The road lies beneath our feet. Apologies, I did overlook that aspect. We must also account for certain transportation and time costs. I had Sister Lan bring some people to help with the moving. They are still at the store. Li Siming spent 10,000 on repatriation, and the second call still yielded a stateless trader. Ordinary nutrition paste, 30 trade points. Durable spice pack, 300 trade points. Personal water purifier, 800 trade points. Disposable naphtha batteries, 1,000 trade points. Disposable fuel cans, 1,500 trade points. Disposable signal guns, 1,500 trade points. Local specialty ornaments from Basan Star, 3,000 trade points. Mo Chen glanced at the offerings. This time, it was even better, with the 2 repeated items being cheaper. Theoretically, it could be a continuous source of profit. If all goes smoothly, it remains a lucrative business. Nutrition paste is a must-buy. This time it can turn a profit of 35,000. This battery is roughly the same price as the market, but its power capacity is dozens of times greater. Selling for 3,000 is not a big issue. Mo Chen himself also has a considerable demand for battery. The third and fourth calls yielded stateless traders as well, but these 2 times lacked any nutrition paste. The 5th call revealed a stateless trader selling ordinary nutrition paste for 100 trade points, a bid. Mo Chen and Li Siming still opted to buy, as it wouldn't lead to a loss, treating it as charity. The 6th call seemed to yield a trader specializing in food, offering 3 types of nutrition paste and 1 The immigrant meal is a frozen, pre-packaged meal that comes with a heating pack and water, which with a bit of preparation becomes a complete meal. The 7th call included nutrition paste and antibiotics, and they made a purchase. The 8th call presented the best offerings, including bulletproof vests, binoculars, night vision goggles, and multifunctional military knives. While browsing the store, it felt reminiscent of online shopping, and after so long in the wilderness, there were many items they wanted to buy. After the 8th call, they decided to stop. They truly ran out of money, and the trader's offerings were only partial. Not only did Mo Chen give away his remaining 17,000, but Li Siming also exhausted her funds. Mo Chen could find a way to free up some money, but it wasn't necessary. Li Siming's base had 6 individuals, including a female doctor she previously knew, and 4 clones, with several transport robots, which were naturally not comparable in scale to Mo Chen's side. Do you have any other matters at hand? Has anything disturbed your plans? Although Mo Chun estimated that the nutrition paste priced at 100 would surely sell, the money was already spent and the goods unsold. They bought 2,500 portions of ordinary nutrition paste, but each only weighed 50 g, totaling 125 kilograms. The batteries were heavier along with a multitude of other items, but one transport robot could manage. After an hour, Li Siming and her group returned home and listed the items on the market. The nutrition paste sold the fastest, ordinary ones priced at 100 and flavored ones at 100. In the past 2 weeks, numerous people had starved due to high food prices. The first batch of 50 bought for 100 was resold for 2,500 profit. In less than half an hour, 3,500 portions of nutrition paste were sold out. This confirmed Mo Chin's suspicion. The emergence of the store would completely disrupt the current player market. The trade beacons were only 7. No, now they have surpassed 1,000. The cost was merely 8 trade beacons and 70,000 for repatriation. Selling batteries and medicines would take some time, but once listed it was evident that buyers were interested. The only limitation was the rarity of interstellar trade stores. Few encountered them. Now that it was evening, it's best to rest for now. Li Siming arrived at the shop again. For the 8th time, she called the wandering merchant, purchasing a bulletproof vest, binoculars, night vision goggles, and several multifunctional military knives. It wasn't that Mo Chun didn't want to buy more, he truly wished to acquire a large number of bulletproof vests to outfit everyone. However, the bulletproof vest was priced at 75,000, and he could only buy one. Any additional purchases would rely on luck. For the 9th call, it was no longer the wandering merchant. The new United Empire Star Ring Microelectronics Group, humanity's leading electronic device manufacturing enterprise with core businesses, including a full range of space, terminal equipment, communication devices, computers, dedicated electronic systems for starships and space stations, and core components for intelligent robots. They offer high prices for advanced carbon-based chips. Current faction relations are cold, with a 20 price increase on goods and a single transaction limit of 800. Space portable lighting device, 2,400 trade points, mini design capable of magnetic attachment to clothing devices with 3 modes: visible light, infrared, and ultraviolet. The infrared mode can penetrate the dense atmosphere dust of colonized planets, while the ultraviolet mode can eliminate low-level alien microorganisms. It has a battery life of 20 hours and is resistant to the weightlessness of space and extreme temperatures, suitable for outdoor exploration and emergencies with an S. General portable computer, 3,600 trade points, a portable smart device that requires network access and offers a wide range of basic functionalities. Constant temperature and oxygen control device, 9,600 trade points, embedded installation on the living room bedroom wall to adjust indoor temperature, oxygen concentration, and humidity in real time with remote control via computer. Mini projector, 9,600 trade points, can perform a 1-meter holographic projection after connecting to a device. Food preservation cabinet, 1,200 trade points, divided into refrigeration, vacuum, and heating compartments with precise temperature and pressure controls, suitable for long-term preservation and heating of space-ready food and alien-cultivated ingredients. Travel portable computer, 6,000 trade points, does not require network connection, suitable for operation in network-free star regions, storing a large amount of data with additional features like smart recognition, enhanced battery life, and environmental adaptation modules. Basic transportation robot, 3,600 trade points, a robot capable of carrying out transport tasks lacking combat capabilities. Emergency transport enhancement module, 1,000 trade points, significantly increases the weight and volume capacity of the basic transportation robot, allowing it to navigate complex terrains. Basic construction robot requires neutral relations, equipped with functions for grabbing, cutting, drilling, transporting, and welding, capable of executing construction tasks. The new merchant offers significantly more goods than the previous 9-tailed fox, with a transaction limit reaching 80,000. There are also transportation robots for sale, but it's estimated that no one will buy them here, as they are just over 20,000 on the market. Mo Chun is very interested in the transport enhancement module. The items sold by the Microelectronics Group are quite useful, but not essential, and they are rather expensive. Mo Chun quickly shifted his attention to the general portable computer. Does it need to be connected to a network? Can it connect to a specific network system? For instance, can it connect to the new United Empire's network system once purchased? That value is immeasurable. It would allow one to understand what kind of power the new United Empire truly is. After Mo Chun mentioned this, Li Siming made the purchase. Orange flavor storm, it indicates that it cannot connect to a network. Alright, as expected. Upon seeing the 60,000 travel version, Mo Chun realized that this was a possibility. He hoped that this travel version contained information about the new United Empire. Road underfoot, let's buy one each and leave one for me. If the lighting is bright enough, it can replace the old items. Although the constant temperature and oxygen control device overlaps with the base's basic functions, what if it becomes useful? The insulation cabinet will definitely be useful. Days pass by. The price of the trade beacon soared to 2,000 the next day, quadrupling in just a few hours, and by the fourth day, it reached 4,000 trade points, continuously rising. After the store ramped up its operations, food prices stopped increasing. However, due to the high demand for nutrient paste, they only decreased by 30, still significantly higher than before the price hike. Those who hoarded trade beacons undoubtedly made a fortune, but the real profit was made by players who found stores near their bases could easily earn tens of thousands, even with little capital, and they could use that money to purchase transport robots, significantly enhancing their earning potential. If their capital was substantial enough, earning millions in a single day was not a problem, leading to a price surge for basic transport robots, which had risen to 40,000. The store created a number of wealthy players, but it also led to some bloody incidents. The trade store was undoubtedly a gold mine. The market was flooded with numerous new items akin to gold. Defense-grade electromagnetic pistols, transport vehicles, high-grade materials, and rare medicines were all available for sale. This was due to merchants selling these items. They could be bought even without reaching neutral reputation, as currently no one could improve faction reputation. No one had yet been able to conquer the base city. Although some organizations had begun to build momentum, there were still no updates. Many good items required faction reputation, at least not being cold. For instance, the New United Empire Commercial Federation, New United Empire Federal Procurement Department, Holy Conquest Empire Putilov Military Industrial Planet, Holy Conquest Empire Cluck Military Industrial Planet. Many merchants had a chance to sell weapons, including light electromagnetic rifles, basic cybernetic eyes, enhanced arms, recon drones, bulletproof vehicles. These weapons only required neutral reputation. Some of the cyberpunk-inspired cybernetics sparked considerable controversy. Boom. Everyone back. A large tree crashed down. A worker wearing a hard hat approached with a chainsaw and skillfully cut the tree into several segments. Move over, gather over there. The several transport robots given orders approached the tree, lifting the cut logs and carrying them to a nearby location. There a large pile of logs had already accumulated. Virum, a massive tracked transport vehicle arrived, and someone immediately came to assist. Reverse. A little more back. Good, right here, open the rear door. The worker shouted, ensuring the driver. The rear cover of the transport vehicle opened, revealing its spacious interior. The driver also got out. How many trips is this? This is the 17th trip. After meeting today's quota, we should be able to make 2 more trips. Our team should be a bit faster than the one next door. That's hard to say, they're pretty quick too. The two chatted for a bit. At the same time, they began directing a dozen transport robots to load the neatly stacked logs onto the transport vehicle. They didn't need to lift a finger, they just had to give orders to the robots, making the task quite easy, allowing them to chat at the same time. What do you plan to eat tonight? It's all buffet now, what else is there for dinner? That's true, the cafeteria added 2 more ice cream machines yesterday. It's already 10 degrees today, do you still want ice cream? No problem, I'll eat it after dinner while watching TV with the others. I'm working an extra 2 hours today. Why? You don't want to watch TV. There are game consoles too. Not really, it's not like once I finish my shift there won't be time. I can still play after finishing the night shift at 9, and I might even receive an award. Alright, I'll accompany you. The two chatted as the vehicle was already loaded. We're off, see you later. They greeted each other, and the transport vehicle drove away. The tree density in this forest was not high, and since the trees on the road had been cleared, the transport vehicle could pass normally. After driving for 10 minutes, they arrived at the base. The worker parked the vehicle, opened the rear door, and began unloading. Not far away, Mo-chun was quietly observing. The transport robots equipped with enhanced loading plates could transform into small vehicles, significantly increasing their load capacity, approximately 2.5 times that of before. The downside was that they could not traverse some terrains, for instance the passages that some transport robots could navigate before were now inaccessible. Although the improvement was quite significant, he hadn't purchased many, and it was clearly labeled as an emergency transport module, still inferior to actual freight trucks. The development of second-level technology vehicles was not far off, but he had already bought 2 transport vehicles at a price of 800,000 each on the market. The vehicles were called basic transport vehicles, sold by a merchant capable of carrying over 50 tons of wood, 250 times that of transport robots, greatly enhancing the logging team's transport capacity. These 2 were bought by Mo-chun due to luck. They were highly sought after and vanished as soon as they appeared. With the transport vehicles, he updated the logging team's operations again. Under full load conditions, each vehicle could earn 65,000. Running 5 trips in 2 hours would yield 130,000, totaling 260,000 for 2 transport vehicles. This was only one logging team. Due to insufficient transport vehicles, they split into 2 teams, one going far and the other staying near the base, enabling total daily income to reach approximately 350,000. They still had surplus manpower because in the past 2 days he had recruited all the personnel from 2 acquaintances' bases through a gathering expedition. All 3 bases were utilized, and the total number of people approached 130, mostly young adults. Currently, the gathering expedition had not stopped. The support target this time was Lee Siming's base, but it required a full 23 days of preparation, so it was temporarily cancelled. The current number of people was already close to the maximum capacity of the 3 bases, any more would cause some crowding. However, it was not all good news. The bad news was that his advanced logging machines and drills had encountered challengers. Indeed, it was still merchants. New United Empire Interstellar Construction Group, New United Empire Stellar Core Industrial Group, and several other merchants would sell items like welding machines and drills when faction reputation was cold. The logging machines were only probabilistically available from the stateless traders, hence their continued scarcity. Fortunately, it was only advanced drills. If logging machines became widespread, the price of wood would inevitably plummet and Mo Chen's income would fall accordingly. Currently, the base's income seemed to be thriving, but in reality the price of wood had already decreased significantly and would only drop further in the future. After all, trees were not a scarce resource, at least not on their star 104. Over at Hong Copper Valley, Mo Chen discussed with the Sanjian Civil Engineering Society. After conceding some benefits, there were no major issues. The drills were sold cheaply to the other party and production would cease. Overall, Mo Chen's first-mover advantage was diminishing. There were many ways to maintain a significant lead. For instance, continued investment in technology to reach level 3 technology sooner. But other players must also be pursuing level 3 technology, making it hard to determine how much advantage it would bring. Alternatively, finding a store, but hopes were slim. Mo Chen had already offered a reward of 1 million, but still received no leads. Players found would not divulge information for a mere verbal offer of 1 million, or perhaps the entire area had none. There was another bolder idea for a swift resolution: to conquer the base city. However, one must take things step by step. Much preparation was still needed, such as updating weapons. Today is Saturday, and tomorrow marks the tide rise. For this tide rise, Mo Chen planned to adopt a different strategy. I feel my writing is disorganized. I need to tidy up the outline. The protagonist lacks crisis-driven plot progression, but I am unsure how to set up a reasonable crisis considering the protagonist is already so far ahead of other players. Night fell. Yet the 3 bases were ablaze with light. Collapse entities detected 3 kilometers to the southeast, 15 targets. Received. Prepare to move out. Mo Chen donned his helmet, fully armed with over a dozen others behind him. He had always been cautious, never venturing out during the tide period. But this time was an exception. He wanted to take the initiative and see what the world was like during the tide. The group, fully equipped, marched out of the base. The temperature was lower than usual, and visibility was equally poor, the night darker than normal. However, it mattered not, as 6 surrounding vehicles activated their floodlights, instantly illuminating hundreds of meters with crystal clarity. The 15 were divided into 3 echelons. The front 5, clad in bulletproof vests and wielding riot shields, stood on alert. The middle echelon, including Mo Chen, formed the main firepower. The accompanying transport robots carried not only ample ammunition, but also 3 machine guns and a single artillery piece, a grenade launcher generally reserved for rare use. Additionally, there was a detector which Mo Chen personally monitored. The rear 5 provided secondary fire support and guarded against threats from behind with robots ferrying supplies like bullets. Each echelon maintained a distance of about 10 meters, close enough for support yet far enough to provide a... The 2 transport vehicles were left behind. Without combat modifications, they were useless, and their destruction would be a painful loss. Of course, the peripheral robots served as meat shields. Mo Chen had no desire for actual casualties. Entering the forest ahead. Stay vigilant. The trees near the base had been felled, but farther out the forest thickened, reducing visibility. Both sides converged rapidly, especially the swift-moving collapse entities. In less than 10 minutes, the red dots on the detector neared the center. Everyone halt. Tighten the perimeter. Prepare to engage. Mo Chen commanded. The 3 machine guns were set up, and tension gripped the group as they stared toward the forest. Silhouettes gradually sharpened. Tall figures stood out among the trees. Wraiths. Bad luck. 5 wraiths were infinitely more formidable than 5 data phantoms. Encountering 5 wraiths in such a skirmish would spell annihilation for most players. Yet Mo Chen remained unperturbed. All except the 3rd echelon opened fire. Rat-a-tat. Against wraiths there was no need to hold back. The 3 machine guns spat tongues of flame, sweeping toward the wraiths ahead. The foremost wraith was instantly torn apart, and the one behind it had half its body blasted away. However, due to overwhelming firepower and moving targets, the remaining wraiths closed in swiftly. The others also unleashed their weapons, including several AK-47s. The automatic rifle's firepower far surpassed that of bolt-action rifles. The fastest wraiths couldn't exploit the terrain advantage. They barely closed to within 60 meters before being entirely eliminated. Several frontliners reached for their grenades, but the battle was already over. Wraith eliminated Alliance EXP-10 Wraith eliminated Merit 100 Wraith eliminated Trade Beacon dropped X1. Well done. Report status from each base. The battle concluded with ease, and Mo Chun had the leisure to inquire about the bases. Base 1 small number of collapse entities approaching from the south. Base 2 no anomalies. Base 3 no anomalies. Maintain alert. We head west to intercept the collapse entities heading for the base. Mo Chun announced. His plan was simple: have all 3 bases heavily guarded, while he led a mobile unit to roam outside searching for treasure chests or proactively eliminating collapse entities. Primarily, he sought to gain experience. Having heard tales from Lee Simming about the outside world, he anticipated manageable danger. He couldn't forever remain entrenched in defensive battles. Adaptation was necessary to avoid future setbacks. If they suffered losses merely from hunting collapse entities in peacetime, how could they ever dream of assaulting base cities? That would be suicide. Understood. Deploy recovery robots. Adjust directives. The team swiftly turned westward. Along the way, they found a 2-star chest yielding a universal electric lathe of considerable value. Thus, they slowed their pace, dispatching a transport robot fitted with an emergency cargo module to haul it back. With each version update, chests grew more valuable, but their drop rate had noticeably decreased. Even basic and 1-star chests were rarely seen. The current version theoretically had a small chance of yielding 3-star chests. The AK-47S they wielded came from such a chest purchased by Mo Chun at considerable expense from the market. Rumor had it that a single chest yielded 30 AKs and ample ammunition. At the pinnacle of second-tier technology, tanks and aircraft appeared, so 2-star chests could theoretically contain tanks, let alone 3-star ones. Though Mo Chun had never seen one, 3-star chest likely had a much higher chance of containing tanks. He wouldn't be surprised to see someone selling a tank on the market. Unfortunately, none were on offer. 99 stars, an unknown wasteland. You all wait for me. Wang Jie gritted his teeth, recalling the past, those chat records. 3 weeks ago, his dear friend before crossing over borrowed money from him, and without hesitation, he gave away the remaining 4,000. Now 3 weeks have passed from the initial silence to later reminders. The so-called once-dear friend has yet to return a single cent. Initially, ammunition prices rose, but he had already sold several rounds before the price increase. 3 weeks ago, food prices soared, and because he lent out money he couldn't afford to eat. Reluctantly, he sold the transport robot for 4,000, which saved the people in the base from starving. Last week's trade beacon price increased, and due to other matters he missed out on the main force and got nothing. Moreover, the price of transport robots skyrocketed last week. After deducting transaction taxes, he could have received over 20,000, but he sold early at a price equivalent to a loss of more than 5 times. During this surge, he encountered several data phantoms and expended a lot of bullets, reducing his savings to the point of only being enough for a meal, and he hadn't even had lunch yet. Why is he so unlucky? He feels he has been unlucky since childhood. Even game draws are guaranteed. Wang Jie complained. Now he could only wander around this wasteland hoping to find a treasure chest, otherwise he would really starve. Is that another space? Suddenly Wang Jie saw a building. He had been here before. It seemed deserted. Unless... Wang Jie suddenly thought of something. The one that has been the hottest topic of discussion recently. His eyes lit up. Could it be that fortune is turning? He knew that the luck he had accumulated over 20 years would one day explode. Wang Jie suppressed his excitement and arrived in front of the building. It was a square building with a matte gray texture seamlessly connected without doors or windows, as solid as a single piece of cast material roughly the size of a house. However, from a distance above, it appeared hollow inside, as if the core section had been precisely cut out, forming a geometrical cavity that separated the inside from the outside. Wang Jie searched around the building and quickly spotted a glowing screen. Interstellar Trade Store random call. It looked a bit like a massive vending machine. Random call. Wang Jie tentatively clicked the screen. Please insert trade beacon 1. This prompt felt like a bucket of cold water splashed onto him. Naturally, he didn't have a trade beacon, and the current price was over 4,000. He simply couldn't afford it. Was he to let his cash mount and go to waste? Wang Jie felt a bit reluctant, but soon thought of a solution. Borrow money. As for whether anyone would lend to him, if he made a short video, it would be enough. Just lend him 10,000, and after starting, he would pay back 100,000. As for the remaining trade points, recording a video would suffice, but he needed to return to the base to film. Without hesitation, he immediately ran towards home, as if the store would vanish at any moment. An hour later, Wang Jie returned here with a trade beacon. Relying on that video, he managed to acquire 50,000 trade points from several places, but he had to repay 200,000 in a week, and he signed a contract. 4 times within a week high-interest loans, but it didn't matter as long as it allowed him to start. Making $1 million a day was just around the corner. Random call. Wang Jia pressed the button with trembling hands. He bet everything on this. Call successful, please wait 10 minutes. After the call was successful, he would immediately see the merchant's name. Surprisingly, it wasn't the wandering merchant. Diamond Mercenary Exchange, what is this? Wang Jia froze for a second. He just wanted a wandering merchant to trade some nutrient paste to whet his appetite. This merchant seemed to have never appeared in any guides. Wang Jia could only ask in the chat channel, but nobody could answer his questions. He could only let his family back at the base search the forum on the computer, but they also found nothing. The chances of calling out merchants other than the wandering merchant were also very obvious. It seemed no one had encountered this merchant. Had he become exceedingly rare? The continuous good luck made Wang Jia feel somewhat unreal. 10 minutes passed quickly. Wang Jia was filled with anticipation. Whoosh! A voice echoed. A bright line was drawn across the horizon, instantly igniting into a blazing tail, like an uncontrollable meteor crashing towards the ground, the roar wrapped in wind pressure rolling from afar. The fireball descended closer, revealing a sharply defined silver-gray capsule surrounded by dark red embers, with a parachute trailing behind it like a large white sail, gradually slowing the capsule down as the flames dimmed into a faint red shadow. The airdrop capsule hovered momentarily in midair before steadily descending, finally embedding itself into the gap above the interstellar trade store with a thud, and the parachute above retracted. So cool. Wang Jia felt a surge of excitement. Even though there were videos on the forum, seeing it with his own eyes was still astonishing. Diamond Mercenary Exchange. The main industry of the Diamond race is mercenary work, offering excellent quality at low prices. Come and try it out. Hiring fees are settled weekly with prices at the lowest quotes. Higher quotes are negotiated by employers themselves. Diamond mercenaries excel in close combat with cold weapons. Please avoid easy confrontation with regular troops. After hiring, a basic mercenary agreement is automatically signed. Click to view details. Current faction rapport is cold with a single hire limit of 3,000. Weak Diamond mercenaries. 1,000 weak Diamond mercenaries forced to become mercenaries for survival expendables of war. Ordinary Diamond mercenaries. 2,000 ordinary Diamond mercenaries who have experienced several battles with individual qualities not weaker than the regular troops of the new United Empire, but with poor equipment. Elite Diamond mercenaries. 4,000 elite Diamond mercenaries with rich combat experience, powerful enough to defeat first-tier knights. Diamond mercenary captain. 0. In the eyes of the Diamond, only the strong can lead a group of Diamonds. He can help you achieve victory in battle and comes with about 10 mercenaries capable of executing small-scale missions. Diamond Royal Warrior Bloodfang. 4. A royal baron from a dark city, mastering blood magic, capable of flying faster than the speed of sound, posing a significant threat to enemies and difficult to kill, able to influence local battlefields, has previously single-handedly killed a Dominator-level creature and annihilated a new United Empire's pursuit squad. Wang Jia silently finished reading the product introduction. Soon his emotions became even more excited. Mercenaries. Not that there weren't options. The new United Empire Star Shield Defense Company, New United Empire Knights Association, Holy Conquest Empire Mysterious Merchant. These merchants also had a chance to sell mercenary services, but the overall chance was extremely low, far lower than other goods. Moreover, in terms of price, hiring a first-tier knight costs at least 10,000 to 15,000 weekly. Yet here the elite Diamond mercenaries can defeat first-tier knights for much less, not even a third of that. The last option was even more outrageous. A mercenary capable of single-handedly killing a Dominator-level creature. Could this store be his golden finger? And Bloodfang is his initial hero with a broken leg. Wang Jia began to question his life. He had a concept of the figure of 48,000. It's a lot for an ordinary player, but for wealthy players, it's just a bit more than the price of a transport robot. This price for a superhuman capable of supersonic flight and single-handedly killing Dominator-level creatures. Impossible. Moreover, this figure was almost exactly his balance. This led him to wild thoughts. The golden finger clearly saw that he had only this much money, blatantly prompting him to hire this hero unit. But mercenaries can't be sold. How to recoup his costs? Wang Jia hesitated for a moment, but then became resolute. Repatriation. That was impossible. With Bloodfang in hand, was he still afraid of running out of money? At worst, he could borrow a bit from the nearby bases, then find the base city, seize the base city, establish the first alliance to conquer a base city, and reach the pinnacle of his life. Wang Jia even began to fantasize. However, the feasibility seemed quite low. With this in mind, he no longer hesitated and pressed the final button. The interstellar trade store opened a crack and then split open to both sides. After a moment, a figure slowly, with black long hair cascading behind him. He wore a black high-collared suit, standing tall and handsome, resembling a medieval noble. He He seemed a bit confused surveying his surroundings and also seeing the person in front of him. Wang Jie was also momentarily stunned. Bloodfang was not a beautiful girl. The game didn't set it up like this. How could an initial character be a man and still be more handsome than him, not a female-oriented story? Forget it, what if he had a career line? Once he had money, would he still be afraid of not having women? Hello, Bloodfang. Wang Jie forced a smile and extended his hand. Hello. The other party also seemed to smile, revealing a hint of sharp teeth. Basic mercenary agreement. Party A hires Party B with hiring fees settled weekly at the base price of the lowest quote, and Party A may adjust it. If Party A assigns tasks to Party B that exceed the mercenaries' capabilities with unreasonable difficulty or mortality rates, Party B may terminate the task early and be repatriated with the hiring fee refunded to Party A. If Party B intends to cause fatal harm to Party A or deliberately allows Party A to suffer fatal harm, it triggers protection, immediately repatriating Party B and refunding the hiring fee. Fatal harm includes circumstances where the employer suffers injury resulting in imminent death, including death from blood loss, infection, organ failure, etc. Interesting, Bloodfang murmured to himself. Before him lay a human deprived of their limbs, yet preserved by his magic. Had he not inexplicably recalled the contents of that agreement, he would have already killed this ant. But where exactly is this place? He had merely accepted a commission from someone daring enough to hire him, yet he had never anticipated such a teleportation ability. Bloodfang surveyed his surroundings. The environment was remarkably pleasant, with a warmth reminiscent of basking in the sun, devoid of any uncomfortable radiation or toxic gas. The oxygen concentration was perfect, and even the curse upon him felt somewhat alleviated. A completely habitable ecosystem. It was nearly impossible for such a thing to arise naturally, and the environment seemed very primitive. Could it be a planet currently being transformed by the new United Empire? But why would an ant be the one to employ him? There were no guards around. Was some arrogant noble's son attempting to privately recruit him for a task? Bloodfang kept a vigilant watch over his surroundings, particularly paying attention to the sky, on guard against any orbital drop troops that might come crashing down or direct strikes from long-range weapons. In the new United Empire, he had the confidence to fight against high-ranking knights, and in terms of speed, he was not inferior to the most elite knights. Few could match him in the new United Empire aside from those with knight titles or ascended beings. But humanity relied not on individual strength, but rather on those weapons. Even the most basic anti-ship weapon could kill him, a bloodline baron. Yet the reality was that after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. This was unreasonable. Where exactly was this place? Bloodfang attempted to extract information from the captured human ant, but it seemed he was not speaking the common tongue of the new United Empire. Was it a regional dialect of the new United Empire? Or perhaps he was not even a citizen of the new United Empire. Not even from the three great empires, or those damned angels. Bloodfang felt a flicker of anticipation. The blood flowing within him endowed him with a strength that ordinary humans could hardly hope to attain. His body began to elevate from the ground, and his vision, far superior to that of any bird of prey, swiftly locked onto a base. Whoosh! His body transformed into a streak of crimson light swiftly cutting through the air. Moments later, Bloodfang arrived before the base, observing the large door before him. What kind of metal is this? I've never seen it before. He pressed his hand against it, but it did not budge. The strength was considerable. However, Bloodfang's sharp claws cut a gash into his other wrist. A viscous liquid flowed forth, gradually coalescing in his hand into the shape of a sword. He grasped the hilt and drove the blade into the door slowly, making a downward cut. Before long, a crack had been sliced open in the door. Who? Lao Wang, are you back? A voice came from inside that he still could not understand. However, he could sense the life force within. Just a few more ants. If there are only these ants here. The subspace, chaos, wasteland, interstellar, sea, dark side, immaterial realm, demon world, quantum, see the opposite of the material realm, the angles of vector descent. It has too many names. Currently, despite the extensive records of human civilization regarding its observation, research, and understanding, it remains merely the tip of the iceberg. The subspace has two fundamental principles. First, subspace is a higher dimensional space parallel to the real universe where there are no planets, no light, no particles. The physical laws are completely different from those of the real universe. The entire space is almost an endless ocean composed purely of energy, known as spiritual energy, also referred to as ether or ghost energy. Second, subspace poses great threats. It generally does not intersect with the real universe, but under certain guidance, it can allow partial contact or even fusion between the real universe and subspace. This can lead to the destruction of the rules of the real universe, inviting what is known as the first calamity, a malevolence that in the worst cases could annihilate all of human civilization, akin to a great disaster. These 2 points form the introduction of the book, after which most of the content relates to spiritual energy, while the research on subspace is relatively scarce. The book's introduction to spiritual energy and spells and basic 6 systems of spiritual energy spells rarely mention the concept of subspace, but Imo-chun now held 5 different books in his hands, with the other 3 deriving from 3 previous refreshes. The other 3 books are Foundations of Subspace and Spiritual Energy Art and Spells and Modern Subspace Technology. While he certainly hadn't finished all 5 books, he had gained some understanding of the basic concepts. After all, this is a completely unfamiliar field. Many aspects still feel like deciphering a celestial script. Spending 3 hours each day reading these, fully comprehending all 5 books, would take at least 1 to 2 months in the best case, and in the worst case, even half a year might not suffice. Why continue studying even after having crossed over? After all, who wouldn't want supernatural abilities? But 3 hours each day is already quite a lot. Imo-chan finds it difficult to carve out more time. Spiritual Energy Awakening. He gazed at the blue injection vial in his hand, murmuring softly. The Spiritual Energy Awakening Serum, especially the standard version, is merely a diluted product. 99% of people cannot awaken with this injection, and it costs only 200,000, roughly the same price across the entire new United Empire. This thing is just a basic product, and there are no significant risks in using it. But whether one can actually awaken is another matter. Imo-chun bought 3 vials, 1 each for Li Si-ming, Nora, and himself. The highest probability lies with Li Si-ming. She might already be considered awakened, as her affinity for spiritual energy is different, and she may only lack a wand and knowledge to become a true spiritual practitioner. The wand is crucial. When the real universe and subspace do not intersect, the spiritual energy coefficient in the real universe is quite low, making it difficult for spiritual practitioners to use spells. However, with a wand, spiritual practitioners can draw on the energy within it to cast spells. As for what the player characteristics are, Imo-chan is uncertain, and he is not sure if the serum will have any effect on Li Si-ming. Using it poses no harm to spiritual practitioners, it's merely a waste of a vial. Moreover, the awakening serum can also be used for training. Imo-chan ceased to ponder further and injected himself in the upper arm. Yet Imo-chan could clearly feel that he had indeed undergone a change, though he found it difficult to articulate. He had succeeded, but the reaction was much less significant than that of the genetic optimization potion. The change in the panel confirmed that it was not an illusion. It seemed that his talent was quite decent. His fists had not grown stronger, his vision had not improved, nor did he possess multiple dantians. However, Imo-chan could sense something unusual, as if he had gained an additional sensory organ that allowed him to perceive a whole new world in ways beyond ordinary comprehension. It was akin to how bats can hear sounds above 20 kHz, or how mantis shrimps possess 16 types of color receptors. Currently, he could only rely on instinct to control this organ, which indeed resembled what was described in the books. Further study and practice would be necessary for him to become a true spiritual energy user. Then there was Li Si-ming's side. Chung Wei-feng, yes, I felt a significant change. I'm not sure if I've leveled up. Chung Wei-feng, do I need to learn it too? Road underfoot, you have good talent. I believe in you. I've also given you the language skill book. Imo-chan sent over 4 books out of the 5, keeping only the one he had read along with a skill book on the common language of the new United Empire. The transaction tax for books was minimal, only 2 trade points each. Imo-chan would need at least half a month to fully comprehend the one in his possession, so it was better to give it to Li Si-ming. Moreover, Li Si-ming indeed had good talent and time. Her affinity for spiritual energy was already standard, a level above Imo-chan. Despite being just 1 level, the difference was certainly significant. Currently, the attribute panel was difficult to enhance, as there was no monster hunting leveling mechanism. The only path available was that of genetic optimization potions. It was challenging to elevate from deficiency to normal, let alone surpassing physiological limits. Merely achieving an all attributes normal physique would surpass even the healthiest humans of Blue Star enough to win multiple gold medals in past Olympics. Here, normal merely referred to the standard attributes of ordinary people from various races in this worldview, and defects were relatively rare. Now that he had awakened, he could learn spells. However, after truly understanding them, Imo-chun found himself somewhat hesitant. To genuinely get started, he realized the complexities were numerous. For instance, spiritual energy spells were divided into 6 major categories, each representing a different discipline: transformation spells, psychokinesis, energy conversion, elemental shaping, and reconstruction, alchemy, physiological changes, support, telepathy, mind, and radiation rules, mysticism. To study transformation spells, in addition to understanding spiritual energy theory, one needed at least a foundational grasp of dynamics, physics, and mathematics, and ongoing refinement would be necessary. The same was true for other categories. For energy conversion, one would need foundational knowledge in energy thermodynamics, physics, and mathematics to proceed with further study. Renowned spiritual energy sorcerers often held various academic degrees. According to the text, a regular person needed a certain level of talent and 1 to 2 years of time to become an apprentice spiritual energy sorcerer, and even longer to become a fully qualified sorcerer, especially within a specialized school. What could a wild person like him use to self-study these things? Even back on Blue Star, his academic performance was mediocre. A basic fire-type attack spell fire eruption, difficulty level 5. Basic circuit fire element conversion combustion short-range projection. Description: one of the most fundamental and commonly used attack spells in the energy conversion category, also known as fireball. The learning difficulty is not high, suitable for beginners. Recommended advancement directions: 1. Replacing short-range projection with energy beam projection can slightly enhance power and range, but energy beam projection has a higher learning difficulty. 2. Adding a circuit energy accumulation after combustion can significantly increase the power after release, but overall difficulty increases considerably. 3. Using heating instead of combustion can reduce consumption and speed up spellcasting, but heating is a psychokinesis spell circuit requiring cross-discipline foundations. 4. Adding a circuit spherical shaping after combustion changes it from a continuous flow beam to a projectile that detonates upon impact, greatly enhancing the range suitable for mid-range combat. Inside were a multitude of terms that Mo Chun could only barely comprehend. To utilize this, he would need at least a year, and it might not even be as effective as simple firearms. The required time was far too lengthy. He could only sigh and temporarily set aside the study of spells. If he were on Blue Star, he would definitely resign and focus entirely on research, but where was this place? Such an environment was not so stable and leisurely. Even a month was hard for Mo Chun to endure. He could learn when he had time and push it aside when he did not. He would leave it to fate. Suddenly a message interrupted Mo Chun's contemplation. "Lin Shi, leader, are you there?" Road underfoot. "What's the matter?" "Lin Shi, someone in our alliance has discovered a dungeon." A dungeon. Although not an interstellar trading shop, a dungeon would still suffice. He hadn't expected such a plan. The difficulty of attacking the base city was too high, which was why Mo Chun had chosen to practice during the Tide period, but even then, he only had a few chances to use firearms in a week. Today, Mo Chun saw quite a few recordings from the Tide period yesterday, where players had ventured to probe the base. There were many, and he did not know who had initiated it, but various factions announced plans to explore the base city, making it their objective. Some had captured footage of the base city during the Tide period, and a few players had even conducted actual tests. For example, a group of 10 or so conducted a firepower test against the base city, only for a large swarm of data phantoms to rush out, prompting them to flee quickly. Though they had not delved into the core, there was a general consensus that the data phantoms in the base city during the Tide period were likely easier to deal with than the usual dominant creatures. After a 6-hour assembly and expedition, Mo Chun brought the group to the entrance of the dungeon. Wuzhong Chiyu, a cooperative exploration type large dungeon where blueprints, skill books, rare treasures, and other items may be obtained. As the number of people entering the dungeon increases along with the weight carried and the level of life energy, the difficulty of the dungeon will also rise. After clearing it once, players can relocate to their affiliated base city and freely adjust the entrance, including increasing entrances and changing their sizes. Difficulty selection: everyone can only receive rewards once per week at the same difficulty. Drill: no deaths during the dungeon period. Normal scoring obtained. Normal unlocked after clearing a drill. Observation and exploration, increasing difficulty. Normal scoring obtained. Hard unlocked after clearing normal. In-depth investigation, enemies revealed. Higher scoring obtained. Brutal unlocked after clearing hard. Face the calamity directly, enemies manifest. Highest scoring obtained. The dungeon itself is a portal, but this portal is slightly larger with a texture reminiscent of some kind of crystal covered in edges and cracks. It seems to have some patterns as well. Mo Chun approached the portal. Indeed, various patterns adorned it. What do they mean? They surely are not mere letters or lines. The style of these patterns is somewhat abstract, primarily in red and black, and not very clear. One could vaguely discern that some patterns depict images of certain creatures with distinctions among each entity. It is hard to tell whether they are humans or monsters. The creatures depicted vary greatly, with some resembling humans. They exhibit a range of skin colors, different horns and tails, yet dressed in clothing, making it evident that they are human overall. The reason they are identified as humans is that the other creatures depicted are even more peculiar. Floating in trees, a feathered half-human creature claws at another being. A gray eagle-head creature with a sharp beak, bat-like wings, and a humanoid torso crouching as a grotesque stone beast. A twisted giant with a single eye. A long, twisted half-human creature lying on the ground. A deep red, tentacled underground worm, and a gigantic beast with its head replaced by a pink plant. This merely scratches the surface of what these patterns describe. There is a sense of chaotic revelry among them. The patterns surely cannot be meaningless. These monsters, could they be the enemies we are to face in the dungeon? Mo Chun couldn't help but shiver. He had some understanding of dungeons. After all, he was not the only one who had encountered this in the forums. The Wuzhongqiyu dungeon is neither common nor unique. There are many different types of dungeons, and other players have seen this one. The difficulty levels are roughly the same, and fortunately, there is a drill difficulty, otherwise he wouldn't dare to venture in. However, it seems these patterns do not record any substantial information. Just as Emo-chan was about to give up, he caught a glimpse of something. In an inconspicuous corner there appeared to be a human. Not one of those humanoid creatures, but a genuine human female incongruous with the other beings without any strange organs, just wearing a black robe revealing only a blurry silhouette. He felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere. Is she a mythological figure from Blue Star? It should just be a coincidence that she looks similar. After all, those monsters could be forcibly matched to some mythological or fantasy creatures. Difficulty drill activated. As Emo-chun made his choice, the portal began to activate. The space in the center was distorted and swallowed, forming a void. Let's go. Emo-chun waved his hand. A total of 15 people and 20 transport robots gradually entered the portal. Current team size detected difficulty increased to drill 3. They did not arrive directly at their destination, but passed through a tunnel. On both sides of the tunnel, images similar in style to those on the portal were carved. In the middle there was a line of characters that Emo-chun did not recognize, but could understand. On an unknown planet, civilization is still primitive. However, the tunnel quickly vanished, and Emo-chun and the others fell to darkness before arriving at an unknown location. In a vast, spacious cave, 2 identical metal furnaces stood on either side about 100 meters apart, emitting significant light and heat. Battle node furnace. Cave light and heat attract all nearby creatures. Mission objective: ensure at least one furnace is not destroyed within 1 hour. Protect the furnace. But there are 2 furnaces, which means there is 1 to spare. However, Emo-chun's team was equipped with weapons based on a single target combat mode. Everyone head over there. Emo-chun decisively instructed, abandoning 1 furnace. Commander, there's something. Nora alerted. Almost simultaneously with her words, Emo-chun also saw shadows writhing at the edge of the cave. Upon closer inspection, they were small worms the size of footballs covered in jagged stone-like armor crawling towards the 2 furnaces. Their speed was not fast, giving Emo-chun and his group ample time. Rifles free fire. Emo-chun, bang bang. The group immediately opened fire, pulling triggers continuously. Bullets struck the worms, killing them. The first team, along with your transport robots, stand guard outside. The second and third teams alternate fire. The density of the worms is not high. The firepower of 10 people is more than sufficient. The first team on the perimeter is equipped with shields and handguns, while the second and third teams have stronger weapons like rifles, including automatic rifles. The worms on this side were suppressed, but soon the worms on the other side surged towards the unguarded furnace. The metal furnace was slowly dismantled by the worms and eventually fell. The furnace's flames erupted, incinerating several worms. The extinguishing of 1 furnace cast one side of the cave into darkness. All the worms began to swarm towards the only remaining furnace, with some new worms appearing. A type of worm covered in metallic shiny armor was considerably larger than the previous stone-armored worms. Nora raised her gun and fired. Surprisingly, she did not kill this worm. It seemed to truly have an iron shell, requiring 2 more shots before it fell limp and ceased moving. She held an AK-47, firing full-power rounds. The number of iron-armored worms is far less than the stone-armored ones, appearing only occasionally, but they must be taken seriously as they require several shots to take down. So many. A team member couldn't help but complain. At the edges of the cave and the crevices, worms continued to emerge. They had already shot down at least 200. This is only after 10 minutes, so if calculated there would be at least over 1,000 worms in 60 minutes. It's truly consuming bullets. A normal player would probably feel pained just by the ammo expenditure. We might need to use melee weapons appropriately, Emo-chun speculated. The worms' movement speed and aggressiveness are quite average, so handling them with melee weapons shouldn't be too difficult. Woo! Suddenly the furnace behind them stirred. Emo-chun jolted in surprise and whirled around. Its surface blazed with radiance and golden beams shot forth like lances. The light felt merely dazzling and warm to Emo-chun and his companions. But for the insects, it was altogether different. Whether repelled by light or heat, the creatures wilted instantly, slumping lifelessly onto the ground like deflated eggplants. Those farther away twitched feebly, those nearer visibly withered, their vitality ebbing before the eye. The furnace possessed this function. Emo-chun stared astonished. He scrutinized it closely and spotted a lever seemingly designed for manual activation. The furnace's luminous pulse endured for 5 minutes. By its end, nearly all insects lay paralyzed. Emo-chun's team eliminated the remnants with ease and still had ample time to rest. When the glow faded, the furnace dimmed markedly. Its radiance drained as if preparing to recharge. This wasn't particularly difficult. Insects were never formidable to begin with, and now with the furnace aiding them, perhaps even cold weapons would suffice. Yet Emo-chun soon discarded that notion. 3 new breeds of insect emerged, each far more threatening. One resembled a gray crab, basketball-sized, armored in thick mud, wielding colossal razor-sharp pincers. Another loomed larger still, a deep crimson variant, seemingly the mature form of the gray one. Both moved with startling speed and radiated unmistakable aggression. Mo Chun abandoned close-quarters tactics and intensified his firepower, swiftly eradicating both threats. Their defenses proved modest. 1 or 2 shots sufficed to fell them. Then a violet spider appeared, its abdomen pulsing with faint luminescence. Ariana spotted it instantly and struck true on its sudden emergence. Pop! It detonated, splattering corrosive acid across the floor, hissing violently where it landed. The explosion startled the entire group. An explosive insect. Mo Chun commanded, voice low and urgent, prioritized the violet spiders. Nora, take the machine gun. Target the highest threats. As a precaution, he assigned her the heavy weapon. Her hands were the steadiest, her reflexes the swiftest, her aim unerring, the natural choice for trust. Moreover, after ingesting the awakening elixir, Nora had immediately awakened standard tier spiritual affinity. That rank denoted a certified spiritual cultivator. According to ancient texts, achieving standard tier at the very moment of awakening signaled extraordinary innate talent. Such prodigies mastered arcane arts with astonishing speed. Mo Chun had originally planned precisely that, sacrificing even his most trusted comrade's presence on the field so Nora could train safely at home. Yet while Nora obeyed Mo Chun without question in all else, she refused this one demand. I must safeguard the commander's life, she declared. Mo Chun felt a quiet swell of emotion. Pop! Another violet spider exploded, acid sizzling across stone. No further insects appeared. 60 minutes had passed. The mission concluded. Though Mo Chun had not manually triggered the furnace, it had autonomously flared once, granting them 5 minutes of invulnerability. It seemed to activate automatically every 20 minutes. Mission complete. Select your next node. Maximum rest time at this node 10 minutes. Rest time was limited to 2 shimmering portals now stood before Mo Chun. Simultaneously, the cavern transformed. The shattered furnace reappeared, whole and gleaming. Brilliant light flooded the chamber, insect corpses vanished entirely. The scene renewed itself, pristine, silent, as though no battle had ever occurred. The cavern walls bore intricate murals, rendered in the same stark portal-like style, yet monochrome and deliberately rudimentary. From left to right, though numerous creatures were depicted, a clear narrative emerged, the evolutionary ascent of a single lineage. At the far left, writhing worm-like beings, tentacled, predatory, hunted other nameless creatures. Further along, limbs sprouted midway through the cavern. The central figure stood upright, still slender of torso, yet unmistakably bipedal. Closer to the right, their forms grew increasingly human, refined, balanced, familiar. Finally, fully humanoid figures appeared, identical to those Mo Chun had glimpsed within the portals, gathered en masse beside the furnace. Had civilization leapt forward overnight? Such a finely engineered, intricately structured furnace could hardly have been forged by newly evolved humans. Was this humanity's evolutionary path? What did it signify? Though evolutionary theory posited a gradual ascent, from ancient fish to tetrapods, then to primates, and finally to Homo sapiens. What linked them to worms? Earthly annelids were invertebrates, entirely off the hominid lineage. Even if these were alien, the divergence remained staggering. What then did these murals imply? A chance convergence, an extraterrestrial species evolving near identically to humans, or mere parity? In comparing the earliest worms to the final humanoids, the size difference spanned an order of magnitude. Did evolution render them weaker? Was that even biologically coherent? Mo Chun muttered wryly. He began to wonder whether he was squandering precious time. These glyphs and frescoes seemed utterly irrelevant. He turned away and fixed his gaze upon the 2 portals. Non-combat node. Dangerous combat node. The dungeon appeared segmented into multiple nodes, its total count unknown. A binary choice. Mo Chun selected dangerous combat node. This was training, not lethal simulation. His sole objective, forging his team's resilience. This trial posed moderate difficulty, ideal for honing marksmanship, yet insufficient to test mental fortitude. Let's go. They stepped through the rightmost portal. Darkness swallowed them, then receded, revealing another cavern. Dangerous combat, node, furnace cavern. Light and heat draw all nearby life forms. Objective, protect the furnace from destruction for 60 minutes. Again, Mo Chun frowned, then sensed something amiss. Only one furnace remained, the cavern itself had shrunk. And every insect that emerged was larger, more numerous, more relentless. 60 minutes later, Mo Chun lowered his rifle, fatigue settling deep into his bones. Far more arduous, yet still overcome. Between both trials, they'd expended nearly 3,000 rounds. Though bullet prices had declined recently, scarcity persisted. Loot chests yielded firearms and ammunition together, flooding the market with guns while depleting ammo reserves. Even with burgeoning production lines, bullets remained costly consumables. Those 3,000 rounds alone exceeded 300,000 credits. Only Emotion could afford such expenditure. Most players carried a few hundred rounds, considered generous. Even Emotion, ever cautious, had brought only 6,000 rifle cartridges, and half were already spent. Machine gun belts and grenades remained largely untouched. Mission complete. Select your next node. Maximum rest time at this node 10 minutes. This time only a single portal shimmered into view. Non-combat node. Emotion felt genuine curiosity. What awaited in a non-combat node? Murals reappeared on the walls, but these differed. The protagonist shifted from worm to a colossal fire-breathing reptilian behemoth. Yet its arc remained consistent. Predation driving adaptation, bipedalism emerging, then gradual refinement into humanoid form. Emotion ceased his feudal archaeology and strode directly toward the portal. In a non-combat node, a fork in the road. Countless paths stretch out with no one knowing where they lead. Perhaps moving forward only distances them from their goal. Task objective: let's go. Emotion and his companions arrived at an unknown wasteland. The sky is dim. Although the surroundings are a wasteland, it is not spacious. Everything around is hazy and illusory, leaving only the path beneath their feet. The road ahead is uncertain. There seems to be a street lamp, which is why Emotion and his group can see their surroundings clearly. What does this mean? Advance. But the hint is clear: moving forward only makes the goal seem further away. So should they retreat? Emotion turned to look into the darkness behind him, feeling hesitant. If retreating alone could solve the problem, that would be too easy. A simple hint requiring no deduction. Yet moving forward also seems somewhat easy. Are there no other clues? Is this the non-combat node? It feels even more tense than a combat node. Can they not walk? Emotion glanced at the blurred sides of the path, instinctively hesitant to touch them. There is not a sound to be heard. The surroundings are shrouded in darkness. In this eerie environment, if not for the many people around him bolstering his courage, being alone here might have been frightening. What should we do? Everyone waited for Emotion to make a decision. Let's split up and try. Emotion ordered a group of people in bulletproof vests to split into pairs, moving forward and backward. But as someone took a few steps forward, an invisible force pushed them all in the same direction. The same occurred when someone stepped back. The rules do not allow two paths to be taken simultaneously. Even scouting is forbidden. Let's head back. Unable to find any other clues, Emotion chose to trust the hint. With the light source behind him, he retreated. As he plunged into the darkness, the sky suddenly turned to daylight. Task complete. A blue-green badge fell from the sky in front of Emotion. A teleportation portal also appeared not far ahead on the path. In the replica shop, Emotion did not rush in, instead examining the badge in his hand. A rope threaded through a metal tag bore a blue-green pattern depicting a blurred figure. What is this? What use does it have? Emotion was unsure, but decided to keep it. Then everyone walked toward the teleportation portal. As his vision darkened, they arrived at a shop. The shop is fully equipped with white-painted walls and soft lighting that is bright enough to illuminate every corner, making one feel at ease. On one side of the shop, there are two teleportation portals. Exit the replica. Delve deeper into the replica. Emotion shifted his gaze, observing the shop. A robot stood at the counter with some items displayed behind it. Hello. Emotion tentatively spoke up. Hello to you too, the robot responded in kind. They could actually communicate. Who are you? I am the owner here, and you can purchase goods from me. What can we use to buy? Let me see. Your score for this replica is 30. What is the use of this badge? It represents a merit. You can sell it to me for 10 points, or to revive someone who died during the replica. If you can take it deep into the replica, its value will be higher. Can it be taken out of the replica? No, any items obtained in the replica without additional markings cannot be. Emotion nodded and continued to ask, where is this place? This is the replica shop. Where is the replica shop located? In the replica. What is the source of the replica? Please do not ask me questions unrelated to the shop. When asked about other matters, the robot could not provide answers. Emotion could only look at the goods behind the robot. What do you sell here? Blueprints, skill books, relics items. These can be taken out of the replica, while those cannot. The robot pointed at the two sides of the merchandise display. Demon language skill book, 100 learn the universal language of demons. Primitive unarmed combat, 30 win at all costs without weapons. Psychokinetic impact skill book, 50 learn one of the basic spells of transformation magic. Ancient hunting skill book, 30 experience gained from hunting in ancient times. Furnace blueprint, 20 a furnace for warmth and lighting resembling a miracle at the beginning of civilization. Relic small furnace, 100 significantly enhances the light and heat emitted from a furnace. Replica sword, 2 a very sharp and durable sword crafted from unknown materials. Replica bow and arrow 3, a high-quality bow and 50 arrows. Replica healing 5, heal a person's injuries. Replica relic pestilence 20, increases damage dealt to insect-type creatures by allies. Replica relic spectacles 100, reduces the difficulty of the replica by 1. Replica relic imitation conqueror's longsword 100, within 100 meters allies' damage to enemies is significantly increased, but there is also a 50 chance that allies will take significantly increased damage from enemies. There are 10 items on each side. Emo-chun felt quite conflicted. The items available for 30 points were not what he wanted, while the ones he desired were beyond his means. He really wanted the psychokinetic impact skill book, but even trading the badge wouldn't be enough. Ultimately, he decided not to buy anything and to save his points. They continued to delve deeper into the replica. After all, it is an exercise difficulty, so they should be bold. In the Endless Quest's Level 2, the winding past connects to an unseen future. Entering the tunnel again, the words had changed somewhat. Combat, Node Polar Hunt. The interglacial period has passed, the era of despair for life. Task objective, hunt 5 large prey. Temperatures will drop rapidly over time. Combat, Node Neighbor Conflict. This forest is inhabited by a group of ancient creatures with an overly strong territorial awareness. Task objective, eliminate the threats in the forest. Combat, Node Beast Threat. The target in the house is somewhat too conspicuous. Task objective, defend against the attacking beasts. Non-combat, Node Maze Cave. Acid rain erodes the earth over time. Task objective, reach the surface. A group of people followed the light emerging from the deep cave and stepping onto the grass. A prompt indicating task completion sounded in his ear. Yet Emo-chun was still quite displeased. His body was covered in mud. The first non-combat node was completed in just a few minutes, but this non-combat node consumed over an hour. Although Emo-chun was the only player in the team, fortunately, he had a walkie-talkie. They had split into 4 teams and searched for half a day before finding the exit. Before him was only one teleportation portal replica shop. They arrived here again. Emo-chun stepped inside. The familiar scene was just that some of the items had changed. How many points do I have now? 135. What about with this badge? 155. Emo-chun pondered for a moment and bought 3 skill books. They were Psychokinetic Basic Control, Psychokinetic Flame Spray, and Psychokinetic Full Observational Field. He had nothing left to buy with the remaining 5 points. However, just these 3 skill books are worth quite a bit. Emo-chun learned Psychokinetic Basic Control and Psychokinetic Full Observational Field, giving Psychokinetic Flame Spray to Nora. They took a moment to recover in the shop after just climbing out of the cave. It was exhausting. This replica is really long. Does it require survival gear and food? Emo-chun had not anticipated this, and he was also running low on ammunition. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Only 2 transport robots were somewhat damaged and being dragged by the others. However, after several battles, each person was left with fewer than 50 rounds of rifle ammunition, while there were still over 2,000 rounds of machine gun ammunition, but one of the machine guns malfunctioned after heavy fire, and they hadn't brought repair tools. The replica had not been out for long. There were many experiences with small replicas on the forum, but few with large replicas. The only thing they could be sure of is that an exercise difficulty dying would directly exit the replica. Next, Emo-chun hesitated in front of the teleportation portal leading deeper into the replica. They had fought twice on the first level and 3 times on the second, and by this sequence the third level would require them to fight 4 times, and they might not have enough supplies. After all, it is exercise difficulty, and no one will die. The points have also been used up, so there is no fear of wasting a trip. Let's continue. In the Endless Quest's Level 3, Beyond the Mist, is a village, city, palace, ruins. After 4 rounds of clearing, the team of over a dozen experienced their first casualty. The dangerous combat node against a worm monster resulted in 3 casualties, and many others were injured. This was also the first time Emo-chun experienced the death of his comrades. He even looked somewhat pale. Everyone check your weapons and ammunition. The AK is out of bullets, but I have 2 rounds left in the pistol. There are 10 rounds left for the 98K. The machine gun is out of ammo. Check the supplies. The machine gun still has a full box plus 1 belt. Everyone finished counting their gear. Light weapon ammunition was nearly depleted, especially the AK, which was completely out of ammo. The 98K had a bit left, while the machine gun had 12 50 rounds and 20 grenades. The consumption was less than expected without encountering a layer of monsters that numbered over 1,000, but the enemies growing stronger left them with little ammo. We have 2 machine guns left, each with 2 belts of ammunition and 1 belt as a backup. Everyone take grenades and leave the incapacitated robots here. The injured should assist the machine gunners in the inner circle, and everyone protect the machine gun positions. Emo-chun directed the pre-battle preparations. A new type of portal appeared not far away. Boss node, is this the end? The final stage. The two machine guns had become the only sustained points of fire, and the tactics had to fully support these two machine guns. Rest for 5 minutes. Thank you all for your hard work. Let's put in extra effort and finish so we can go home for a feast. Imogen addressed the group. After closing his eyes to recuperate for a moment, 5 minutes passed quickly. They had little time left. Imogen began to cast the newly acquired spiritual ability, all-seeing observation. This is a basic spell focused on physiological changes, allowing one to see wider, farther, and with quicker reflexes. Final equipment check. Prepare to depart. No problem. No problem. Let's go. The group entered the portal. Darkness enveloped them, and they found themselves in a wasteland. Ahead stood the outline of a shattered building surrounded by various ruins resembling a city that had been destroyed by war long ago. A tall figure stepped forward. With the vision buff, Imogen looked over immediately. A human. This was the most human-like creature Imogen had seen in this instance, save for the two black horns on its head. The being was towering, standing at 2.5 meters tall, clad in a full suit of dark golden armor, wielding a massive sword nearly 3 meters long. The armor had several visible rivets, suggesting it wasn't any sophisticated technology, nor did it feature any decorative embellishments. It resembled ordinary armor crafted by human hands, and he appeared to be a robust warrior. Hello. Even though Imogen immediately aimed the machine gun at him, he still spoke cautiously. The tall demon nodded, but Imogen couldn't understand his words. He still needed to buy the demon language skill book, but that could only be found in the instant shop. It wasn't available in the outside market. Exchanging 2 spiritual skill books for 1 language skill book felt a bit unfair. The demon watched them, remaining silent like a piece of wood for a while. Then he suddenly moved. The eyes of his helmet glowed red. Seemingly no longer interested in communication, he raised the massive sword in his hand. Wait. Imogen tried to gesture with his hands to indicate he meant no harm. After all, this was the first person he could communicate with in the instance. Oh, what if? Boom. But the demon was not interested in talking. He stomped his foot, causing the ground to tremble, and cracks rapidly spread beneath Imogen and his team, nearly making them lose their balance and fall. What kind of joke is this? What kind of power can achieve this? Fire. Seeing that negotiations had failed, Imogen shouted urgently. Rat-a-tat-tat. 2 Maxim heavy machine guns opened fire simultaneously from 2 directions, the flames bursting from the muzzles, unleashing over 100 rounds in less than 10 seconds. But Imogen looked towards the target of the metal projectiles. Ding ding ding. The demon was hit by bullets, the armor producing sounds of metal clashing, yet not a single bullet penetrated the defense. The tall figure moved in an instant, his speed blurring. The massive sword swung, and 2 nearby team members were decapitated before they even had time to react. A torrent of blood sprayed, and Imogen's pupils dilated simultaneously. The enemy was too powerful. The demon showed no signs of stopping, swiftly killing all 5 team members Imogen had assigned around one of the machine guns, the residual force from his strength, turning the transport robots into scrap metal. Then he looked at Imogen. At the same time, Nora was operating the artillery and fired. Boom. A 300mm shell hit its mark, the explosion engulfing the area around the demon. Imogen also reacted at this moment, taking out a grenade from his waist, pulling the pin, and throwing it, while simultaneously firing the 98K in that direction. The bullets Imogen fired struck him, but failed to budge him an inch. Nora explosives. Imogen shouted loudly. There was only one enemy. The bullets Imogen fired struck him, but failed to budge him an inch. Nora explosives. Imogen shouted loudly. There was only one enemy. They just needed to blow him up. Nora understood, immediately lighting a fuse. A transport robot filled with explosives charged. The explosion from this self-destructing robot would be terrifying. But before it could get close, the demon kicked it away, moving so fast that Imogen barely saw it. Boom. The explosion occurred in midair, lifting large clouds of dust from the ruins. Then in an incredibly short time, the demon wiped out the machine gun position on the other side. Now only Imogen and Nora were left. The demon launched himself at Imogen with a powerful push, his body resembling a small tank, yet exhibiting extraordinary agility, having wiped out 2 machine gun positions in less than 30 seconds. The massive sword was raised in the air. Imogen felt despair wash over him, but Nora pushed him aside. Swish! Nora's left arm was severed. The girl suppressed her intense pain, but did not slow her movements, using her other hand to shoot at the demon's eyes at close range with her pistol. Several bullets accurately struck the same vulnerable eye, causing him to slightly tilt his head this time. However, the power of the pistol was still too weak. This pain was not enough to distract a battle-hardened warrior. The demon raised his massive sword, this time targeting Nora. Swish! Nora couldn't dodge in time, and was cut in half at the waist. Even though her physique was many times stronger than that of others, it was still not enough to withstand this blow. Imogen came to his senses. He was left all alone, even Nora was. If that's the case, then let's die together. The safety pin of the grenade had already been pulled out. He struck another grenade hard while moving towards the boom. The grenades exploded simultaneously, triggering several other grenades on him and the explosives on nearby robots. Boom. In the midst of the explosion, consciousness faded. In a daze, when he awoke again, he was already standing in front of a portal, and the surroundings were no longer the instance's space. He heard Nora's somewhat anxious and concerned voice beside him. "Commander, are you all right?" Imogen glanced at the teammates behind him. Everyone was there. As if everything had just been a hallucination. Cleared the third layer of endless wonder. Since the instant shop was not entered, points were automatically converted to trade points at a rate of 110. Gained 6350 trade points. First global clear of the third layer of endless wonder. Additionally received Demon Clan mark. Imo-chan was stunned for a moment before regaining his senses. That he could still pass this stage was entirely unexpected. This boss battle was in fact the shortest combat segment in the entire dungeon. Excluding the few attempts at communication, the entire battle process took less than a minute. Imo-chan hardly had time to give any commands or interact. Most of his actions were instinctual. Yet recalling that feeling now made him feel somewhat suffocated. How could there be such an outrageous carbon-based creature? The machine guns and grenades couldn't inflict much damage. This led Imo-chan to suspect that it was a humanoid overlord creature. Unfortunately, over 600 points were wasted. That was equivalent to a dozen skill books. Who could he spend these trade points on? Who wouldn't want to try casting fireballs by hand? Demon Clan mark in the Interstellar Trading Shop. When encountering a merchant from the Demon Clan faction, goodwill defaults to 1. This seems acceptable. However, Imo-chan only knew about the Demon Clan from some books. He hadn't heard of Demon Clan merchants. He planned to search for more information when he returned. Soon the results came in. There was only a handful of information. Never recruit Demon Clan mercenaries. Recruiting Demon Clan mercenaries is cheap and effective. What does this mean? Imo-chan was somewhat confused by the two completely different voices. However, it was evident that Demon Clan merchants were indeed rare, otherwise there wouldn't be so little discussion about them. Imo-chan dared not return to the dungeon. The exercise mode could only be accessed once a week. If he went again, he would have to face the normal difficulty, which could truly be deadly. Although he had gained experience going through the first floor, and then quitting should pose little risk. Nevertheless, Imo-chan planned to check the records of others tackling normal difficulty before making a decision. "Commander, the electric technology has been completed." Good, then temporarily halt the production of lumber machines. The technological research had further increased the efficiency of the workbench. Currently, 3 advanced lumber machines could be produced in a day, making it easy to sell for 500,000. But Imo-chan wasn't short on money. Overall, he had already hit a bottleneck. The overall scale had reached its limit. The expansion of the 3 bases had maxed out, and increasing the population would definitely lead to overcrowding. Meanwhile, the dispatched exploration team had searched to the southern edge of the forest where it bordered the desert. They confirmed that the closest ally was that one 8 kilometers away, and no other bases existed within 10 kilometers. 8 kilometers was too far. Although Imo-chan planned to exert influence, he did not intend to recruit them, so expanding his base was a dead end. On the other hand, the chainsaw itself was a level 2 technological product. Although it was a Semi-Forster advanced lumber machine that outperformed the 2-star chainsaw in many aspects, there was no essential difference between the two. Both required manual operation for tree felling. The 2-star chainsaw was just slightly slower and had a higher failure rate, and the advanced lumber machine no longer held a monopoly. While the base was still generating money at a high speed, it was foreseeable that after 1 to 2 weeks some players would be able to create chainsaws or directly purchase lumber tools from traveling merchants, causing the price of timber to plummet. Fortunately, lumbering was not like mining Bitcoin. It was a tangible industry, and wood was at least an important raw material that could be sold back to recycling stations. The price would likely only drop by about 30 at most. Thus, Imo-chan stopped the continued production of advanced lumber machines. Now he wanted to shift the workbench towards the production of electric machine tools, and after researching the technology, he planned to directly buy steam and diesel machine tools at high prices on the market, using the workbench for modifications to begin the industrialization of the base. August 22nd, Sunday. Today, there was a significant live stream titled Koryo Online Strategy for Base. This was not the first time someone had used clickbait for attention, nor was it the first attempt to strategize a base city. However, it attracted global attention. Because this time it was serious. The live stream perspective was from the passenger seat of a vehicle, which was also the only transport vehicle. The camera panned around, showing fully armed soldiers gathering around the vehicle with many machine guns and artillery clearly visible. In the distance at the edge of the view stood towering metal walls, a base city. Hello everyone, my name is Choi Jae-hyuk, a general of the Koryo Army and the overall commander of this operation. At this moment, we are on the 56th day of our arrival in this world. Countless compatriots have perished in this apocalyptic disaster. In the past, we had to hide in our bases one day a week watching those monsters ravage around, and humanity couldn't even build structures on the surface, let alone expand our civilization. And this base city before us is a spark, and it is our future. In the past 10 days, most factions have been engaged in small skirmishes, scattered and disorganized, never daring to take the lead. But today we, the Great Han people, choose to stand first. Behind me are 230 elite warriors of the Great Han people who have undergone the trials of the apocalypse. We may not have tanks or planes, but our weapons are sufficient. Today we face a stronghold occupied by tens of thousands of monsters, a deadlock that no one has ever touched, but we are unafraid, because we want to be the first human faction to capture a base city. Today we face a stronghold occupied by tens of thousands of monsters, a deadlock that no one has ever touched, but we are unafraid, because we want to be the first human faction to capture a base city. Enough with the nonsense. I want to see blood flowing like rivers. Didn't expect Koryo to be the first to take the plunge. It's just a small country on Blue Star. Koryo is still a small country. It was the 12th in global GDP. How is that not significant? Aren't there still 11 countries above it? Why is there no movement? Koryo's ambition is quite large. General Choi charge. Take the base city and Koryo will become the new core of the human world. Winning is still a question. Don't keep saying humanity. What moral pressure is that? Currently the best prepared with 230 people and plenty of machine guns and artillery, it feels like there's a chance. 200 against tens of thousands, and they are the attackers. That's too risky. Data phantoms are nothing against modern weapons. They are similar to zombies. Let's wait and see. Winning would be best, but even if they lose, they can provide experience for those that follow. The live stream had comments in various languages expressing many different attitudes. Finally, after the declaration was roughly completed, Choi Ji-yuk finished reading his script and slowly spoke. I command all artillery to calibrate infantry to assemble, and in 10 minutes the assault will begin. Koryo will prevail. Humanity will prevail. The troops began to advance slowly. The current world time was 5 o'clock, but in this region it was 2 hours ahead of world time. This meant that the next 7 hours would be the current area's light pollution phase, providing ample time. The troops stopped 3 kilometers outside the city. Artillery, prepare to fire. Follow my orders. Fire. With that command, shells flew towards the base city. Is anyone there? Seeing this sentence, I want to ask, does anyone usually read the author's notes at the end of each chapter? I want to post a few pictures. Should I put them in the comments or author's notes? My AI illustration level is not high enough, and AI may not be easy to use. Boom. The sound of artillery shattered the silence as field guns and mortars roared in succession, raining shells upon the city walls. The explosive shockwaves sent the data phantoms flying from the city walls, causing a multitude of them to shatter on the spot, creating large gaps in their formation. Even the shields of the armed guards could not withstand the bombardment. A single shell could annihilate many data phantoms, though the damage to the city walls themselves was minimal. Although the base city had walls, the gates were always left open, which allowed a swarm of data phantoms to pour out after the attack, advancing towards the enemy. Among the massive troop, there were some elite data phantoms of a higher caliber. Boom. The artillery was still pounding, and even the data phantoms on the road were within the coverage area. A great deal of dust was kicked up, and data phantoms were eradicated by the explosions. After dozens of rounds of shelling, the intensity of the firepower finally began to diminish. At least 2,000 to 3,000 data phantoms had been blown to bits, but the data phantom army pouring out of the city was already nearing the enemy. However, the Goryeo army had long been prepared. 12 heavy machine guns roared in unison, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets upon the enemy. Bullets pierced the shields of the armed guards, and those armed soldiers rushing to fill the gaps were shattered and vanished. Even the elite data phantom, known as Iron Fist, could not withstand the firepower and was torn to shreds by the metal stream. Some armed shooters returned fire against the onslaught, shooting light beams towards the Goryeo positions, but due to their limited numbers and the considerable distance, their impact on the Goryeo army was minimal. Infantry advance. Clear the battlefield, Choi Zaiha said as he noticed the number of data phantoms had dwindled considerably. The infantry were mainly armed with Mauser rifles and 98K rifles with a small mix of automatic weapons, and wearing simple armor, they were more than capable of dealing with the remaining data phantoms. Soon the data phantoms that had exited the city were completely cleared, and Goryeo had only sustained 2 injuries, one of whom had tripped. Awesome. How many data phantoms did we kill? Could it be that we are really going to win? Long live the great cold, long live Goryeo. Don't pop the champagne just yet. The hardest part of attacking the base city is still the street battles after entering. Keep it up. Artillery. Continue firing. Choi Zaiha ordered as a drone surveyed the panoramic view of the base city. He estimated that they had not yet eliminated half of the data phantoms inside. The bombardment resumed, and after another dozen rounds, the data phantoms on the city walls were no longer visible. With a command from Chui Zaihe, the infantry split into 4 squads and advanced towards the walls in a skirmish line, with light machine gunners providing suppressive fire. However, as they drew closer, data phantoms slowly reappeared, indicating that there were still some left. Despite the infantry and machine gunners being close by, and the artillery far away, under the overwhelming pressure, some armed shooters successfully retaliated from the walls, hitting soldiers below. The attacks from the armed shooters were not particularly intense, but they were still lethal. The Goryeo army also suffered some casualties, though not many. However, as they approached the city gates and even entered them, the difficulty suddenly escalated. A vast number of data phantoms sheltered under the cover of the base city had not been eliminated by the bombardment and began to engage the Goryeo army in close combat. The infantry continued to fire, taking down data phantoms one by one. Armed soldiers and guards could be dealt with easily as long as their firepower was sustained. They couldn't get close. Yet many armed shooters retaliated, hitting Goryeo soldiers. Several soldiers were dragged back by a medical team after being shot, but some unfortunate ones were overwhelmed and killed. Another Iron Fist charged in, targeting Goryeo soldiers, with its firepower crushing 2 Goryeo soldiers before it was finally taken down by the fire of 2 machine guns. A large number of Goryeo soldiers were approaching the city gates with many machine guns set up as data phantoms continued to surge out from within. A fierce clash erupted at the city gates. The number of fallen soldiers gradually increased, and severely wounded individuals were successively carried to the rear. The messenger gasped and reported 12 killed in action, 8 seriously injured, a total of 20 casualties. Chui Zaihe's expression grew serious. However, this level of casualties was still acceptable. As long as they could capture the base city, it would all be worth it. It all depended on whether they could break through next. However, at the front lines of the clashes at the city gates, several new elite data phantoms slowly emerged. The Cleanser, a larger and more powerful range data phantom, could kill a Goryeo soldier with a single attack, and was not easily defeated. It required sustained fire from machine guns or precise hits from grenades to take it down. The Conductor, a support-type data phantom, granted damage immunity and bonuses to nearby data phantoms, making it quite troublesome. The emergence of these 2 new elite data phantoms significantly increased the pressure on the Goryeo soldiers' defenses. Although they managed to hold on, casualties continued to rise. Order. Alternate cover retreat in stages. Draw the data phantoms out to fight. Chui Zaihe hurriedly commanded. They could not utilize artillery fire at the city gates. If they could draw them out for artillery support, it would be much easier. The Goryeo soldiers began to retreat as instructed, but this time the data phantoms did not pursue. Damn it. Chui Zaihe's expression was unavoidably a bit out of control. This meant they had to fill the gap at close range. Pull the anti-tank guns closer for support, Chui Zaihe said. Since the elite data phantoms were difficult to deal with, they might as well use them like tanks. With the renewed tactics, the next assault went much better. But soon the sound of explosions echoed through the front lines, and the soldiers could clearly feel it. The data phantoms suddenly increased, quickly filling the front lines. A massive square monster appeared on the battlefield, moving slowly with several crab-like legs. The Invader Corps, the leader of the data phantoms. Around it, data phantoms continuously appeared in a flash. Chui Zaihe felt both alarmed and delighted. Its threat was certainly significant, but if they could destroy it, it would also mean victory. All anti-tank guns aim at that big fellow, Chui Zaihe ordered. A few scattered anti-tank shells hit the Invader Corps, but for its massive and sturdy body, it merely rocked slightly. What is happening? Chui Zaihe asked hurriedly. There can't be that few anti-tank weapons. General, we are being suppressed by firepower. The voices below called out in urgency. Accompanying the emergence of the Invasion Corps was a host of data phantoms whose numbers were terrifying. It was unclear if they were newly created by the Invasion Corps or had been lurking in the city all along. Armed warriors and guards filled the front lines, protecting the armed shooters behind them. Once the armed shooters accumulated in number, they too would possess formidable firepower. The dense barrage of light points struck the soldiers, creating bloody holes in their bodies. In the battle between humans and data phantoms, both sides had high offense and low defense. If humans couldn't achieve complete firepower suppression and execute their intercept tactics, the armed shooters would use their overwhelming numbers to obliterate the human front lines. Moreover, the armed shooters had other data phantoms providing cover, while humans had none. Forget about simple protective gear. Even bulletproof vests couldn't withstand much damage. Many soldiers operating anti-tank guns hadn't even had the chance to fire before being destroyed. The surrounding elite data phantoms were also increasing in number, and the speed of kills couldn't keep up with their emergence. They were tearing apart the defenses. Previously, data phantoms were considered low-level collapsed entities, but no one would dare to say that now. Casualties have exceeded 80. The front line was collapsing. An anxious voice came from below. There were only 200 infantry in total, and they had already suffered over half casualties while the number of data phantoms was only increasing. Some of the clone soldiers among the infantry were still able to fight back, but the Korean player soldiers had already retreat. Choi Zaiha gritted his teeth. Everyone retreat, artillery prepare to cover the infantry. The quality of the soldiers forced him to hold back his anger as he issued the order. After the retreat order was given, the frontline soldiers immediately fell back, allowing the data phantoms to hit them from behind, causing significant losses during the withdrawal. Fortunately, the data phantoms did not pursue them out of the city gates. They merely watched the humans retreat, unsure if they were simply doing so or feared artillery fire. The fleeing soldiers returned to the artillery position, and after accounting for their numbers, they found that 111 had died, 14 were seriously injured, totaling 125, which had already exceeded half. The low moans of some of the injured reached Choi Zai's ears, making him even more anxious. This operation involved too much. Korea had gambled too much with the costs alone amounting to tens of millions, most of which were borrowed government debts. Not to mention the countless human and material losses, and the negative impact of failure would be even greater. Korea's losses would be astronomical, and even the government organization that had been painstakingly assembled would collapse in an instant. If they succeeded, he as the commander could soar to great heights and become one of the world's most influential players, but now the result was certainly the opposite. Several friend messages popped up. A flood of exclamation marks urged him to quickly handle the live broadcast to try to mitigate the losses. As you all can see, the base city is much tougher than we imagined. It will be difficult for any faction to. Our army has sacrificed 111 soldiers. I am deeply saddened. Choi Zaiha spoke with difficulty. He couldn't just turn off the global live broadcast at will. For now, he could only frame it as verifying the difficulty of the base city attack to prevent losses for others. They retreated. See, they still can't win. What tone is that? Korea was the first to tackle the base city. Our respect is due whether they succeed or fail. Come on, who said they were the first? They just used so many people and ended up with the most casualties. Even if they succeeded, it wouldn't earn me a dime. If they failed, it wouldn't concern me. Indeed, there are just too many data phantoms. I said it before, without armor, it wouldn't work. Data phantoms aren't without range firepower. It's over. How are we supposed to tackle this difficulty? Being able to retreat is already good. At least we figured out the defensive tactics of the data phantoms. Every soldier who died has their family. Clones don't. On August 23rd, Monday, among those watching the live broadcast was Mo Chun, who reviewed the recorded footage several times afterward to study it closely. He also wanted to attack the base city, but he certainly wouldn't choose to take risks since he had no support behind him, only himself. Mo Chun didn't want anyone to sacrifice, even though assembling a force now could replenish manpower. That wouldn't change his perspective. He wasn't like some politicians. For him, human life was not just a number. Though Mo Chun was quite busy, he sometimes chatted with others about the daily gaming experiences. Even clones were real people. Even if their emotions were a bit dull, it was simply because they lacked social experience. Setting aside the forcibly instilled knowledge, they were no different from infants. Therefore, Mo Chun had never considered such an offensive tactic as Korea's. Setting that topic aside, this week was very important. This week marked the second week of preliminary industrialization. In terms of technology, 3 more secondary technologies could be unlocked this week, especially an important technology: power vehicle technology. With the development of power vehicle technology, the scope of machine tool manufacturing further expanded. For instance, a hydraulic press that could manufacture up to 20 tons was now capable of producing a 50-ton heavy-duty hydraulic press. To ensure the industrialization process proceeded smoothly, Mo Chun opened several private live broadcast rooms, inviting over a dozen professional technicians for cross-guidance at all times. He even found a senior technician on site from the gathering expedition, promising a salary of $100,000 for 2 weeks. Thus, the base became busy. Heavy factories need a dedicated foundation. Otherwise, with such heavy machinery, the vibrations will cause the foundation to soften and tilt, making the machines unusable when processed. No, the foundation of the base itself is quite reliable. Just find a place to place the heavy machines. This 20-ton hydraulic press needs 3 layers of steel plates and reinforced beams welded on the outside to raise the weight limit. Be careful when replacing the hydraulic cylinder. The inner wall must be manually bored and polished. Use oil-soaked leather strips to wipe repeatedly, and only when sealed can it hold pressure. The steam accumulator must undergo a water pressure test. Fill it with water and hold it for 3 hours. If there are no leaks, then use it. Test the pneumatic accumulator. Whether the hydraulic press can handle 50 tons depends on it. If it's welded crooked, do it again. Aside from inviting the senior technician, almost everyone else was a novice, but the protective gear had construction guidance functions. Only after unlocking could they guide construction, and with so many professionals watching, the progress was not slow. 50-ton heavy hydraulic presses, heavy lathes, horizontal boring and milling machines, and heavy-duty radial drilling machines. One after another, massive machine tools were manufactured. Mo Chun installed all 4 machines at Fong Zihan's No. 2 base for which a large amount of materials and personnel were diverted from the other 2 bases. It's almost done. Mo Chun looked at a massive machine, nodding with satisfaction. Only 2 items, military vehicle research and computer technology, remain in the secondary technology line, and they will be completed in a week. Nobody in the world knows if they can find a second industrial production line like this. This is a complete automobile production line. Isn't there still some issues with the installation that need to be resolved? Should we try to start production? The supervisors looked a bit puzzled. The installation of the production line is not yet fully completed. No need, we can handle this ourselves. Everyone please message me privately regarding the payment. After the final inspection was completed, Mo Chun settled all the payments for the supervisors and then turned off the live stream. His goal was never just an automobile production line. The machine tools need slight modifications, and he still needs to buy a heat treatment furnace and welding machine. The last component needed is the transmission gear, which can be outsourced directly due to the low precision requirements. Once this set is completed, this automobile production line can be transformed into a World War I tank production line. Mo Chun, it's ready. Further modifications and installations will still require your guidance. Yi Jiai, alright. The experts hired for guidance only knew that he was creating an automobile production, but in reality, Mo Chun's initial goal was always tanks. The plan was devised together with Yi Jiai, who provided ideas and techniques. The 4 machines from the automobile production line can be directly converted into a simple tank production line sufficient for producing World War I tanks, which is enough for now. Producing tanks no longer requires seeking information from others. Next week, with the development of military vehicle research and with the technological system in place, he can start production directly. Currently, the simple production line formed by the 4 machines is still insufficient. Without skilled workers, according to Yi Jiai's expectations, only 1 World War I tank can be produced in a week. If an additional heavy arm drill is added, the weekly output can reach 2 tanks, and with suitable rare materials, it might even reach 3. In this case, it won't take long. Mo Chun calculated when and how to attack the base city. He certainly needed to be cautious. 1 or 2 tanks are simply not enough. He was thinking about upgrading the production line after reaching tertiary technology to produce better tanks. Also, tank training should be prioritized. However, Mo Chun had always wanted to recruit Yi Jiai into his alliance. After all, a mechanical engineer like her is truly invaluable. But regardless of the offer, she had refused. The alliance Yi Jiai joined is called the Starlight Research Society, a semi-academic alliance that requires internal recommendations for entry. This alliance is somewhat famous for providing information services on secondary technology research progress at standard prices, catering to all players entering secondary technology. Of course, with necessary precautions, Mo Chun wouldn't fully trust Yi Jiai. He had contacted others as well. On the other side, a silver-haired beauty was chatting in the channel, joking around while browsing the shop. Hello stranger, sorry to waste your time. Today isn't my birthday, and I'm not sick, just wasting time. Brother, we've known each other since childhood. You ate at your house, and I ate at mine. Did you see the live stream of the city scene? Didn't they lose? Is there a big shot in our district who can take the base city? Nope. Even carrying these silly netizens, I can still conquer the base city with one hand to suppress disaster. How can I achieve great things with these bugs? The atmosphere among the silly netizens was quite relaxed. It's a pity the shop was continually refreshing with merchants offering no good items. A friend request notification popped up. Su Leia, vice leader of the Starlight Research Society. Su Leia Seeming, are you really not considering it? Join us. Orange Flavor Storm, no, I already have an alliance. Su Leia, well, take care over there, and let's chat. Su Leia, if you need help, be sure to let me know. Orange Flavor Storm, MHM. Su Leia, Li Seeming, and the current allies of the Starlight Research Society met at a university. Although they parted ways after college, they still kept in touch, considering each other friends. Li Seeming and Yi Jiai also got to know each other through Su Leia. However, the main alliance of the Starlight Research Society is not located in Star 104, it's just a branch here, so Su Leia didn't keep Li Seeming around for long. While chatting, Li Seeming recalled some events from college. Chin, I just turned down other good friends, you can't ignore me. Li Seeming sent a message to Mo Chun. Orange Flavor Storm, in my past life, I had billions in assets, but was besieged by 12 alliances. I burned the last drop of blood to slaughter the 12 alliances, only to be betrayed by my best friend, who took everything from me. Upon opening my eyes again, I found I had been reborn, and in this life, I awakened the unique golden player trait. I gritted my teeth, vowing to make the traitors pay. Come join me to hear my story of revenge. The road is underfoot, which best friend? They'll help you. Orange Flavor Storm, it's UAI Chow. The road is underfoot, you really are shallow, aren't you? Orange Flavor Storm, hey Mo Chin, do you still remember when we met? The road is underfoot, StarCraft cooperation, you were really bad. Orange Flavor Storm, what do you mean bad? I was a newbie with no level. Once I reach max level, even a regular archbishop can be defeated, right? And do you know what the capable should work harder means? Since you're a player, you must take responsibility for carrying me. The road is underfoot. The hull was also bad. Orange flavor storm. This reminds me, do you think we will really encounter bugs or divine beings in this world? The road is underfoot. What's wrong? Are you scared? Orange flavor storm. I'm only afraid it won't be exciting enough. The road is underfoot. Stop talking nonsense. Oh, pay attention to safety during the tide period tomorrow and try not to go out recently. Orange flavor storm. Are you going to support me? The road is underfoot. Monthly package. Orange flavor storm. Not flying. The two chatted for a while. They were so familiar with each other that sending a message came without any hesitation, and the conversation flowed quite quickly. Although they had gained superpowers and could teleport, having learned psychic energy, they could release ninjutsu. However, she truly did not like this world very much. She preferred to visit a city on Blue Star that she had heard of but never been to eat breakfast at the most local morning market and then comment on how good it was, or to see how the children at the local orphanage were doing. Time 00 year 15005, August 29th. Sunday tide period begins. Current area pollution level tidal pollution subspace intrusion factor none. During this tide, several organizations planned to assault the base city. One of them was Prussia. Prussia's assault on the base city livestream. Greetings, fellow humans. I am General Erich Kohler of the Prussian Federation, the supreme commander of this operation. At this moment, I stand before a base city declaring in the name of the Prussian Federation. Today, Prussia steps forward not to flaunt its military might, but to prove the courage of humanity. If the operation proceeds as planned, the Prussian Federation will unconditionally share all siege preparation experience and tactical strategies with all of humanity. An officer in a black uniform spoke solemnly before the camera. Behind him stood the orderly ranks of the Prussian army, where even the silhouettes of massive metallic objects were visible. Another one. This one looks quite formal too, no less impressive than the Korean operation. Do they have a chance? Wait, what's that behind him? Holy crap, are those tanks? How long has it been? And they've already built tanks. Panzer II. Definitely. A casual pan of the live stream revealed the weapons within the Prussian army. Beyond machine guns and artillery, there was something that astonished everyone. Tanks. From their appearance, those familiar with such machines could tell they resembled improved versions of the Panzer II. How is that possible? Has Prussia already researched Tier 3 technology? Isn't the tank a Tier 2 technology? Doesn't building tanks take time? Military vehicle development is still the second to last Tier 2 tech. Go Prussia! There were 5 Prussian Panzer II light tanks in total, and this model barely exceeded the scope of Tier 2 technology. Even after researching military vehicle development, only the most basic tanks could be produced, not including this model that had already entered the battlefields of World War II. Yet this was precisely why Prussia chose it. The Panzer II light tank, while retaining combat effectiveness, was not too difficult to manufacture. In fact, among the 11 mobilized bases, even the one with the fastest technological progress had only researched a few Tier 2 technologies. The majority remained unstudied, including military vehicle development. However, lacking systematic technology did not mean production was impossible. As an established industrial nation, Prussia had a complete industrial heritage and specialized high-end industries. Although Prussia was inferior to China and the United States on Blue Star, its scale offered no advantage in this world. A larger population actually made it harder for the government to win people's hearts. With a single workbench, a skilled technician could accomplish a great deal. Prussia's workforce was not insignificant. Even after researching Tier 2 technologies, they could assign different teams to different technological branches. The core elements were only 3: metallurgy, processing, and energy. By researching advanced metal smelting, they could produce their own alloy steel. Material processing technology enhanced the workbench's manufacturing capacity, replacing precision lathes. Then they dismantled motors from transport robots, combining and modifying multiple units to achieve even greater power than the originals. The plan was long prepared: secure the essential Tier 2 technologies to begin production, research the core components of the technology, while those without the tech provided basic parts. With hundreds of bases working together, the production of tanks became a logical progression. Though lacking a full production line, relying on this almost handcrafted method, Prussia ultimately completed these 5 industrial masterpieces just before the 10th week of their arrival in this world. As the audience watched, the Prussian soldiers began their advance. Their numbers were slightly fewer than the Koreans at 210 men, but their preparations were far more thorough. While they could not equip everyone with bulletproof vests and automatic weapons, every soldier had a ballistic helmet, and the rate of automatic weapon distribution was significantly higher than that of the Korean forces. Artillery calibration: prepare to fire. The Prussian artillery commenced the attack first. With a thunderous roar, over a dozen consecutive bombardments from 3 kilometers away cleared most of the data specters from the base city's walls. A large number of data specters chased after them, only to be bombarded by artillery as well. The few stragglers were easily intercepted by the Prussian forces, who had already established their defenses. With greater firepower than the Koreans, the operation proceeded with more ease. Thousands of data specters failed to inflict a single casualty on the Prussian soldiers. As the data specters dwindled, the tanks made their entrance. 5 Panzer IIs advanced slowly with infantry following closely behind. Hundreds of meters from the city wall, they opened fire. Boom. Bang. The Prussian army's initial attack was very restrained, only probing for a few minutes before beginning their retreat. Another wave of data specters surged out from the base city, crashing headlong into the defensive line constructed by the Prussian forces. Like mindless beasts, they fell into a trap. Machine guns swept the front while artillery once again precisely bombarded the area near the city gate, unleashing 5 consecutive volleys. This tactic maximized firepower while avoiding sneak attacks from armed gunners on the walls. After 3 such rounds, very few data specters emerged. So far, only 1 Prussian soldier had been injured, and it was merely a stroke of bad luck. An armed gunner's exceptional shot hit his arm. The wound was not fatal. But this did not yet signify victory. Keen observers would notice that only a few fists had appeared so far, and the number of elite data specters was far fewer than what the Korean forces had faced. As expected, some data specters were entrenched within the city, unable to be lured into the artillery's kill zone. Nonetheless, the number of data specters had been significantly reduced. Phase 3, the final assault. All tanks advance. We've been waiting for this. The players inside the tanks received the signal and floored the accelerator. No holding back, a full-force attack. As the tanks entered the city gate, a large number of data specters appeared, especially the various elite data specters that revealed themselves fists, scavengers, conductors. However, the infantry under the cover of the tanks fared much better than the Korean forces. The damage from armed gunners was originally even lower than that of firearms, and even concentrated fire could not harm the tanks. Even the attacks of data specters, whether from the melee-type fists or the ranged scavengers, could not penetrate the thickened 35mm frontal armor of the Panzer II. A single tank shell could kill an elite data specter. The infantry under cover focused primarily on clearing the common data specters. The line of battle held for a while. Then, with a series of bangs, more data specters and giant monsters appeared on the battlefield. The invasion corps. At this moment, the battle reached its climax, and even the Prussian army could not avoid suffering some casualties. Now, concentrate fire with the anti-tank guns. The cannon fire shook the ground, and fireballs from exploding shells rose in succession over the scorched earth. Black smoke mixed with shrapnel mud, and the acrid smell of gunpowder billowed in all directions. The roar of tank tracks grinding over shell craters mingled with the frantic chatter of machine guns. The barrels of the Panzer II spewed orange tongues of flame. Soldiers crouched behind the tanks, their rifle fire fragmenting into a continuous crackle. Upon hearing the command, some soldiers shouldered anti-tank guns to aim, while others hurled grenades. Bang! Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat! A variety of attacks rained down on the invasion corps, causing it to teeter. After taking heavy damage, the entire body of the invasion corps began to flash red, and the surrounding data specters launched even more ferocious assaults. The tracks of the leading Panzer II were damaged by the relentless attacks. A scavenger's neck strike hit a crack on the side armor, which could no longer hold. Fragments sprayed from the breach, accompanied by cries of pain, clearly injuring several crew members inside the tank. The Prussian soldiers behind the tank also suffered many casualties. However, the invasion corps had reached its limit, its heavily damaged body wobbling as it attempted to retreat. Don't let it escape. The Prussian forces, emboldened, intensified their assault. The remaining 4 tanks pushed the front line forward by more than 20 meters. Bang! With the final shell, the invasion corps lost its support and crashed straight to the ground. In that instant, the surrounding data specters also disintegrated, vanishing as blue light. Soon the battlefield was cleared, leaving only the figures of the Prussian army. Even the sky seemed a shade bright. The current Level 1 base city can accommodate up to 300 people and can migrate to any Alliance base on this planet. The base city module has been unlocked. The pollution level in this district has decreased, and the number of collapsed bodies during the high tide period has reduced. The Alliance ranking has been activated. The final system prompt is audible to all players. Immediately clean up the battlefield and care for the wounded. Eric Kohler also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat relaxed. The battlefield was quickly cleared. After all, it was just a small-scale battle. Before the invasion corps was eliminated, another Type 2 tank was damaged, resulting in 2 tanks losing combat capability. The other 3 tanks had varying degrees of damage from the attacks, but were still operational. Combining the tank, soldiers, and infantry, there were 8 severely injured and 21 fatalities, totaling 29 casualties. While this loss was not insignificant, it was much better compared to the Goryeo army. Comrades, this is the Prussian Federation's frontline for the assault. Now, in the name of the overall commander of this operation, I announce to the world that this operation has achieved complete victory. During the battle, some soldiers sacrificed their lives. They are the heroes of Prussia. On behalf of the Prussian Federation, I extend the highest respect to all fallen comrades. I also thank all the soldiers and workers who contributed to this operation. Each of our efforts is incredibly important. Later we will announce the list of those who made significant contributions on the official forum. Once again, I declare that Prussia does not seek to conspire with or support any power. We will do our utmost to promote the reconstruction of the new order, and all information will be made public on the forum. To all who aspire to protect humanity and build a shared home, the Prussian Federation welcomes you with open arms. Compared to the aftermath in Goryeo, things were much easier for Eric Kohler. After all, the outcomes were completely different. The barrage of comments was impressive. Witnessing history. Thank you, Prussia. The information being public is truly wonderful. Humanity will prevail. As a European, I am truly proud today. The tactics were incredible. Oh, I want to watch the replay 100 times. The rise of Prussia reminds me of World War I and II. Don't say such malicious things. The Prussian Federation is different from those two empires. If humanity can unite, it's indeed formidable, unlike our district where a great slaughter has begun, needing to guard against both monsters and other humans. I envy this district. The barrage was almost a chorus of cheers. Previously, there had been intense discussions on the forum regarding the strengths and weaknesses of various factions. The rising factions of the New World and the old hegemon that exists in Blue Star. But Prussia, this name, is not particularly renowned. Even among European players, there are factions with greater prominence. Yet the first to conquer a base city is indeed Prussia. Of course, to avoid being associated with the negative images of World War I and II, the Prussian Federation has put in considerable effort in public relations. After all, Prussia was the boss of both world wars, and that label is hard to shake off. Although the old empires have been reduced to ashes, public statements and actions still require restraint. Naturally, it would be best if it could enhance their influence. The goal of achieving first place was also purposeful for the Prussian Federation. To solidify the internal cohesion of the Prussian Federation and expand the influence of the German-speaking region, recruiting players from Gaul, Britain, and even the entire European area. Regardless, Prussia once again stood at the center of public opinion. The newly opened alliance ranking was solid. 1. Prussian Federation Fourth Main Alliance. The alliance ranking is calculated in real time. The alliances on the list on the first of each month will receive rewards. The first place will receive a selected silver relic. The top 10 will receive a random silver relic. The top 50 will receive a selected blue relic. The top 100 will receive a random blue relic. Each level of reward can only be received once. The first time on the list will receive a reward. Silver relics elevated to gold, blue relics elevated to silver. This effect occurs once per year. It seems this ranking can only be achieved by conquering base cities, indirectly reflecting that Prussia is indeed the only one. Until the day after the high tide period ended, the level of discussion further broke through, far exceeding that of Goryeo. Mo Chun was also among them. The heat was too high. The chat channel was almost guaranteed to have discussions. Type 2 tank. Mo Chun had watched the recordings of the Prussian assault on the base city countless times, truly fulfilling their promise, as they had even shared the preparation methods, allowing Mo Chun to learn how they manufactured the Type 2 tank. A large number of DQR-8 top developers and DQR-7 engineers had produced 5 Type 2 tanks without using system technology. Naturally, he could not replicate this. Military vehicle development has been completed. However, the results were as expected. Whether it was system technology or his own industrial production lines, they could only produce those initial level tanks from World War I. Mark type, Renault type, Schneider type. The gap in application for conquering base cities was even larger. Mo Chun consulted relevant experts. The combat power gap between the models he could produce and the Type 2 tank was vast, even reaching 10 times. Coupled with the cost-effectiveness of production efficiency, the situation was even worse. Even if he produced 20 Mark IVs, their overall combat power would still fall short of the Prussian military, not to mention finding over 200 soldiers. During the high tide period, he still needed to keep some for defense. He could mobilize at most 50 people. Even if he gathered some trusted allies, their performance would only be slightly better than the Goryeo army, and it was uncertain if they could conquer the base city, but the casualties would undoubtedly be considerable. The good news is, at least this recorded combat video allowed Mo Chun to further confirm the difficulty of attacking the base city. Otherwise, he would have truly overestimated his capabilities, which would likely have led to disaster. As for solutions, he could only wait until the last research of Level 2 technology, computer technology, was completed and see what Level 3 technology had to offer. The plan has collapsed. However, the established production line cannot go to waste. It can be directly transitioned to produce transport vehicles. It won't be a loss. This production line can earn a lot of money, now easily hundreds of thousands a week. Preparations for war have been temporarily cancelled. It's time to continue making money. Along with a rule, I will add this point in the previous text regardless of player traits or relics, while descriptions like small or medium scale may seem somewhat vague, the settings are clear. Initially, I only wanted to write numerical values, but I found that there were loopholes sometimes, so I changed everything to a more vague description of scale to reduce bugs. Quality levels: white small scale, maximum 0, 20 blue medium scale, maximum 2150 silver large scale, maximum 51,100 gold extremely large scale, maximum 101,300. There will be differences in specific effects. For example, a relic of the same rarity at the gold level may provide a 300 increase in a single attribute for an individual, but a 100 increase for a group in a single attribute. If a group receives multiple attributes, the increase will be less than 100, and the weight between different effect increases will vary. Additionally, some may have special effects where only one type of increase applies to a single target, and if multiple increases are received, there will be mutual reductions. Furthermore, comments will include character design images for Nora and Qin. Plans always change faster than expected. Mo Chun found Yijai. The plan needs to be altered. I feel the tanks we can currently produce might struggle to conquer the base city. Indeed, we can't let the production line be idle. How about we switch to producing heavy trucks instead? That's not feasible. The technical barriers for heavy trucks are much higher than those for World War I tanks. Your 4 machines alone won't suffice. This truly touched on Mo Chin's knowledge blind spot. He had thought that all tank production difficulties were certainly higher than those of civilian vehicles. Do you have any suggestions? I want to produce transport vehicles capable of carrying large loads over short. What about a tracked heavy transport vehicle? Since there are no roads, making wheeled vehicles is also difficult, and we need to create gearboxes. The existing production line just needs minor adjustments. Alright, I want a detailed plan. What will the cost be? Wait a moment, I will submit the plan later. There's no need to pay, it's included in the after-sales service. Transfer 10000 trade points. The new plan involves producing 12-ton tracked heavy transport vehicles. The existing production line only needs minor tweaks with an expected output of 34 vehicles per week. Coupled with Yijun, we can achieve 45 vehicles. The subsequent production increase plan will add 2 lightweight drilling machines to share the workload, along with a few other minor machines like gear cutters, shearing machines, and bending machines, allowing us to reach 89 vehicles per week, exceeding 10 with Yijun. The second production increase plan will add several more machines, bringing the output to about 15 vehicles per week, which is basically the limit of this production line. Expanding further wouldn't be cost-effective. The second production increase plan might not even be necessary, as the third-level technology will definitely require higher-level machine tools. Mo Chin showed the plan to a few people. The content was indeed sound, even very rigorous and detailed. This Yijai is indeed a talent. How could he not understand the importance of talent? Wasn't the Prussian handcrafted tank built on talent? But recruiting such individuals isn't easy. Currently, all factions place immense importance on them. It's unlikely that any senior researchers are starving in this apocalyptic world waiting for a meal from him. 2 weeks producing 13 tracked heavy transport vehicles. Mo Chin estimated. The expected output was 14-15, but Mo Chin conservatively estimated 13. 13 tracked heavy transport vehicles would certainly be more than he could use, but this kind of vehicle is currently in high demand on the market. Although it doesn't compare to the basic transport vehicles produced by European players, those are simply insufficient to meet demand. Selling each for 30 to 40,000 is not a problem. It's indeed quite profitable. Well, think of another way to attack the base city. Mo Chun still wanted to brainstorm. He hadn't forgotten his player characteristics. He needed to use resources quickly. Keeping them would not yield benefits. However, Mo Chun was indeed very hesitant now. Strengthening tanks and then analyzing them. That definitely wouldn't work. Even if he could strengthen a tank to an apocalypse level, how would he produce it? Such advanced tanks cannot be produced with the current machine tools. They can only rely on a workbench, and it could take an unknown amount of time to craft one tank. Producing one per month wouldn't be useful. Moreover, he currently doesn't have a tank. Who knows what he could strengthen? If he accidentally strengthens a World War II or modern tank, then the strengthening attempts would truly be wasted. It would be best to use small equipment that could yield certain efficiency on the workbench for continuous mass production, or simply separate the strengthening and analysis processes. 4 previews remain. Mo Chun tossed a few prepared items, all of which were dropped by European players from the Nonentity Merchant, including 1 4-star item and 3 3-star items. Defense class electromagnetic pistol 4-star, electromagnetic rifle 4-star, low-level AI, terminal 3-star, mid-level AI, terminal 3-star, recon drone 3-star, semi-intelligent attack, drone 4-star, graphene chip 3-star, graphene, supercomputing chip 4-star. The results came out. Mo Chun was most looking forward to the AI, but it turned out to be the only 3-star item in the strengthening preview. The other 3 were all 4-star, which needed consideration. Honestly, he wanted them all, but could only choose one. Why doesn't he have an invincible golden finger that strengthens every day? The electromagnetic rifle was the first to be eliminated. This item can be purchased from merchants, but requires neutral goodwill. Once the base city is gradually captured and goodwill with the interstellar trade merchants increases, the electromagnetic rifle will certainly be obtainable. Moreover, in terms of value, it cannot compare to the latter 2. Semi-intelligent attack drone 4-star, graphene supercomputing chip 4-star. Emo-chan hesitated for a moment before making his choice. With just the names, it was hard for Emo-chan to judge the value of the 2. However, currently with the tank plan shelved, he needed a new weapon. The complexity of producing drones is far less than that of tanks. Even if Mo-chun has no other equipment, he can manage initial production just with a workbench. But whether they can replace tanks in effectiveness, Mo-chun felt uncertain. The frontal assault capability of drones is not comparable to that of tanks. They struggle to inflict heavy damage on numerous data specters and cannot serve as frontline defenses. It seems they would not contribute much to capturing the base city. But what if it were for a decapitation tactic? If he could directly eliminate the invasion core, all other data specters would dissipate, leading to victory, which would be ideal. However, the prerequisite is that Emo-chun must locate the invasion core. In the previous assaults on the base city, the army approached the city gates and eliminated some elite data specters before the invasion core appeared. Emo-chan must first confirm whether this is a prerequisite for the invasion core to spawn, or if the invasion core was already inside the city, just waiting to appear. He reviewed the base city's assault videos and reconnaissance footage, especially from the drone's perspective. From above the base city, one could see the entire structure with data specters wandering between various areas, searching for the invasion core among them. Most reconnaissance videos only provided a rough layout of the base city, without pinpointing the location of the invasion core, although there were some detailed reconnaissance videos. Emo-chun discovered that the United States had attempted a decapitation operation a week before last. The base city covers an area of about 500 m by 500 m with limited depth. They found the invasion core in the center of the base city and attempted to rapidly eliminate it from 4 kilometers away, using artillery fire to achieve a decapitation. Although the invasion core is large, it is still a moving target and is located within the base city with some buildings obstructing the view. The result was that after 5 rounds of urgent long-range shelling, over 300 shells were fired, but only 5 hit, causing some damage to the invasion core, but failing to destroy it. Just as they were about to continue shelling, the invasion core had already retreated inside a building. Furthermore, the data specters continuously attacked their positions, forcing a retreat. Although personnel losses were minimal, millions spent were wasted. This sum of money is not insignificant for the U.S. The person in charge of the U.S. on that planet was also held accountable and resigned. However, this tactic was used for a while. Subsequently, Galhuagua and Ross attempted it once, all ending in failure. Until now, with Prussia's successful conquest, the discussion of decapitation tactics has diminished significantly compared to direct advances. The reason for the failures is simple. The structural design of the base city is inherently unsuitable for artillery strikes. The opportunity for shelling is fleeting. If the invasion core isn't hit within a few minutes, it will hide. Missiles are much better. They have a higher hit rate and greater power. After seeing this, Emo-chan also made his decision. It's this one. Semi-intelligent attack drone 4-star. After the flickering of white light, Emo-chan acquired a massive black box slightly larger than a double bed, divided into 2 layers that could be opened with considerable effort. Upon opening the upper layer, various components, accessories, and manuals for drones were neatly arranged. Emo-chan took out a manual from a small recess. Half-intelligent attack drone. When the lower layer was opened, the main body of the drone appeared even larger than Emo-chan had imagined. It was approximately the size of a thick single mattress, large enough for a person to lie on. The entire body was matte gray with no visible rivets or seams on the surface. All the detection windows, air inlets, and missile hatches were completely flush and integrated with the fuselage. The drone was low and elongated, featuring straight and robust lines with no redundant angles, resembling a flat stealth alloy module that had been precisely machined, making it indistinguishable as a drone. This was the fully compacted and folded state. Emo-chan first looked at the manual. Half-intelligent attack drone, a multi-domain military combat drone that can be easily commanded by a single person, primarily used for essential infantry class deployments, mid-range reconnaissance, low-altitude infiltration, precise strikes, and rapid responses. Adaptable to most combat terrains. Folded state, length 2 m, width 2 m, height 7 m, weight 90 kilograms, maximum payload 60 kilograms. Combat state, wingspan 5 m, length 5 m, height 71 m, weight varies with additional modules. Cruising speed 180 km/h, maximum level flight speed 360 km/h, service life 8 years. Brief function introduction intelligent system local computation intelligent flight autonomous recognition precise fire control. Perception system mid-range radar all-weather visual imaging electromagnetic signal detection. Energy system nuclear power supply for unlimited endurance. Combat system 2 underslung launch bays capable of carrying and firing various weapons including grenades, missiles, and bombs. Maneuvering system vertical takeoff ultra-low noise vector maneuvering prolonged hovering. This thing is really cool. Emochan couldn't help but exclaim. Just by looking at the functional description, he felt it was quite impressive. Now the only concern he had was that the technological complexity of this thing was far greater than that of the multifunctional collector. There were at least several technologies in various systems, and would the success rate of analyzing it be very low? However, having come this far, there was little room for hesitation. He placed the drone and the manual back in their original positions. Emochan made his choice. Analyzing the half-intelligent attack drone, you can choose to obtain the technical blueprints within. Currently, it automatically selects half-intelligent attack drone. Analysis success rate 94. Available technical blueprints micro-nuclear reactor carbon nanotube honeycomb structure adaptive bionic skin, local computing supercomputer core flight, and fire control AI optical enhancement imaging system Hellfire cluster missile. Alright, indeed, compared to the collector, the technological complexity of this thing is much higher, a complex of numerous technologies. Each of these technologies could initiate a military revolution on modern Blue Star. If he could analyze them all, it could be said that it would completely surpass the modern technology of Blue Star. However, such good fortune was evidently rare. The automatically selected base only included the drone's structural design and propulsion system basic flight control and a simple battery, which meant he could only create an ordinary drone that could fly, although it would still be usable. Emochan found that selecting just the carbon nanotube honeycomb structure caused the analysis success rate to drop by 30. That was truly exaggerated. Switching it to adaptive bionic skin resulted in a drop of only 15, but that was still too much. It seemed that this time the analysis success rate wouldn't be high. However, Emochan accepted a baseline success rate of 80. The first two were the drone's outer shell structural materials, which he could choose to replace with other materials, so it wasn't necessary to select them for now. Local computing supercomputer core 55, oh you forget it, basic flight control is sufficient. Hellfire cluster missile 40, current weapons are still usable. Micro-nuclear reactor 70, this is the most outrageous, directly dropping the success rate to 23. He might as well use the battery from the dismantled transport robot. That's how advanced lumberjacks operate. Regarding these technologies, aside from the narrower application of the bionic skin and the difficulty in selling missiles, the other three could easily make him a billionaire on Blue Star, especially the micro-nuclear reactor, which could generate more power than its consumption, allowing for unlimited endurance without needing to charge. This could lead to a civilization-level revolution. None of these could be selected, particularly the missiles, which made Emochan ponder for quite some time. If he could produce missiles, he would directly possess a level of combat power that could crush several eras. But after much consideration, he ultimately gave up. Regardless of acquiring the technology, the production difficulty was a concern, and even if he had missiles, deploying them posed another issue. Most importantly, based on Emochan's deductions, missile technology was likely a level 3 technology. This meant that even if he possessed overwhelming combat power without generating benefits in a short time, he wouldn't be able to maintain his lead and would eventually be caught up. Moreover, a 40 drop in success rate was far too significant, exceeding Emochan's expectations. He removed the missile technology and chose to explore other options. Cold launch system, a weapon launch system, dropped only 3, making it a must-select. Optical enhancement imaging system and flight and fire control AI both dropped by 4, and they had to be chosen as well. After selecting these 3, the success rate dropped to 83. The only other technology he was interested in was the radar. Emochan contemplated whether to include the radar, which would bring him to exactly 80. Which was better, a 17 failure rate or a 20 failure rate with an additional radar? Ultimately, Emochan decided to select it, as even a slight difference in multiple technologies would be beneficial. He didn't dare gamble on the 40 failure with the missiles, but he could still grit his teeth for the 3. Confirm analysis analyzing. A radiant light once again flowed from his head, seeping into the box. Analysis successful. Emochan sighed in relief at that moment. Subsequently, endless knowledge surged into his mind. This feeling is much more intense. The intense throbbing pain persisted for a while before gradually subsiding. Emochan held his forehead, looking down. Yet the dizziness refused to dissipate. Damn it! Nora rushed into the room upon hearing the faint sound from next door. Seeing Emochan's pained expression, she quickly said, "It's okay, Nora rushed into the room upon hearing the faint sound from next door. Seeing Mo Chen's pained expression, she quickly said it's okay, I'll lie down for a bit. The structure of the drone and its propulsion system, optical enhancement, imaging, flight, and fire control, AI radar system, and cold projection system. Each of these elements is enough to establish a large company, and the information contained in them is sufficient for Mo Chen to study for quite some time. Currently, he is merely taking his time to process these pieces of information and to fully absorb and apply all the technologies will undoubtedly require quite some time. In the same vein, Mo Chen, who completely masters these technologies, would indeed be worthy of being called the next Einstein. Although these technologies have nothing to do with physics and do not overturn anything. Even if Mo Chen were thrown into a society on an alien planet with technology far surpassing that of Blue Star, he would still be considered a top-tier technician. However, the environment he is currently in cannot fully showcase these technologies. It's fine. Mo Chen declined Norris' continued massage of his head. There are quite a few matters at hand. Firstly, the drone being analyzed cannot be produced at present as the technology is several industrial revolutions behind. Mo Chen needs to design several low-spec drones to assist in various future tasks. In particular, he needs one that can perform precision self-destruct attacks. But there is no rush for that now. He wants to try out this semi-intelligent attack drone that he has yet to use. Nora lent a hand. Okay. Together, Mo Chen and Nora lifted the drone out of the box, then had 3 transport robots assist in moving the drone and the box outside. This drone does not initially carry weapons. It has radar and fire control modules that can be installed depending on the mission, along with some backup modules that can be directly replaced if the drone is damaged. Mo Chen found the radar module in the upper box and installed it on the drone. The other 2 are not needed for now. He held the drone control terminal, which has a screen in the middle. Start. Mo Chen pressed the red button. Aside from this button, there are not many other controllable buttons. This drone can autonomously act based on voice commands, and even if the signal is interrupted, it can continue with unfinished tasks. Startup, complete, performing self-check, complete, no anomalies detected, deploy, prepare for takeoff. Mo Chen continued this time, not needing to press any buttons. The large metal module began to visibly deform at an astonishing speed. The outer wing sections unfolded downwards and outwards in a double-layered manner. The overall size increased significantly, especially the wingspan, which expanded from 1.2 meters to 5 meters, covering an area larger than that of a car, albeit slightly lower. Simultaneously, the drone emitted a faint sound barely audible as each unit began to operate. Ready for launch, the control terminal displayed several large characters. Takeoff. After Mo Chen issued the command, there was a brief pause, and the distributed lift fans around the drone's belly began to hum softly, the sound low, yet a deep resonant vibration. The dust on the ground was slowly dispersed, a faint gray wave pushing outward without a noticeable tail flame, only a slight tremor of air. In the next moment, the entire machine smoothly ascended, lifting 1 meter, then 3 meters, its posture steady, to the point of near stillness, yet it was indeed rising vertically. The wing surfaces slightly adjusted their angles of attack, and the main propulsion duct simultaneously engaged its output, with noise still suppressed, to a very low range, only the light sound of air being swiftly sliced. The drone rapidly ascended and smoothly entered a low-altitude flight path, instantly blending into the distant grayish sky, leaving only a shadow beneath that Mo Chen could barely discern. The entire takeoff was very quiet, and after ascending it automatically activated stealth mode. Had Mo Chen not been observing closely, he would have utterly failed to notice the drone. He then looked down at the control terminal. It displayed the images captured by the drone's camera of the surroundings. Mo Chen's finger swiped easily to turn and zoom. When maximized, vast forests, deserts, and mountains came into view, a vast spectacle laid before him. The ground base beneath him, occupying a considerable area, appeared as a mere black. Yet after zooming in, Mo Chen could even see himself bowing his head. He reached out his hand, and the self in the video also reached out. Awesome, Mo Chen exclaimed. Next, he wanted to try out other features. Activate radar scan. The current tactical radar can detect distances approximately as follows in typical terrain: detection range for large aircraft 250,300 kilometers, detection range for helicopters, fighter jets 150,250 kilometers, detection range for small drones 80,120 kilometers, detection range for terrain structures 100,200 kilometers, detection range for fortifications, armored vehicles, tanks 75,100 kilometers, detection range for individual soldiers, scattered troops, medium-sized organisms 2,030 kilometers, radar scanning. It finished in less than a second. Scan complete detected 2 large building targets, detected 2 super large biological targets, detected 131 airborne objects, detected 635 building targets, detected over 1,000 biological targets. All detected targets can be analyzed. The main interface of the control terminal transformed into a radar scan map, while the scene captured by the camera automatically shrank to the top left corner. This was even more astonishing. The boundaries between forests and deserts were exceptionally clear, and Chen even saw a body of water that he could not tell whether it was a sea or a lake. The terrain covering tens of thousands of square kilometers was laid bare before him. Simultaneously, a multitude of information was annotated on it. The radar detected the coordinates of 635 bases and the coordinates of 2 city bases. Even the movement trajectories of 2 moving apex-level biological entities could be tracked in real time. Moreover, he could see clearly the actions of all personnel in the nearest 19 bases, even down to the appearance of animals. This was simply a God's view. Chen marveled again. The effectiveness of the radar exceeded expectations. Thankfully, he did not abandon the analysis of this technology at the time. Upon careful reflection, he actually knew the parameters of this radar on many fronts, but the practical application in reality was vastly different from the knowledge in his mind. The intelligence that normally took a great deal of effort to gather was now effortlessly crushed into the corners. Whether for reconnaissance or combat, the value of this drone is immeasurable. This semi-intelligent attack drone cannot be called that. Chen pondered. It cannot even be considered a name, rather it is a kind of item category. He wanted to give this drone a unique name. Skynet. Why this name? Although it is not a super artificial intelligence and cannot produce terminators. But the drone's intelligence system can not only control a single drone, but also connect with other drones. Chen envisioned a future where he could command hundreds or thousands of drones through a single control terminal, sufficient to weave a colossal net covering the sky. As time approached Wednesday, a significant event was on the horizon. The final aspect of secondary technology, computer technology, had been completed. Chen opened the research interface. With the completion of secondary technology, tertiary technology was naturally unlocked. However, tertiary technology was vastly different from its predecessors. Suddenly, the technology tree had become much more vibrant, transforming into an exceedingly complex. The projects included basic science, nuclear and quantum preliminary research, microscopic structure research, physical exploration research, advanced weaponry development, advanced artillery development, radar systems, nuclear weapon development, ballistic missiles, advanced military vehicle development, CNC machining technology, assembly line automation, basic 3D printing, smart factories, modern urban engineering, pollution treatment, and recycling, general clinical medicine, organ transplant technology, transistor computers, wireless communication networks, low-level artificial intelligence, efficient use of fossil energy, controllable nuclear fission, high-voltage transmission, clean energy, controllable nuclear fusion, jet aviation, heavy lift rockets, satellite communication, reusable rockets, small space stations, composite material development, special material development, deep-sea exploration, marine resource extraction, and so on. Space exploration, spaceship. Chen glanced. A rough estimate indicated at least 50 projects. To think that basic technology had only 7, first-level technology had 10, and secondary technology had merely 15. How could it leap so dramatically? Moreover, researching technology no longer consumed research points directly. Instead, it required a direct investment of research points and consumed time to advance the research progress, with completion marked only when the progress bar was full. The progress required for various technology research had changed as well. Some technologies required several prerequisite technologies, while others once developed would reduce the progress needed for other technologies. Overall, there were simply too many projects to tackle. Would this take ages to research? Basic science must be the first to study. After that, there would be many projects to explore. CNC machining technology, composite material development, advanced weaponry development, and transistor computers were all strong contenders. For profit, the top choices were composite material development or transistor computers, as these two technologies could mass-produce items that required a 3-star treasure chest to obtain. Is the limitation on advanced tank production due to technology? Is it time? No, it's the material. Materials are essential and are difficult to manufacture at a higher level through the workbench. Once the materials are unlocked, Chen doubted that the engineering teams of those great powers could directly create the Tiger King. Advanced weaponry development and subsequent military technologies are undeniably important. Meanwhile, CNC machining technology directly enhances productivity, making it equally crucial. Chen planned to prioritize CNC machining technology as his second research focus, followed by the urgent need to unlock assembly line automation. Weapons can be purchased directly, and treasure chests have a fair chance of yielding weapons that would normally require several levels of development. However, treasure chests yielding machine tools are exceedingly rare, and even if obtained, a production line requires more than one type of machine tool. The same goes for other items. Mo Chun had the funds to buy what he could, and in his plan, he aimed to establish a drone production line, which would necessitate at least assembly line automation. Of course, relying solely on these two technologies wouldn't suffice to manufacture drones. There are still many points to consider, and Mo Chun needed to examine them in detail. Currently, he invested in basic science, but in the research interface, he could only see the progress bar and had no way of knowing how long the research would take. Mo Chun had no idea when the research would be completed. He glanced at the description of military technology. Advanced weaponry development comes with blueprints for the AK series rifles. Unlocks the manufacturing of semi-automatic rifles, machine guns, sniper rifles, self-propelled artillery rocket launchers. Advanced artillery development comes with blueprints for wheeled self-propelled howitzers. Updates on weapon stability, unlocking the manufacturing of artillery fire control systems, multifunctional shells, vehicle-mounted artillery, and electromagnetic catapults. It seems that tertiary technology has already reached the level of modern technology on Blue Star. Mo Chun also noticed the last item in tertiary technology, space exploration spaceship. Could it be that the upcoming fourth-level technology will usher in the interstellar era? 4-star items indeed encompass various future technologies. This made Mo Chun somewhat excited, although he was unsure how long the tertiary technology tree would take to research. He hoped to expedite the development of CNC machining technology, as this would enable modifications to CNC machine tools. Currently, all existing machine tools could only manufacture the shells and structures of drones, while precision components were nearly impossible to produce. At least CNC machine tools are required to create many drone components. Next, he needed to design new drone blueprints. Time 00015005, September 5th, Sunday. Tide phase initiated, current area pollution level, tidal pollution, subspace invasion factor, none. This tide phase marked a very bustling day. Ever since last week, when Prussia successfully conquered the base city, many major powers announced their plans to launch assaults on the base city today. Almost all major powers participated, whether they were old world nations like the United States and Hua country, or new world forces emerging like the Universal Apocalypse Church and Peak players. Mo Chun browsed through various live streams. The actions of the United States, Hua country, and Ross country were all set in stone. He had seen their weaponry. The forces numbered around 200, all similarly equipped with tanks, evidently utilizing the same strategy as Prussia, albeit with more thorough preparations. Many forces were equipped with tanks, but Mo Chun focused particularly on two models. The United States had 6 improved M3 Stuarts, while the Universal Apocalypse Church also possessed 2. Hua country had as many as 11 improved T-26s, while Ross country was equipped with 8. The 4 forces were paired off, hinting at possible cooperation and confrontation. Mo Chun had not paid much attention to these details previously and was unaware of the specifics. Although the M3 Stuart was indeed superior to the Panzer II and T-26, was the 6 provided to the United States truly sufficient? The Universal Apocalypse Church only had 2. Did they underestimate the base city? Winning was not guaranteed. As for the Peak players, their tanks were Mark IV models, World War I tanks, far inferior to the aforementioned types, with only 5 in total, and their personnel numbered just over 100 less than those previously mentioned. This renowned force seemed to be lacking compared to others in plain sight. Overall, it appeared that the rising powers of the New World were indeed not up to par with the Old World forces, at least in terms of tank production. Additionally, there were some other forces, mostly consisting of a few World War I tanks paired with 100 or 200 infantry. However, given the experiences of Goryeo and Prussia, would any forces without confidence recklessly attack the base city? It was uncertain how many of these forces attempting to conquer the base city would succeed. The first force to produce results is an organization called Ziyuan Alliance. They dispatched over 160 troops equipped with light weaponry slightly inferior to that of Goryeo, but they had 3 Mark IV tanks. However, they clearly underestimated the gap between the Mark IV and the Type II tank. Before even encountering the Invasion Corps, 1 tank was rendered inoperative, and the other 2 were destroyed within minutes of the Invasion Corps' appearance. Their leader was even a chosen one, manipulating lightning from the rear, unleashing power rivaling that of multiple artillery pieces. Yet after the 3 tanks were destroyed, morale collapsed, and they abandoned the battlefield, leaving behind nearly 100 corpses. In terms of losses, this was even greater than what Goryeo suffered. Although Ziyuan Alliance cannot be considered a world-class force, it is undoubtedly a top regional power, ranking 1st or 2nd on their planet. However, after this battle, they have been severely weakened. Surprisingly, the first to successfully conquer the base city was also unexpected by many. The scenario for the Peak players conquering the base city was vastly different from that of other live streams. Other forces mostly had tanks at the forefront, with infantry providing fire support. However, in the case of the peak players, a single individual replaced the tanks. Only one human clad in full armor stood among a barrage of ranged fire. Bang! Bang! The attacks from the armed shooters struck his armor, yet were absorbed as if sinking into an ocean. Then he leaped up, delivering a right punch that obliterated the head of an iron fist. A few armed warriors slashed at him with knives, but he remained unscathed, and in the next instant they were smashed to bits by a flurry of punches. Standing alone in the center of the battlefield, he resembled a stabilizing pillar guarding the entrance and continuously eliminating the most threatening data phantoms. Behind him, over 100 people provided fire support, establishing a solid defensive line. One man stood against several tanks. The barrage erupted. Are we really from the same world? He's like a superhero. So cool. Is this what it means to be a chosen one? Don't be careless, the invasion corps is coming out from behind. The armored man at the front is named Xiao. Sebastian Xiao. Physical strength standard. Battlefield maneuverability average. Physiological endurance standard. Psychoenergy affinity defective. Player trait stellar awakening kinetic storage colorless, able to absorb and release a certain degree of kinetic energy. Xiao's strength is indeed formidable. However, with the appearance of the invasion corps, he found himself increasingly constrained, unable to fend off most data phantoms, let alone attack the invasion corps. Hurry up and make a move. A message came through from a friend. Meanwhile, a woman who had been standing at the back finally made her move. Haha, is it my turn? She laughed heartily as 6 unknown spherical mechanical units hovered beside Lala. Physical strength average. Battlefield maneuverability average. Physiological endurance average. Psychoenergy affinity excellent. Player trait Psychoenergy Awakening Maniac colorless significantly increases the number of controllable spell units. These floating spell units represent a combat method of the Psychoenergy Perception Sorcerer, casting spells remotely through several spell units as mediums, similar to controlling multiple drones that can cast spells in place of the caster. However, very few among the player community can master the orthodox sorcerer combat system, and even fewer can use the special equipment required, let alone the fact that sorcerers of this system are generally limited to controlling 2 or 3 spell units at most due to their energy. The 6 spell units soared into the air, flying to the center of the battlefield. They emitted a crimson glow, and in the next instant 6 streams of red energy shot towards the massive form of the invasion corps. Boom! With a single strike, the surface of the invasion corps was charred black, revealing several small holes. Generally speaking, this amount of time is insufficient for a player to learn much psychoenergy knowledge to become a formal psychoenergy sorcerer, but psychoenergy attacks inherently counter psychoenergy creatures, especially since it was a chosen one. Not enough fun. The woman known as La produced a syringe and injected it into her arm. She casually tossed it aside and spread her arms wide. The 6 airborne spell units became even more agile and rapid, unleashing fire beams towards the invasion corps as if wolves were tearing at the sluggish invasion corps. Some armed shooters attempted to attack the airborne spell units, but were evaded by their agility. Ultimately, the 6 spell units simultaneously targeted one spot, and the beams pierced through the invasion corps. In an instant, countless data phantoms in the entire base city went offline. Success. The peak players were the first to conquer the base city today and the second to occupy it. Relying almost entirely on the 2 chosen ones, especially the psychoenergy sorceress, named La, the efficiency of damaging the invasion corps was remarkably high, even exceeding the damage that tank guns and anti-tank guns could inflict. However, today the successful forces were not limited to just one. In the United States, Roscuo and Prussia, their tactics were superior, with both tanks and infantry firepower exceeding that of Prussia, allowing them to steadily conquer the base city. There was also the Universal Revelation sect, which, although possessing only 2 tanks, had a chosen one as their trump card. That chosen one who could attack with light was not weaker than La, ultimately succeeding in conquering the base city. The power demonstrated by these chosen ones was enough to rival modern weaponry. Aside from these 5 forces, all others attempting to attack the base city failed. Numerous forces suffered losses similar to those of the Ziyuan alliance, with hundreds lying dead outside the base city, making it clear to everyone that not everyone could be one of these major powers. Even a chosen one died there, with the news coming from one of their faction members, causing an alliance to disband in an instant. Out of over 400 planets, only 6 base cities have been conquered so far. On the leaderboard, 5 ranks have emerged. Emo-chan watched all the conquest recordings, but since there were only 5, he only viewed each one once or twice. There was no rush regarding the leaderboard rewards. Since it was a monthly settlement, only Prussia would benefit from the leaderboard rewards, making the rest of the rankings irrelevant until next month. Moreover, he has already begun testing. The screen displayed on his control terminal showed a land beast. Indeed, he has found another land beast. This was a request from a faction member. As the first month passed, the activity of dangerous creatures like land beasts significantly increased, leading to many players being harassed by these ferocious beasts. Their alliance had a base that encountered a land beast which even devoured 2 people. It dares to eat humans. A heavy-handed response is necessary. It's just the right opportunity to test the combat capabilities of the Sky Network entity, otherwise there would be no assurance for the assault on the base city. In the control terminal's display, a giant beast stands in the center of the forest. The target has been locked. A red box has fixed itself onto the body of the giant beast. The Tianwang network is equipped with 6 small drones, 6 electromagnetic pulse missiles, and 2 Hellfire missiles. However, these weapons are irreplaceable, and Mo Chun intends to keep them as trump cards, using them only if necessary. The Tianwang's cold launch system can accommodate a variety of weapons. Even a rifle can achieve precision. To test the fire control system, Mo Chun has 2 underslung launchers, one equipped with an AK-47 that fires 7 6,239mm rounds, and the other is a grenade launcher for safety. Begin firing. Above the forest, the drone hovers like a shadow frozen in the light of the sky. Not even a slight hum can be heard above the sound of the wind. The giant beast's body is terrifyingly muscular, more robust than the one Mo Chun encountered before, with a 3-layer defense composed of firm muscle and bone. Normal blades and swords cannot harm it, and even standard rifle bullets can only embed shallowly into its flesh, making light firepower ineffective. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets hit the giant beast's left eye. Roar. The fierce beast abruptly shakes its head and roars in anger, crashing through the forest as its massive paw breaks nearby tree trunks as thick as bowls. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 shots accurately hit the previously struck eye. The giant beast frantically dodges, attempting to use the intersecting trees to obscure the unseen attacks, but all of it is in vain. The drone's AI fire control has already completed a 3-dimensional model of the entire forest in milliseconds, accurately predicting the position of every tree and the trajectory of the giant beast's movements. Every moment of hitting opportunity is locked in by the AI. The 6,239mm bullets was out of the gun barrel, precisely drilling through the gaps between the tree trunks, avoiding the protruding branches. Not a single round is blocked by the trees, and not a single shot deviates from its predicted trajectory, all hitting the giant beast's most vulnerable organs. With the aid of shock absorption technology, the gun has almost no recoil, resembling a laser weapon in the air, with 3 bullets forming a simple line. Bang, bang, bang. The entire process lasts just a few seconds. With only 12 bullets fired, the giant beast crashes to its knees, its massive body thudding heavily against the forest floor, stirring up a cloud of dust and fallen leaves, falling completely silent. As the thermal reaction diminishes, should we continue firing? The drone reports. The giant beast still has some vitality, but its brain has been penetrated. The drone assesses that the current ammunition is limited, thus switching to a bullet-saving combat mode. No need. Mo Chun chuckles lightly. It felt like watching a short animated film. The high-altitude drone slowly retracts, its launchers still hovering in the sky, as if the silent hunt that just occurred had never happened. The efficiency of weapon usage is astonishingly high. Last time, Mo Chun had to use a machine gun to kill the giant beast. In a direct confrontation, even 5 people armed with AKs might not be able to handle the giant beast, but the Tianwang used only 1, and in terms of time, ammunition consumption, and risk, it is on a completely different level. The years of evolution that reinforced the giant beast's body defenses are meaningless in its presence. As long as its eyes remain a weakness, it is but a child in front of the Tianwang. Perhaps I could also have a chance against a giant sandworm. Mo Chun contemplated. He could create a trap using water and explosives to attract a giant sandworm. The Tianwang could greatly reduce the risks of the operation and increase the success rate. In the following days, the forum was abuzz with activity. A force had established a nation, not merely claiming to be a certain country, but a nation recognized by the system. After occupying the base city, a level 15 alliance was all that was needed to establish a nation. Over the past few days, those alliances that had captured base cities gradually met the requirements and initiated the national establishment doctrines. Once a nation is established, there will be planetary announcements. The Universal Heavenly Enlightenment Church, Huagua Migua Prussia, and Ross subsequently founded nations across 6 planets. With over 400 planets, there was no instance of 2 nations existing on the same planet, and most players couldn't hear any system announcements at all. After a nation is established, the founding alliance is directly upgraded to a nation, which can vassalize other alliances. However, both sides remain independent, merely sharing some common defense and effects. The relationship between nations and alliances isn't strictly hierarchical. An alliance can vassalize to a nation, and a nation can form a national alliance with multiple nations joining a single national alliance. However, regardless of whether a member or a vassal nation must have at least one base city on that planet. This means a member can hold a maximum of one alliance, one nation, and one national alliance simultaneously. Moreover, the main difference between nations and alliances is that previously alliances operated on a three-tier system: alliance base member. After nation establishment, all members fall directly under the jurisdiction of the nation. Bases still exist, but the authority to appoint base commanders lies with the nation, which can even spend trade points to freely construct bases. At the same time, all alliance effects upgrade to national effects, with some becoming ineffective and others in. The area where a nation's base city is located constitutes the nation's territory, and bases within that territory do not count against the nation's population limit, also providing additional effects from national doctrines. Members of a nation can transfer trade points directly without transaction taxes, and any transaction taxes generated will have 50 transferred to the national treasury for leaders to utilize. Nations possess greater diplomatic sovereignty, as well as other effects. Mo Chun had only heard rumors. After all, his alliance was still some distance from nation establishment, with its level only at 13. There is no limit to the number of alliances a nation can vassalize. Therefore, after several nations were established, the number of vassal alliances exploded. Apart from the peak players who accepted only a few vassal alliances, the other 5 nations had already amassed thousands of vassal alliances within a single day, marking the beginning of the planet's integration. If the members of these vassal alliances are counted, the influence of these nations has become quite substantial, and the impact they generate is significant. Originally, even major powers like Migwa and Huagua had very limited cohesion in the New World, capable of organizing only a small portion of people's strength. However, now that several nations have been established, it signifies that they still possess strength in the New World. The credibility and prestige of the nations have significantly increased, most evidently reflected in the amount of national debt. Some nations' branches on certain planets have announced debts exceeding hundreds of millions, indicating a liquidity of over 100 million, enabling larger-scale actions. This led Mo Chun to begin considering whether there were any major forces on their planet 104. If the officials decided to establish a nation and integrate the planet, should he join, cooperate, resist? However, upon observing, Mo Chun saw that their planet was indeed quite. Planet 104 has roughly half of its population as Huagua people, but the other half consists of Southeast Asians, Russians, islanders, and even people from Tianju. Of course, the largest official force remains the Huagua branch. However, the situation of the Huagua branch on planet 104 is quite complicated. At the start, there was an exceptional situation, with several chosen ones joining in. But later it was unclear what happened. All the chosen ones withdrew, some national debts went missing, and the responsible personnel changed several times. There are several narratives regarding the specific situation. In any case, the credibility of the Huagua branch on planet 104 has since diminished. Several plans ultimately led to significant financial losses, and players who purchased national debts saw no hope of recovering their investments, leaving many disappointed, while the few splinter factions thrived. Currently, although the Huagua branch on planet 104 still exists, it has not taken any significant action. Now that Huagua has established a nation on a planet, its prestige has soared, yet there have been no visible actions or plans announced by the Huagua branch on planet 104, giving the impression of negligence. This situation is not an isolated case. Many national forces have started off in a similar state. Friend chat, the road lies beneath our feet. This week, I plan to attempt to capture the base city, so there will be a major adjustment within the alliance. Those who comply with the arrangements will be taken to the base city, while others will go to the sub-alliance. The road lies beneath our feet. Are you planning to become a leader in the sub-alliance, or stay here? Linshi, of course I will stay. Previously I asked you to use the assembly to summon people, but you did not come. The road lies beneath our feet. All right, you will be responsible for internal consolidation within the alliance. Those who wish to stay should submit their information for application. You should coordinate this with Kong Qiayan. Linshi, do you need help capturing the base city? Should I find 9 bases to assist you? The road lies beneath our feet. No need. I will test a tactic. I have enough personnel. Linshi, okay. Mo Chun closed the chat box. He only needed to pay attention to the alliance consolidation. His real focus should be on military matters. Mo Chun stood up and left the room, heading to the manufacturing area. Drones had already been assembled one after another. These simple drones were equipped with explosive devices similar to the self-destruct drones previously seen on the battlefield of Blue Star. Mo Chun named them Lightning, although they were actually more powerful than lightning. The body structure, shell, and mechanical parts could be outsourced, allowing him to focus on manufacturing the core components at the workbench and then assemble them, which could at least have the manufacturing time with batch production being even faster. The combat unit utilized a 5 kg enhanced anti-tank grenade with a focused armor-piercing charge capable of easily destroying the frontal armor of a Type 2 tank and even penetrating the frontal armor of heavy tanks like the Tiger King. The most advanced technology lay in the thrusters, which could achieve a cruising speed of 200 km/h and upon activating sprint mode, could exceed an acceleration of 800 km/h in a straight line. Then it would propel the combat unit to hit its target along with the battery detonating together. Since they were singless, mutant spared no expense in many aspects. Their lifespan was inherently short, and after being activated for over a day, they could disassemble. Nevertheless, even so, the cost of a single unit was around 70,000. For instance, the current battery had no alternatives and could only be sourced from transport robots. The cost is not high considering that Prussia's cost for a Type 2 tank could be several million. The main issue lies in the low production capacity and the high difficulty of manufacturing thrusters requiring considerable time at the workbench. 3 days later would be Sunday, by which time he could assemble about 30 units. Time 000 September 5th, 15005 Sunday tide period initiated current zone pollution, level tidal contamination, subspace invasion factor none. A team had gathered atop a dune beyond a certain base city. 3 armored vehicles, each mounted with machine guns, served as both firing points and defensive nodes. Though incomparable to tanks, they were sufficient for defense. 2 additional vehicles transported supplies. The entire squad, over 40 in number, was armed with various weapons. A gray drone hovered silently above the city, its enhanced imaging revealing every detail of the base, while radar precisely locked onto all targets. The largest red dot remained motionless at the city's center. Is everyone ready? Aim the first artillery volley, wait for my command, and coordinate with the drones to strike the invasion core. Let's finish this in one go. Everyone prepare to retreat. Imo-chan instructed those behind him. All set, Commander, the group replied. Imo-chan nodded. Skynet, deploy the lightning units in 3 groups. Head to the city walls first, keep the target locked at all times, and engage only the invasion core. Understood. 30 drones linked and controlled by Skynet took off together. As they moved to a position near the city wall, though not the gate area, and at an altitude exceeding 100 meters, they still drew the attention of some data specters. A few data specters turned their gaze toward the drone swarm, seemingly detecting a hostile presence, but remained merely vigilant without further action. They had no means to attack the drones at such altitude. The armed shooters' range fell short of 100 meters, and only scavengers could possibly hit that height, but no such elite unit was stationed at the outer walls. Moreover, the caution of a few data specters did not trigger a larger-scale shift, and the city's defenses remained unchanged. Should the lightning drones move closer? Stay here, deploy in 3 groups, bypass other defenses, and strike the invasion core directly. All right, Group 1 is ready to launch. Estimated time to target 4 seconds. With 30 drones, the battle could end in a dozen seconds. If it failed, Imo-chan would retreat decisively. On Imo-chan's control terminal, 10 lightning drones formed a dispersed formation skimming low over the city's scattered buildings to reach its center. There the massive invasion core sat motionless. Fire! At Imo-chan's command, 5 cannons fired simultaneously. The 10 lightning drones adjusted their dive angles, plunging like 10 dark shadows. Bang! 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 The 10 lightning units struck the invasion core's various parts, almost simultaneously unleashing a chain of explosive blasts. A violent detonation and a blinding flash of fire engulfed the impact points. Energy of approximately 1 megajoule propelled a metal jet from the top, reaching a hypervelocity exceeding 600 meters per second, driving a devastating force that pierced through the upper half of the invasion core's body. Thick smoke mingled with sparks billowed from the breach, forming a murky gray haze. The metal jet had completely perforated the invasion core's form, leaving a charred hole about 20 centimeters in diameter on its surface. And such an attack struck 10 times all hits. The invasion core was sent crashing to the ground by the immense rumble. Nearby 5 shells landed close, but missed, killing only a few data specters while the rising smoke obscured Skynet's view. What about thermal imaging? Data specters have no body temperature. A miscalculation. Group 2 move in immediately, Imo-chan ordered. The lightning attacks had not been intercepted and all hit. This was the best scenario. Now data specters within the city were beginning to converge and advance toward Imo-chan's position, indicating the invasion core was still alive. Then they would keep bombing. As the smoke cleared, the invasion core, riddled with holes, was indeed still alive and struggled to crawl into a nearby warehouse. This was enough firepower to destroy 10 tanks. Its survivability was almost absurd. This reminded Imo-chan that the manual had indeed stated. Collapsars and demons were not living beings. They had no weaknesses, and conventional weapons inflicted minimal damage. Psionic weapons were preferable. When nations like Prussia, the United States, and China assaulted base cities, they had specifically designed a flat trajectory artillery piece for use at city gates to strike the invasion core, requiring concentrated fire to kill it. Hit the center. The invasion core had barely entered the warehouse when another 10 drones locked onto it. Bang! 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 Another series of explosions erupted. Kill Data Spectre Invasion Core. Alliance EXP 10000. Kill Data Spectre Invasion Core. Merits 1000000. Kill Data Spectre Invasion Core. Drop Trade Beacon 1. Kill Data Spectre Invasion Core. Drop Skill Book New United Empire Common Language 1. Kill Data Spectre Invasion Core. Drop White Relic High Energy Coke Block 1. Kill Data Spectre Invasion Core. Drop Special System Item Planetary Conference Proposal 1. Indirect kills numerous data specters. Alliance EXP 0 weekly EXP cap reached. Indirect kills numerous data specters. Merits 1000000. Indirect kill Data Spectre Invasion Core. Drop Trade Beacon 1. Indirect kill Data Spectre Invasion Core. Drop Trade 10,000 Alliance EXP. His alliance, which had just reached level 13, now jumped directly to level 14. 200,000 merits as well. Merits could be exchanged for trade points and doctrine points. The latter was something Imo-chan sorely lacked, and now he could likely achieve freedom in doctrine points in a short time. And the drops alone were substantial. Trade beacons, a white relic, a skill book, and a planetary conference proposal, a system item he had never heard of. But this was not all. Prepare to enter the city. Imo-chan glanced at the control terminal. The entire base city was devoid of data specters. With no threats, the group advanced toward the base city. The gates stood wide open as if welcoming them. The base city successfully occupied. Current Tier 1 base city capacity 3000. Can be relocated to any Alliance base on this planet. Base city module unlocked. Base city 104-9114 occupied. Zone pollution level reduced. Number of collapsars during tide periods decreased. Entered Alliance rankings. Current rank 10th. Another series of system notifications. Equally bewildered were players worldwide staring at the leaderboards. Alliance rankings. 10th, 104 Mutual Aid Society. Who was this? On September 12th, many base cities were successfully conquered. Currently, all 6 nations have captured their second base city. This was not difficult. Having fought once before, it only required a second assembly and expedition to the neighboring district. The preparation time for such an expedition was merely 2 to 6 days, which was entirely sufficient. Beyond these, other national forces, such as Britain, which built 8 Valentine tanks for a successful assault, island nation, which constructed 12 Type 95 light tanks, and succeeded in new alliances like the Roman Commonwealth, the Han Order Alliance, the Brahma Union, the Islamic Mutual Aid Society, and the Bantu Earth Assembly, mostly relied on chosen ones supported by tanks or armored vehicles achieving victory through fierce combat. Of course, there were also failures with many lives lost. By the end of the day, a total of 18 base cities had been conquered. Adding the previous 6, humanity now occupied 24 base cities. Thus, the leaderboard featured 18 names, with the 104 Mutual Aid Association ranking 10th due to its conquest speed. Who is this 104 Mutual Aid Association? Bujadeo. What is Bujadeo? I don't know. If you don't know, why say it? I've never heard of this Bujadeo faction before. A divine being. I can't find this faction's livestream. Do they have some secret? Who says they have to livestream? I've heard of it. I even joined this alliance to buy lumber. You're just bragging. The forum buzzed with considerable discussion about this mysterious alliance. This was because other factions that conquered base cities were generally well known, having built up their reputation before. Those names were familiar on the forums, except for the 104 Mutual Aid Association. Its name was simple, and even players on Star 104 had never heard of it. Only players in the same district or region as the 104 Mutual Aid Association suddenly woke up in shock. That lumber-selling alliance was actually this formidable. On the leaderboard, 18 alliances were spread across 470 planets, meaning only one faction per 20-odd planets could conquer a base city, and that's not even accounting for regions and districts within each planet. For other planets, it was just a topic of conversation, but for Star 104 players, it was impossible to ignore. Why hadn't they been told there was such a powerhouse on their own planet? 104 Mutual Aid Association recruitment notice. A forum post appeared on Star 104's forum along with announcements in the planet and region channels. 104 Mutual Aid Association sincerely invites talented individuals. Our alliance has secured survival and safety. To rebuild human civilization, we are openly recruiting all types of professional and technical talents. Benefits: personal safety and freedom, full allocation of food, shelter, and medical care. 8th-hour work system specifics negotiable. Requirements: senior expert chief technician, senior principal chief engineer, deputy chief, physician medical expert. Standards may be relaxed based on base conditions, Chinese nationals or Chinese speakers preferred. Requirements: upright character, law-abiding, team-oriented, willing to follow organizational arrangements. Application: add Lin Shi or Fong Zihan as friends and submit application info. Format: goals, skills, number of players and clones in base age. An official recruitment notice was posted by the 104 Mutual Aid Association's official account. This was a feature unique to alliances that had conquered base cities, and the official account also boosted technicians, fitters, welders, repairmen, etc. Engineers, mechanical, chemical, metallurgical, electronic, etc. And physicians, general, internal, surgical, etc. These three categories were the most crucial for human development and civilization rebuilding. Particularly those at the senior technician level and above were the top talents on Earth, akin to walking academies of science capable of both research and innovation. To attract talent, the recruitment post included 2 videos, one from the Celestial Network perspective showing drone footage of the base city conquest, and another video of the base's cafeteria and logging yard. Together, they demonstrated the Alliance's strength, sparking an uproar. A method of conquering base cities that was starkly different from other factions, far more efficient. By the time this announcement was made, Mo-chun was already in the highest office of the base city. The office was located on the inner side of the second floor at the base center with no windows to the outside, the entire room encased in a high-strength blast-proof structure. Indoor lighting came from a uniform soft main-light-free diffuse system that allowed full visibility without glare. At the center was a modular alloy conference table with an embedded touch projection device ready to be activated at any time. Mo-chun could see the entire base city from his soft chair. After moving into the base city, he promptly relocated his original 3 bases along with trusted allies like Lin Shi and Li Siming. The total number was about 300 people, but this was still insignificant for the entire base city. A first-level base city had 3,000 slots. Mo-chun could freely choose bases within his alliance to move into the base city. Those bases would then appear directly in the city, including all their contents and personnel. Once the 3,000 limit was reached, theoretically more people could be brought in through expeditions, as the base's area could accommodate them, but those arriving this way would have no official status and many base city functions would not apply to them. For instance, some automatic doors would open for registered members, but require an escort for those without status. To increase the quota, the base city needed to be upgraded. However, Mo-chun was in no rush. He carefully observed the office layout. It was far more spacious and comfortable than his previous base, with room for him to move around freely. After a while, Mo-chun withdrew his gaze. In terms of personnel, he needed to reorganize, first establishing a new system for the base city's future operations. After all, 3,000 people was no small number. The old makeshift setup could no longer manage it. Recruiting talent was important, but the overall framework must not be chaotic. Mo-chun had no intention of simply filling the 3,000 slots and then dealing with power struggles. Although he alone held the highest authority in the base city, a group of people could still cause endless disputes and passive resistance. One step at a time, Mo-chun planned to first separate the organizational structure, dividing clones and players from their original base commanders into individual units before reassigning them, as clones were simpler to manage. First register everyone, then reorganize the military and restructure the departments. After that, he would gradually recruit, filling the 3,000 slots over 10 to 20 days and getting the entire base city operational. That would mark a new beginning. From a few people surviving in a base to a base city of thousands, only then could it truly be called the rebuilding of civilization. For now, Mo-chun needed to know the basic information of all 300 people in the base to make proper. Inside the meeting room of the base city, Mo-chun sat at the head, while the seats below were filled with people mostly young and middle-aged players. I appreciate everyone's past efforts which have allowed us to sit here today. Survival is no longer our concern. Now we must focus on developing our new home. I want mince words. The base city will establish a new order, and I will clearly explain everyone's daily life, work, rights, and responsibilities. Now I'll make some arrangements that I've thought of myself. If anyone has objections, feel free to speak up. First, from now on, all weapons and trade points must be handed over to the base city. In the base city, the old base organization model should no longer exist. I hope everyone will adapt to a new life centered around families, especially those with elderly and children. Regardless of who you are, food, medical care, housing, and daily necessities within the base city are fully guaranteed. At the same time, a contribution point currency system will be implemented as wages for purchasing entertainment items, luxury goods, and so on. All those under 16 will be reassigned to education, and those 16 and above will be assigned jobs with the option to apply for positions. Those over 54 will transition to lighter roles, and those over 65 will retire. The base city will generally implement an 8th-hour work system with compensation for positions that require constant readiness. Mo-chun read from his own draft. He then looked at the crowd. None of the people most likely to have objections spoke. Those who had followed him before understood his ways, and none had extreme personalities. The newly arrived players also had no issues. Mo-chun had chosen to recruit them because he understood their backgrounds well and could confirm they posed no risk. Moreover, Mo-chun's arrangements were not unfavorable. An 8th-hour work system was something they couldn't even enjoy in their makeshift groups. The base city's benefits, whether in food or housing, far exceeded what they had before. With such a clear improvement in quality of life, why would anyone object? At least no one would stand up in opposition. Alright, next I will establish the personnel framework for our base city to accommodate the growing population. From now on, I will set up 9 departments assigning positions based on individual abilities and needs with the flexibility for future adjustments. Imo-chan continued. He had discussed this with Kong Xiaoyan Lin, Shi, and Huakai Fugue. They had deliberated all night. The future would still be a period of rapid development requiring flexible adjustments. Today they might need lumber, but tomorrow might lose its value, and everyone would shift to producing drones on the assembly lines, all according to the base city's needs. Logistics department responsible for warehouse management, transportation, and distribution, ensuring food and clothing and base city cleanliness. Production department responsible for outdoor labor like logging and gathering. Manufacturing department responsible for industrial manufacturing within the base city. Defense department as second-line combatants mainly for base city defense and internal security, potentially serving as reserves in emergencies. Operations department as frontline combatants often required to leave the base city for battles. Management department mainly for coordinating personnel recruiting and handling disputes. Intelligence department tasked with propaganda trade and information gathering. Technical advisory department primarily engineering and manufacturing professionals or other key technical advisors responsible for important industrial manufacturing maintenance and research. Medical and health department doctors and nurses responsible f. Based on everyone's past experiences and records, I will create an assignment schedule. If anyone wants to change jobs, please actively apply, I will entrust this matter to Comrade Lin Shi. That concludes my speech. Imo-chan finished in one go. Applause rang out as Fong Zihan, Lin Shi, and others led the clapping. This made Imo-chan somewhat uncomfortable. He wondered if he hadn't spoken while feeling a bit awkward. He rarely gave speeches, finishing completely was already an achievement. But judging by the atmosphere, at least most people were satisfied. In a lounge, Imo-chan met his old friend Lee Siming alone for the first time in a while. They sat opposite each other on sofas by a table, quite relaxed. How did your hair turn this color? Did you dye it? Imo-chan asked, puzzled. No, I don't know how it happened. It changed when I came to this planet. Maybe it's an effect of the player traits. Anyway, shouldn't the base city change its name? Isn't 104 Mutual Aid Association a bit too? Lee Siming waved her hand. I plan to change the name once the base city is on track. For now, the reputation of the 104 Mutual Aid Association has spread, and changing it would make recruitment inconvenient, Imo-chan explained. Many things hadn't been considered, even some minor ones, like the Alliance's name, which should have been changed long ago. What do you think we should call it? Imo-chan asked again. Dragon Group. Dawn. Arc. Spark. Dawn Federation. Terra Human Empire. Try not to be too outrageous. How about Babel? Huaxiao Revival Alliance. Red Star Commune. Or maybe Community, with a shared future for mankind. Don't mess with me. After a few exchanges with Lee Siming, Imo-chan suddenly felt that 104 Mutual Aid Association was actually quite good. 104 represented their planet, and Mutual Aid Association was conservative and neutral. The name might not be great, but it wasn't problematic either. Let's stick with it for now. If there's a real problem later, we'll change it. No way. Lee Siming tried to stop him, but couldn't. Go handle the real work. Level 1 base city can accommodate up to 3,000 members, providing various guidance, path guidance, construction guidance, production guidance. Expandable independently. The system distributes 30 sets of gene sequence groups weekly. If designated as the main city of an alliance or nation, capturing other base cities will accelerate the main city's upgrade progress. City defense system operational. Control center operational. Residential living area operational. Food processing zone operational. Industrial manufacturing zone operational. Storage area operational. Medical zone operational. Power generation zone operational. Training ground operational. There were also areas like the landfill and emergency zones. All districts of the base city were displayed above a mix of green with a hint of red. Imo-chan could access the information for each zone. For instance, the city defense system. City defense system current status. Outer city defense. Wall structure all normal. City gate status open. Omnidirectional surveillance normal accessible. Firepower units not installed. Warning radar not installed. Shield system not installed. Central firepower system. Dual track accelerated electromagnetic cannon 1 not activated. Currently, the city defense system consisted of only 2 parts, the outer city defense and the central defense system. Imo-chan could control the opening and closing of the city gates and the external surveillance, as well as the only 4-story building in the base city, the control center. Above that was a firepower system covering all directions of the base city, which housed a ready-touse electromagnetic cannon. Indeed, this base city even possessed weapons, and devastating ones at that. Imogen examined the data. It was a superweapon with a caliber of 80 millimeters, or a muzzle velocity of 2 kilometers, and an effective range of 80 kilometers. Although it was only a medium-sized electromagnetic cannon, its power far exceeded all current weaponry. The key point was that it was immediately usable with 5 rounds of 3 different types of ammunition. With this, the base city's defense would be significantly more secure. However, why would it come with weapons? Imogen frowned. Since such a powerful weapon was provided, it must be useful. But based on current circumstances, occupying base cities actually reduced the pollution in the concentrated zones, making the collapsed entities even weaker, thus rendering it unnecessary. The overlord creatures also vanished directly after the base city was captured. War between humans. That was even more absurd. Other forces capable of threatening the base city were separated by countless light years. Imogen pondered for a while, but limited by information, he found no answer. Perhaps it was merely a means of self-defense for those who captured the base city. He then accessed the residential living area, which occupied a quarter of the base city's total area. Currently, there were 65 residential buildings, each with 3 floors above ground and 3 below. They came in 3 types: 30 family-style buildings with 4 units per floor, 30 individual-style buildings with 8 units per floor, and 5 premium buildings with 1 unit per floor. It was more than sufficient to fully accommodate 3,000 people. Next was the food processing zone. The base city came equipped with a large-scale bioreactor and an advanced water purification system. The bioreactor was a system item capable of synthesizing food, including converting plants like wood into starch and plant protein. Adding minerals allowed for the production of nutrient paste, while decomposed animal carcasses could be turned into safe synthetic meat. Even organic waste and plastics like garbage could be reconstituted into food. Of course, the efficiency of each method varied. In any case, even using only wood, it could stably produce enough food for 3,000 people. With the water purification system, drinking water was also in ample supply. The value of these 2 systems was incalculable. The daily output alone was worth at least 800,000 trade points. Industrial manufacturing zone. All equipment from the former base that had been moved here was located in this area. The old base's workbenches and trading posts, being system buildings, were not present, but the base city came with a large-scale workbench. Although the quantity was certainly reduced, this large-scale workbench was 5 times more efficient than a standard one. Moreover, it benefited from his trait bonuses and was a workbench capable of directly manufacturing drones. This effectively quintupled the efficiency of drone production. Next was the storage area. This was the sole source of red dots on the control panel. Because a spot in front of a warehouse had been damaged by a drone explosion and required repairs. Apart from that, there were over a dozen super-large warehouses capable of holding vast quantities of supplies without any crowding. The base city's trading post and recycling station were both located in the storage area, and they were far more efficient than those in the standard bases. Next was the medical zone. It had a set of basic medical facilities, but only one set insufficient to meet the medical needs of 3,000 people. However, all the cloning pods from the previous base had been preserved, totaling 10 units. Next was the power generation zone. It contained only a single miniature power reactor, but that was a miniature nuclear fusion reactor generating 30 megawatts of electricity. It was more than enough to fully power the base city with a significant surplus. After reviewing all the data, Imogen was quite satisfied. The current population of 300 was nothing in the face of this base city. While supporting the consumption of the current 300 people, selling food, water, and electricity could earn him millions of trade points daily. Of course, Imogen was not so short-sighted. Expansion was certainly on the agenda, but blind expansion was not advisable, as Imogen's foundation was not deep. He first ordered the purchase of 5 more cloning pods, so the gene sequence groups would only need 6 days to complete a cloning cycle. 30 clones per week was not a large number, but it was not insignificant either. Currently, there were only 34 clones in the base. Imogen planned to integrate them all into the defense and operations departments, along with 16 players who had some combat experience. A total of 50 people. Imogen planned for a maximum of 100 active personnel and 50 reservists, which would be sufficient to maintain the base city's operations. He had no intention of employing human wave tactics. His unique advantage lay in the Skynet drone system, which required minimal personnel to fill the ranks, especially since there were no pressing military engagements. Even if they continued to capture other base cities, 50 people would be more than enough. Inside a certain base. Where's the teacher? He has locked himself in his room again. He might be communicating with some professor. It's better not to disturb him. You're saying that if we disturb him, I as his son will surely get a beating. The two were conversing outside. Even though one of them was the commander of the base, a look of helplessness appeared on his face. In a room separated by a wall, a middle-aged man of considerable age was intently watching a video on his computer. The table was cluttered with various drafts surrounded by numerous mechanical devices, and there were even machine tools operating outside indicating that this base had long since moved past the stage of mere survival. The middle-aged man, now over 50, wore an excited expression as if he had discovered something of great interest. Li Qingyang, an academician from the Department of Mechanical and Transportation Engineering under the Academy of Engineering of Huaguo, was among the top engineers in the country. The video he was watching was published by the 104 Mutual Aid Association, showcasing the strategies of the drone-based city. Drones. How is that possible? Li Qingyang was contemplating the feasibility of manufacturing. Drone technology had already achieved sufficient development on Blue Star, but currently countries were unable to produce them as some aspects could not be manually crafted. Transistor computers and wireless communication networks were essential. Without them, flight control systems could not be created. Researching wireless communication networks required physical exploration. CNC technology was also necessary. No matter how skilled a craftsman was at handcrafting propellers or symmetrical structures, they would at most be able to fly, but risk crashing at any moment. Materials and energy could be addressed by robotic transport, which could barely solve the issues. At least 5 levels of technology were required to have a foundational manufacturing capability, and even with that it was far from enough to create something stable. So, he repeatedly paused and zoomed in on the images of these suicide drones. The materials used for the drones were even somewhat wooden, simple in composition. Although Li Qingyang was not a drone specialist, he had enough understanding of their structure to spot something unusual at first glance. These drones had a complex structure with significantly fewer components than usual designs. The installation bases, reinforcements, and counterweights that would typically be present were nowhere to be found, seemingly eliminated through integrated bending and shape optimization, leaving almost no extraneous structures. From the outside, there were no visible wiring or interfaces. Basic flight control systems usually have adjustment knobs and calibration ports, but none were visible, not even fine-tuning for the motors. It seemed that the foundational design diverged from his understanding. The last time he had such a feeling was when he saw a reconnaissance drone purchased from certain merchants in a store. However, the gap between the two was still evident. These drones resembled advanced versions. Moreover, there was an even more incomprehensible built-in propulsion system. If there was only one, Li Qingyang could convince himself it was bought from some merchant, but with a full 20 units still intended for consumption. Then he had to question whether the other party had production capabilities. What was even more terrifying was that besides the suicide drones, what was capturing these images from high altitudes? The footage was as steady as if it were a movie. The system's built-in live streaming and recording features did not possess the capability for aerial photography. Li Qingyang naturally understood the production capabilities of the current top factions. Over the past 2 weeks, he had been invited to participate in designing some important industrial recovery plans, and he had tackled a technical difficulty with T-26. However, due to the situation on 104 planet, Li Qingyang was not currently within the organization and had taken on some other jobs which he was well aware of. Currently, neither Prussia, the United States, nor Huaguo had the capability to produce drones. A nameless faction could actually surpass those great powers officially. Li Qingyang was now intrigued. After repeatedly watching the video countless times and scribbling and revising on draft paper, he had gained some understanding and guesses about the structures of those drones. Impressive. He stretched his neck and glanced at the clock. Unknowingly, 4 hours had already passed. In the Academy of Engineering, he was not considered old, still below average age. However, Li Qingyang was not the type to focus on theories and publish papers. He spent all day in the laboratory working on things. This also led to him as a nearly retired 58-year-old man in Blue Star, suffering tremendously after 4 hours of research, even with an assistant. Many people said that if he continued like this, he might not even live to retire at 70. But now, after using that potion, he found that after 4 continuous hours of Hansen work and thinking, he had experienced little fatigue. Now he had encountered entirely new technology. For him, this new world was truly not a bad thing. Due to his age, the most challenging first month was endured by his son before he could join. Looking at the circumstances of others, Li Qingyang could only sigh at his own fortune. As he pondered, he got up and left the room. Li Qingyang was not unreasonable. He had already occupied the base's only computer for over 4 hours, and any longer would disrupt the base's operations. Next time. It might not necessarily be next time. Once he got into research, he became absorbed and could hardly control himself. If not for this nature, how could he have stood out among the nation's top talents to enter the Academy of Engineering? Dad, you're finally done. The man waiting at the door finally sighed in relief upon seeing him. This time, all 3 families have invited us. I think we should make a decision. They are all preparing plans for conquering the base city. If we wait too long, it might be too late. Li Zheng hurriedly said. Although he was the commander of the base, many decisions were made by his father, Li Qingyang. Again with them. Yes. Li Zheng began to share his views with Li Qingyang. On 104 planet, the three largest factions among the Chinese are Huaguo 104 Division Chinese Renaissance Association and Han Sequence 104 Division. Among them, returning to Huaguo 104 Division seemed to him the worst choice. The upper echelons had almost given up on this internally chaotic, infamous, and talent-draining division. It was in a state of having no support despite retaining its title. Although it still held the title of the largest in 104, Li Zheng considered it the least likely choice. Chinese Renaissance Association was formed by several chosen ones who left Huaguo 104 Division. It had grown significantly, with many branches throughout 104 planet overall strong, and there were several acquaintances among them. As for Han Sequence 104 Division, currently the three Chinese factions conquering the base city are only Huaguo 104 Mutual Aid Association and Han Sequence Alliance. Han Sequence had been rapidly expanding its influence not within 104, but establishing branches across the world on Chinese planets. Many who were dissatisfied or unwilling to join the official Huaguo had joined the Han Sequence Alliance, believing that in the Han Sequence Alliance the capable rise to the top free from the bureaucrats of the old world. The number of chosen ones in the Han Sequence Alliance clearly surpassed those in the official Huaguo, subtly indicating a trend of contesting legitimacy against Huaguo's current regime. Han Sequence 104 Division is one of them, with some individuals who previously worked in the Huaguo Division now transitioning there. Now, all three major factions were planning the conquest of the base city, recruiting talent. The importance of top mechanical engineers is extremely high in the present. Naturally, they sought him out. However, what Li Qingyang said after hearing the general situation was unexpectedly surprising to Feng Zheng. Since they are all vying for the second base city on 104 planet, why don't we choose the first one? 104 Mutual Aid Association. Hello, we are the Chinese Renaissance Association. Since Mo Chun conquered the base city and publicly recruited talents, many have attempted to contact him. For example, this one. Brother, you managed to capture the base city. Your skills are indeed impressive. Are you interested in joining us? The Chinese Renaissance Association now has over 200,000 official members, with 6 chosen ones joining and 80 players exhibiting silver player traits. The contact person showcased their side strength. Mo Chun naturally knew about the Chinese Renaissance. Not all chosen ones possess formidable combat strength. Some are weaker, and others, like Li Ximing, are more support-oriented and need development. It's the chosen ones participating in the conquest of the base city who possess exceptional combat power that are truly rare. After all, any group is most noticeable for its top tier. Those strong chosen ones directly elevate the reputation of this unique group. However, Mo Chun did not lack a powerful chosen one. Rather, such an addition would be an unstable factor. Last time a chosen one contacted him, wanting to join the 104 Mutual Aid Association as a deputy leader, while putting forth various demands which Mo Chun did not agree to. Instead, the silver player traits caught Mo Chun's attention, as some of them were genuinely useful. If one could speed up production lines, he would indeed be willing to recruit them at any cost. Though a single district may not even have one silver player trait, the total number across the entire planet is still considerable. As for whether there are chosen ones or silver player traits hiding away, Mo Chun felt there certainly are, but they are definitely not numerous. After all, few players can independently develop. A powerful chosen one does not necessarily equate to being financially beneficial. Many chosen ones, if they do not create or join a faction, primarily enhance the sense of security during a surge, yet remain poor. Back to the point, throughout the 104 star there are only a little over a dozen known chosen ones, and among the Chinese there are 7 known, one of whom is in the Han Sequence Alliance, while the other 6 are in the Chinese Renaissance Association. However, it is hard to say how closely knit these 6 chosen ones are, given that they are not even in the same district, let alone the same region. If you join us, the leader is willing to offer you a deputy position, and the other party promised numerous benefits. One could say they indeed showed considerable sincerity. Perhaps. Why would Mo Chun, a leader who has already conquered the base city, join an alliance that has yet to do so as a subordinate? Moreover, being a subordinate does not guarantee stability. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Mo Chun's understanding of the Chinese Renaissance Association is limited to the public domain, and he does not even know the name or character of their leader, so how could he possibly join? If that's all, we have nothing to discuss. Alright, can we talk about cooperation instead, eh? The other party remained. Cooperation in what? Do you have those self-destructing drones? We'll buy them at a high price. As expected, their true intentions were now revealed. We can talk. Mo Chun agreed. It was impossible to replicate his actions in conquering the base city. The Skynet only had one unit, and even if the Lightning was improved, accomplishing such a complex task as an urban assassination would be difficult. Yet he still agreed. Mo Chun was not short on money, but he lacked personnel. Tell me all the information you have on silver player traits across the 104 star, and I can consider giving you one. Consider? You can't just throw me some useless information to placate me. Can we buy it? 1 million for each unit. How many do you want? Mo-chun talked with this person for a while. Eventually, both parties reached a mutually satisfactory cooperation. Mo-chun would assist the Chinese Renaissance Association in conquering the base city, but he also needed to receive some compensation. He also informed the other party that the assassination tactic could not be replicated. Of course, the sky net could not be given away, but Mo-chun could modify the lightning to allow for remote control. After the discussions concluded, Mo-chun finally had some free time. Next, he intended to visit a unique building within the base city called the Interstellar Trade Center. It was located at the edge of the base, resembling a supersized interstellar trading shop, but with a single entrance. Upon entering the entrance, there was a rather small service hall. Inside was a seating area surrounded by numerous screens and operable devices. Random call, please insert trade beacon X1. Mo-chun naturally brought one along, and behind him followed a transport robot carrying a box of trade beacons. Call successful, please wait 10 minutes. Demon mercenary trading post. Mo-chun had already seen the merchant. It seemed to be a very rare merchant. A screen in front reveals the image of a person. It is a tall, imposing figure with black horns wearing a mask on his face. Shuer Mu, unknown language, he spoke. Mo-chun could not understand what he was saying. Can you understand? The person spoke again. This time, Mo-chun understood, but it was not in Chinese. It was in the common language of the new United Empire. Tsk tisk, it seems I have to use this language. Enough with the nonsense. I didn't expect this thing to actually work. What do you want me to get for you? The person waved his hand, and a list of goods appeared. Daimon mercenary trading post brief. Current faction favorability is cold. Single hiring limit is 3000. Weak Daimon mercenaries 100. Weak Daimon mercenaries who have no choice but to become mercenaries for survival, mere fodder for war. However, Mo-chun did not look at these goods, but instead spoke. Who are you? He spoke in clumsy new United Empire common language. You can call me Scar. Scar noticed that Mo-chun was not from the new United Empire, and his attitude improved slightly. Of course, it was only slightly. He remained quite impatient. Wait. Scar looked at Mo-chun and suddenly seemed to see something. Wooer Sa Gu, unknown. His expression slightly changed, though he wore a mask. Mo-chun could tell he was momentarily taken aback. Was it because of that Daimon clan mark? Scar muttered a few words under his breath before looking back at Mo-chun. This time his attitude was completely different. Guess I apologize for my rudeness earlier. If you need anything, I will do my best to accommodate you. Scar spoke with a hint of respect and waved his hand again. The goods list was different now. Daimon mercenary trading post-faction favorability increased to neutral. Single hiring limit increased. More goods added. Daimon mercenary trading post brief. Current faction favorability is neutral. Single hiring limit is 1000. Ordinary Daimon mercenaries 2000. Ordinary Daimon mercenaries who have been in several battles. Their combat quality is not inferior to that of the regular army of the new United Empire, but their equipment is poor. Personnel may change. Elite Daimon mercenaries 4,000. Experienced elite Daimon mercenaries capable of defeating first-tier knights using cold weapons. Personnel may change. Daimon mercenary captain 400. In the eyes of the Daimon people, only the strong can lead a group of Daimon. He can help you achieve victory in battle accompanied by around 10 mercenaries capable of executing small-scale tasks. Personnel may change. Elite Daimon warrior centurion 400. A member of the Goliath branch of the Daimon clan, a seasoned warrior with considerable combat experience, also possessing some ability to coordinate Daimon mercenaries. However, Mo-chun first took a good look at the basic mercenary contract, which was indeed very basic. There was hardly any guarantee. If you need anything, I will arrange for the most obedient mercenaries. Not for now, but I'd like to chat with you. Is that okay? No problem. Hiring mercenaries is not urgent. Mo-chun currently has no needs. However, Scar. He was the first person in this world that Mo-chun could communicate with, so naturally, he had many questions to ask. How much do you know about the new United Empire? I've only roughly read a book on the subject. I have never left this planet since I was born. After the Great Cataclysm, several major powers led by the New Human Empire formed the New Human United Empire, unifying the entire Central Star region and parts of other star regions, becoming the largest human overlord in the known world. Then, what is the Great Cataclysm? Scar was somewhat surprised. It was unlikely that someone did not know about the Great Cataclysm. The disaster swept through every world inhabited by humans, lasting nearly 1,000 years, and human civilization was nearly obliterated. It was only in the past 100 years that the remaining humans began to slowly reconnect and reorganize. I don't know much about the specifics, and I can't be sure if what I know is correct. The demon race is unlike any other human race. The demon race once had an incredibly glorious history, but it ceased to exist a millennium ago. I am not interested in that history. However, the curse engraved upon the entire race destined every demon to be accompanied by eternal suffering from the moment of birth and perhaps even death cannot bring liberation. I have lived in the dark ages since my birth, knowing little about the world of the past few millennia, yet even now those races have not given up on hunting down the demons. Scarface seemed to be recounting a story. His head moved slightly. The pain that penetrated to the marrow accompanied him. Even after 100 years, he could not adapt to this suffering. Thus, most demons tend to be very irritable. His level of awareness is already among the rare few. Mo-chun seemed to understand, but did not interrupt. Let's not stray too far. Do you have any other questions? Why are the prices of demon mercenaries so low? The demons are scattered all over the world, and all races reject us. When being a mercenary is merely about making a living, the prices naturally won't be high. Moreover, the hiring prices are meaningless. Sometimes those who hire demon mercenaries have no intention of paying, merely seeking free cannon fodder, and there are also instances of mercenaries being backstabbed. In short, there are not many rules. Scarface slowly spoke. Of course, if you need to hire personnel, I will arrange the best and most honest for you, though I don't have many people here. Thank you. I also want to ask, what is a first-tier knight? They are part of the knight class of the new United Empire, which classifies knights and sorcerers into levels. Knights are divided into 7 ranks, and titled knights above them are the ascenders. Ascenders possess immense power, capable of destroying the surface civilizations of a planet, combating battleships in space. There are many types of ascenders: stellar ascenders, spiritual ascenders, mechanical ascenders, yet they are extremely rare, holding a transcendent position in any faction. How powerful is the new United Empire? The new United Empire is governed by the Supreme Council, which consists of 5 members further divided into 4 star domains. Among them, I only remember one Marquis of the Republic Star Domain, who once led a Titan fleet to initiate a cleansing against the demon race, erasing them from several star circles, while in the Republic Star Domain, there are over a dozen Marquises, 7 dukes, and 2 sovereigns. Are there any other countries or factions besides the new United Empire? Besides the new United Empire, there is the Sargus Empire, the Holy Expedition Empire. According to some people, they refer to the Sargus Empire as the first human empire, the new United Empire as the second human empire, and the Holy Expedition Empire as the third human empire. In addition to the 3 great empires, there are the City of Light, the Human Restoration Front, the Eastern Alliance, etc. But they are not as powerful as the 3 great empires, which have already occupied most of the human territories. Mo-chun and Scarface engaged in a question-and-answer exchange. They communicated for a long time. Mo-chun gathered a wealth of invaluable information and broadened his horizons. So the outside world is so vast. Guess, do you need a mercenary? Not for now. Mo-chun still felt somewhat uneasy. Okay, I will keep an eye out for quality mercenaries for you. Scarface nodded. Mo-chun returned from the demon mercenary trading post, and Scarface vanished from sight. He can now spend 10 trade beacons to specifically call the demon mercenary trading post. Next, Mo-chun began refreshing the merchants. Wubang's traveling merchant. Wubang's traveling merchant. Wubang's traveling merchant. It was normal yet painful. After a while, a rare one appeared. New United Empire Commerce Federation, an organization formed by the government and large enterprises of the new United Empire, mostly serving as a place for negotiation and cooperation, yet they may sell anything. Current faction favor is indifferent with a single transaction limit of 1,000. Ordinary nutritional paste, 60 trade points. Fresh nutritional paste that quickly replenishes the energy required for a day, though its taste remains unpleasant. Immigrant meal, 160 trade points, contains both meat and vegetables and tastes similar to a box meal after automatic heating. If you are not used to nutritional paste, this will be much more palatable. Advanced immigrant meal, 480 trade points, enhanced with precious spices and ingredients. It melts in your mouth, has a genuine fragrance, includes staple food and desserts, beverages, all rich in calories and nutritious, suitable for high-ranking personnel. Stellar Human History book, 1,200 trade points, authored by a renowned writer. Once you finish reading this book, you can boast about your knowledge. Mini projector, 1,000 trade points. After connecting to a device, it can project a 1-meter hologram. Basic environmental protection suit, 1,700 trade points. A basic environmental protection suit that offers certain resistance to high temperatures, low oxygen, dust, radiation. Environmental threats. Micro naphtha battery, 2,400 trade points. Naphtha material is currently the best energy storage device for humans. This micro battery stores 500 mJ of energy. This time, a female Gata store manager appeared on the screen, looking quite good. Hello guest, how may I assist you? May I ask you some questions? I can refuse to answer if it's unrelated to the products. Her expression and tone were somewhat cold, as if she were just going through the motions. How can I increase my transaction limit? Or purchase other items? Mo-chun thought for a moment. He shouldn't directly ask how to increase faction favor. You just need to buy enough items, or sell enough items. Can I ask you some questions about the new United Empire? I can refuse to answer. Alright. Mo Chen directly started purchasing items. First, it was the history. He bought a large batch of nutritional paste, the limit allowing him to buy 2,000, spending 120,000, but he could earn several tens of thousands upon resale. As for the immigrant meal and advanced immigrant meal, he decided against them. They were not cost-effective, and he might as well cook for himself. The protective suit was of little use, not as good as the one provided by the system initially. However, when he saw the micro-naphtha battery, Mo Chen's eyes lit up. He needed batteries for many things, constantly dismantling the transport robots, and the costs were increasing. Though this was not cheap either, it could save some costs. Moreover, this battery should be much better than the one from the transport robot. There were still over a dozen products left. This merchant indeed offered a wide variety of items, and the initial transaction limit was as high as 1,000. Mo Chen bought what he was interested in, casually spending over 800,000. Professor Lee, Mr. Lee, welcome to our base city. I am Su Qing from the management department responsible for your onboarding reception. 3 people were there to greet Li Qingyang and the others. The speaker was the young girl in work attire at the front, her tone gentle and clear. Thank you for your hard work. I hope you can take care of us in the future. No need for formalities. Let me take you to the dormitory to drop off your luggage first. The 3 locals of the base city also brought 10 transport robots to pack up their daily items. Of course, some cloning pods and heavier equipment were temporarily left here. This matter had been discussed earlier, and the handover went smoothly. Li Qingyang and a group of over 20 entered the base city through the pedestrian passage. All they could hear was the sound of squeaking. Then Li Qingyang and the others saw a string of black dots in the distance, slowly getting larger. A line of more than 10 heavy tracked transport vehicles was lined up, slowly driving into the base city from outside. The vehicles were painted in a heavy, simple gray, their tracks thick like steel pythons, each section of track moving steadily. Each vehicle's cargo hold was filled with logs, and as the vehicles moved, a faint sound of compression could be heard between the timber. The warning lights on the front of the vehicles subtly flashed yellow as this steel convoy passed the metallic walls of the base city, conveying a sense of order and the scent of power. Li Qingyang could easily tell that the technology of these heavy-tracked transport vehicles was not particularly complex, and the difficulty of manufacturing them was considerably lower than that of tanks. The transport convoy did not stop, driving straight past them on the road. However, they had not felt this taste of industrial civilization for a long time. In the past, work between bases was done by a few people or dozens of people, with many organizing small groups to chop down trees for money. But now over 100 tons of wood just disappeared from their sight. Professor, sir, you know that timber trade is the backbone of our base city. I apologize for the spectacle. Not at all. This was just a small interlude. Next, Su Qing took them on a brief tour of some areas of the base. The ground beneath them was a hardened alloy road, flat and wide, extending towards the towering city wall. On both sides of the road were neatly arranged modular buildings with pipelines orderly arranged between the walls and indicator lights flashing in a regulated manner, with several security checkpoints along the road. Li Qingyang and his group looked around in astonishment, marveling at this place. The entire city, made of metal, seemed to transport them to a futuristic world. Su Qing did not urge them, as they were even more astonished when they first arrived. After a while, they finally reached the residential area. Here, many similar buildings were neatly situated. This is the residential area, Professor Lee, Mr. Lee. Based on your preferences, we have assigned single and family residences in buildings 6, 12, and 15. We will take you separately. Later, Professor Lee and Mr. Lee can meet our commander. At the same time, everyone can have dinner together in the cafeteria tonight. We will have someone notify you shortly. Li Qingyang slowly said. The title of commander was indeed quite special, but they were already aware that the commander was the leader of the 104 Mutual Aid Society. In every residence, there was a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom. Basic facilities such as refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, tables, and chairs were also fully equipped. The quality of life in the future would undoubtedly be much higher than before. The others rested in the dormitory first, while Li Qingyang was taken by Li Qing to the manufacturing area. Inside a factory, several large machines were undergoing transformation. Heavy beds were being polished and reinforced, exposed gears and belts dismantled, and new components were being installed by workers. Others might not understand, but Li Qingyang recognized one of the components at a glance. That was a ball screw. Compared to the trapezoidal screws used in mechanical lathes, ball screws offered significantly better friction, precision, and efficiency. He saw that a servo motor was also being installed. Were they transforming a CNC machine? However, Li Qing did not intend to stop, instead directly leading them to a young man standing at a distance watching them. Commander, I have brought the two here. When Li Qingyang and Li Zheng finally met Mo Chen, they were even more surprised that the leader of the 104 Mutual Aid Society was merely a young man in his 20s. Professor Lee, Mr. Lee, welcome to join us. We will be one family from now on. The base city will treat everyone equally. If you encounter any difficulties, just let me know. Imo-chan said warmly. Certainly we understand. Commander, do you have any arrangements for us? Fang Zheng nodded. To be honest, he had communicated with Imo-chan online. He was somewhat hesitant about joining the 104 Mutual Aid Society as the requirements were rather strict. Once he joined, a former base commander would become an ordinary personnel of the base city, without any special privileges, just an additional contribution point as compensation for using the base's assets. But after seeing what was here, Fang Zheng felt much more at ease. Having a job and living a stable life seemed, recently time is quite tight. After you rest today, you can check the work situations of various departments tomorrow. We will arrange some tasks for you to try out. If you find it suitable, you can start work the day after tomorrow. All right. Fang Zheng nodded, having no objections to the arrangement. Commander, are you transforming CNC machines? This was Li Qingyang speaking. Indeed, I am planning to manufacture a production line for drones. The main difference between mechanical machines and CNC machines is that the manual components need to be removed and a CNC system servo motors and encoders need to be installed, replacing the ball screws. Directly transforming saves a lot of time compared to building new ones. Therefore, after Imo-chan researched CNC processing technology, he directly purchased some equipment for transformation. In the following days, Imo-chan received visitors every day. The population of the base city soon exceeded 1,000. As the sole alliance governing the base city on planet 104, it attracted many who came seeking fame. Among them, over 100 high-level and above technicians, engineers, and physicians. The base city developed steadily, and in his spare time, Imo-chan perused that book. The History of Mankind Among the Stars. Forward before the Great Calamity descended, there was a resplendent era known as the Golden Age. Humanity's footprints swept across the galaxy like a wildfire, colonizing tens of thousands of habitable planets into thriving homes, from the orbits of blazing red giants to the frozen frontiers of star systems. Starlight from spaceports wove a brilliant web spanning tens of thousands of light years, and the thunderous roar of colossal colony ships echoed as an epic of civilization through the interstellar void. At that time, 3 superpowers each claimed to be the true heir of the human empire, projecting their ambitions across the entire sea of stars. They wielded war machines capable of rending galaxies, and their fleets cruised like rivers of steel between the stargates. The struggle for legitimacy, from control over stargate hubs to dominance in interstellar trade, ultimately escalated into a galaxy-spanning total war. When conflict ignited, the Milky Way became a blazing battlefield. By the twilight of the Golden Age, war had breached every boundary, degenerating into a catastrophe that incinerated the very foundations of civilization. Orbital bombardments melted planetary crusts, turning once prosperous cities into glassified wastelands under searing heat. Beams of light tore through planetary cores, collapsing centuries-old terraformed environments in an instant as billions of lives and entire ecosystems vanished. Yet all this interstellar fire that razed cities was but dust before the Great Calamity. Faster-than light routes disintegrated and sealed without warning. Stargates fell into utter silence. Even if one could travel at the impossible speed of light, crossing the vast chasms between star domains was unattainable. But these were not the worst of it. Unrecordable disasters swept through like shadows, and the signals of countless colonized planets ceased abruptly in unknown despair. When the interstellar network barely rebooted, the once brilliant civilization of humanity was reduced to mere flickering specks. This calamity persisted for nearly a millennium, until only the former empires could barely preserve some strength through their art projects. Yet even they suffered technological regression no longer comparable to the Golden Age. Amid the ruins of civilization, all human factions negotiated jointly, relinquishing their claims to the human empire and ceasing the internal conflicts of war. The Sargas Empire, the New United Empire, and the Sacred Conquest Empire. These were their names now. Nearly a century after the Great Calamity, each of the 3 empires had restored hundreds of star clusters and rebuilt vast fleets. Though many still referred to them privately as the First Human Empire, the Second Human Empire, and the Third Human, among them the New United Empire was the mightiest. The Second Human Empire had been the interstellar hegemon in the past. After the Great Calamity, it united many other surviving superpowers, megacorporations, and organizations to establish the Supreme Council of the New United Empire, its sphere of influence spanning 5 great star domains. Content overview. History from the Dark Age, 5,000 years before calendar 0K, to the Radiant Age, 1K9K, to the Golden Age, E9K13K. Legends tell of ancient ancestors crossing the stars, sowing the seeds of civilization, with traces of civilizations across various star systems appearing almost simultaneously in this period. Human civilization gradually rose, led by an emperor known as the King of the 4 star domains and Lord of the Galaxy, who overthrew local demonic forces, launched expeditions to conquer vast territories, slew several demon kings and demon emperors, and established a vast human empire, the recognized orthodoxy of all humanity today. Dark Age, 14K14. 8K, the Great Calamity lasting over 800 years destroyed human civilization. Dawn Age, 14. 8K, present nearly 2 centuries since stargates reopened, the current cosmic order has gradually races. The tale of ancient ancestors sowing the seeds of civilization is merely myth with no concrete evidence. Yet humans have multiple origin planets, and their present forms are remarkably similar, a subject of ongoing research by the new United Empire. Humanity in this universe has many branches originating from different planets, broadly categorized into major races, primary human constituents, minor races with smaller populations, and rare races powerful but with poor reproductive capabilities. The major races number only 6: the Gata, the Puli, the Pondiki, the Arctos, the Pravado, and the Hippos. Minor races include the Fiti, the Skyros, the Kunii, the Garuni, the Agrata, and others. Rare races include the Imperial Descendants, the Star Dragon clan. The mechanical race emerged during the Great Calamity, a rebellion by some AIs and consciousness-uploaded humans. However, under the leadership of the new United Empire, they rejoined humanity, though most remain within autonomous star domains. Table of Contents. Main text. Within the territories of the new United Empire, in an unremarkable space station. The main hall of the space station had a window offering a view of the cosmos. From their vantage point, they could clearly see the planet below, home to billions of inhabitants. Yet few appreciated this scene. At that moment, a banquet was being held in the main hall. In the 5th year of the Dawn Age, the Empire grows ever more prosperous. A great honor for me. And let us celebrate another splendid day. The Count downed his red wine in one gulp. The other guests at the banquet also raised their glasses and drank together. Every person here would be a figure of immense importance on the surface, 500 kilometers below. My lord, there is something you need to see. A man suddenly burst into the dining hall, addressing the Count at the head of the table. You wouldn't spoil my mood at a time like this. What's happened? The Count cut into a piece of meat and put it in his mouth without lifting his head. The subspace seems to be experiencing some anomalies. Yes, we are urgently gathering intelligence. Could it be those two nations have done something incomprehensible in subspace? That is not yet certain, but you need to be aware of this. The Count's expression grew grave. His advisor would not speak such words lightly. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall take my leave for a moment. The Count smiled at the banquet guests. He then followed the advisor out of the dining hall, and soon realized the advisor had not spoken idly. This space station was Victoria's dedicated station for observing subspace fluctuations. In the core observation room, various instruments wildly displayed data defying all normal parameters. What is this phenomenon? The Count asked, frowning. We urgently summoned all the station's psychers and subspace scholars, but none could provide a definitive answer. Yet this change is highly unnatural. Moreover, we have yet to grasp the propagation pattern of these fluctuations, but they certainly did not just appear now, the advisor whispered. In that case, let tonight's banquet end here. The Count said softly. He would have to report this personally to us. As the ruling noble of this star cluster, his word was law, and none dared to object. He stood in the center of the main hall, gazing through the window at the profound void of space beyond the station, silent. That night, countless souls lay restless. Outside a base city, 30 fully armed personnel were setting up defensive positions outside the base city. Report: the defensive positions have been established. A serious-faced man with a square jaw reported to Mo Chun. His name is Lou Rubin, a man in his 40s, a retired instructor from a new recruit company currently working in the combat department of the 104 Mutual Aid Society, responsible for assisting Mo Chin's command and training personnel in the combat department. In this world, besides technical talents from the rear, soldiers are naturally an indispensable part. The organizational ability and obedience of soldiers are much higher than that of ordinary civilians. The armies organized by various countries to capture base cities are, after all, former active duty soldiers. However, in some relatively dire base situations, slogans and honor are far less valuable than a piece of bread. Only a small number of countries with extremely strong cohesion can gather 4 to 5% of their armies, while in reality, only about 10% can be mobilized. In countries with poor cohesion, soldiers hardly pay attention to the orders of politicians unless there are tangible benefits. This is the difference especially in the country of Tianzhu, which has a population even larger than Huagua, but the national cohesion is too weak. The official government is basically just a shell, and many forces composed of Tianzhu people are much stronger than the official ones. The 104 Mutual Aid Society did not publicly recruit soldiers on a large scale. However, considering that finding random people who don't even know how to use weapons is not feasible, there are still a few military professionals within the base city. Mo Chun glanced at the rear. 30 personnel had already constructed defensive positions around 8 armored transport vehicles fully prepared for both engagement and retreat. The upcoming battle theoretically wouldn't last long, but for safety, Sake, Mo-chun made all these preparations. 20 lightning drones slowly ascended. Taking off silently, they glided smoothly over the city walls. Mo-chun observed the surroundings of the base city clearly through the sky network. Passing through several buildings, they alerted some data phantoms, but they had no way to deal with the drones, which soon arrived above the invasion core. 100 meters from the target, the flight control instantly completed axis calibration, and the vector thrust erupted, bringing the sprint speed to the soundless critical limit. 3 meters from the target, the detonation command was issued simultaneously. The warhead detonated accurately, unleashing 20 streams of high-density metal projectiles in a conical shape, creating an instantaneous overpressure shockwave. Bang, bang, bang. All hit various parts of the invasion core with destructive energy highly concentrated, causing some fragments of the invasion core to splinter and then dissipate in the air. Thick smoke obscured the view, preventing Mo-chun from seeing the results. The data phantoms still guarding the base city seemed to only just realize they were under attack. As they were about to rush outside to kill those humans, large numbers of data phantoms had already completely scattered. Kill Data Phantom Invasion Core Alliance Experience 10,000. Kill Data Phantom Invasion Core Meritorious Service 100000. Kill Data Phantom Invasion Core Trade Beacon 1 dropped. Kill Data Phantom Invasion Core Common Tongue of the Sargus Empire Skill Book 1 dropped. Alliance leveled up to level 15. Indirectly killed numerous Data Phantoms. Alliance Experience 10,000. A series of notifications indicated that Mo-chun's objectives had been achieved. The entire process was clean and efficient, taking less than a minute. There were still 20 drones in the vehicle, and the defensive positions were not utilized. It seemed that Mo-chun's actions were somewhat superfluous. However, being cautious is not a bad thing. The Alliance has reached level 15, meeting the conditions for founding a nation. Meanwhile, on this day, more and more forces began to attack base cities. There were even 4 factions simultaneously attacking 2 base cities. On the Alliance leaderboard, more than 10 new names appeared at once. Mo-chun also rose to 9th place. Referencing ancient dynasties, like the Qin or Han, a single character would suffice. However, this is no longer a feudal society, which is not ideal. A human community. The name feels too grand, unable to bear its weight. Whether to establish a nation and name it the 104 community, Mo-chun felt this name was quite appropriate. He had no particular attachment or favorite name. Mo-chun was the 10th player to establish a nation, and the Alliance interface upgraded to a national interface. Planet Report New Order. The Nation 104 community has been established. Congratulations, you have created the first nation on Planet 104 and received the incentive Select Silver Relic. This announcement could be heard by all players on Planet 104. Mo-chun did not check the chat channel, although it was certainly a significant event. After nation building, numerous doctrines could now be activated. The changes were substantial. First, Mo-chun annexed the sub-alliance. Although most national effects did not apply to the sub-alliance, there were some exceptions. Mo-chun could see the names of all members of the sub-alliance, while national members could view detailed information, including the player characteristics of all citizens. Moreover, the nation had numerous permissions, such as custom management. Originally, all members of the 104 Mutual Aid Association and those currently in the base city automatically entered the 104 community, becoming citizens totaling over 2,000. Including the vassal alliance, there were nearly 10,000. Although this number was the smallest compared to the other 9. Even peak players had recruited many vassal sub-alliances, or rather peak players were originally a loose organization. Many of those who joined peak players had their own faction alliances. Currently, the forces in the New World are divided into 3 categories. The first type centers around the nations of the Old World, with core figures often being well-known or political figures from the past directly represented by the United States, China, and Prussia, organized through the prestige and connections of the Old World. Nations have ultimately been physically shattered. Despite the great reputations of these forces, even today only a portion of people can be united by the nation, while many others remain peripheral, dependent, or in cooperative relationships, and some nations have even experienced multiple factions vying for legitimacy. The second type, relatively speaking, still uses a language or cultural symbol from Blue Star as a unifying emblem, but core individuals are primarily those who have risen in the New World. For instance, the Universal Enlightenment Church is a prime example. Most large non-national forces today are like this, including others like the Han Sequence Alliance, the Vatican Society, and the Bantu Society, which are all centered around powerful players who have emerged in the new century, but they have also attracted some political figures or notable individuals from the Old World, uniting a group of players under a single banner to form a large organization that concentrates resources. This type of force also dominates base cities more than nations do. The third type is entirely based on powerful players from the New World directly coalescing around one or more players' strength with core figures largely unrelated to the old forces of Blue Star. Currently, this is dominated by peak players and possibly Chin's 104 community. Although there are some other players rising in the New World, their development and expansion are relatively slow without leveraging the influence of Blue Star symbols. Local forces that have only developed for 2 months are weak and find it difficult to take the world stage. There is no hierarchy among the 3 types of forces represented respectively by the United States, the Universal Enlightenment Church, and peak players, all of which are formidable. Let's not dwell on this. Chun continued to study the national interface. There was a function he wanted to enable, that is to issue currency. The contribution point system had already been set up, and Chun had barely produced a batch of copper coins to replace contribution points, but this was not a long-term solution. Issuing currency is divided into 2 modes: credit endorsement, which connects to trade points with a fixed ratio at issuance, allowing free transfers without transaction tax. Players can freely exchange 2 types of currency with a 1 exchange tax, half of which goes to the issuing alliance. Free issuance, completely free currency issuance unrelated to trade points, can only be used to purchase specified items. Chun chose the second option as the former was not much different from directly using trade points. The latter is true currency. Freely issued currency is named contribution points. After completing this, Chun appointed several ministers to further refine it. Additionally, there are the self-selected relics offered upon nation building. The selected silver relic sounds like a choice, but in reality it is merely a selection of 3 options. Vehicle production silver relic. It significantly enhances the quality and production efficiency of vehicles manufactured in the factory. However, this effect may decline if the factory scale and level are excessively high. Electric power silver relic. It greatly increases the electricity output of a power plant while moderately reducing fuel consumption, though effects may also decline at high factory levels. Pirate Cutlass Special Silver Relic. You can spend 1,000 N trade points to summon N pirates who will exist for 3 days with a maximum of alliance or country level 4 present at the same time. If near the sea, it will additionally summon small speedboats equal to the number of pirates 5, but their existence time will be reduced by 1 day. After the summoning time of this relic ends, there is a 1-minute cooldown. If a pirate dies, the cooldown will be extended. The basic configuration of summoned pirates includes certain combat experience. Fervent Mora. Chun hesitated for a moment. First to be eliminated was the electric power metal. The base has a power generation area, and the electricity supply is completely sufficient. Even if he sold electricity, the profit would only be a few tens of thousands at most in a day, which Chun found unappealing. At least compared to the other 2, this was the case. The vehicle production metal is genuinely useful. He wasn't sure if drones counted as vehicles, but even if they didn't, taking it to the heavy industry line to produce transport vehicles would still be beneficial. He also valued the Pirate Cutlass. 60 fearless pirates armed with automatic rifles would cause Chun to temporarily avoid confrontation, let alone the chance of obtaining an RPG. Both options were formidable for either charging into battle or self-preservation. Thus, Chun was somewhat torn between the 2. However, in the end, he chose the former. 60 rifle-wielding pirates. Chun was not without means to deal with them. As long as he was prepared, it wouldn't be difficult, especially since he had drones and heavy weaponry on his side. The cooldown was also an unknown factor. If 1 pirate died, that would add a day to the cooldown, which might mean he couldn't use it many times before it became obsolete. Vehicle production silver metal is undeniably useful. Even a slight enhancement can be distinctly felt, let alone 2 moderate boosts stacking, and this relic can be used for a long time. However, the Pirate Cutlass made Chun aware of the existence of special relics, indicating he needed to be cautious in the future. After making his choice, he found a silver medal in his hand. He immediately got up and took the medal to the drone production workshop, replacing the previously purchased white relic. The efficiency of the entire workshop significantly increased. The previously slightly clumsy production line became much smoother, and even the machinery seemed to have changed. How is it? Do you feel any changes? Chun first approached the head of the workshop. Report efficiency has noticeably improved. The overall defect rate was around 25. Now it's below 3. He then asked a worker operating a CNC machine. The machine has become faster but extremely stable. The noise is smoother, and today the tactile feel is unexpectedly good. Does it feel more tiring? No, on the contrary, it's easier because it's more user-friendly. Thank you for your hard work. Chun observed for a while, and the entire mechanical factory showed clear signs of increased efficiency, stability, and low waste. The effects were very significant. Chun was now considering dismantling the heavy industry production line for transport vehicles and moving it next to the drone production workshop, as they both belonged to the same factory and could benefit from the enhancement. The problem was that the production lines for drones and transport vehicles were completely different, which could impact future factory planning and expansion. Moreover, the transport vehicle production line had just started production, relocating it would take several more days. However, considering the relic's excellent effects, at least a 50% improvement in overall production efficiency, it was entirely worth it. Factory planning needed to be adjusted to maximize the relic's effects. Initially, the industrial area was divided into heavy industry, light industry, and others, with transport vehicles and metallurgy classified as heavy industry, while drone production was categorized as light industry. But with the relic, the transport vehicle and drone production should be combined to take advantage of the enhancement, while metallurgy could be separated to benefit from other enhancements. At the very least, the two factories could be connected. Surely the factory scale wouldn't exceed limits. Regardless, this had to be tested. In the future, the relics must be utilized to their fullest potential. This is just a silver relic. I wonder how the golden relics will perform. Currently, the most commonly obtained relics through standard means are white relics. I've heard there are blue ones, but Emotion hasn't seen any for sale. Silver relics are system rewards, while golden relics are presumably only available in Prussia. Still a selected golden relic. Emotion glanced at the leaderboard rewards. The Alliance leaderboard is updated in real time, with rewards for alliances listed on the 1st of each month. The first place will receive a selected silver relic, the top 10 will receive a random silver relic, the top 50 will receive a selected blue relic, and the top 100 will receive a random blue relic. Each level's reward can only be obtained once. The first time on the leaderboard will upgrade silver relics to gold and blue relics to silver, with this effect occurring once a year. There are still 3 weekends left this month. The top 10, except for Prussia, are all first-time earners, resulting in 9 golden relics. After that, it will only be silver relics. The gap between golden relics and silver relics is still significant. Silver relics are close in effect to a player with silver player traits, while golden relics, no matter how much stronger than silver relics, are irreplaceable. After all, only one can be effective at the same time, so the lower tier cannot be deployed unless in different domains. However, whether it's the United States, China, Prussia, Russia, or the Universal Apocalypse Church, the peak players have ample foundations. Due to military expedition cooldowns not meeting the speed of conquest, they might form an armored column or team to conquer base cities hundreds of kilometers away. If Imo-chun were to conquer a base city normally once a week, it would likely be a problem for him to even maintain a position in the top 10. However, maintaining a position in the top 10 is essential. If he fails to do so, he will only receive a silver relic, and the next opportunity for a golden relic won't come until next year. However, with careful planning, maintaining a position in the top 10 should not be a problem. His drones have clear advantages and drawbacks. Currently, the production capacity of the Lightning is very high, with more than 200 units being produced each week. Imo-chun has also designed a new model, but how to utilize them is a significant issue. There is only one Skynet. Without it, the difficulty of conquering base cities would increase significantly. First is the production cost of the Lightning. The manual control transferred from Skynet is not difficult, but it will reduce production capacity. He will also need to find 20 operators, though human control certainly won't surpass Skynet, and without Skynet's oversight, various aspects will be limited. However, Skynet's cruising speed reaches 180 km/h, which allows it to complete tasks at multiple base cities in one day. As long as Imo-chun deploys personnel and drones near the base cities, he can let Skynet fly over, finish quickly, and then send it to the second location, allowing the personnel left behind to take over the base city. He realized that he couldn't solely rely on his own thinking for the specific difficulties, and that 3 heads are better than 1. There were definitely aspects he hadn't considered. Next, we must maintain our position in the top 10 of the leaderboard to obtain golden relics. In the next 3 weeks, our goal is to conquer 2 base cities each time. My preliminary plan is: the combat department will be divided into Group A and Group B respectively. Group A will continue under my leadership, while Group B will be led by Lou Rubin. What do you all think? Of course, there are risks. We need to be well prepared with supplies. Each group will carry 50 Lightning drones to prevent unforeseen events, and I will keep an eye on everything. That's a good point, so. Sure. At the same time, we need to develop a backup plan. If we can't secure the top 10 in the next 6 base cities, we need to take further action. We could add a few armored transport vehicles. Additionally, the combat department will increase to 150 people, starting with personnel from the original defense department, and the defense department will recruit again. One more issue: if so, after 3 weeks, we'll have 8 base cities. Can we manage them all? We need to prevent. I will appoint mayors and deputy mayors for the base cities, selecting candidates from among those who perform well in the coming tasks to assist in developing other base cities, while recruiting will need to expand further. At the same time, the intelligence department will increase to include a new division responsible for ensuring that the mayors of the base cities do not act in self-interest, and that there are no significant issues with base city development. The meeting discussed for a while before finalizing the matters. From the initial tactical tasks, it extended to the overall development of the 104 community, with several more ministers joining the meeting. Although Mo Chun is the highest leader of the community, it does not mean he cannot be sidelined. A normal national and social structure still needs to be established. In fact, the most important aspects are still the combat department and the defense department. In terms of development, although the workstations in other base cities do not possess the capabilities of the main base city's workstation, they can only produce normal items. However, the entire base city still brings in guaranteed weekly earnings of over $1 million. Therefore, the expansion of logging work can be slowed down. Expanding the base city is more profitable. In the region of the 104-star Red Copper Valley, a warning was issued stating that a response was required within 3 days, otherwise they would resort to force. Many members of the sub-alliance have also defected, and the brothers are eager to confront them. Let's first calm everyone down, Xingren nodded. After the others left, he let out a helpless sigh. With the support of the Red Copper Valley, his expertise and player traits along with the epic-making tools provided his competitiveness far surpassed that of other alliances. Originally, the Sanjiang Civil Engineering Society was developing rapidly, becoming the strongest alliance near the Red Copper Valley. However, the valley was still too vast, and their methods were rather mild, resulting in slow integration progress. In the past 2 weeks, a relatively unknown alliance suddenly appointed a foreign leader. Then a group of metal giants seized several high-quality mines, causing numerous injuries and fatalities. Xingren had gained significant prestige in recent days and organized a small counterattack which ended in a natural defeat. Firearms were ineffective against those metal giants who were like tanks standing. There was already a tremendous deterrent. He later learned the reason. A white chosen one named Marcus arrived in the Red Copper Valley, establishing a Red Copper Valley Company with intentions of conquest, aiming to monopolize all the resources of the valley. He demanded that all players near the Red Copper Valley must join the Red Copper Valley Company or its subsidiaries. Naturally, the first to be targeted was their engineering society. Friend, if you are willing to join us, I can make you a major shareholder of the Red Copper Valley Company, and we can collaborate for mutual benefit. Marcus sent him a private message. Shareholder. Xingren frowned. No thanks. He replied and deleted the friend request. However, there was another friend message that he hadn't responded to, which was also an invitation. Little Mouse was just an ordinary player in a base within the Red Copper Valley. After begging for a long time in the second month, he managed to keep his sick grandmother by his side. Later, a Red Copper Valley Company appeared. The base commander joined the company and received a sum of money. Meanwhile, he and the others became free. But besides joining the company, there were no other options. Nearby bases all belonged to the company. Even if they managed to survive in the wilderness, they could last at most 6 days. Do you have any skills? The person in front of him was a burly man. No, Little Mouse answered honestly, but this response clearly did not satisfy the other party. Then your position will be a miner working 12 hours a day for 200. Remember to meet your quota or your pay will be deducted. The burly man said impatiently. Brother, this salary really isn't enough for meals, and I also have to take care of the elderly at home, Little Mouse pleaded. 200 a day seemed like a lot, but after joining the company, expenses for food and living piled up. The company does not support idle people. You take care of your family and let them work too. Gather tomorrow. If you don't come, get lost. The burly man pushed him away disdainfully. Little Mouse could only leave in despair. He still lived in the same small room at the original base, but now had to pay 50 for rent every day. The dim room contained only a bed. Little Mouse looked at the elderly person on the bed. His grandmother was over 80 years old, and despite having received gene optimization injections, her health did not improve much. At first, Little Mouse was very grateful to the base commander for taking him in. At that time, food was very expensive. The daily food for two was costly, so their treatment was also very low with no trade points or assets. They lived in a small room, no different from clones working for meals, always exhausted. Little Mouse believed that such days would eventually come to an end. Later, food prices dropped significantly, and the base commander never proposed any improvements. And then the company arrived. Xiaohao, what's wrong? The old lady asked softly. Nothing. Little Mouse turned his head away and did not. He had been raised by his grandmother alone in the mountains since his parents were absent. Therefore, he could never abandon his only family. But what could he do? In this world, he had no foothold. New brother, here's your task. Work hard. There are daily quotas. The quality of the mines here is very high. Work quickly, and you might finish your quota in 10 hours and get 2 hours of rest. The team leader led them into a mine. Of course, 10 hours was just talk. It was still 12 hours, just like before, continuously swinging the pickaxe and moving the ore. The tools were somewhat better than before, but the quotas had also increased. Previously, after 12 hours at least, he and his grandmother could eat enough. Now, 200 minus 50 for rent. The company stipulated that the nutritional paste costs 100, so he couldn't even afford 2 tubes, not to mention the water expenses. Let's work a little longer. The company has regulations. If you dig more than your quota, you can receive an equivalent reward. When Little Mouse finally crawled out of the mine, he looked as if he had been pulled from mud. His face was blackened with only the whites of his eyes and teeth showing some whiteness. Sweat mixed with cold dust left 2 shallow grooves on his cheeks. After 14 hours of continuous labor, he could hardly stand upright. Dragging his legs as he walked, every step felt heavy like lead. He struggled to push the last cart or to the surface. The team leader's eyes lit up when he saw him emerge. But he still said, "Mouse, that's enough for today. You've worked hard. Keep it up, and you'll soon be a team leader like me." Little Mouse's digging could earn him 10 in his pocket. Little Mouse responded with difficulty. His gaze was vacant, his voice hoarse to the point that it was nearly inaudible, and even his breathing was heavy with fatigue. Standing there in silence, he was the embodiment of exhaustion. If it weren't for the gene optimization injections, he feared he wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow. Yet ironically, the gene optimization injections gave him the capacity to continue working. Little Mouse accepted a tube of nutritional paste and 2 bottles of water from the team leader. He had finished his share in the mine, or else he wouldn't have had the energy to work for so long. What he ate today and what he had now constituted the meager capital for his survival. Little Mouse found a secluded spot, took off his clothes to wipe his face, then shook himself violently, including his trousers. Fortunately, this mine was not far from his base, and the company provided free shuttle services just in time for him to catch the last ride back to the base with a few coworkers. However, the travel time on the bus did not count as working hours. That was a company benefit. Upon returning to the base, renovations had taken place recently because this base was close to high-quality mines, prompting the company to relocate a batch of laborers here. There were many more rooms now, but his own room had not changed much. Mainly those large rooms had been divided up, or several beds were simply placed together. With many more people around, he hadn't seen the original base commander in the past couple of days. He returned to his room where the old lady had been waiting, and seeing Little Mouse's appearance, her eyes showed some pity. "Grandma, eat this." Little Mouse handed the nutritional paste to her. "I'm not hungry. How's you eat? Grandma is older and can't eat so much. You've worked hard outside. Look, I saved a few tubes. I can't last much longer." The grandmother handed Little Mouse 3 tubes of nutritional paste she had hidden under the bed with her wrinkled hands. Eating 1 tube of nutritional paste was barely enough to last for 2 days, so she had secretly saved a few tubes. She hadn't told him before, fearing he wouldn't understand. But now with these 3 tubes of nutritional paste, Little Mouse still had a bit of leeway. "Grandma, don't say that." Little Mouse was indeed very hungry. 1 tube of nutritional paste's energy was insufficient to support 14 hours of physical labor. Thus, this tube of nutritional paste was split in half. The Red Copper Valley Company strictly divided its staff into 4 levels: shareholders, management, senior staff, and junior staff, with most employees being junior staff. Even clones were classified. Those entering the security team were considered senior staff, while others were all junior staff. In terms of treatment, management worked 6 hours, senior staff worked 8 to 10 hours, while junior staff were required to work 12 hours, with significant wage disparities. At the same time, the Red Copper Valley Company had its own account and corporate culture on the forum. One article stated, "Freedom is the most precious right of humanity. People have the right to create their own future with their own hands." The company provides a platform for everyone, not as a constraint, but as a means of free expression. As long as one continues to work hard, everyone has the potential to become a senior staff member or even enter management. We respect private property, and even more so the private property gained through hard work. Do not complain about hardship. Do not fuss over temporary gains or losses. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. When Xingren saw the news about the Hongtong Goo Company launching an assault on the base city this weekend, she realized that she could no longer afford to wait. If the Hongtong Goo Company successfully took control of a base city, their strength would far surpass that of the still struggling Base Alliance Engineering Society. Even without the Chosen One gathering, 3,000 people would easily break through any defense. We will hold an online meeting in 10 minutes. Xingren found several base commanders who were also core members of the Engineering Society. They held an online discussion. The Hongtong Goo Company has decided to publicly assault the base city. We cannot wait any longer. Surrender to the Hongtong Goo Company. No way, you don't understand. The Hongtong Goo Company is even forcing 70-year-olds to work in the mines, a group of people that devours others without spitting out bones. Surrendering now would mean selling everyone to those capitalists akin to primitive capitalists, no different from slave owners. It's better for us to gather all our manpower and fight back. You're thinking too much. It's impossible to win. It would just be sending us to our deaths. The group was filled with anger, but no conclusions were reached. Given their positions, choosing to surrender would indeed have some benefits. However, selling out everyone under their command, even the entire engineering society, was unacceptable. This was fundamentally different from their original intentions. Seeing that no one had other thoughts, Xingren felt relieved. All right, listen to me. There is a way. Yesterday, the boss of the Hongtong Goo Company contacted me saying that if I surrendered, I would get a share of the stock. Naturally, I didn't believe it regardless of the angle. However, even earlier someone else had approached me. He proposed a plan. I respect everyone's opinions. I will share this plan with you all for review, and then we will vote. We have agreed on our side. Xingren sent a message to a person. Someone who had risen before that. All right. A contract was signed between the two. The first party would assist the second party in assaulting the base city and accommodate the engineering society members, after which the second party would merge with the first and have mutual conditions. The penalty for breach of contract was 10 million trade points. Select a target base city for reconnaissance as soon as possible, train drone operators, and avoid any accidents. A batch of drones was sent over consisting of two models. Lightning B, self-destruct attack drones. Eagle Falcon 100 reconnaissance drones. There were tutorials and manuals mostly sent via video. Upon seeing these items, Xingren couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Why was there such a vast gap between players? Since the Hongtong Goo Company is going to assault the base city, we must do the same this week. Let's compete with them. Meanwhile, far away in another base city, Mo Chun was also studying the materials in it. Chinese Revival Society, Sanjiang Civil Engineering Society, Hongtong Goo Company. Mo Chun began to pay attention to the forces in the 104 star. This week, at least 3 alliances were set to assault the base city, with 2 of them having the shadow of the 104 community behind them. Especially the Engineering Society, if they could capture the base city and directly integrate into the 104 community after the battle, it would mean Mo Chun would have a base city within Hongtong Goo. As for the other 2, the Hongtong Goo Company was somewhat unpredictable to Mo Chun. He needed to see if they could truly conquer the base city, and they had announced a live broadcast on the forum. Meanwhile, the Chinese Revival Society had also long been prepared to assault the base city, reaching out to Mo Chun merely as insurance, exchanging benefits on both sides. In addition to these 3, Mo Chun was also keeping an eye on some other forces, such as the Han Sequence Branch Alliance. Currently, the 104 Han Sequence Branch Alliance was publicly offering high prices for weapons like artillery and anti-tank guns. However, there were no news of assaults indicating they might not be prepared enough. Nonetheless, the 104 star had more than just Chinese individuals, especially a group of foreigners whose names immediately attracted Mo Chen's interest.